Uncle Chu, hang in there. Rescue will be here in 2 minutes. Jai Chen pressed his hands hard against the gushing blood on Chu Tianan's chest. Just 10 minutes ago, this disabled veteran was smiling on the train, talking about going home to celebrate his daughter's birthday. Now, he had been cut in half at the waist by a Tier 6 beast. Less than 200 meters away, on a luxurious balcony, the Tier 7 master of the Deep Blue Martial Arts Gym was holding a glass of red wine, laughing and chatting with the Tier 6 instructors beside him as they pointed at the tragic scene. No one made a move. Even if they had just unleashed a single martial art, just to delay things for even 10 seconds, Chu Tianan would not have died. Do not waste your energy, kid, Chu Tianan said, his hands trembling as he pressed a blood-stained epaulette into Jai Chen's palm. Tell my wife and kids I am sorry. I will not be coming home again. Chu Tianan's hand went limp and fell to the ground. Jai Chen looked up sharply at the balcony. Those high-end mighty martial artists showed no pity. They even sneered at Chu Tianan's corpse. At the same time, why would a military armored vehicle, meant to transport beast carcasses, suddenly release a living Tier 6 demon dog in the middle of a busy downtown area? A bloody conspiracy, meant to deceive the world, had begun with the life of a retired veteran. Jai Chen gripped the blood-stained epaulette tightly, his terrifying 0.91 vitality roaring wildly within him. Deep Blue Martial Arts Gym, and the mastermind behind all of this, you will all die. With murderous rage surging in his chest, Jai Chen's vision began to blur, and his thoughts drifted uncontrollably back to that train just a few hours ago, the train that changed everything. A few hours ago. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the final stop, Fun District Station. Please collect your belongings and exit the train in an orderly manner. In the train aisle, Jai Chen took down his backpack and was about to leave when he saw the middle-aged man in the seat next to him stand up with a limp. The man was not very tall, and he struggled a bit to reach his luggage on the overhead rack. Jai Chen stepped forward and helped him take down his 2 large suitcases. Thank you, young man. The scruffy-bearded man offered a simple, humble smile as he thanked Jai Chen. His weathered, dark face was covered in shocking scars. Jai Chen did not shy away from him like the other passengers, but instead smiled and asked, Uncle Chu, are you bringing all this home by yourself? What is inside? The two had already met while on the train. This man, named Chu Tianan, had apparently spent years working away from home, and only decided to return for some rest after his health started to decline. It is nothing much, just some old junk I have collected over the years. Chu Tianan waved his hand, his tone easygoing. So are you planning to go back out again in the future? No, I am done with that. I want to stay home and spend time with my wife and kids. Looking at the old photo and the pendant around his neck, Chu Tianan's voice grew choked with emotion. That was a group photo of his wife and daughter taken over a decade ago. 10 years without going home. I owe them so much. Chu Tianan tilted his head back, holding back his tears, and then smiled at Jai Chen. My daughter is the same age as you. She also took the college entrance exam this year. The two of them walked out of the station together. Are you taking the liberal arts exam or the martial arts exam? The martial arts exam. Chu Tianan freed a hand to pat Jai Chen on the shoulder, squeezing firmly, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Good lad, you have got a solid foundation. Have you decided which martial arts university you want to apply to? Jai Chen thought for a moment. Dongyu Martial Arts University, I suppose. One of the 4 top martial arts universities in the Great Xia. Chu Tianan looked at him with admiration. That is ambitious, but it is going to be tough. Have you considered our local Donglin Martial Arts University? It is also a nationally renowned, first-class institution, and it is close to home. Jai Chen's expression shifted slightly, and he shook his head. I actually want to leave this home, as far away as possible. Chu Tianan frowned, staying silent for a long moment, but he did not press for the reason. All right, this is as far as you need to go. I will just grab a taxi from here. Outside the station, Chu Tianan took the suitcase from Jai Chen and joked. Leave me your contact info. I will introduce you to my girl sometime. Jai Chen scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Uncle Chu, I... Suddenly, a piercing siren wailed. The two of them instinctively looked into the distance. A large, specialized armored vehicle was speeding toward them. The words "danger, do not approach" were printed on its side. "What is that?" "A beast transport vehicle," Chu Tianan explained. "It must be the military transporting a rare beast to a research lab for blood and genetic analysis." "I see." Jai Chen nodded, looking thoughtfully at Chu Tianan beside him. This uncle seems to know quite a lot. Could he also be working in beast research? Before he could ask, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The armored vehicle whizzed past them, moving at such extreme speed that it nearly crushed civilian cars into scrap metal. Chu Tianan squinted, noticing something. Something's not right. This is the main road of the Fan district, one of the most prosperous and densely populated areas of the Donglan base city. Even a specialized vehicle should not be tearing through such heavy daytime traffic at over 100 kilometers per hour. It is illegal, and it does not make any sense. Unless... Bang! A thunderous roar echoed through the surrounding high-rises. A few hundred meters away, the armored vehicle swerved to avoid pedestrians and slammed into a roadside green belt, flipping over instantly. Civilian cars came to a halt. Many drivers and passengers got out to look, hesitating over whether they should go to help. "What is that smell?" Jai Chen frowned, his nostrils twitching as he caught the faint scent of something burning in the air. Just then the vehicle door was pushed open, and an armed soldier scrambled out in a panic, shouting to the surrounding crowd. Run away." He sounded severely wounded, his voice nearly raspy. Immediately after, he fired his rifle into the air as a warning. With the sound of the gunshot, the heavy, turtle-shell-shaped armored vehicle behind the soldier began to shake violently. Booms, boom, boom. It was as if something incredibly powerful was trapped inside. Deep roars and metallic crashes mingled together, enough to make anyone's skin crawl. It was unimaginable that anything could shake a heavy, multi-ton armored vehicle as if it were a child's cradle. Drivers and pedestrians nearby, finally sensing the danger, immediately turned to flee. However, it was too late. Boom! The rear door of the armored vehicle was ripped open from within. A wave of scorching heat began to rage. A canine beast emerged slowly, dark red flames pouring out from its cracked skin and distorting the air around it. Its size was equivalent to 3 grown bulls stacked together. Every step it took crushed the pavement, leaving charred, smoking claw prints on the concrete. Above its terrifying, monstrous wolf-like head, a pair of blood-red vertical pupils scanned the people and things around it with cold malice. A burst of gunfire hit it, but it did not seem to feel a thing. It was like raindrops hitting its hide. The flame-prisoned demon dog suddenly turned its head, fixing its gaze on the soldier who had been firing at it. Its bloody jaws snapped open, revealing 2 rows of teeth as sharp as steel needles. Viscous, lava-like saliva dripped to the ground, instantly melting a bowl-sized hole in the concrete. In the blink of an eye, the soldier vanished. Only a pair of legs remained hanging from the demon dog's blood-soaked fangs. With another bite, the soldier was chewed to pieces and swallowed. Its hunger far from satisfied, it turned its gaze toward the fleeing civilians. "A beast, it is a beast. Everyone run. Blood, so much blood. People are dying. This is terrifying." A sense of terror spread wildly through the crowd. It had been many years since a beast had last wreaked havoc within the city limits. For most of the people present, this was their first time seeing a living beast up close in reality. And a terrifyingly powerful one at that. Roar! The flame-prisoned demon dog let out a thunderous roar. The terrifying sound wave, accompanied by a blast of lava heat, expanded rapidly for several kilometers. Many passers-by who could not escape in time were shaken to their knees, collapsing to the ground in terror, watching helplessly as the demon dog walked toward them. Its first target was a little girl, only 5 or 6 years old. Her flesh would be tender, her blood sweet. The little girl lay on the ground, her face dirty, looking around in bewilderment. Suddenly, she burst into tears. "Mommy, I want my mommies." Seeing this, Jai Chen dropped his backpack and sprinted forward. Save her. That was the only thought in his mind. In the pre-college entrance exam test, Jai Chen's life level reached a staggering 0.91, breaking the school record. The The limit for an average adult is only 0.5, and one marks the entry into the martial path. As a graduating senior, he is infinitely close to becoming a rank 1 martial artist. His 100-meter dash time of under 8 seconds far surpasses the world records of the old era. Just ahead of the flame prison hellhound, Chen performed a forward roll to scoop the little girl into his arms and bolted away at full speed. Having its prey snatched away, the hellhound's blood-red eyes flared with murderous intent. Boom! The ground collapsed and buildings trembled. The hound leapt hundreds of meters, slamming down right in front of Chen. The boy's vigorous vital energy made the beast drool. Perfect, a 2-for-1 deal. Swallow them both in one bite. The terrifying pressure felt like a mountain bearing down. Chen was frozen in place, with no way out. He covered the little girl's eyes. Do not be afraid, Big Brother is here. Just then, a figure arrived like a streak of lightning. I have got this, get out of here. It was Chu Tianan, the uncle who usually walked with a limp. Uncle Chu. Chu Tianan's aura surged as he threw a punch, actually forcing the massive hellhound to retreat. He looked back at Chen, his smile still that of a simple farmer. Still trying to be a hero with no skills, Chu Tianan laughed heartily. I did not tell you before, but actually I am a soldier. A flash of light appeared at his fingertips, and a sharp alloy combat blade materialized out of thin air. With a solemn expression, Chu Tianan raised his blade to face the hound, shielding Chen and hundreds of citizens behind him. As long as I am still alive, saving people is not the job of a greenhorn like you. Go! Chen gritted his teeth, nodded, picked up the girl, and turned to retreat. A peak rank 6 hellhound, rare. Chu Tianan wiped the back of his blade and took a deep breath. Boundless spiritual energy flooded into his body, and his aura instantly climbed to its peak. Low-level rank 7. A flash of wariness crossed the hellhound's eyes. Chu Tianan struck first, bringing down a fierce and overbearing blade strike. The hound dodged to the side, and man and beast were instantly locked in a life-and-death struggle. But after a few rounds, the hound sensed something was wrong. This human has severe old injuries. The rank 7 aura he displayed is a bluff. His actual combat power is not even at the peak of rank 6. The hound lunged back with a sinister grin. Chu Tianan quickly fell into a disadvantage, constrained at every turn. In the distance, Chen entrusted the girl to residence in the safe zone and climbed alone to the roof of the 6th floor. Hundreds of meters away, Chu Tianan was fighting a bloody battle. Uncle Chu, hold on, rescue is only 2 minutes away. Chen prayed in his heart. He had just called the Donglan City Marshal Special Forces, and reinforcements were already on the way. All around, the fleeing crowds mostly hid behind cover, watching the battle nervously. But Chen, with his excellent eyesight, caught a jarring sight. On an open balcony across the street, a group of people stood leaning against the railing, chatting and laughing, pointing at the scene. As if this life-or-death battle were merely a piece of local gossip that had nothing to do with them. Chu Tianan's desperate sacrifice had become, in their eyes, a self-indulgent joke. Chen looked down to see a conspicuous sign hanging on the balcony wall, Deep Blue Martial Arts Gym. A sudden shift in the battle pulled Chen's attention back. The flame prison hellhound suddenly raised its head, spewing a 100-meter-long torrent of molten lava from its chest. The intense heat instantly melted cars, turning the street into a river of red-hot magma. Shops along the street collapsed in the heatwave, and a rain of fire poured down. Cries of agony filled the air. Citizens hiding in buildings who had banked on luck paid a tragic price. Their bodies were vaporized on the spot, leaving nothing behind. Had Chen not retreated far enough, he would have met the same fate. You beast, die. Chu Tianan had gone completely blood-blind. In over 30 years of military service, he had only seen comrades die before him, never civilians. But today, he had failed his duty. With hundreds of living souls fading before his eyes, boundless guilt and fury ignited the old soldier. Old buddy, join me for one last fight, and let us slaughter this fiend. His majestic blade intent surged layer by layer, stacking rapidly to become the strongest strike of Chu Tianan's life. On the other side, the hellhound coiled its hind legs and pounced with 1,000-pound force. Boom! The ground for 100 meters around heaved and trembled like boiling water. Countless cracks split open, and erupting magma instantly consumed everything. The smoke and dust cleared. Chen looked out into the distance. The hellhound had been severed at the waist by a single strike, dead completely. He rushed downstairs to search the street. "Uncle Chu, where are you?" Finally, under a tree burned to charcoal, Chen found Chu Tianan, unrecognizable and on the verge of death. Beside him, his combat blade had shattered into fragments. Chen helped him up. "Uncle Chu, hold on, I am taking you to the hospital right now." Chu Tianan slowly parted his cracked lips and shook his head slightly. "No need. That last strike burned out my life. There is no saving me now." He trembled as he fished a metal object from his coat and placed it in Chen's hand. "Help me tell my wife and daughter I am sorry. I will not be able to make it home on time this time either." As the words fell, his life force faded away. The sound of dense footsteps approached rapidly. "All units stay alert, clear the battlefield. Medics save the wounded. Student, this is dangerous. Retreat behind the safety line immediately." The special forces quickly took over the scene. As the cordon was pulled, Chen was forced to leave. He stood in the safe zone, watching helplessly as Chu Tianan was covered with a white sheet and loaded into an ambulance. Uncle Chu just died like that. Today was supposed to be his 48th birthday. On the train, he had been full of anticipation for that rich family dinner, looking forward to seeing his wife and daughter, whom he had not seen in over a decade. But now it had all vanished like bubbles. Chen stood frozen for a long time. It was not until nightfall that he finally turned and walked away. Clutched tightly in his palm lay a blood-stained epaulette. An old neighborhood just one street away from the wealthy district. Chen rolled up the shutter, entered, turned on the lights, tossed his backpack onto the old sofa, and sat down himself. The room was spacious but Spartan, filled with dumbbells, stone locks, sandbags, a wooden dummy, and an old second-hand punch force machine. This was his private training base. He preferred staying here alone over that home, where he constantly had to walk on eggshells. Leaning back on the sofa, the image of Chu Tianan's gruesome death haunted his mind. There was a fatal doubt he could not figure out. Why was the beast transport truck carrying a live Peak Tier 6 beast? Such a ticking time bomb, yet there were no high-level martial artists escorting the vehicle. The look of pure terror on the soldiers' faces when they saw the flame-held demon dog remained vivid in his memory. Clearly, the soldiers had no idea there was a live creature in that truck. If everyone had assumed it was a carcass from the start, everything would make sense. The beast suddenly woke up and went on a rampage mid-journey. The driver panicked and accelerated to get away from the city center, ultimately leading to the crash and the ensuing slaughter. Someone is pulling the wool over everyone's eyes. Chen's gaze turned icy. The mastermind faked the death of the flame-held demon dog to smuggle it into the city legally. What could be the motives? For blood and genetic analysis, a dead body would have sufficed. To take such a massive risk, it must be for live experimentation. This matter was far beyond his current capabilities. He could only hope the martial artist's special task force would get to the bottom of it. Suddenly, another name surfaced in his mind. Deep Blue Martial Arts Hall. The cold, mocking faces of that group on the balcony were something he would never forget, even in death. Chen immediately checked his phone. The master of the hall was a rank 7 martial artist, backed by 3 gold medal rank 6 instructors. As the only martial arts hall within a kilometer of the incident, if anyone had stepped up to buy Uncle Chu just 1 or 2 minutes of time, the special task force would have arrived. Yet they chose to stand by and watch. His phone suddenly vibrated. Caller ID, Ant. As soon as he answered, a shrill and harsh reprimand poured out. "What time do you think it is? Are we all supposed to wait for you? Did you forget what day it is today?" Chen was used to this. He waited until she finished ranting before replying calmly, "Fine, I will be home soon." Hanging up the phone, his eyes dimmed slightly. How could he ever forget what day today was? Today was the anniversary of his parents' death. The Jai family had long since cast it aside, but he had gone to the suburban cemetery to pay his respects early that morning. It was only on his way back in the afternoon that he happened to catch the same ride as Chu Tianan. 18 years ago, Chen was born into the Jai family with a silver spoon in his mouth. His parents were the golden couple of their time, a combination of a genius martial artist and a top biologist. They were also fully backed by the Jai Group, one of the 10 great family enterprises in Dongling. Jai Chen was born to be the pride of heaven. But disaster struck suddenly. When he was 5, his parents took a private flight to the capital, only to be attacked mid-journey by a rancate flying beast, the Storm Falcon. His father fought to the death, but the power gap was too great, and no one on board survived. His grandfather, Jai Zhengguo, passed away a few months later, overcome by grief. Jai Chen was the only one left of his immediate line. Since then, control of the group fell into the hands of his great uncle, Jai Zhenbeng, and Jai Chen was adopted by his uncle's family. He had hoped to be grateful and tried to be sensible, but was met only with the increasingly obvious coldness and disgust of his uncle's family. His uncle's 2 children followed their parents' lead, bullying him wantonly and barking orders at him, treating him like a lowly servant. That was exactly why he had told Chu Tianan that he wanted to get away from that house. The family business and the massive fortune, he had no interest, and it would not have gone to him anyway. Jai Chen had only one ambition, to become a martial artist. He would keep growing stronger until he could personally slay that Storm Falcon and avenge his parents. Closing the door, he left his little sanctuary behind. Jai Chen rode his bike through the busy streets and arrived at a private estate. The luxurious villa was brightly lit, and an elaborate family banquet was underway. Jai Chen pushed the door open and stepped inside. Dozens of eyes scanned over him in unison. At the head of the table, an elderly man in a Chinese tunic suit, looking hale and hearty, nodded slightly toward him. "Come in and take your seat." On either side of the long marble table sat the families of uncle and aunt. Jai Chen stood where he was, a look of hesitation on his face. "Brother, sit here." To his right, a young girl waved at him. Jai Chen glanced at his grim-faced uncle and walked straight over to take a seat beside the girl. The girl's name was Jai Yuling. She was the only daughter of Aunt Jai Shulin. Her father had married into the Jai family, so naturally, the daughter took her mother's surname. Jai Yuling was dressed in a black sailor suit, with a sea blue tie knotted at her chest. She had a petite figure and a sweet appearance, with baby fat on her porcelain white cheeks. She wore fluffy bangs across her forehead, and her 2 delicate braids were tied with dark green silk ribbons into bows. Jai Chen gave her a faint glance before turning his gaze away. Jai Yuling was the same age as him, just 2 months younger. They had been very close as children. She used to be his little follower, toddling behind him all day long, clutching a milk bottle and babbling brother. After his parents died and his grandfather passed away from illness, Jai Chen's status in the Jai family plummeted. Aunt's family also moved out of the manor, so opportunities for them to meet became rare. During family dinners on holidays, aside from exchanging pleasantries, they rarely found topics to discuss, and their relationship naturally drifted apart. Clag! A porcelain bowl landed heavily on the table. Uncle Jai Zhiji kept a straight face, his eyes fixed coldly on Jai Chen. "You're becoming more and more outrageous, not coming home all day, running around causing trouble, and not even saying a word when you return. Is this the manners I taught you?" Jai Chen hung his head, remaining silent. The atmosphere in the dining room turned tense and oppressive in an instant. Seeing Jai Chen's lack of reaction, Jai Zhiji flew into a rage and threw his chopsticks at him. "You brat, did you not hear me talking to you? Are you deaf?" Everyone, including the head of the family Jai Zhenbeng, watched in silence. They seemed to think Jai Zhiji's berating of Jai Chen was entirely justified. Opposite Jai Chen sat his uncle's son and daughter. They were watching Jai Chen with schadenfreude, their mouths curled in mocking disdain. Jai Chen, aunt said coldly, "Your father has done everything he could for you. Look at yourself, look how angry you have made him." Jai Chen suddenly raised his head, his attitude exceptionally firm. "He is not my father, and you are not my mother." Ever since being adopted by his uncle's family at the age of 5, they had constantly tried to force him to call them mom and dad. But Jai Chen never compromised. He was not an orphan abandoned at birth. He had biological parents who loved him, and a home that was once warm and happy. Perhaps that was the reason why his uncle's family treated him worse and worse, reaching a point of extreme detestation. "We provided your food and drink, raised you for 13 years, and in the end, you will not even call us mom and dad." Uncle Jai Jiji scolded, furious beyond measure. "How did the Jai family end up with an unfilial descendant like you?" Jai Chen looked up to meet his gaze, a faint, indifferent smile on his face. So, once he was accepted into Dongyu Martial University, he would have absolutely nothing to do with this house or these people ever again. "Dad, look at him, he even has the nerve to laugh." The blonde teenager Jai Hao chimed in, eager to stir up more trouble. "I think he needs a beating. How about I do it for you?" He stood up and cracked his wrists, looking ready to strike. Jai Jiji suddenly remembered something and barked coldly at his eldest son, "Sit back down." Jai Hao did not understand why his father was suddenly protecting Jai Chen. Would not it be better to let him beat Jai Chen up in front of the whole family? Enough! Jai Zhenbeng, the head of the family, who had been watching coldly, finally spoke. "Eat your food first, we can talk about other things later." The old man's words held absolute authority, and the family of four quieted down immediately. Even as his only son, Jai Jiji walked on eggshells whenever he was in the old man's presence. The reason was simple: he wanted to inherit the Jai family's massive fortune. Do not let the old man's vigor fool you. He was already 150 years old. He was one of the few remaining survivors from the old era in the Great Xia. 120 years ago, Blue Star's technology was advancing rapidly, and people lived in peace and prosperity. One day, an asteroid suddenly struck the Earth's surface and sank deep into the ocean. Eerily, the world's satellite radars had shown no reaction or warning. Devastating disasters followed one after another. Civilization on Blue Star collapsed overnight. Global temperatures plummeted, countless volcanoes erupted, tsunamis swept across the land, and super earthquakes occurred frequently. The world seemed to have entered an apocalypse. 99% of Blue Star's 10 billion population perished in that catastrophe. The few who survived built a new civilization from the ruins. This was both the final chapter of the old era and the prologue to the new era. Jai Zhenbeng had several children in the old era. Unfortunately, they were not destined for longevity and had all passed away. Jai Jiji worried that the old man might be dissatisfied with him. What if, on a whim, the old man decided to have another son? If a brother grew up to compete with him for the inheritance, it would be a disaster. At that moment, the dining room was silent. Jai Zhenbeng glanced at everyone and said in an easygoing tone, "Why so quiet? This is a family dinner, not a board meeting. Relax." "Hyo." The Jai family members let out a sigh of relief. Jai Lin, uncle's daughter, was 1 year younger than her brother Jai Hao and was a sophomore in high school this year. She smiled and said, "Grandpa, should I turn on the TV?" Jai Zhenbeng offered a kind smile and nodded. As soon as the TV was turned on, the voice of a news anchor came through. This afternoon, an exotic beast attack occurred outside the high-speed railway station in Fuan district. Here are the details. Hearing this, the entire Jai family instinctively looked toward the screen. Jai Chen stared at the charred streets on the screen, his eyes turning slightly red. Hilarious, a 7th-rank martial artist and a soldier at that, could not even beat a 6th-rank peak flame hell demon dog. What a loser. That was Jai Hao speaking. The mocking expression on his face was exactly the same as the people on the balcony of the deep blue martial arts gym. "I thought it was something major, but it is just a few hundred people dead. Is that even worth reporting?" Jai Lin pouted, complaining with dissatisfaction. "Might as well report more about the daily lives of my idols." Jai Jiji scoffed. "Why does the Donglan military keep raising such useless people to humiliate us? People from other base cities will surely laugh at this for a long time, and now we are losing face because of it. If you do not have the skill but insist on being a hero, you deserve to die." Uncle's wife, never interested in such news, casually voiced her inner thoughts. Jai Chen felt as if his heart was bleeding as he heard them slander and insult Uncle Chu. "What right do you have to say such things?" He stood up and slapped the table, rebuking them sharply. "What? In your eyes, a meritorious officer of the Daxia military, who served for 30 years, is nothing but a piece of trash. Do you even know that he had already been medically discharged due to his injuries? Today is his 48th birthday. At this very moment, he should have been home, reuniting with the wife and daughter he had not seen in years, eating cake with his family and wishing for a bright future. But what about him? He was too selfish. Jai Chen's tone grew increasingly impassioned. Selfish enough to abandon his wife and daughter, even risking his own life, just to protect a bunch of insignificant, helpless people. It is laughable, is not it? What did all that get him? It brought his family a lifetime of grief and pain, and it brought him nothing but insults and mockery from cold-blooded people like you. Do not forget where the comfortable, peaceful life in this base city comes from. Jai Chen smashed his glass wine cup onto the floor, the sound shattering sharply in the air. It comes from brave and fearless Daxia soldiers like Uncle Chu, who paved the way with their own blood and lives. It is one thing for you to enjoy the fruits of their labor without gratitude, but why must you turn around and slander their sacrifices? Where is your conscience? Where is your humanity? A dead silence filled the villa. Every member of the Jai family looked at Jai Chen at once, their expressions filled with shock and complex emotions. Jai Chen's thunderous, stirring words had truly caught everyone off guard. All this time, other than being stubborn as a mule about calling them mom and dad, Jai Chen had remained unmoved no matter how much the family scolded or blamed him. He just silently endured it all like a punching bag. This was the first time he had unleashed his anger and dissatisfaction in front of the whole family. All because of a news report. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Jai Hao rushed over, grabbed Jai Chen by the collar and barked, "What do you think you are? How dare you talk to us like that? If my dad had not adopted you, you would have starved to death on the streets years ago." Nearby, Jai Yuling tried to stand up to intervene, but was held back by her aunt, Jai Shulin. "Calling us heartless and inhuman, Jai Chen, you have really disappointed us." The eldest aunt's face turned livid. Jai Lin chimed in, "Mom, this ungrateful wretch dares to yell at us now. In a couple of years, he might even start hitting people. I think it is time he got a taste of real pain." "How? Do not go too hard on him." Jai Hao sneered, "Do not worry, Mom. I know exactly what I am doing." He had never liked Jai Chen anyway, and now he finally had a legitimate excuse to beat him up. What does knowing his limits mean? It means as long as he does not kill him, he will beat him until he is half dead. 2 months ago, his life level had already reached 0.75, ranking him in the top 100 of his grade at Donglan No. 1 High School. Donglan No. 1 High is the top-tier key high school in the Donglan base city, without exception. Every year, it sends large numbers of martial arts geniuses to the 4 premier martial arts universities, and even to the Holy Martial Arts University in the capital. And what kind of trash is Jai Chen? Just some garbage attending Donglan No. 3 High School. Jai Hao grabbed Jai Chen's collar with his left hand and swung a punch with his right. If nothing unexpected happened, this punch would leave Jai Chen bruised and swollen, perhaps even knocking him out on the spot. But the unexpected happened. A hand firm as an iron pincer clamped down on his fist, rendering him unable to move. "You, how is this possible? Why does Jai Chen have such immense strength?" Ever since he was a child, he had not been treated well in this house. Aside from the basic necessities of life, the Jai family had not poured any resources into him. On the other hand, Jai Ziji's own children attended the school with the best curriculum, Donglan No. 1 High. They even had private martial arts coaches and regularly consumed various potions to enhance their physical fitness. So why was Jai Chen's explosive power so much greater than his own? Jai Hao could not figure it out, and he did not have time to think about it. Because the punching bag in front of him had actually started to fight back. Jai Chen grabbed Jai Hao's wrist, pulled him forward sharply, delivered a knee strike to his abdomen, and followed up with a heavy punch. Jai Hao let out a miserable wail, crashing heavily onto the smooth floor tiles, his mind reeling and his chest aching intensely. The sudden turn of events stunned the uncle and aunt's family. "Brother, are you okay?" Jai Lin stepped forward to help Jai Hao up, shooting a look of pure malice at Jai Chen. At the same time, Jai Ziji, with a dark expression, stormed toward Jai Chen. "How dare you hit my son? You must have a death wish." "Stop." Jai Zhenbeng took a long look at Jai Chen and spoke up to end the farce. "It is a matter between children. Is it appropriate for an elder like you to interfere?" "But Dad, did not you see what that kid Jai Chen just?" "That is enough, let us end this here." Jai Zhenbeng checked the time and said, "It is almost 9 o'clock. The National College Entrance Exam results will be released soon. On such an important day, all of you need to calm down." Tonight was the annual night of the results announcement. The scores for all candidates nationwide would be released simultaneously. The college entrance exam consists of academic and martial arts segments, with a candidate ratio of roughly 3 to 7. In the era of high martial arts, the path is flourishing, and becoming a martial artist is every child's dream. However, due to differences in talent and natural endowment, some are destined to be unsuited for the martial arts path and must follow the academic route, becoming ordinary people struggling in society after graduation. The martial arts exam is out of 1,000 points and consists of 4 parts. Academic scores account for 10%, covering basic content that generally does not create much of a gap. Life level accounts for 20%, with 0.5 being a passing grade and 0.8 being a perfect score for that section. It is worth noting that the life level testing equipment used in the entrance exam is more advanced than those in schools, and the data is more precise. School instruments often lack high precision due to costs and the frequency of use. While there may not be significant deviations in blood qi strength and physical fitness, the genetic dimension test is too difficult, so school equipment can only provide an estimate, which lacks real reference value. Therefore, many students find their official life-level data differs significantly from school test results. The remaining 2 subjects are technical skills and combat simulation, accounting for 30 and 40% respectively. Technical skills evaluate a student's learning talent and comprehension in martial arts. From the beginning of high school, every student selects a martial arts discipline, such as spear technique, sword technique, saber technique. Those who really do not like weapons can also choose physical techniques like boxing or footwork. Students can practice multiple disciplines, but the entrance exam only tests one, scoring based on proficiency and the complexity of the discipline. The final combat simulation is much more direct. Candidates wear VR gear to enter a virtual space for combat simulation, earning points by killing exotic beasts within a limited time. The level of the exotic beasts increases gradually. Much like the academic section, the early rounds are easy points, but the difficulty gradually stacks, leaving fewer and fewer candidates able to complete it. It can be said that every point in the combat simulation is earned through the candidate's own skill and effort. For a martial artist, actual combat ability is the only standard for testing true strength, which is why it holds the highest weight. Jai Hao returned to his seat, clutching his chest with cold sweat forming on his forehead. He glared at Jai Chen, but when the latter looked back, Jai Hao felt as if he had been struck by lightning and hurriedly buried his head. After that lesson, he was genuinely terrified. It turns out Jai Chen had always been swallowing his pride not because he was not strong enough, but simply because he did not care to argue with him. "It is 9 o'clock. You guys should check your scores. Maybe our Jai family will have 3 students entering top-tier martial arts universities this year." Jai Zhenbeng spoke calmly, his eyes drifting toward Jai Chen intentionally or otherwise. He had seen the entire process of Jai Chen's movements. The boy usually kept a low profile, but he did not expect his strength to be this formidable. He might just bring a massive surprise. Jai Chen logged into the official website and clicked on Score Inquiry. A report card appeared before his eyes. His pupils constricted and his expression froze instantly. How could this be? Total score 655. This score is not terrible by any means, but it is far from what he expected. After the college entrance exam, he estimated his own score, and the final result should have been over 850. According to previous years, the cutoff for the Imperial Martial Arts University in the capital is 900, while the cutoff for the 4 top-tier martial arts universities fluctuates around 820. As long as Jai Chen performed at his usual level, he was certain he could get into his dream school, Dongyu Martial Arts University. And in doing so, he could finally leave the Donglan base city and this home that made him feel suffocated and disgusted. But now the result. With a score of 655, let alone the best local school, Donglan Martial Arts University, he probably would not even be able to get into one of the lowest-ranked first-tier martial arts universities in the country. If he can only attend an ordinary second-rate school, how is he supposed to grow stronger and avenge his parents? Jai Chen stared fixedly at the screen. He suspected there was a glitch in the system, and his fingers trembled as he kept refreshing the page. Yet nothing changed. Across the table, Jai Hao, who was just complaining about pain, suddenly sprang up, dancing around in extreme excitement. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, 908. I scored 908 points. His younger sister, Jai Lin, looked at him with admiration, her eyes shining. Brother, you are amazing. Getting into the Imperial Martial Arts University should be a sure thing, right? Needless to say, once your brother awakens his martial arts talent tomorrow, he will just have to wait for them to come knocking at our door to beg him to enroll. Their aunt beamed with joy, her eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. She had not expected her son to become so outstanding. It was such a pleasant surprise for a mother. Dad's look, I did not let you down. Jai Hao showed his grade report to Jai Zhiji. Good job. Jai Zhiji only glanced at it lightly, showing no particular excitement. Seeing his father's lackluster reaction, Jai Hao assumed he was still bothered by what happened with Jai Chen, so he did not give it much thought and went to tell his grandfather the good news instead. Jai Zhiji stole a glance at Jai Chen, and seeing his dejected look at the phone, his expression turned complex. If you had just been willing to call me Dad, how could things have ended up like this today? He sighed softly to himself. If he had to choose one son between Jai Hao and Jai Chen, he would choose Jai Chen without hesitation. Jai Hao was rebellious, playful, unruly, and had a mountain of flaws. If he had not been born into the wealthy Jai family, he would likely have ended up as a street punk at the bottom of society. On the other hand, Jai Chen was flawless in both talent and character, as outstanding and brilliant as his father. A secret had been buried in Jai Zhiji's heart for 13 whole years. On that plane where Jai Chen's parents met with an accident, there was actually a survivor. Back then, the power of the Jai group was still held by Jai Chen's grandfather, Jai Zhengguo. Jai Zhiji's branch was merely on the periphery. His cousin had immense martial arts talent, reaching the level of a 7th-tier martial artist before the age of 30. Becoming a grandmaster was just around the corner. Not only that, but his cousin's family life was also perfectly happy. His cousin's wife was once hailed as the greatest beauty in Donglan City, the dream lover of countless men. And that included Jai Zhiji. Seeing his cousin and his wife so loving and sweet after marriage, and having given birth to a smart and sensible son, it was unbearable. Jai Zhiji's internal envy gradually turned into jealousy and hatred. Why am I inferior to you in every single way since childhood? Jai Zhiji was unwilling to be forever suppressed by his brilliant cousin. So he meticulously planned a perfect murder. That is right, the plane crash caused by exotic beast attacks back then was no accident. It was a trap he had laid. Because it was a private corporate jet, he had suddenly asked to board before takeoff. His excuse was to go to the Imperial City with them to see the world. His cousin, having no suspicions, readily agreed. No one would have suspected that Jai Zhiji was carrying a tracking device with him. He had previously spent all his wealth to hire an 8th-tier martial artist. He asked the man to go into the wilderness zone to lure an 8th-tier flying exotic beast. The two of them shared their locations through the tracking device. In the end, an 8th-tier Storm Falcon was lured into the plane's designated flight path. It led to that tragic crash. Jai Zhiji, meanwhile, had jumped off the plane beforehand and was rescued by that 8th-tier martial artist. Even today, Jai Zhiji still could not forget the hateful, venomous gaze his cousin gave him before he died. Afterward, with the passing of Jai Chen's grandfather, Jai Zhenbeng's branch naturally became the new power holders of the Jai group. Jai Zhiji would have nightmares every night after he returned. In his dreams, his cousin and his wife would return as vengeful spirits. Perhaps out of guilt, or perhaps to alleviate his internal sense of sin, Jai Zhiji decided to adopt his cousin's orphaned son, Jai Chen. At first, Jai Zhiji genuinely wanted to raise and take care of the child as his own. If his wife had strongly objected, he would have even been willing to divorce. But Jai Chen's attitude made him very dissatisfied. No matter how he tried to guide the child to change how he addressed him, the kid remained stubborn and refused. He would spend all day staring at photos of his parents, murmuring, "Mommy, Dadato" himself. At that moment, Jai Zhiji finally understood that some things are not meant to be yours, no matter what means you exhaust to seize them. From then on, his attitude toward Jai Chen took a sharp turn for the worse. Because Jai Chen would not change his address, it meant he did not acknowledge him as his new father. Even if he spent all his resources to raise him, in the end, it would just be working for someone else's benefit. Furthermore, he was always afraid that one day, when Jai Chen learned the truth, he would turn his blade against him. So Jai Zhiji began to deliberately suppress Jai Chen's growth. His own children attended Donglin No. 1 High, while Jai Chen was sent to Donglin No. 3 High. Any resources related to martial arts cultivation, even the leftovers from Jai Hao or Jai Lin, Jai Zhiji would rather throw them away than give even a scrap to Jai Chen. He had expected Jai Chen to fade into obscurity, find a comfortable position in the group after growing up, and live an ordinary life. But Jai Zhiji's calculations failed. He never imagined that even without any resources, Jai Chen would still demonstrate such powerful talent. A month before the college entrance exam, Jai Zhiji, the parent who had always ignored his children, personally went to No. 3 High to learn about Jai Chen's situation. His homeroom teacher told him that in a recent test, Jai Chen's life level had reached 0.91, breaking the school's historical record. Not only that, but all of Jai Chen's other scores were excellent, with a high chance of getting into one of the 4 top-tier martial arts universities. After returning home, Jai Zhiji became anxious. He had racked his brain to stop Jai Chen's growth, yet even so, he could not hide his brilliance. For a moment, the fear of being dominated by his cousin, all those years ago, haunted him again. Jai Zhiji was scared. He was afraid that he would not be able to control Jai Chen in the future. Thus, he came up with a scheme to swap their scores. Jai Zhiji used his connections to have Jai Hao's and Jai Chen's college entrance exam scores swapped. In other words, the high score of 908 was supposed to be Jai Chen's. As the only person in the family who knew the truth, Jai Zhiji naturally did not feel surprised or excited. After seeing Jai Hao's grade report, Jai Zhenbang's aged face beamed. "And what about Yuling? How did she do?" Aunt Jai Shulin smiled, "Dad, although Yuling is not as good as Hao, she is also very outstanding. She scored 892. Hearing this, the old man smiled even more happily. He nodded repeatedly and praised, "Not bad, not bad. With this score, you can try for the Imperial Martial Arts University. Whether you make it will depend on your talent awakening." The college entrance exam score is not the only standard for university admission. Take Jai Yuling, for example. Her score might be slightly short of the threshold for the Imperial Martial Arts University. But as long as she can awaken an S-tier martial arts talent tomorrow, they will make an exception to admit her. In fact, nearly half of the students at the Imperial Martial Arts University were admitted through such methods. After all, talent awakening depends on luck. There are nearly 6 million martial arts candidates in the country every year. Even with a probability of 1 in 10,000, at least 600 S-tier talent awakeners are born every year. Conversely, those who can score 900 on pure strength are even rarer. Some were happy, some were sad. Jai Chen's lonely and dejected appearance soon caught the attention of those around him. Jai Yuling poked him gently and asked, "Brother, what is wrong?" Jai Lin, sitting across from them, spoke with sarcasm, "Need you ask? He definitely failed. A loser like him wants to get into a martial arts university. Keep dreaming. He is not even fit to shine my brother's shoes." The little girl had clearly forgotten the scene where her brother Jai Hao was recently beaten up by Jai Chen. Hearing the conversation between the younger ones, Jai Zhenbang frowned slightly. He looked at Jai Chen. "Chen, what was your score?" Jai Chen stood up with an expressionless face. "I have things to do, I am leaving first." Jai Zhiji called out to him, "This is your home, where are you going?" At the door, Jai Chen looked back at everyone in the room with a bitter, sarcastic smile. "From now on, this is no longer my home." After saying that, he did not show a hint of reluctance, turned around and left, chic and resolute. "What? Get back here." Jai Zhiji chased him to the door, only to find that Jai Chen had already ridden away on his bike. He clenched his fist and slammed it hard against the doorframe. He was filled with both anger and helplessness. Knowing Jai Chen as he did, he was certain the kid meant what he said and would never set foot in the Jai household again. This was, perhaps, not necessarily bad news. Without the Jai family's support, Jai Chen probably could not even afford the tuition for a second-tier martial arts university. Let him fend for himself out there. What has gotten into Zhao Chen? Jai Zhenbeng asked with a stern face. Jai Zhiji returned to his seat and shook his head lightly. Maybe his grades were not good enough, and he could not accept it for the moment. This father and son knew very well that their current status and position were obtained through disgraceful means. They felt guilty inside, which made their attitude toward Jai Chen very complicated. They wanted to make up for it and ease their own sense of guilt. Yet they also feared that he would eventually break free from their control, learn the truth, and return to take revenge. This inner conflict had persisted until today. Now, with Jai Chen taking the initiative to cut ties, they seemed to finally be relieved. Yet the expressions on the faces of Jai Zhenbeng and his son showed no signs of ease. Are his grades that bad? The old man looked puzzled. Jai Chen's explosive power was crushing compared to Jai Hao's. If it had been a life-or-death duel between martial artists, Jai Hao might have already lost his life. This indicated that Jai Chen's life level was definitely far above Jai Hao's. Even if his technical skills and combat simulation scores were not ideal, they should not have been too far off. Jai Hao was able to score a super high mark of 908. Based on Jai Zhenbeng's understanding, Jai Chen had the potential for at least 800 points. Jai Zhiji hesitated for a long time before speaking slowly. Jai Chen's homeroom teacher sent me a message saying his score was only 655. What? It was not just Jai Zhenbeng, the rest of the Jai family were also dumbfounded. Including Jai Hao, who had been traumatized by Jai Chen, he even briefly suspected he had heard wrong. Only after actually fighting him did he realize how huge the gap in strength between them was. I hit over 900, how could he possibly only have 655? Jai Hao began to mutter to himself, his face full of disbelief. Although this score was better than 70% of the students in the city, it did not rank well at Donglin No. 1 high school. It was at the bottom tier, the kind that would get you laughed at by classmates and looked down upon by teachers. Could it be that Jai Chen lost so many points in the two major categories, technical skills and combat simulation? Jai Hao could only think of this possibility. The Jai family had never hired a private tutor for him, and the level of instruction at the third high school was not as good as at the first. Jai Chen's martial arts skills were naturally inferior to his own. Once he realized this, the fear of Jai Chen in Jai Hao's heart vanished in an instant. Whether it is the written exam or the martial arts exam, the college entrance exam is a watershed moment. So what if his life level is stronger than mine? He is still only good enough for a second-tier martial arts university. It is even questionable whether he can save up enough for tuition by doing odd jobs. And as for me, I am destined to be a rising star of the Jai family. In the future, I will make my mark at the St. Martial University in the capital, become a sensational figure in the Xia dynasty, and even a martial arts grandmaster. The family banquet ended. Hao Yuling, you two get some good rest tonight to prepare for tomorrow's martial talent awakening ceremony. After giving instructions to the two juniors, Jai Zhenbeng, looking triumphant, wrapped his arm around his newly hired young nanny and went upstairs to rest. He had actually guessed the truth, he just chose not to speak it out loud. After all, Jai Hao was his biological grandson. People are inherently selfish. That has never changed throughout history. As for Jai Chen, since he does not want to acknowledge this family, let him be. Having raised him to adulthood, I have done enough to answer to my late older brother and nephew. In the old district, Jai Chen lay in the low-cost rental training room, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. To become a martial arts expert and get into the Dongyu Martial University, he had been training desperately for over a decade, sweating and toiling just to lay a solid foundation. And yet this was the result. Was all his hard work ultimately in vain? So it turns out, no matter how hard an ordinary person tries, they cannot compare to a pampered vase like Jai Hao, who was fed with endless resources. Jai Chen looked at the dusty ceiling and gave a bitter smile. Those novels from the old era about protagonists changing their destiny were all fake. Humans are just humans. How could they possibly defy the heavens? Just as he was debating whether to accept his fate, a message popped up on his phone. The nickname was my former school beauty girlfriend, and the avatar was a cute rabbit. Did you score so well that you got excited and forgot about me? The gloom on Jai Chen's face dissipated slightly, and he managed a faint smile. Let us talk about you first. I guess St. Marshall University is a lock for you. Rolling eyes. You are flattering me again, angry. So what was your score exactly? 888. A lucky number, right, he. Jai Chen was silent for a long time before replying with 2 words. That is good. This former school beauty girlfriend was named Yun Muksu, and she was in his class. Because she was so beautiful, Yun Muksu had been pursued by countless boys, including upperclassmen, since she entered high school. Tired of the nuisance, she came up with a plan. She picked an unlucky guy in class and lied that he was her boyfriend, effectively making those pursuers give up. That unlucky guy was Jai Chen. At first, Jai Chen was very annoyed by being used like this. However, Yun Muksu had a great personality. In private, she sincerely apologized and explained the reason, and later treated him to meals and milk tea many times. Over time, they became friends. As time passed, the boys at Third High gradually realized that Jai Chen and Yun Muksu did not have any overly intimate behaviors. The so-called lie about them being a couple fell apart. It even evolved into rumors that they had fought and broken up. Consequently, Jai Chen became the public enemy of the whole school, viewed as a thorn in the side by all the boys, who scrambled to challenge him just to win a smile from Yun Muksu. Jai Chen could not be bothered to explain, and he even found some enjoyment in it. It was precisely because these people pushed him to refine his martial arts that he was able to progress rapidly and break the school record in one fell swoop. Come to think of it, the students in the same year as him and Yun Muksu actually had it quite rough. With the 2 of them there, the others were destined to fight tooth and nail for 3rd place. Because the seats for 1st and 2nd place were held by them for 3 whole years. Any changes were nothing more than the 2 of them swapping positions. Before their fake couple status was debunked, this phenomenon was even jokingly referred to as flirting between top student couples. Today the boy on top, tomorrow the girl. In the eyes of jealous single guys, this was just blatant showing off of affection. What is actually wrong with you? On the other side of the screen, Yun Muksu sensed that Jai Chen's state was off. Screenshot. Jai Chen sent his report card to her. Yun Muksu slowly typed out a string of question marks. How come it is only 655? Did the system glitch? During high school, she and Jai Chen were arguably far ahead of everyone else at Donglan Third High. Why were their scores so different in the end? Maybe I finally showed my true colors, bitter smile. How is that possible? Even if you underperformed, you should have at least gotten 800. There must be an error somewhere. We will go ask the teacher to clarify tomorrow. It does not matter, the score is a done deal. Then what are your plans for next? Have not thought about it yet. Jai Chen suddenly pulled out the blood-stained shoulder badge Uncle Chu had given him from his pocket. Under the incandescent light, the bronze tiger head on the badge looked majestic and gleaming. A tiger head corresponds to a field officer rank in the Xia military. A bronze tiger head meant Chu Tianan was a major. Do not be discouraged yet. With your aptitude, you might awaken an S-class martial talent tomorrow, who knows? Then we can apply to St. Marshall University together, and you can still be my shield. How about that? Giggling. Jai Chen laughed too. My school beauty, you seem very confident in your charm, do not you? The students who get into St. Marshall are all chosen ones. How do you know they will think highly of you? HMPH, we will see then, tongue out. After chatting with Yun Muksu for a while, Jai Chen's mood felt much better. She was right, there might still be a glimmer of hope for his future. If he successfully awakens an S-class martial talent tomorrow, the score will not matter as much. Jai Chen closed his eyes and drifted into a deep sleep. Fun District Central Plaza. A long cordon has been set up around the area, with the martial arts special forces standing guard on the perimeter, ready for any situation. Today is the awakening day for the examinees. Its importance even surpasses that of the National College Entrance Exam, because the exam scores only assess a student's comprehensive potential. But high-level martial arts talent can drastically raise a person's upper limit. So far, anyone who has awakened an S-rank talent, provided they did not die young, has gone on to become a grandmaster. That is why whenever an S-rank talent appears, admissions officers from top universities swarm in, initiating a fierce battle to recruit them. 8 o'clock in the morning. Nearly 10,000 students from the 10 high schools in Fun District have gathered in their designated areas on the plaza, according to their respective schools. Chen stands at the very back of the line, keeping an exceptionally low profile. Brother Chen, you are the face of our number 3 high school. Why are not you standing in the front to show off our school's prestige? A dark-skinned, burly boy turns to look at him. Yeah, Brother Chen, those bastards from number 1 high school are being too arrogant, acting like they are the kings of the world. Only you can put them in their place. The burly boy laughs and says, did you forget about Yun Bingshan? Haha, look at my memory. That Ice Queen and Brother Chen are the pride of our school. If those bastards from number 1 high school dare to look for trouble again, we will let them experience what ultimate mixed martial arts is all about. SHH, keep your voice down. Yun Bingshan is coming over. What are you guys talking about that makes you so happy? A tall girl cuts through the crowd of dozens of meters and walks straight to Chen's side. Her skin is as smooth as cream, her eyebrows are like distant mountains, her eyes are like stars scattered over a dark pool, her nose is elegant, and her lips are like cherry blossoms. Her small, exquisite face looks carved by the heavens. She is breathtakingly beautiful. Her waterfall-like hair is tied up casually with a light-colored ribbon, with a few stray locks falling onto her fair swan-like neck. Seeing Yun Muksu arrive, the two who were just joking around shiver instantly and quickly turn away. It is too cold. Physically cold. There is a reason everyone calls her nicknames like Ice Mountain or Ice Cube. She is like a human refrigerator. Wherever she goes, it feels like an Arctic wasteland. Even a penguin would not be able to stand it. It is not just her aura that is cold, her personality is too. To others, she is always frosty and distant, only showing a hint of human warmth when she is with Chen. Yun Muksu looks up at Chen, the faint tear mole at the corner of her eye looking like crushed obsidian, gleaming under the sunlight. Why are you standing at the very back? She asks with her hands behind her back, smiling. I know, you must be planning to save the best for last, and then secretly stun everyone, right? Chen looks at her without saying a word. HMPH, I will not let you have all the fun. I am going to save my awakening for last too. Chen smiles knowingly. She really understands him. Yun Muksu knows that he is lacking confidence due to his scores, so she intentionally finds an excuse to stay here with him, to give him encouragement and confidence. The awakening ceremony officially begins. So-called martial arts talent is a specific innate ability everyone is born with, locked within human genetic sequences, which needs to be activated before it can be manifested and used. Students line up to receive an injection of genetic serum and then proceed to the waiting area. Usually, noticeable changes appear in the body within 3 to 5 minutes. This means the genetic lock has been opened and the martial arts talent has been released. Next, they must proceed to specialized equipment to determine the attribute and rank of their talent. Martial arts talents are generally classified into 4 categories: elemental, enhancement, weapon soul, and rare. The first 3 are easier to understand and quite common. Martial arts talents related to the 5 elements and natural properties fall under the elemental category. That includes metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, ice, and so on. The enhancement category includes both strengthening and alienation types. The weapon soul category is directly linked to weapons. For example, a sword soul awakener is naturally suited for practicing sword arts, with sword intent coming naturally to them. At equal strength, a sword soul awakener can exert a natural suppression over other sword martial artists. The rare category, as the name implies, is a collective term for various uncommon talents. For instance, the extremely rare light, dark, time, space, summoning, and psychic types, among others. Half an hour passes. A third of the students have completed their awakening. For number 3 high, most of them have B rank or C rank elemental talents, with very few reaching A rank. There is not a single rare talent either. The principal and the teachers of each class cannot help but feel a bit disappointed. On the other hand, in the number 1 high school section not far away, bursts of noise erupt from time to time. Either someone has awakened an A-rank talent, or someone has appeared with a weapon soul or rare talent. The principal of number 3 high shakes his head and sighs. We just cannot compete. Number 1 high dominates the best students in the city, and every year at the ceremony, we have to sit by and watch them shine while our students are always outclassed. A red-haired female teacher glances at the 2 people at the back of the line and says softly, "Principal, do not forget we still have 2 trump cards left." This person is Zhang Meng, the homeroom teacher for Chen and Yun Muxu. The principal of number 3 high understands what she means. Yun Muxu's score seems to be ranked 9th in the city. Zhang Meng smiles and nods. "Yes, principal. This is the first time in the history of our school that a student has ranked in the top 10, breaking the monopoly of number 1 high." "That child is indeed good, but what about Chen?" The principal frowns. "I had high hopes for him. I thought he had a chance to get into the top 5. BUT Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Sigh." Zhang Meng is actually quite optimistic. As their homeroom teacher, she naturally knows more about Chen than others. Perhaps he just had a stumble. As long as he awakens a high-level talent, he still has a chance to get into one of the 4 top martial arts universities. "I hope so." The principal opens his thermos and takes a sip of hot tea. Then he turns his gaze to the number 1 high area, focusing on a blonde-haired boy. "I heard that 2 of the top 10 are juniors from the Jai group. Is he one of them?" "That is right. His name is Jai Hao. He is the grandson of the old man at the Jai group. He scored 908, ranking 3rd in the city." "Teacher Zhang, do you think he might be the first to awaken an S-rank talent today?" Zhang Meng ponders for a moment and nods slightly. In normal circumstances, a student who scores 900 points has a high probability of awakening an S-rank talent. On a large screen at the front of the number 1 high team, the martial arts talent information of the students who have already been tested is scrolling in real time. Wenglei Class 9, B-rank metal attribute talent, heavy iron slash. Songhai Class 7, C-rank strength type talent, savage bull charge. Shiyue Class 2, a rank wood attribute talent, thorn prison. Jiahao Class 1, D-rank light attribute talent, firefly guidance. Note, firefly-like light spots are released from the fingertips to float in the air, marking a safe path for 1 hour. The light spots can disperse fog, but they cannot penetrate heavy obstacles. Seeing the talent information on the screen, Jai Hao is stunned. He does not know whether he should laugh or cry. A rare light attribute talent. But it is the lousiest D rank. His talent skill might seem useful, but frankly, it is just a flashlight. A top-scoring student with 908 points in the national exam, reduced to being a light bulb that illuminates the path for others. Does this make any sense? Teacher, is there a mistake in the test? How could my talent be only D rank? There must be something wrong. Can you help me test it again? The teacher in charge of the talent testing instrument gives him a cold glance. Are you questioning the authorities? These teachers were all temporarily transferred from various martial arts universities. The equipment used, including the genetic serum to unlock the genetic gates, is entirely state secret. No one is allowed to possess or use it privately. For every citizen of the Great Xia, the only way to awaken a martial arts talent is by taking the National College Entrance Exam. Everyone only gets this one chance in their life. All test data from examinees is recorded and archived, uploaded to the Martial Artist Information Database. I said it is wrong, so it must be wrong, Jai Hao roars hysterically. The looks from the surrounding classmates, which were initially full of expectation and admiration, gradually turn into mockery and schadenfreude. Jai Hao's self-esteem is severely damaged, so his emotions start to spiral out of control. Quick, test me again. The teacher in charge of the test scolds him with an expressionless face. Who do you think you are? Get out. With that, he slaps Jai Hao and sends him flying. Jai Hao feels his face burning with pain. As soon as he gets up, he is apprehended by the martial arts special forces who rushed over. You are suspected of disturbing the peace and causing disorder. You are now being punished with 7 days of detention. Not long after the farce, a truly explosive result appears. The entire Central Plaza, especially the crowd centered around the Donglan No. 1 high school area, instantly erupts. On the screen that was scrolling, a name is locked in the most prominent position. Jai Yuling Class 2, S-Rank Fire Attribute Talent, Nirvana Purple Flame. So far, the first S-Rank talent, Awakener, to appear at the Fun District testing site. What? The teachers and students of No. 1 high school were all in an uproar. The principal sat on the sidelines, his face filled with gratification and pride. Jai Hao's previous test results and his subsequent behavior had once caused him to lose all face. As a student of No. 1 high, how could he dare to challenge the examiner to his face, or even yell at a teacher who represented national authority? It was simply lawless and utterly disgraceful. After this incident, Jai Hao had likely lost any chance of being admitted to Shengwu University. So what if he got a high score of 908? Awakening a mediocre D-grade light talent would only turn Shengwu University's golden reputation into a laughingstock if word got out. It remains to be seen whether any of the top 4 martial arts universities would even be willing to take in a student with such a tainted record. The principal looked at Jai Yuling, who remained calm and unruffled, and sighed softly. They are in the same family, so why is the gap between them so wide? Regardless, Jai Yuling's successful awakening of an S-grade fire talent had arguably helped No. 1 high regain its dignity just in time. Now that they had a guaranteed success, it remained to be seen if there would be more surprises in store. The principal looked with anticipation at a dashing young man walking toward the testing instrument. This person was the brightest star of No. 1 high and the top scorer of Donglan City in this year's college entrance examination. Mu Chuan 927 points. Suddenly, the big screen flashed. A new name surpassed Jai Yuling's and locked in at the very top of the screen. The whole audience was in an uproar. Mu Chuan Class 1, S-grade Sword Soul Talent, Scarlet Sky Sword Intent. It is actually an S-grade weapon-type talent. Brother Mu Chuan is so cool. Mu Chuan has been practicing swordsmanship since his freshman year, and now he has awakened an S-grade Sword Soul Talent. Tusk, other sword-wielding martial artists of the same level do not even stand a chance now. They would just kneel the moment they meet him. It is terrifying. He truly is a super genius whose life level reached 1 even before the entrance exam. Mu Chuan has the potential to reach the War God realm beyond the Grandmaster level. More than just a War God, I think even the Transcendent level is possible. Is not that a bit of an exaggeration? There are only 3 Transcendent level powerhouses in our entire Great Xia. Brother Mu Chuan is indeed insane, but he should not be at that level yet. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Just like Jai Yuling, Mu Chuan remained completely composed after seeing his test results. He thanked the examiner with a smile. Then, under the scorching gaze of thousands, he walked away nonchalantly. In the following half hour, 5 more S-grade talents were awakened at No. 1 high. In contrast, none of the other 9 schools had seen a single S-grade emerge yet. This is the gap brought about by the quality of incoming students. Until Yun Muxu stepped onto the stage. After receiving her genetic injection, she sat quietly to the side to wait. Others showed reactions within 3 to 5 minutes. But she waited for a full 8 minutes before her body finally underwent a strange transformation. What is going on? Several students from No. 3 high in the waiting area started shivering as they hugged their arms. It is so cold. Even though it was the height of summer, they felt as if they were in the middle of a frozen wasteland, their faces nearly numbed by the cold. An invisible wave of freezing cold continued to spread. Teacher Zhao, who was responsible for testing the martial arts talents of No. 3 high, noticed the abnormality. He immediately stopped the test and evacuated the nearby students. Everyone fall back. Following the order, the mass of No. 3 high students immediately retreated dozens of meters. In the empty waiting area, Yun Muxu frowned, her face deathly pale, and her expression appeared to be one of pain. Jai Chen wanted to go over, but was held back by their homeroom teacher, Zhang Meng. Muxu is at a critical stage of her awakening. Do not interrupt her. Jai Chen nodded, standing beside Zhang Meng with a face full of worry. Teacher, what is wrong with Muxu? Other students, including Mu Chuan and Jai Shi, did not have such a massive reaction when they awakened, right? Zhang Meng shook her head with a grave expression. In all her years, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. In just a minute, the cold wave centered around Yun Muxu swept across the entire central square. Students with higher qi and blood strength could barely endure it. Most of the other students were huddled on the ground, shivering as they curled their bodies into balls. A gust of cold wind whistled past, blowing off the light-colored ribbon holding Yun Muxu's low ponytail. Her long black hair, reaching down to her waist, cascaded over her shoulders, dancing wildly in the wind. Not long after, Yun Muxu opened her eyes, and the tension in her brow slowly eased. Look at Yun Ice Mountain's hair. I would not have noticed if you had not mentioned it. Was not it black just a moment ago? How did it all turn white in an instant? I have never heard of dyeing hair as a side effect of awakening a talent. Amidst the endless chatter, Teacher Zhao stepped forward and asked, "How are you feeling?" Yun Muxu grabbed a strand of her snowy white hair and looked at it, her eyes filled with surprise. Then she looked up at Jai Chen outside the waiting area, the corners of her mouth curling into a captivating, gentle smile. She was telling Jai Chen, "I am fine, do not worry." Teacher Zhao, Yun Muxu walked calmly toward the testing instrument and said, "Let us begin." This time, the results were slow to appear. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the final result. On the number 3 high big screen, a name suddenly leaped to the very top, shining and brilliant. Yun Muxu Class 1, SS Grade Ice/Aerosol Talent, Ice Soul Arrow. Boom! Nearly 10,000 teachers and students went into a frenzy. It is an SS grade talent. Donglan City has not seen a genius of this caliber for many years. The most heaven-defying part is that she actually has a dual-attribute SS grade talent, possessing both elemental and weapon soul martial arts talents. It is an extremely rare occurrence throughout the entire history of the Great Xia College entrance exams. While everyone was still lost in shock, several figures darted through the air and landed in front of Yun Muxu. Student Yun Muxu, I am from the admissions office of Dongyu Martial University, as long as you are willing. We are from Baikan Martial University. The admissions officers from the 4 top martial arts universities were all out to snatch her up at once. A scene like this is absolutely rare in the world. If they miss the chance to recruit this dual-attribute SS grade genius now, she will definitely be snatched up by Shengwu University. After hearing the pitches from the teachers, Yun Muxu smiled politely and said, "Please let me consider it, thank you." She returned to her homeroom teacher, Zhang Meng's side, and gave Jai Chen a sneaky wink. "It is your turn." Jai Chen nodded, took a deep breath, and walked toward the testing area with a firm step. Whether he can get into Dongyu Martial University all depends on this. Students from other schools might not know Jai Chen, but at number 3 high, Jai Chen's fame is in no way inferior to Yun Muxu's. Almost every boy has been beaten up by him at least once. In terms of sheer pressure, he is undoubtedly the big demon king of number 3 high. Yun Muxu is just cold and aloof and does not like to talk to people. Jai Chen is different. He actually beats people up, and he goes really hard. Before every one-on-one combat training session, all the students are nervous and panicked, terrified of being matched with Jai Chen. They cannot win, but the teacher will not allow them to just surrender, so they have to grit their teeth and face him. At this moment, everyone at number 3 high has their eyes focused on Jai Chen. Ice Queen Yun awakened an SS tier talent, so Brother Chen has to be at least S tier, right? That goes without saying. Brother Chen is the biggest badass there is. I bet he will not lose to the school Bell Yun. But how come I heard that Jai Chen's grades were only over 600? You believe that nonsense? Teacher Zhang Meng said it herself. Then there is only one possibility. Brother Chen is intentionally keeping his score low. The highest level of showing off for a top student is to deliberately score low and then awaken a super talent, shocking everyone. By then, even the recruitment officers from the St. Martial University will be begging him to enroll. Just thinking about it is awesome. You read too many novels. How does it feel? Teacher Zhao, who was in charge of the testing, asked softly. Chen was the last student at number 3 high, so he naturally had plenty of patience. After the genetic injection, Chen waited for a while. There was no obvious change in his body, only a very slight burning sensation. He frowned, having a vague feeling that something was wrong. Teacher Zhao let us begin. As the testing equipment started to run, a line of results soon appeared on the big screen. Chen, Class 1, no martial arts talent of any attribute has been detected yet. Seeing this result, the principal of number 3 high choked on his tea and jumped up abruptly. Down below, the teachers and students of number 3 high widened their eyes in shock. Chen and Yun Muksu could be considered the two extremes that appeared today. The latter was the only SS tier talent awakener. And Chen, he was also the only one. The only person detected to have no martial arts talent. Looking back at previous years of college entrance exams, this was highly unusual, with an occurrence probability even lower than that of an SS tier awakener. Ever since Blue Star entered the high martial era and the human martial arts system gradually matured, almost everyone is born with a martial arts talent carried in their genetic sequence. Although the talent attributes vary and there are differences in levels, even the bottom-tier students with scores of around 200 can generally awaken at least a D-tier talent, and with a bit of luck, maybe even C or B-tier. But it has never been heard of that someone could not detect any martial arts talent. Chen stared fixedly at the screen, stunned in place. He had already prepared for the worst. Even if it were B or C tier, he could have persuaded himself to accept reality. Why did it turn out like this? His homeroom teacher, Zhang Meng, and Yun Muksu ran over together. Zhang Meng looked at the dejected Chen and found that his once high-spirited eyes had now become dull and lusterless. Yun Muksu took his hand, comforting him in a low voice. Zhang Meng turned to look at Teacher Zhao. Teacher Zhao, what is going on here? So many people awakened successfully. Why was it that only Chen could not be detected? Zhao Cheng shook his head. He is a teacher at a second-rate martial arts university and has 10 years of experience in activating martial arts talents for students. To be honest, this was the first time he had encountered a situation like this. He had checked the records earlier. Chen's exam score was over 600, which was at the middle to upper level. A student like this should not have failed the awakening. Could it be a malfunction in the equipment? Zhang Meng asked with a frown. Previously, Jai Hao had also raised doubts. But he had already finished awakening and was just dissatisfied with the results, which is why he was being difficult. Zhao Cheng glanced at Zhang Meng. The latter looked at him with pleading eyes. Chen was her student and the pride of number 3 high. She could not accept the current result, and the examination department had to give a reasonable explanation. Zhao Cheng looked distressed, but he understood the teacher's feelings. In the end, he checked the testing equipment inside and out and found no issues. Looking at Zhang Meng, Zhao Cheng shook his head helplessly. He sympathized deeply with Chen's situation, but there was truly nothing he could do. At this moment, Yun Muksu suddenly proposed a bold hypothesis. Could it be that Chen's martial arts talent is so powerful, or so deeply hidden, that the first genetic injection did not fully activate it? Zhao Cheng and Zhang Meng looked at each other, both shocked. Yun Muksu's guess was not only bold, it could even be said to be a bit too outrageous. After all, her own SS tier dual-attribute martial arts talent was able to awaken normally, so what level would Chen's talent have to be to not be activated at once? Could it be SS tier? That obviously did not seem realistic. However, the current situation could not be reasonably explained, so Zhao Cheng could not refute anything. Yun Muksu continued, Teacher Zhao, there should be more genetic serum, right? Could you give Chen another chance? After a moment of silence, Zhao Cheng sighed and shook his head. Everyone only has one chance, those are the rules and no one can break them. I would love to help you, but forgive me, I cannot do it. Forget it, do not make it hard for Teacher Zhao. Chen shook his head gently at Yun Muksu and smiled bitterly. Perhaps this is just my fate. You cannot accept fate, I will not allow it. Yun Muxu looked at him stubbornly, her starry eyes filled with tears. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a loose gray training suit walked out from the crowd. Little girl, I can vouch for him to receive another genetic injection, but regardless of the result, you must come with me. Zhao Cheng looked at the man guardedly and asked, "Who are you? What qualifies you to vouch for him?" Even the recruitment officers of the 4 top martial arts universities would not dare say such things. The middle-aged man smiled indifferently. "It does not matter if you do not recognize me, but do you recognize what this is?" He pointed to a ginkgo pattern on his training suit. Zhao Cheng's pupils dilated as he realized something. "You are from the Tianchu Academy. Now am I qualified to vouch for him?" Zhao Cheng looked terrified, swallowed nervously, and his hands, which were hanging at his waist, were trembling slightly. It was actually the Tianchu Academy. That was an existence even more mysterious than the Shangjing Saint Martial University. Tianchu Academy stands for Tianchu Martial Arts Academy. It is the oldest martial arts academy in the Great Xia, founded over 100 years ago by the very first martial artist of Great Xia. The asteroid that hit Blue Star back then brought far more than just natural disasters. It also brought a powerful virus. This virus spread rapidly across the globe, causing a large number of species to mutate. Thus, there arose the creatures that now pose a huge threat to human safety, the ferocious beasts. Moreover, this virus has the ability to evolve on its own, constantly iterating over time, creating more and more terrifyingly powerful beasts. Humanity's conventional weapons soon could not compete with them. As the ultimate crisis arrived, the martial artists were born. It turned out that the asteroid impact caused the spiritual energy stored in Blue Star's core to begin leaking. Some people with unique, innate constitutions sensed the existence of spiritual energy and attempted to absorb it into their bodies to use it for themselves. Then they gradually developed a set of methods suitable for everyone. This was the origin of the first generation of martial artists and training techniques in the high martial era. These predecessors knew that relying on only a few people would not be enough to combat the ever-growing groups of beasts. Thus, the subsequent selfless dissemination of techniques and the new trend of nationwide martial arts training followed. The Tianchu Academy was established against this backdrop. At that time, the concept of a martial arts university did not exist, nor did today's systematic martial arts training system. The early students of Tianchu Academy were practically crossing the river by feeling for the stones. However, as the martial arts system gradually matured and martial arts universities emerged all over, Tianchu Academy slowly faded from the stage of history. But that does not mean Tianchu Academy completely disappeared. It is rumored that Tianchu Academy continues to recruit students every year, but the quotas are extremely rare and the requirements are extremely strict. Tianchu Academy does not look at college entrance exam scores, only talent. Every single student in the academy is a freak of nature. They do not usually appear in public easily, but once they do, it is an absolute dimensional strike against the geniuses of the top martial arts universities. Little girl, have you decided? The middle-aged man smiled. Yun Muxu did not hesitate at all. I agree. This is my business. You should not have been dragged into it. Jai Chen said to Yun Muxu. I still think it is more appropriate for you to go to Shengwu University. He had learned a bit about the Tiangsu Institute while browsing documents at the school library. The people at the Tiangsu Institute are elusive and very mysterious. Moreover, they basically adopt a free-range approach toward their students. They cannot provide sufficient guarantees in terms of cultivation resources. Contrast that with Shengwu University and the 4 top martial arts universities. As long as Yun Muxu is willing to choose one of them, the school will definitely promise her prioritized resources and a prestigious status on campus. Just to have him retest a talent that most likely does not exist. Is Yun Muxu actually going to give up all these tangible and generous benefits? Jai Chen feels that this is just not worth it. However, Yun Muxu had made up her mind. She turned back with a faint smile and said to him, Ordinary people cannot get into the Tiangsu Institute, you know. I am not going to miss such a good opportunity. You really think I am doing this for you? Do not be so self-absorbed, HMPH. Jai Chen opened his mouth, then mumbled something and fell into silence. Some things do not need to be said out loud, just keeping them in your heart is enough. Follow me. With a guarantee from someone at the Tiangsu Institute, Zhao Cheng had no more worries and injected Jai Chen with another dose of genetic serum. Teacher Zhao, can we switch to a different machine? Yun Muxu asked. Zhao Cheng thought for a moment and agreed. The group went to the testing area of the #1 high school next door. Jai Chen still did not feel anything obvious this time. He took a deep breath and calmly accepted the test from the machine. Soon, the results appeared on the screen. Jai Chen, Class 1, no martial arts talent of any attribute detected at this time. It was the same result. Jai Chen's dangling hope was completely dead. He forced a faint smile and said to the people around him, "I am sorry, I have let you all down." His dream of getting into Dongyu Martial Arts University was completely shattered. And the day for avenging his parents now seemed infinitely far away. He turned and left in despair. Jai Chen walked aimlessly through the streets, his mind in a state of chaos. Without realizing it, the surrounding street scene started to look familiar. Jai Chen stopped, looked up, and realized he had come back to the place where Uncle Chu fought the flame hell demon dog yesterday. The municipal department was very efficient. Most of the scorched earth had already been cleared. He believed it would return to normal before long. It is just that while houses can be rebuilt, the people who died will never come back. Right, Uncle Chu asked me to pass a message to his family. Jai Chen suddenly remembered the words Uncle Chu had entrusted him with before he died. But where is his home? Chu Tianan had not left him any address. After hesitating for a moment, Jai Chen dialed the number for the Special Martial Arts Combat Unit. However, they refused to provide him with any information, citing the need to protect the families of fallen soldiers. Jai Chen had no choice but to look up relevant reports online. Finally, he found a clue in a report about Uncle Chu's life story. Guangaming Residential Community. Located in an old neighborhood in the Fan district. The residents there are all ordinary people from the lowest social stratum. Half an hour later, Jai Chen stood at the entrance of the community. Looking at the dilapidated buildings before him, he felt a bit heavy-hearted. Who would have thought that the home of a major-ranked officer in the Great Xia military would be hidden in such common alleys? Jai Chen went to the security booth to ask the guard about the house number for Uncle Chu's home. The guard was quite professional and initially refused to say. Jai Chen took out that epaulet and claimed to be a younger relative of the family, there to pay his respects to his uncle. The guard was touched after hearing this. He had Jai Chen fill out a simple registration form and then told him the specific address. Knock, knock. Jai Chen knocked gently on the door. A moment later, the door opened. The person who opened the door was a woman with a haggard face and red, swollen eyes. "Excuse me, is this the home of Chu Tianan?" "Who are you?" "Hello, Auntie." Jai Chen briefly explained the purpose of his visit. Seeing the epaulet he took out, the woman's heart was stung once again. "Come in and sit for a while." Jai Chen sat on the sofa and looked around at the environment inside the house. It was simple, clean, and full of the warmth of a home. It was just a bit cold and empty. "Have a glass of water." The woman poured a cup of warm water for him. Jai Chen held the cup with both hands, remained silent for a moment, and then relayed everything Uncle Chu had said in his final moments. After hearing this, the woman lowered her head, covered her face with her hands, and sobbed silently. After a long while, she wiped away her tear-dried eyes and said to Jai Chen with a forced smile, "He did not owe us anything, he just did what he had to do." Jai Chen did not know how to comfort her. He opened his mouth and hesitated for a long time before saying, "Auntie, please accept my condolences." Then he handed over the epaulet. "This belongs to Uncle Chu. You should keep it as a memento." The woman took a glance at the dried bloodstains on it and shook her head gently. "You keep it." She pointed to 2 suitcases sitting by the door. These were the exact same suitcases Jai Chen had helped Chu Tianan carry when he got off the vehicle yesterday. They must have been found by the Special Martial Arts Combat Unit when they cleared the scene and then delivered here. He fought hard in the military his whole life and saved up quite a bit of savings, enough for us mother and daughter to live a good life. Chen understood that she was just trying to comfort herself. Compared to a so-called good life, Auntie would surely prefer to have Uncle Chu alive. For a family to live an ordinary life together is more important than anything else. Right, Auntie, where is your daughter? The woman looked toward the bedroom door and sighed. Ever since she heard the bad news last night, she has kept herself locked in the room, not eating or saying a word. Chen was silent for a moment. When is Uncle Chu's funeral? It is not clear yet. Then, does the Special Martial Arts Combat Unit have any investigation results? Who ordered that exotic beast to be transported to the downtown area? I have asked them, but they just mumble and refuse to say anything. I guess there will not be any results. The woman's tone was full of helplessness. Chen clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking loudly. The thing he feared had happened after all. Does the person behind the scenes have so much power that even the Special Martial Arts Combat Unit does not dare to offend them? Then was not Uncle Chu's sacrifice all for nothing? Would you like to stay for a meal? No thanks, Auntie. With a sense of suppressed rage, Chen stood up and said goodbye. Before leaving, he went to knock on the bedroom door. There was no response from inside. Chen said softly, Uncle Chu was very brave, and I hope his daughter is too. Please pull yourself together soon. Do not let your mother or Uncle Chu's spirit in heaven worry about you. I will see you out. Chen smiled and waved his hand. Auntie, go back inside. I will come to visit you often when I have time. On the way home. Where are you? It was a message from Yun Muksu. I just went out to clear my head. I am heading back now. What are your plans for the future? A college entrance exam score of over 600, plus failing to awaken any martial arts talent in 2 tests. With performance like that, I would get into a second-tier martial arts university at best. Chen gripped that epaulette tightly, his lost gaze suddenly becoming firm. He replied with 4 words. I am joining the military. What? Joining the army? Are you not going to Wuda University anymore? Instead of attending a second-rate university with scarce resources, I might as well go out and brave the life in the military. But in the army, you face life and death battles every day. It is too dangerous. Reaching the peak of martial arts requires life and death experience. Since I have no natural talent, I have to stake my life on it. Students at martial arts universities mainly study and cultivate on campus, steadily improving their martial arts strength. Classmates can spar, challenge each other, and hone their respective martial arts skills. Of course, the school also conducts regular combat drills. They take students to no man's land, infested with exotic beasts, for trials to test their cultivation progress. But that is all done under the secret protection of school teachers. It is very rare to hear of a student losing their life. But soldiers are different. Their duty is to protect the country, guard the frontiers, and stop the invasion of exotic beasts. They have no teachers protecting them from behind. Every moment is real combat. Every second they could lose their lives. This is the brutal military life. Yun Muksu fell silent for a long time. Have you made up your mind? Yeah. Chen did not want to continue this topic with her, as it would only increase the sadness. Let us talk about you. When is that person from the Tianshu Institute coming to take you away? He said there are still some important matters to handle. Once he is done, he will take me away. Where to? The Tianshu Institute is like duckweed without roots. It has no fixed address, so I do not know where we will go next either. Do you regret making this decision? How could I regret it? I told you, it has nothing to do with you. I just personally yearn for this holy land of martial arts from 100 years ago. Chen smiled bitterly. It is a pity I will not be able to be your shield anymore. Do not think so highly of yourself. At worst, I will just find someone else. After getting home, Chen immediately logged onto the Great Zia conscription website to fill out the relevant registration information. The military does not have the problem of leaning resources toward elite students like martial arts universities. All cultivation resources are open to all soldiers in the army. As long as you accumulate enough military exploits, you can exchange them for high-level cultivation techniques, martial arts, and equipment. The military does not believe in talent, it only believes in courage and loyalty. 2 hours later, Jai Chen received a text message notification. Student Jai Chen, congratulations. Your conscription information has been approved. You will be picked up to report to the recruit training camp within 1 week. Please prepare in advance. The signature below is Donglan Military Recruitment Department. It passed so quickly. Jai Chen had expected it to take 2 or 3 days for a result. He did not expect the military's review speed to be so incredibly fast. But thinking about it, it is normal. The military can directly access the files of applicants, including his college entrance exam scores, martial arts talent, school performance, and whether there are any criminal records, etc. All of these are clear at a glance. In this era, hundreds or thousands of soldiers sacrifice themselves every day in the fight against exotic beasts. Therefore, the military constantly needs a large influx of fresh blood. As long as the applicant has no record of major crimes, the review basically will not be blocked, and it passes almost instantly. 7:00 p.m. Jai Chen went out to have a bowl of beef noodles. That is the good thing about the old neighborhood. There are countless hole-in-the-wall restaurants with authentic charm. Not only is it affordable, but the food tastes great. Much better than the so-called exotic delicacies he had at the Jai family. Jai Chen just walked to the door to open the rolling shutter. A courier riding an electric scooter stopped behind him, checked the house number, and called out to him. "Hello, may I ask if you are Jai Chen?" "Yes, it is me. What is up?" "This is your package." The courier handed him a tightly packed paper box. Then he rushed off to the next house. Jai Chen was a bit confused. He did not buy anything, did he? And even the Jai family and Yun Muksu did not know this address, so who would send him a package? He hurriedly entered the house and opened the package to check. It was actually sent by the military. Inside were 2 sets of regular uniforms, 2 sets of combat uniforms, a hat, and a recruit handbook. Registered at noon, and the clothes were delivered to the house in the evening. Their efficiency is truly top-notch. Jai Chen could not wait to try on the military green regular uniform. The size was perfect, it felt comfortable, and he looked sharp and upright. His whole demeanor seemed to be uplifted. Jai Chen went to the bathroom to admire himself in the mirror. He took 2 photos with his phone and sent them to Yun Muksu. "Do I look handsome? The clothes are handsome. And me, ugly as can be. Did you pass the review so quickly?" "Yeah, I will officially report to the camp within a week." Yun Muksu was silent for 2 minutes. "Oh, remember to tell me before you leave. If you dare to leave without a word, you are dead meat." Jai Chen smiled. "I promise." After finishing the chat, Jai Chen looked at himself in the mirror and felt like something was missing. The hat. He grabbed the military cap and put it on, then adjusted his collar. Now it really has the vibe of the iron-blooded soldiers on TV. Just then, Jai Chen felt a sudden jolt in his mind. Following that, a mechanical prompt tone sounded abruptly. Great Xia military god system has been activated. Name Jai Chen. Talent ability, none. Cultivation method, none. Martial arts, none. Ability points, 0. Respected host, congratulations on completing your identity transformation. From now on, you have officially transitioned from a great Xia citizen to a soldier. This system aims to cultivate you into a generation of military gods. Rule: for every level you rise in military rank, you can unlock a new martial arts talent, guaranteed S rank. The following is the initial reward: primordial power plus 1,000 ability points. Note: consuming ability points can be used to purchase shop items and unleash talent abilities. S rank costs 100 points per use, SS rank costs 1,000 points per use, and SSS rank costs 10,000 points per use. Ability points can only be obtained by killing exotic beasts. The higher the beast tier, the more ability points earned. Talent ability: primordial power, S-rank strengthening type, can gain a 100-fold strength boost for a short time after activation. After browsing the information on the panel, Chen could not help but take a deep breath. It is actually a system. Something that only existed in novels of the old era has actually descended upon him. After the brief excitement, Chen slowly calmed down. He was thinking about a question. Is it possible that my failure to awaken talent this morning is related to this system? Chen did not dwell on it too much. His original intention to take the Dongyu Wudu exam was to break away from the Jai family, become a martial arts powerhouse, and avenge his parents in the future. Now with the system, the originally hopeless goal has become clear again. As long as the result is good, that is enough. As for whether to join the army or go to university, it makes no difference to him. The system says that for every level one go up in rank, I can awaken a martial arts talent, and it is guaranteed S rank. Chen pondered for a moment and suddenly widened his eyes. Then I might have the hope of having more than 10 S rank or higher martial arts talents at the same time. Before reaching the 9th rank, martial artists usually only have one martial arts talent. Only when breaking through to the Grandmaster level do they awaken a second talent of a different attribute. And Chen is going to break this convention. Strengthening type primordial power, a 100-fold strength boost. I wonder what the effect is like. Chen went to the old punching machine in the training room. More than a year ago, a martial arts gym nearby went out of business. He managed to get this punch force tester from the owner at a low price after much pestering. It looks a bit old, but it is sturdy, durable, and provides fairly accurate data. Before the college entrance exam, Chen would check his punch force almost every day. If I remember correctly, his punch force was 380 kg in the last test. That is already very close to the explosive power of a heavyweight boxer. He took off his military uniform, warmed up a little, and stood with his legs staggered. With an unreserved straight punch, he hit the red bullseye of the tester with precision. Boom! Accompanied by a dull thud, the bullseye visibly showed signs of a dent. However, it soon returned to its original shape due to the properties of the material. At the same time, on the display screen of the punch force tester, the numbers started climbing rapidly from 0. Finally, the number settled at 391 kg. I have been a bit lazy with training these past few days. I did not expect my punch force to actually increase. Chen looked delighted. Next, let me test the effect of unleashing the primordial power. He focused his mind, and the panel appeared. Redeem one use of primordial power. The system was connected to his thoughts and responded immediately. Ability points minus 100. S-rank talent primordial power is now active, valid for 30 minutes. Only 30 minutes per use. Chen was not very disappointed. It is already shocking enough that an S-rank talent ability can last this long at once. That is a 100-fold increase in power. In these 30 minutes, it is enough for him to kill a strong enemy 2 levels above him. Chen felt a massive surge of power madly flowing through his entire body. At this moment, he felt as if he were a primordial beast with an inexhaustible divine power within him. Ho! After adjusting his breathing, Chen gathered his strength again and threw a punch. Bang! With this punch, the punch force tester was almost knocked over. Chen's fist was deeply embedded in the red bullseye. He pulled back his fist and stood there, staring intently at the numbers jumping wildly on the screen. 500, 1,000, 3,000, 9,000. As the punch force tester made a series of urgent beeping sounds, the number on the screen stopped at 9,999 kg. Chen frowned slightly. Did it reach the limit? It seems the measurement limit of this old-fashioned punch force tester is only 10,000 kg. And the power of his punch just now had already far exceeded it. There are still more than 20 minutes left. I cannot let these 100 ability points go to waste. After a little thought, Chen went out and got on his bicycle. He planned to find a martial arts gym and use more professional equipment to test it. When he reached an intersection, Chen suddenly remembered something. quickly changed direction and headed straight for the deep blue martial arts gym. There is something he needs an answer to. As a large-scale martial arts gym with a 7th-ranked martial artist sitting in charge. The interior decoration of the deep blue martial arts gym is full of technological aesthetics, giving people a very magnificent visual experience. If it were not for the incident yesterday, Chen might have had a good impression of this place. "Hello, student." A waitress in professional attire smiled and walked up to him. "Are you planning to sign up for a martial arts class? We have regular classes, premium classes, and master classes here. Let me see." Chen said straightforwardly, "Open a training room for me for half an hour." The waitress's smile froze on her face, and a look of disappointment appeared in her eyes. It is another person here just to open a training room. She had already served several today. If a customer only opens a training room without any other business, as a waitress, she gets no commission. Only when customers apply for a seasonal or annual card under her recommendation or sign up for a martial arts class can she get a commission. What is most infuriating is that this teenager, who looks like a high school student, only wants to open a training room for half an hour. What can you practice in half an hour? Do not ordinary people exercise for more than half an hour? He clearly looks like a poor kid who has no money but loves to show off. The waitress silently despised him in her heart. However, she still processed the procedure for Chen and gave him a door card for the training room. Half an hour cost 500 Daxia coins. This price is almost equal to the weekly living expenses of an average family of 3. Entering the training room, Chen locked the door and walked straight to the punch force tester. There are 10 minutes left before the primordial power wears off. That is enough. Chen's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and then he threw a punch. The multi-ton punch force tester shook visibly. Immediately after, the numbers on the display surged all the way up. 39,600 kg. Chen's pupils dilated, pleasantly surprised. It really is a genuine 100-fold increase. As for why it is not 39,100 kg, Chen guessed that it should be the error existing in the old machine at home. He stared at that incredible string of numbers, feeling a bit dazed. He could not believe that such a fierce force could actually be unleashed from his fist. That is nearly 40 tons of impact. In terms of pure strength alone, with the blessing of the primordial power, he is enough to rival a 3rd-rank martial artist. You must know that he has not yet officially entered the path of martial arts. In the coming time, the primordial power will become his final trump card to save his life. The punch force test is complete. Chen looked around and found a weapon rack in the corner, with all 18 types of melee weapons available. It is time to choose a handy weapon. During his time at school, the weapon he chose for every martial arts training session was a long staff. But the attacking methods and lethality of the staff are limited after all. Going to the front line later will actually limit his potential. Chen wandered for a while and finally pulled out a big spear that was 2.4 meters long. The spear and the staff are not only similar in shape, but many basic techniques are also interchangeable, such as thrusting, sweeping, and flicking. However, the long spear has an additional willow leaf-shaped metal tip, which significantly improves armor-piercing capabilities and lethality. Joining the army and going to the battlefield to kill enemies, how can the weapon in one's hand be without a sharp edge? Chen took the long spear to the center of the arena and practiced for a while. Indeed, having the experience of using a staff, he handled the long spear with ease and familiarity. Before long, he was covered in sweat. "Hello, student, time is almost up." Outside the door, the gym waitress was reminding him. Chen thought for a moment, opened the door and said to her, "Extend the time, add another 3 hours." Seeing him sweating profusely, the waitress changed her mind about him a little. It seems he is actually working hard on training. No problem. After paying 3,000 Daxia coins, the waitress brought him a glass of water and a plate of cut fruit. "Then I will not disturb you anymore." Chen locked the door again. Calming his mind, the system panel appeared. The mall has 3 major categories. Cultivation methods, martial arts techniques, and props. The recruit manual mentions that the military will provide free cultivation methods after entering the camp. But Jai Chen still wanted to see what level of cultivation methods the system has. He clicked on the cultivation methods column. What? Body refining. Heavenly indestructible body, Grandmaster tier, part 1/300 ability points. Violet firmament body tempering technique, War God tier, part 1/400 ability points. Blazing sun body forging method, transcendent tier, part 1/500 ability points. Spirit refining. Star Sea soul tracing method, Grandmaster tier, part 1/300 ability points. Candle dragon soul awakening technique, War God tier, part 1/400 ability points. Underworld God contemplation method, transcendent tier, part 1/500 ability points. Chi refining. Ocean tide technique, Grandmaster tier, part 1/300 ability points. Azure Underworld Chi Control Sutra, War God tier, part 1/400 ability points. Cosmic Creation Method, Transcendent tier, part 1/500 ability points. Martial arts techniques are divided into 3 categories: body refining, chi refining, and spirit refining. Although one can cultivate multiple paths, the vast majority of martial artists only choose the more comprehensive chi refining techniques. On the market, chi refining techniques account for a staggering 90%. In contrast, very few people practice body refining and spirit refining techniques. Aside from a few martial artists with specific talents, perhaps only top-tier geniuses have the energy to spare to learn a second technique. Jai Chen looked at the list of techniques displayed on the panel, his inner excitement reaching a peak. They even have transcendent tier techniques. The tier of a technique represents the upper limit a martial artist can reach through its cultivation. Theoretically, if Jai Chen chose to cultivate a transcendent tier technique, he would have the hope of joining the ranks of transcendent-level powerhouses in the future. In the current Great Xia, there are only 3 transcendent-level figures known to the public. Zhang Xuanyan, the principal of the Sacred Martial University in Shangjing City. Fu Jiazhu, the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, nicknamed the Soul-Slaying Silver Spear. And the unparalleled warrior known across the 5 major military regions of Great Xia, the Wolf King, Duan Tiance, who bears the 7-star dragon emblem. At the thought that he too might one day become a powerhouse like them, Jai Chen could not help but feel his heart race, his eyes shining like stars. He still had 900 ability points left. He did not hesitate, decisively spending 500 points to exchange for the Chi refining technique, Cosmic Creation Method. In the current martial arts system, Chi refining is and always will be the mainstream. Unless he discovers in the future that he has energy to spare, he can then add a body refining or spirit refining technique. The premise of having many skills is that you must first master one. If you try to learn too much from the start, spreading yourself too thin, you will likely end up with nothing of substance. This would only delay his cultivation progress, causing his realm to lag far behind his peers. Name Jai Chen. Realm Quasi-Martial Artist. Innate Talent Primordial Power S-Tier Enhancement. Technique Cosmic Creation Method Part 1 Transcendent Tier 0. Martial Skill None. Ability Points 400. Through the system's introduction, Jai Chen learned that all techniques in the store are divided into 3 parts: upper, middle, and lower. The upper part corresponds to tiers 1 through 5. The middle part corresponds to tiers 6 through 9. The lower part leads directly to the upper limit. In martial arts cultivation, gradual progress is crucial. You cannot afford a single mistake. Only when he reaches the peak of tier 5 and maxes out his experience points will the store unlock the exchange for the middle part of the Cosmic Creation Method. Then let us start training. Jai Chen sat cross-legged on a training mat, closed his eyes and focused, feeling the system imbuing him with the technique. Its content was extremely obscure and profound. Without a teacher's guidance, trying to comprehend it on one's own is an extremely energy-draining task. Fortunately, the system is very user-friendly. The Cosmic Creation Method in his mind comes with an explanation. It is like a highly difficult college entrance exam paper, but with the standard answer key included. For Jai Chen, his subsequent cultivation will be as easy as drinking water. He just needs to follow the steps and copy the answer. No need to spend extra energy on understanding and comprehending anything. Having mastered the method of breathing in spiritual energy, Jai Chen sat upright and began his first ever martial arts practice. 10 minutes passed. Jai Chen had successfully guided a wisp of spiritual energy into his body and cycled it through his meridians. The feeling was subtle. While there was a faint stinging sensation, there was also an indescribable feeling of comfort. After completing one major cycle of qi flow, Jai Chen slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. He felt his body had become much lighter and his fatigue had been swept away. So that is how it works. The philosophy behind the cosmic creation method is truly beyond imagination. At the beginning of the cultivation, the practitioner needs to open up an energy sea in their danshan and then condense a star core within it. This star core is the core that runs through the entire technique. As the star core is born, the energy sea will evolve into a boundless starry domain. The star core is surrounded by 372 stars. Each star corresponds to the internal organs and the 361 acupuncture points of the human body. They are connected to each other through star path meridians, thus forming a stable celestial operation system. In the final stage, the practitioner must refine every cell in their body into a planet. At this point, billions of stars within the body pull on each other. They orbit naturally around the star core and the 372 main stars. The micro-universe within the body reaches perfect balance, becoming a small world unto itself. As long as the star core does not perish, the physical universe can be constantly reshaped without end. It is an existence comparable to a god. Jai Chen yearned for such an ultimate realm. But he also understood that he could not be impatient for success. For now, he must take it one step at a time and build a solid foundation for his physical universe. The 3 hours of immersive training were finally interrupted by a harsh ringing sound. The extended time was up. Jai Chen opened his eyes and breathed out slowly. At this moment, his danshan energy sea had begun to take shape, with a cloud of threads slowly gathering and condensing within it. This was the precursor to the formation of the star core. Although he had only just embarked on the path of cultivation, Jai Chen had already achieved initial results. If someone else were to practice this transcendent tier technique, they might not even be able to get started in half a day. Having the answer key to copy from really makes things fast. Not only is it worry-free and effortless, but there is also no need to worry about going down the wrong path. Realm Tier 1 Beginner. Innate Talent Primordial Power S-Tier Enhancement. Technique Cosmic Creation Method Part 1 Transcendent Tier 12/5000. Martial Skill None. Ability Points 400. The experience points went up by 12, which seems like decent progress. Each realm requires 1,000 experience points. Calculating it this way, as long as he practices diligently every day, he could break through to a Tier 2 martial artist in about a month. Jai Chen felt a surge of excitement. Going from a quasi-martial artist to Tier 2 in a month, even the top geniuses at Sacred Martial University might not be able to do that. His plan to avenge his parents just took a huge leap forward. Jai Chen stood up and found his whole body soaked in sweat, with foul-smelling black filth clinging to his skin. These were the impurities cleansed from his body by the spiritual energy while practicing the technique. Where is the bathroom? Opening the door, Jai Chen asked the attendant who had come to call him while wiping the sweat from his head with a towel. It stinks so much. The female attendant frowned, waving her hand in front of her nose with a look of disgust. Over there, just at the end of the hallway. She pointed in a direction for Jai Chen. Do you want to extend your time again? No, you can go in and clean up now. Jai Chen still had some pocket money left, but he was not stupid enough to just give it away to the Blue Sea Martial Arts Hall. Martial arts cultivation depends on state of mind and perseverance. It has little to do with the environment. What does it matter if the martial arts hall's equipment is advanced and complete? He can practice just as well at home. He wanted to save the money to buy a decent spear before joining the camp. After a shower, Chen returned to the training room, feeling refreshed. He found the female attendant was still there, meticulously mopping the floor. "Come here for a second, I want to ask you something." Her work was already frustrating enough, and being interrupted made the female attendant's expression look quite unpleasant. Seeing this, Chen smiled faintly. "Take out your phone." The female attendant looked at him in surprise, frowning as she said, "I have a boyfriend." Chen shook his head and laughed. "I am transferring you 500 yuan, you do not want it." "Really?" The female attendant's eyes were full of vigilance. "What do you want to do? Just answer one question for me." After confirming the transfer had arrived, the female attendant immediately beamed, her tone of voice softening significantly. "Go ahead, what do you want to ask?" "Were you at the hall yesterday afternoon?" "Yeah, I have been working back-to-back shifts recently. I was here from morning until night." "When the flame prison demon dog was wreaking havoc, where were your hall master and those 3 gold medal instructors?" Chen's smile faded, his tone sharp as he demanded an answer. "What?" Although he did not understand why Chen had suddenly become somewhat frightening, the waitress still answered truthfully. "The gym master and the 3 gold-level mentors were all at the top-floor VIP training room guiding students at that time. Why do you ask?" Chen's face sank upon hearing this. As expected, those people who were watching the show from the rooftop yesterday afternoon and making sarcastic remarks about Uncle Chu. They must be the VIP students of the Deep Blue Martial Arts Gym. And the gym master, a 7th-rank martial artist, along with the 3 6th-rank mentors, were downstairs the whole time. With the flame prison demon dog making such a huge commotion, how could they possibly have been unaware? The only explanation is that they did not want to help. They chose to keep to themselves, acting as cold-blooded bystanders. If the flame prison demon dog had been a 7th-rank beast, Chen might have barely been able to accept such a self-preservationist approach. After all, apart from soldiers, no one wants to risk their lives to protect a group of insignificant, weak people. But could a peak 6th-rank beast really make them this afraid? 4 people from the Deep Blue Martial Arts Gym, plus Uncle Chu, who is an injured 7th rank, that makes 5 people in total. Would not suppressing or even killing the flame prison demon dog be an easy task? Or is it that they are just like those students, thinking it would be fun to watch a beast slaughter the public? All right, you can get back to work. Chen turned and left with a blank expression. He was currently unable to seek justice for Uncle Chu. Even if he found the gym master to question him face-to-face, the man would not even take him seriously. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself, both in terms of strength and status. Downstairs at the gym, Chen looked back with an indifferent gaze. "The next time I come here, the Deep Blue Martial Arts Gym will be wiped off the map." It was deep into the night when he got home. Chen had no intention of sleeping, so he simply continued to practice the universal creation method. The night passed. He opened his eyes and stretched. Then he opened the interface to check. Realm 1st Rank Beginner. Technique Universal Creation Method, Part 1, Transcendental Grade, 35/5000. The Danshan Energy Center has been initially opened. As practice progresses day by day, the scale of the energy sea will constantly expand until it evolves into a boundless star field. And in the center of the energy sea, those thread-like clouds gathered together. Before long, they will fully solidify to form the origin of the physical universe, the star core. Sensing the flow of internal energy within his body, Chen felt filled with power. After entering the 1st rank, my punching power should have improved significantly, right? Punching power and explosive force are directly related to a martial artist's blood energy intensity. And for a 1st rank martial artist, even a beginner one, the blood energy intensity will see a significant surge after undergoing the marrow cleansing process of spiritual energy. Chen could be sure that his life level had now broken past 1. As for how much it had exceeded, he did not know yet. He walked up to the old punching machine that he had almost broken last night. He threw a heavy punch. Boom! 488 kg. Compared to last night, the punching power had increased by nearly 100 kg. It might not seem that exaggerated, but what if you add the primordial power? With an explosive force of nearly 50 tons, it is enough to go head-to-head with a peak third-rank strengthening-type martial artist below a class. I have the technique, now I should consider martial skills. Chen clicked on the martial skills tab on the system panel. Inside were various categories, listing dizzying martial skills. Punching techniques, sword arts, blade techniques, spear techniques, footwork, mystical arts, etc. Considering his limited ability points, Chen prioritized his immediate needs, which was a spear technique. Martial skills have extremely high lethality, so their practice is strictly prohibited during the middle school stage. On one hand, it is for the safety of the students. On the other hand, it is to ensure the fairness of the college entrance examination. If the conditions were relaxed, children from wealthy families would definitely spend large sums of money to learn high-level martial skills, thereby gaining an absolute advantage in the most heavily weighted areas of skill proficiency and combat simulation. If that happened, I fear there would be a massive surge of geniuses with scores over 900 in the college entrance exam. Chen scanned the prices roughly and was a bit shocked. The price of a B-class martial skill is 200 ability points, a class is 1600 points, and S-class is a terrifying 6400 points. So expensive. The transcendental grade technique only cost 500 points. Could it be because it was just the first part, so it was cheaper? Will the price skyrocket when he needs to redeem the middle and lower parts? Chen shook his head, not wanting to think that far ahead, and continued to focus on the present. There are no rank restrictions on martial skills, so in theory, he could redeem the best ones. However, his pockets are empty. He only has 400 ability points left, and he needs to save at least enough for one use of the primordial power. Looks like I can only choose a B-class martial skill for now. Punch technique, mountain crushing and peak collapsing, B-class, recommended for earth attribute or strengthening type martial artists. Blade technique, gale shadow slash, B-class, no specific recommended group. Mystical art, thousand wind blades, B-class, recommended for wind attribute martial artists. The so-called recommended group is actually about whether the martial skill matches the martial artist's innate attributes. It allows them to exert power greater than that of ordinary people. It does not mean you cannot practice it if you do not have the relevant attribute. Chen skipped those miscellaneous martial skills and only looked at spear techniques. Spear technique, piercing sun and clouds, B-class, no specific recommended group. Spear technique, jade wave overlapping, B-class, recommended for water attribute martial artists. Spear technique, lightning smite for 10,000 soldiers, B-class, recommended for lightning attribute martial artists. After much thought, Chen finally settled on piercing sun and clouds. It had nothing to do with attributes. Compared to the other two area of effect spear techniques, piercing sun and clouds focuses more on single-point burst damage. The attacks are swift and clean, emphasizing a fatal strike. Redemption successful. Martial skill, spear technique, piercing sun and clouds, 0, not yet started. Ability points, 200. Soon, information about the spear technique was instilled into Chen's brain. Like the technique, there was no barrier to understanding it. It was equivalent to a cracked version. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. In his mind's eye, a golden figure slowly appeared. It held a black iron spear and performed exercises in the void. The movements were fluid and free. Every time it swung the spear, it left afterimages in the air. Suddenly, the golden figure pointed the spear directly at the sky. As the spear body vibrated, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered crazily like 100 rivers returning to the sea. Immediately after, internal energy gushed out along the shaft of the spear. The tip of the spear burst into a brilliant light, shining 3 times brighter than the noon sun. In an instant, a red-gold pillar of light tore through the gray clouds. Wherever it passed, the thick accumulated clouds were swept away by the unstoppable spear intent, churning and dissipating to both sides. The pillar of light climbed all the way, piercing into the sky as if it wanted to pierce the entire firmament. In the sky, the once still clouds began to rotate crazily, forming a huge vortex centered on the pillar of light. The clouds churned like boiling seawater. At this moment, heaven and earth lost their color, the sun and moon dimmed, and all things were deathly silent. The lingering impact lasted for a long time. This scene brought a powerful shock to Jai Chen's heart. Can a spear technique really be this powerful when cultivated to the limit? In the sea of consciousness, everything returned to the beginning. The golden figure began a new round of practice. This time, Jai Chen tried to keep up with its movements, slowly learning and mastering this B-class spear technique. 10:00 a.m. Jai Chen broke out of his meditation, feeling dizzy and his brain more exhausted than ever before. His stomach was also growling in protest from hunger. He opened the panel. Martial skill, spear technique piercing sun and clouds, 2/25, entry level. Martial skill proficiency is divided into entry, beginner, proficient, advanced, and perfection. At this stage, Jai Chen was at the entry level of the spear technique. Not bad, I should be able to break through to the beginner level, not long after entering the camp. After washing his face, Jai Chen perked up and went out for breakfast. I do not know if it was due to the consumption from practicing all night, but he ate 3 times as much as usual today. He ate 12 fist-sized meat buns, plus eggs, soy milk, and so on. Jai Chen had a sudden thought: the military should not limit food portions, right? Thinking of this, he could not help but laugh to himself. After paying the bill, there was a balance of 300,000 Daxia coins left in the card. Jai Chen decided to go to the martial artist's home to buy a spear. He just did not know if the money was enough. What? The warrior's home is affiliated with the Great Xia Warrior Association, functioning much like an offline retail chain. In the Donglan-based city alone, there are dozens of stores. They sell all sorts of necessities for martial arts cultivation, such as techniques, combat skills, weapons, potions, and advanced high-tech gear. Actually, you can find these items at some large martial arts gyms and secondhand trading websites too. But most people value the Warrior's Home brand, along with the official endorsement of the Great Xia Warrior Association. After all, they are official genuine products, and the quality is guaranteed. Jai Chen rode his bike to the nearest branch. This store is located in the busiest part of the Fun district, and it is a massive standalone building. Although it is only 5 stories high, its exterior looks much more imposing than the deep blue martial arts gym. There are no staff members at the reception in the lobby, but there are many mobile intelligent robots. It was Jai Chen's first time at the Warrior's home, and after asking a robot, he learned that the weapon sales area was on the 5th floor. So he took the elevator up to the 5th floor. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he was stunned by the scene before his eyes. It looked like a massive exhibition, displaying countless weapons of various types. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks. Whether they are popular or obscure, you can easily find them here. Jai Chen went to the spear section to take a look. Spears with distinct styles were inserted into the grooves at the base of the weapon racks. Looking around, there were hundreds of spears available to choose from. However, most of them were made of low-grade alloys. They looked cool, but were not necessarily comfortable or durable. Since joining the army, Jai Chen had to engage in bloody battles with exotic beasts almost every day. So his primary requirement for a weapon was durability, so it could withstand high-intensity combat. It has to be at least a grade 3 alloy. With his goal set, the hundreds of spears were instantly narrowed down to fewer than 50. Jai Chen looked through them one by one. Finally, he stopped in front of a spear that was dark red all over. Next to it was a plaque with product information. Dragon Blood Bone-Piercing Spear. 2.8 meters long, weighing 88 kilograms. The main shaft is made of grade 3 alloy, while the tip is a higher strength grade 4 alloy. The shaft had no flashy colors or textures. Yet Jai Chen faintly felt a wild, powerful pressure emanating from it. He took a closer look at the description to understand why. It turned out that when the forger crafted this weapon, they added a drop of dragon blood to it. It was not a true dragon from ancient Great Xia myths, but a demonic dragon evolved from a deep-sea creature due to a virus. That beast-emperor-level demon dragon was personally slain by Fu Jiazhu, the master of the extreme martial arts gym, over a decade ago. Instead of keeping the spoils for himself, he chose to hand over the entire carcass of the demon dragon to the state for disposal. Its dragon blood, bones, tendons, and marrow were all extremely valuable. These items were eventually put to good use by the Great Xia Warrior Association to produce countless weapons and potions. It has made a significant contribution to the development of Great Xia's martial arts. This pressure must come from the demon dragon blood. I did not expect it to last this long. However, Chen was very tempted by this spear, but the price made him sigh in despair. 12.88 million Great Xia credits. Considering the materials used, the price is actually quite fair. But Chen currently cannot afford it. His entire net worth is only 300,000, not even enough for the small change. After lingering for a moment, Chen eventually turned away sadly. It was like meeting the right person at the wrong time. 12.88 million is indeed an astronomical figure for an average person. But warriors have a great ability to earn money. Taking on mercenary work or joining a team to hunt beasts in the wilderness can earn quite a lot. Just as Chen was about to lower his standards and pick a cheaper spear, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Big brother, what are you doing here?" Chen turned around and saw Jai Yuling had appeared behind him. "Are you here to pick out a weapon too?" "Yes." Jai Yuling was dressed in her usual cute style, with 2 braided pigtails. But Chen knew that her sweet appearance was just a disguise. In his memory, aside from when she was very young, there was almost never a smile on Jai Yuling's face. She always had an indifferent expression toward everyone. If Yun Muxu's coldness was on the surface, Jai Yuling's coldness was in her bones. Yun Muxu at least showed a lively and cute side when she was with Chen. But Jai Yuling never did. Chen still could not understand why someone with her extreme personality had to dress like a cute young girl every day. Was it to attract boys and then turn around, knock them down, and cruelly trample on them? Congratulations on awakening an S-grade talent. "Thank you, brother," Jai Yuling replied with a flat tone. "Have you decided which weapon to buy?" Jai Yuling looked at the rack next to them and asked in return, "You like spears?" Chen smiled and nodded. Jai Yuling walked to the dragon blood bone-piercing spear and looked at the price tag. "You want to buy this?" Chen shook his head. "It is not really a good fit for me." Well, the price was not a good fit. "Perfect, I will take it then." Jai Yuling pulled it directly from the slot. She was petite, so the 2.8-meter spear looked extremely mismatched in her hands. However, to Chen's surprise, the 88-kilogram weight did not seem to trouble her at all. Thinking about it, it was not that strange. She was able to make it into the top 10 in Donglan City and awakened an S-grade talent. Her life level must have already reached the threshold of a first-tier warrior, which is 1. "Brother, hold this for me, I am going to pay." Jai Yuling handed the spear to Chen and went straight to the checkout counter. With a 12.88 million price tag, she pressed her fingerprint and paid without even blinking. Soon, Jai Yuling walked back over. "I never noticed you liked using spears," Chen said, feeling a bit surprised. A cute girl about 1.5 meters tall, swinging a 2.8-meter spear on the battlefield. The image felt so out of place. "You do not think it is a good fit," Jai Yuling blinked. "It is not that." Chen was interrupted just as he was about to explain. "I do not think it is a good fit either, so let us just not have it." "Young lady, you treat something worth over 10 million as a toy. Just like that, you do not want it. But since I already bought it, why do not you take it and use it?" Once she said that, Chen immediately realized Jai Yuling's good intentions. She knew he had no money, so she purposely went through a long process to buy the spear and gift it to him. I have money, Grandpa gave me 1 billion yesterday." Jai Yuling paused and added, "Besides, this money should have been yours to begin with." Indeed, the Jai Group's fortune was built by Chen's grandfather and father. If not for the accident over a decade ago, Chen would be the sole heir of the Jai Group. Instead, the Jai Zhenbeng branch picked up the bargain, occupied the nest, and enjoyed the fruits of someone else's labor. Uncle Jai Zhiji never gave Jai Chen any pocket money. The 300,000 Jai Chen had was all from the red envelopes given to him by his second grandfather, Jai Zhenbeng, every Lunar New Year. It took years to accumulate this much savings. Well, all right, Jai Chen did not thank her, but instead asked, "You must have applied for the Holy Martial University, right?" Jai Yuling pondered for a moment, nodded, and then looked at him. "What about you, brother?" Jai Chen replied truthfully, "I am going to join the army. I will be leaving in a few days." Oh, Jai Yuling lowered her gaze, as if she were contemplating something. "Then you take your time shopping. I am heading out." While waiting for the elevator, Jai Chen noticed Jai Yuling walking straight toward the blade section. So this girl likes using blades. What? Jai Chen left the martial artist's home, carrying his dragon blood bone-piercing spear. On the way, he bought a piece of black cloth to wrap the spear in, so as not to be too conspicuous and attract unwanted attention. For the next few days, Jai Chen stayed entirely within his own training base. He practiced his cultivation techniques during the day and martial spear arts at night. Except for necessary eating and sleeping, he barely took a moment to rest. Name Jai Chen. Rank First Order Initial Stage. Innate Ability, Primordial Power, S-Class Enhancement Type. Cultivation Method, Universal Creation Method, Part 1, Transcendental Rank 208/5000. Martial Skill, Spear Art, Piercing the Sun and Clouds, 18/25, Entry Level. Ability Points, 200. In another day or two, I should be able to break through to the First Order Intermediate Stage. Jai Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and revealed a gratified smile. The hard work over the past few days had not been in vain. If things went smoothly, his spear proficiency would also soon reach the minor success stage. Jai Chen was very confident that if he used the dragon blood bone-piercing spear, he was now fully qualified to challenge and even defeat a first-order intermediate martial artist. After all, he was a high-spec player. B-class martial skills and equivalent weapons might be accessible to martial arts geniuses from top-tier universities. But not everyone possesses a transcendental rank cultivation method. On this point alone, he had already crushed all his peers. As his rank increased, his physical universe would gradually take shape, and this advantage would be expanded infinitely. During lunch, Jai Chen received a notice from the military department. Tomorrow morning at 9, he was to gather at a specific intersection to prepare for the recruit training camp. "I am leaving soon." Jai Chen looked out at the street scenery while eating his favorite beef noodles. Was he reluctant to leave? It did not seem so. He just felt a bit sentimental at the thought of leaving the base city where he had lived for over a decade. "What are you doing?" Yun Muxu sent him a message. "Waiting." Jai Chen took a photo of the half-eaten bowl of beef noodles and sent it to her. "Looks delicious. By the way, I have good news for you." "What is up?" Image attached. Jai Chen tapped to open it and found it was a photo of a vitality level testing device. The result shown on the screen was 1.05. "Hee, I have already broken through to the First Order. Jealous, are not you?" Jai Chen could not help but chuckle. He really wanted to tell Yun Muxu that he was about to reach the First Order Intermediate stage himself. But he thought better of it. She was an SS-grade, dual-attribute, peerless genius, after all. Would it be right to dampen her confidence like that? "That is amazing. Did that person teach you a cultivation method?" For an associate martial artist to break through to the First Order, reaching a vitality level of over 1 was only one of the necessary conditions. Take Mu Chuan, the top scorer in the city's college entrance exam this year, for example. His vitality level had already met the requirement before the exam, yet he was still just an associate martial artist. Because another necessary condition is the practice of cultivation methods. Everything in high school was just meant to lay the foundation and develop students' potential. Generally speaking, one only gets exposed to cultivation methods and martial skills after formally entering university. Of course, there are those with money and power who might start practicing early to gain an advantage upon entering university. Since Yun Muxu had already broken through to the First Order, it meant that the person from the Heavenly Pivot Academy must have taught her a method. Yes, teacher Zhang taught me a cultivation method called the Taisu Vitality Scripture, which is said to be of God of War rank. God of War rank. Jai Chen could not help but marvel. The Heavenly Pivot Academy's foundation is indeed deep. So are you his student now? Teacher Zhang specializes in body tempering. He said he would later introduce me to a teacher with an ice attribute talent, who is also one of the 12 war sovereigns of the Heavenly Pivot Academy, just like him. He is incredibly powerful. I never expected that middle-aged man to be one of the 12 war sovereigns of the Heavenly Pivot Academy. Jai Chen took a deep breath. This must be the first time he had ever been in such close contact with a God of War rank powerhouse. Of course, he certainly was not the only one with poor judgment. At the time, there were so many teachers and students present who knew he was from the Heavenly Pivot Academy, but none of them could have guessed that his identity was so staggering. At first, he was worried that Yun Muxu would not get the same resources and treatment at the Heavenly Pivot Academy as she would at the Sacred Martial University. Now it seemed he had overthought it. A God of War rank powerhouse taking a disciple personally, what more could any martial artist dream of? With this guarantee, Yun Muxu's future achievements would absolutely not be low. Her reaching the God of War rank was practically set in stone. It was just a matter of how much time it would take. Do not be discouraged. Just ask me if you run into any problems with your training in the future. Jai Chen smiled. What, you do not want to be classmates anymore? You want to be my teacher instead. That is a good idea. Why not call me Teacher Yun and see how that feels? I am serious. In the military, there are so many people. It is impossible for someone to answer your questions every time, but I can. It seems like there is not much of a gap between us, is there? Can you really solve my problems? Humph, if I cannot I just ask a teacher? Not everyone gets to ask a God of War rank expert for advice for free, you know. Yun Muxu's words carried a tone of showing off, but more than that, she wanted to ease Jai Chen's concerns. We will see, but I do not think I will encounter any training problems. The system had already paved the way for him. Even with a transcendental rank method, he had no obstacles in understanding it. What kind of problems could he possibly run into? Keep boasting. Anyway, when are you leaving? Any news yet? Jai Chen fell silent for a moment, and in the end, he decided not to tell her about the notice the military department had sent earlier. Goodbyes only add to the sorrow. Not yet. What about you? When are you leaving? Soon, in the next few days. Do you know where you are going? Teacher Zhang did not go into detail, just said I am heading south. Jai Chen did not press for more. Stay safe on your way. Worry about yourself first, dummy. You are the dummy. You are a dummy. You are the biggest dummy. You are super dummy. You are just a super invincible big dummy. This kind of bickering like little children was the daily routine for him and Yun Muxu during their school days. After getting home, Jai Chen found his landlord. He was not moving out, he was renewing the lease. He paid 30,000 Xia dollars to renew it for another 3 years. This was the only place in Donglan City he could stay and feel a sense of belonging. Although there would be very few chances to return from here on out. But having a place to hold on to was always a good thing. That night he did not practice. He cleared his mind and had a good night's sleep. As soon as day broke, he got up to pack his things. Actually, there was not much to pack, just a few clothes, some daily necessities, and that dragon blood bone-piercing spear. He had breakfast at his usual spot. The elderly lady at the shop had known him for a long time and would occasionally chat with him for a few minutes. Seeing Jai Chen with a backpack and a suitcase, the lady could not help but ask, "Young man, are you moving away?" Jai Chen smiled slightly. "Granny, I am going to join the military. I am afraid I will not be able to come here and support your business anymore." Joining the military, the lady muttered to herself, joining the military is good, going off to fight enemies, how impressive. After saying this, she added 2 tea-flavored eggs to Jai Chen's meal. Eat up and make sure to stay safe once you are on the front lines. Come back alive. Jai Chen wolfed down the eggs and stood up with a smile. "Do not worry, Granny, I will." In the old neighborhood under the morning sun, a young man carrying a long spear walked further and further away. What? The assembly point is 5 kilometers away from Jai Chen's residence. Seeing that it was still early, he chose to walk there. Passing by a high-tech park, he ran into the morning rush hour. At subway entrances and bus stops, a sea of commuters surged out. Some walked in a hurry with numb expressions. Others chatted and laughed, looking relaxed and at ease. Jai Chen stood in the crowded throng, moving against the flow. He seemed like a maverick presence. A faint smile hung on his lips, and his state of mind was unprecedentedly calm. From now on, he and the gun in his hands will fight for these ordinary people before him. Fight to protect the safety of the entire base city. Fight for the honor and heritage that has spanned thousands of years in Daxia. Of course, also fight for himself. Approaching the assembly point, the number of vehicles and pedestrians on the road decreased significantly. It was unclear if there was a temporary traffic control in place. Looking up, Jai Chen saw many young faces dragging luggage just like him. They were saying their final goodbyes to their families while hurrying along. It is so nice to be accompanied by family, truly nice. Jai Chen opened his phone and pulled up the few photos he had of his parents. After a long silence, he muttered with slightly reddened eyes. "Dad, Mom, your son is off to military training today. You do not need to worry. Wait for me, in 3 years at most, I will definitely find the Storm Falcon that killed you and get revenge." Just then, a discordant voice came from behind. "Hey buddy in front, what the hell are you carrying? It poked my suitcase, are you blind?" Jai Chen stopped and looked back. The other person was a tall, burly youth, accompanied by a girl. The two were holding hands, clearly a couple. Jai Chen replied coldly, "Sorry." He then changed the way he held the black cloth-wrapped gun from horizontal to vertical. "Wait a second." The couple caught up with him. The tall youth eyed him carefully, then burst into loud laughter. "Are not you that unlucky guy from the 3rd middle school who did not awaken any martial talent?" Jai Chen glanced at him and ignored him. But the other party kept pestering him. "I heard you broke the life-level record of the 3rd middle school. Looks like the rumor was fake." Even if it were true, it is nothing. That 0.91 figure is still far behind our Mu Chuan from the 1st middle school. What? No martial arts university wanted you, so you decided to join the army. Tusk, how pathetic. Look at others, they all have family and friends seeing them off, but you are all alone. Oh, I remember now, your parents died. You have been an orphan since you were little, no wonder. Jai Chen shot him an icy, piercing glare. "Are you done?" The tall youth looked disdainful. "What I said is not the truth. Are you actually planning to lay a hand on me?" He sneered. "Forgot to tell you, I scored 799 on the college entrance exam and awakened a B-grade talent. Better think clearly about the consequences before attacking me, otherwise, you will be the one suffering." Jai Chen narrowed his eyes, veins bulging on the hand gripping his weapon. However, he ultimately did not make a move. They were about to assemble and depart, and he did not want to be kicked out of the training program for fighting. Since the guy was also a new recruit in the training camp, there would be plenty of time to settle scores after entering. Seeing Jai Chen remain silent throughout, the tall youth assumed he was scared and, feeling bored, went back to flirting with his girlfriend. 8:30. A large number of recruits and family members had gathered at the assembly point. It was not just fresh graduates, a small number of civilians were also joining the military, such as those who dropped out of martial arts universities for various reasons, or those who had been working as apprentices in martial arts studios since the exam, or even liberal arts students who were unhappy with their jobs or situation and wanted to train in the military for a few years. Like I said, as long as there is no serious criminal record, the military recruitment department welcomes everyone. As for being arrogant and unruly, after going through the devilish new recruit training camp, even the wildest wolf will be tamed into a gentle lamb. By the roadside under a tree, Jai Chen stood alone, waiting silently, seeing other recruits exchanging farewells with their families and friends. To be honest, he felt a bit envious. Although he was confident in his ability to survive in the military, who does not want to have a few people in this world who truly care about them? Suddenly, there was an uproar in the crowd. Chen looked up and followed the noise. He saw a familiar figure weaving through the throngs of people and jogging straight towards him. Yun Muksu. She was wearing a beige college-style dress, her waist-length silver hair blowing in the wind. Her hair turning silver during the awakening ceremony had not hindered her beauty at all. If anything, it made her look even more stunning. As soon as she appeared, she captured the attention of everyone present. Men, women, young and old, all were deeply captivated by the girl's beauty. Where was she going? Who was she going to say? Chen. Yun Muksu stopped in front of Chen, panting, with a touch of indignation on her pretty face. You promised to tell me before you left. Why did you go back on your word? Chen wanted to explain, but he was speechless. Yun Muksu gritted her teeth, so angry she raised her hand to strike. If she had not seen the news online this morning, she would still be in the dark. Chen instinctively stepped forward, letting her hit him more easily. Yun Muksu's chest heaved, but in the end, she could not bring herself to actually hit him. You did not need to come. Why would not I need to? Yun Muksu glared at him, pointing at the onlookers and said, Everyone has family to see them off. I will not have you without one. We are just classmates. So what if we are classmates? Cannot a classmate come see you off? Chen remained silent. Yun Muksu looked at him angrily for a while, then softened her tone. Let us talk business. Sure, go ahead. Stay safe, do what you can, and do not you dare die, understand? I will do my best. What do you mean by do your best? It is you must. Yun Muksu poked Chen's chest with her finger. All right, I will do my best. Yun Muksu was so frustrated she could hardly speak. Chen smiled and said softly, Do not worry, there are still many things I have not done yet. I will not die easily. Like what? Yun Muksu looked at him expectantly. Like avenging my parents. And what else? And having that beef noodle soup by our place one more time. Yun Muksu raised her fist with a playful threat in her eyes. He knew exactly what she wanted to ask, yet he kept avoiding it. So hateful. Amidst the jealous glares of those around him, Chen reached out and ruffled Yun Muksu's silver hair. Yun Muksu looked at him resentfully, but did not resist. Chen smiled. One thing I forgot. There is one more really important thing, which is coming back to see a certain idiot. Yun Muksu stomped her foot. Who are you calling an idiot? I did not say it was you. Do not be so full of yourself, okay? Just then, military green buses arrived from the distance. They are here, they are here. It is the military buses. I am so nervous. I have never left the base city in my whole life. I wonder what the wildlands outside look like. Is it really crawling with monsters? Discussions began to rise. The crowd's attention shifted away from Chen and Yun Muksu. Watching the buses getting closer, Yun Muksu suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed Chen on the lips. More of a bite than a kiss, because she really bit down hard on his lower lip. As they parted, Chen winced in pain, letting out a small groan. He immediately touched his lip. On his fingertip was bright red blood. Just as he was about to complain, he looked up to see Yun Muksu had already scurried away after her act. With a slightly flushed face, she stood 10 meters away and waved goodbye. If you want revenge, live to come back. Chen pressed his lips together and nodded. It was unclear if he was tasting the metallic sweetness of the blood or savoring the warmth she had left behind. Very soon, a total of 8 large buses were parked on the roadside, forming a long line. From the buses, instructors in solemn expressions and combat uniforms stepped out one after another. Leading them was a powerful man with dark skin. His features were sharp as if carved by a knife, and the veins on his temples bulged like worms under his buzz cut. The contours of his bulging muscles were vaguely visible under his combat uniform. He walked to the front of the crowd, stood in a straddle position, and shouted in a rough, cold voice, "Family members may leave now." A minute later, only 200 or so confused-looking recruits remained at the assembly point. First, let us have a self-introduction. The powerful man's sharp gaze swept over the slightly immature faces before him one by one. His presence was overwhelming. Anyone who met his eyes could not help but tense up. They instinctively lowered their heads. However, a handsome young man was an exception. The powerful man took an extra look at him, nodded slightly, and revealed an appreciative expression. My name is Wei Yang, and I am the chief instructor in charge of your recruit training. First, on behalf of the Eastern Military Region, I welcome you all. No matter why you joined the military or what your background was before, remember one thing. Once you enter this camp, you are soldiers, you are comrades. Defending the home and the country is your unshirkable responsibility. Do you understand? The crowd answered in unison, we understand. Very good. Wei Yang waved his hand and signaled, 30 people per bus. You have 1 minute to board. As soon as he finished, the countdown in his hand began. Everyone looked at each other, then grabbed their luggage and rushed madly toward the buses. Chen was already standing by the side of the road, and he moved the moment Wei Yang finished speaking. His target was bus number 6. He stowed his suitcase, quickly boarded the bus, and placed his long spear along the inside of the aisle. 10, 9, 8. Wei Yang's countdown sounded like a death warrant. The recruits boarding later were worried about the consequences, so they pushed and shoved desperately. Is anyone sitting here? A handsome young man stood beside Chen and pointed at the seat inside. Chen shook his head and moved aside to let him in. After sitting down, the handsome youth struck up a conversation familiarly. Hello, my name is Zia Ming. What should I call you? Chen. After a pause, Chen added, do not call me classmate from now on, call me comrade. Zia Ming gave an awkward smile. Look at me, I have not quite transitioned from my student identity yet. It feels a bit strange. By the way, are you from the 3rd high school? Chen glanced at him. Do you know me? I do not know you, but I recognize Yun Muksu. She is well known throughout the city's high schools as the Ice Beauty. And she even made headlines a few days ago for awakening an SS-level dual attribute talent. Speaking of which, Zia Ming became a bit gossipy. Hey, just now I saw her specifically come to see you off. Are you too? Just ordinary classmates. It's a hug. Zia Ming's eyes twitched, he gave a dry laugh and turned to look out the window. What a fine, ordinary classmate. The bite mark on that guy's lip is still there. Meanwhile, at the other end of the aisle, a boy of medium height, slightly chubby, reached out and tapped Chen. Brother Chen. As soon as Chen turned around, he saw a face with a warm smile. He was not particularly handsome, but there was a striking scar on the brow of his right eye. It added a unique quality to his otherwise imperfect face. He looked somewhat familiar. Chen searched his memory for a while. Are you Sun Hao? Haha, I did not expect Brother Chen to remember me. The slightly chubby boy named Sun Hao was a bit surprised. He was also from Donglan 3rd High School. But they were not in the same class and had only bumped into each other occasionally. Chen was the widely known big devil at the 3rd high school. Compared to him, he was just a nobody. Their only interaction was in the first semester of their senior year. Sun Hao was confessing his feelings to a girl he liked. The girl put forward a condition, asking him to challenge Chen. If he won, she would agree to be his girlfriend. The outcome was predictable. Sun Shushu lost miserably. Although every boy in the school had lost to him, Sun Hao definitely left a deep impression on Chen. Because after being knocked down, this kid refused to admit defeat and kept a stiff upper lip. He kept trying to climb up and fight him again. After repeating this several times, Chen finally got tired of it. He knocked him into the school infirmary with one punch. Later, he found out that it was love that gave him the courage to challenge him. Although the result was a failure. But it was said that the girl took care of Sun Hao for a few days. Later, the two of them slowly started dating. Chen never cared much about such gossip. What about your girlfriend? Sun Hao scratched his head foolishly and said, "We broke up." Broke up? Jai Chen was a bit surprised. Did high school romance really not stand the test of time? Sun Hao explained, "It had nothing to do with her. I was the one who initiated the breakup." Why? She has good grades and awakened an A-level talent. If nothing goes wrong, she should be able to get into the Donglan Martial Arts University. And me, I am useless. I can only join the army to find a way out. There was some sadness in Sun Hao's tone. It was clear that he still could not let go of the relationship. He suddenly smiled in relief and said to Jai Chen, "Brother Chen, as a man, I cannot hold her back from a bright future, can I?" Jai Chen remained silent. He respected and understood the other's choice, because he had similar thoughts on the day of the awakening ceremony. "Hey, Brother Chen, what is that black thing by your feet?" Sun Hao suddenly noticed the dragon blood-piercing gun in the aisle. Jai Chen was frank, "It is a spear." Zia Ming on the side heard this and looked at him in surprise. "Comrade, you like using a spear too? Are you one too?" "No, my father is good at using a spear, but I do not like it." "Then what is your weapon?" Zia Ming smiled. "I am not good at close combat. Maybe I will mainly focus on long-range magic arts in the future. If you were a student at a martial arts university, it might be fine. You are a soldier saying you are not good at close combat. Is that appropriate?" Jai Chen squinted and asked, "What is your talent?" Zia Ming did not hide it. "I am lucky, A-level wind attribute talent." So it is wind attribute. If used properly, it is indeed easy to combine with various arts to cause powerful damage. For example, wind fueling fire, wind and thunder resonance, etc. "Brother Chen, can I touch your spear?" Several people in the front row turned to look at Sun Hao, their eyes carrying strange colors. Number Sun Jiang was speechless. "What are you guys thinking about? I want to touch this gun." He got out of his seat and reached for the spear wrapped in black cloth. As a result, my God, Sun Hao not only failed to lift it, but his hand slipped and he fell hard into the aisle. Just then, an instructor boarded the bus. It was Wei Yang. He happened to see Sun Hao fall, as well as the bursts of laughter that broke out in the carriage. What? With a single glance from Wei Yang, the bus fell into a dead silence. Sun Hao scrambled to his feet, trembling. He sat back in his seat. Wei Yang walked to the center of the aisle and glanced at the long spear on the floor. "Is this yours?" he asked Jai Chen. Jai Chen nodded, his expression unchanging. Wei Yang picked it up and weighed it in his hand. A strange look flickered in his eyes. The 88-kilogram weight was naturally light as a feather to him. But Jai Chen is just a new recruit, a fresh graduate who just finished his college entrance exams. Why is his main weapon so heavy? You see, being able to lift something and being able to wield it effectively are two very different things. Someone who has undergone a bit of training can also lift a 100-kilogram barbell. But what about swinging a 100-kilogram barbell into battle? That requires the individual to possess extreme strength far beyond that weight. Have you already broken through to the first tier? Wei Yang's words struck the hearts of everyone like a thunderbolt. Eyes turned toward them in unison. We have not even officially entered the camp to cultivate yet, and you are already a first-tier warrior. Are you crazy? It is not that they doubted Jai Chen's ability. In fact, not many people knew him or were aware that he had not awakened any talents. A question everyone was more concerned about was this. Since Jai Chen chose to join the army, why would he step into the ranks of warriors early? Rumor has it that the military district has a master-level cultivation technique promoted throughout the entire army. Every recruit can practice it, and there are no threshold requirements. Did Jai Chen pick a trash technique to cultivate early just to show off? In the path of martial arts, core techniques can be changed at any time. The lower the cultivation realm, the lower the cost and side effects of switching techniques. If Jai Chen had only just broken through to the first tier, then switching to the master-level technique after entering the camp would not affect him much. However, this kind of deliberate posturing is truly annoying. Jai Chen looked at Wei Yang and frankly admitted to it. Instructor Wei, I have indeed broken through. Wei Yang did not say anything. He just lifted a corner of the black cloth and took a look at the gleaming spearhead. This spear is of exceptional quality. After putting the spear back in place, Wei Yang patrolled the aisle once. Finally, he returned to the front door and sat down. I do not have that many rules. Talking and communicating are allowed on the bus, but no loud noise. Also, the training camp will last for 3 months, during which your communication devices will be confiscated. If you have anything to say or things to arrange, it is best to resolve them before arriving at the camp, otherwise, there will not be a chance. After saying that, the bus fleet started moving. The skyscrapers of the city gradually faded away, and the scenery outside the window became increasingly desolate. An hour later, the bus finally drove past the towering outer walls of the base city. 100 years ago, due to the rampage of exotic beasts, human habitats were compressed and stripped away bit by bit. In the end, Daxia resolutely decided to build 28 base cities, shrinking the living space of the entire population into these base cities. As for those once vast lands, they had to be handed over to the exotic beasts. Only in this way could humanity continue to thrive and pass on the fire of Daxia. The day the exotic beasts are extinct is the day we reclaim our land. Children born in the new era can mostly only see the primal scenery outside the high walls of the base city in film archives. There are mountains, lakes, oceans, forests, and the ruins of the old era. At the same time, it also harbors endless dangers. Let alone ordinary people, even warriors do not dare to venture into the wilderness alone. If you are unlucky enough to encounter an exotic beast stronger than yourself, you will end up dead and become food for the beast without any help. In fact, for the vast majority of low-tier warriors, their exploration area is limited to within a few hundred kilometers of the base city, because the army is stationed in this area, and many powerful exotic beasts have already been cleared, making it relatively safe. If you really run into danger, you can still send out a signal for help, right? Going any further, that would be a forbidden zone of death. Except for a handful of top-tier martial powerhouses, no one dares to set foot there. Brother Chen, look, we really left the city. Sun Hao seemed exceptionally excited, snapping photos of the scenery outside the window frantically. Jai Chen leaned back in his seat, looking calmly out the window. Have you ever been out before? Asked Zia Ming from the side. This is my first time. I went out of the city once with my father a few years ago, but we did not go too far. We walked around the ruins of a small town from the old era nearby. It was quite moving. Jai Chen looked at him. Then your father must have been a very strong warrior. Taking a child into the wilderness requires absolute confidence, otherwise one would not dare do so. Zia Ming smiled without saying anything, tacitly acknowledging the guess. The bus drove rapidly along the quiet mountain road. The mood of the recruits on the bus seemed to be on a roller coaster as well. From the initial excitement and thrill, they gradually became nervous, their hearts full of apprehension. They did not know how much longer the vehicle would travel. They did not know where the destination actually was. Before long, what kind of unforgettable experience would be waiting for them? Jai Chen casually took a photo of the lush green mountains and sent it to Yun Muxu. Is it beautiful? You are already out of the city, so fast. The military driver is a bit wild, speeding all the way. Haha, you must be getting shaken to death. I will have to turn in my phone once we reach the camp. I will not be able to communicate with the outside world for these 3 months of training, just letting you know. Oh, why are you telling me this? Do you think I will miss you? Do not be so narcissistic, humph. It is okay, I will miss you. Yun Muxu was used to bickering with Jai Chen. Facing his sudden tenderness, she was stunned for a moment. Her mind went blank, and she did not know how to reply. A minute later. All right, then I will reluctantly miss you too, Sundir. Just kidding, training is so tiring every day. Where would I have the time to think about all that? If you have the guts, crawl over through the internet cable and see if I do not bite you to death, gritting teeth. Then I will not bathe for these 3 months. If you can handle it when we meet next time, you can bite me all you want. You are vicious. Gotta go, the bus seems to have stopped. The bus stopped on the mountain road, which made everyone wonder if they had encountered an exotic beast attack. Everyone on the bus stood up from their seats. Their gazes pierced through the windshield, looking straight ahead. Wei Yang shouted in a deep voice, "Sit down, it is not your turn yet." Jai Chen and Zia Ming both captured a key piece of information from this sentence. They looked at each other. Then, by tacit agreement, they leaned out to the left and right, looking at the number 1 bus at the very front. Sure enough, the recruits on that bus got off looking blankly and lined up neatly on the side of the road. After an instructor gave them some instructions, the bus fleet set off again. When Jai Chen's bus, number 6, passed by those people, he clearly saw a sense of fear and unease in their eyes. A group of recruits without any equipment being abandoned on the road in the wilderness. The bus is still driving, which means they have not arrived at the camp yet. Then, this must be an assessment before entering the camp. Did not expect to play it so big right from the start. Sun Hao muttered to himself. At this moment, a sense of tension began to spread among everyone. Every few minutes after that, a busload of people would be abandoned on the road. Before long, it was bus number 6's turn. Wei Yang got up and came to the aisle. I am sure you have all guessed it by now. That is right, this is an assessment, and also your first real combat experience in life. He pointed outside the window. Cross this wilderness area, and you will see the camp for this training session. The whole journey is about 50 kilometers. You are in bus 6, so you are assigned route number 6. Wei Yang handed out palm-sized map booklets to each person. Now you each have a map. Whether you act collectively or as lone wolves, the choice is yours. Also, leave all personal items on the bus. You have 1 minute to put on the carbon fiber combat suits prepared on the luggage rack, then get off the bus and line up. What? While Sun Hao was still completely bewildered. Jai Chen next to him had already stood up, taken 2 carbon fiber combat suits from the rack, and tossed one to Zia Ming. The two of them changed clothes rapidly and got off the bus. When Jai Chen passed Wei Yang, he asked, "Instructor Wei, can I bring my spear?" Wei Yang looked at him with an indifferent gaze. What do you think? Jai Chen did not say anything more and went to stand in line. Before long, everyone from bus 6 had assembled. Wei Yang stood in front of the formation and spoke in a deep voice. One final warning, the mortality rate for the admission assessment in previous years has reached 20%. If anyone is scared and wants to quit now, you can step forward. 3, 2. 2 trembling recruits stepped out of the formation. Wei Yang looked at them with a smirk. Very well, get back on the bus. The two were confused by this. Instructor Wei, did not we just quit? Wei Yang scolded coldly. Do you think signing up for the military is a joke? I can understand that you fear death, but thinking you can just go home so easily. Do you really think I took you out for a sightseeing tour? 2 choices. 1. Get back on the bus immediately and go to the training camp to participate in 3 months of camp construction. 2. Be a deserter, return to the base city the way you came, and wait for a military court-martial. Choose for yourselves. Hearing this, the 2 cowardly recruits were so frightened their legs shook, and they got back on the bus without another word. Wei Yang looked back at Jai Chen and the others. Except for the map and the military dagger on your waist, you have no other supplies. I hope to see all of you arrive safely at the camp before dark tomorrow night. All right, move out. He waved his hand and then boarded the vehicle to leave without looking back. Chen, what do you think? Sun Hao had already made up his mind to latch onto Jai Chen for support. Zia Ming smiled and said, Jai Chen, since you have already reached the first rank, you are logically the strongest among us. Why do not you take the lead and give the orders? Jai Chen looked at the others with some hesitation. Does anyone have any objections? A moment later, discordant voices began to emerge from the team. A martial artist without even an innate talent, is not that a joke? Exactly, what qualification does he have to command us? I asked around. His college entrance exam score was only around 600. I bet he just used drugs to force his way into the first rank. What a clever scheme, breaking through just before entering the camp to make himself look tough and superior to everyone else. HMPH, I am certainly not going to take orders from a poser like him. Sun Hao could not stand it anymore and stood beside Jai Chen to back him up. What do you guys know? Brother Chen is the big boss of our number 3 high school. He kept every guy in the whole school under his thumb for 3 years. Haha, thumb, or maybe a turtle's head. That just proves that everyone at your school is a bunch of losers. A boy with a sharp, monkey-like face, a pointed chin, and prominent cheekbones sneered with disdain. Say that again if you have the guts. Sun Hao was so angry his face turned beet red. Just as he was about to step forward to argue, Jai Chen pulled him back. I have no intention of being a squad leader, nor do I want to command anyone. Why do not we put it to a vote? This proposal was unanimously accepted. Soon 3 candidates were put forward. Zia Ming, life level 1.01, quasi-martial artist, grade A win talent. Meng Jia, life level 0.99, quasi-martial artist, grade B enhancement talent. Zhu Yan, life level 2.58, first rank intermediate martial artist, grade C fire talent. It is worth noting that Zhu Yan was the only person on the number 6 transport who was not a fresh graduate. Only when they revealed their backgrounds did everyone realize this stranger, whom no one knew, was actually their senior from the previous year. Zhu Yan's exam scores last year were average, his talent was mediocre, and his family was too poor to afford tuition. In the end, he gave up on applying to second-tier martial arts universities. Instead, he joined a martial arts gym as an apprentice. To put it plainly, he was cheap labor. By working for free, he traded his labor for the occasional piece of guidance from the gym's instructors. It saved him tuition, true. But correspondingly, he learned very little. The gym taught Zhu Yan common, basic techniques. His only martial skill was a D-grade fist technique. Therefore, even though it looked like he had an extra year of training, the improvement in his actual strength was extremely slow, hardly worth mentioning. Zhu Yan claimed he was sick of the exploitation at the gym. So once his contract as an apprentice expired, he decisively decided to enlist. After hearing his story, no one laughed, but almost no one felt sorry for him either, because they were still facing a life-or-death crisis with a mortality rate of over 20%. Most people cared more about whether they would survive this test. Zhu Yan's strength as a first-rank intermediate martial artist was like a reassurance pill for everyone. Compared to Jai Chen, he was undoubtedly the better choice for captain. Everyone had already guessed that since the military arranged this assessment, the difficulty would not be too high. At most, they would encounter first-rank, entry-level exotic beasts. As long as Zhu Yan was there, it would not be an issue. So as long as they stayed close to Zhu Yan, they would surely make it through the wilderness forest with ease. In the end, the result was as expected. There were 28 people in the team. Excluding the 3 candidates, that made 25 votes. Xing Kaiyan won with an overwhelming 20 votes and was successfully elected captain of the number 6 route. Faced with this result, Zhu Yan, having spent a frustrating year being pushed around at the gym, could not help but grin. He had finally reached the highlight of his life. Do not worry, comrades, I will definitely keep you all safe. If we encounter beast attacks, just hide behind me and leave it to me to handle. Brother Zhu Yan is amazing. We are all following Brother Zhu Yan. After soaking up the praise from his teammates, Zhu Yan looked at Jai Chen, Zia Ming, and the others. Are you all sticking together, or are you acting on your own? Jai Chen, what are your plans? Zia Ming asked. After a moment of thought, Jai Chen said calmly, let us stay together. We are all comrades after all. It is better to be united. If he wanted to be a lone wolf, he could definitely be the first to get through the forest. Let alone first-rank beasts, he would not even bat an eye at second or third-rank ones. But that kind of behavior, to put it nicely, is individual heroism. To put it not so nicely, it is arrogant and does not foster unity. Seeing his decision, Zia Ming and Sun Hao also expressed their willingness to move together. That makes me laugh, he is faking it so hard, how would he dare to move on his own? A first-ranker with no talent probably could not even beat a quasi-martial artist with a life level over 1. Exactly, now that he has got brother Zhu Yan as a crutch, how could he possibly let that go? He put in all that effort just to end up relying on someone else. What a complete clown. Sun Hao pointed at the few people who were shouting the loudest and roared. Who are you calling a loser? Brother Chen does not even need to move. I could beat you until you are crying for your moms. You want to test me? Oh, you have got a big mouth. You want to try it? Enough. Zhu Yan and Jai Chen spoke at the same time, putting an end to the pointless argument. We have already wasted too much time. Let us get moving. We can settle any conflicts once we reach the camp. I have to admit, Zhu Yan was playing the part of captain quite well. He took out the map and studied it for a moment. It is noon now. We have about 7 hours until dark. The surrounding terrain is quite complex, so even with a forced march, we will not reach the camp before dark. So I suggest we set up camp here for the night. Zhu Yan pointed at a blue area on the map. There is a lake here, so we can solve the water problem, and the terrain is relatively flat. What do you all think? He did not just decide it on his own, but sought out the input of his team members. Jai Chen and the others had no objections. It was the sharp-faced boy who almost fought with Sun Hao, who looked a bit dissatisfied. Brother Zhu Yan, it is only 50 kilometers. If we pick up the pace, we could reach the camp before dark. Is it really necessary to waste a night camping? Zhu Yan looked at him and frowned. Zhao Yu, the forest terrain is complex. Moving through it is not that easy. I am fast and have great stamina, so I can handle it, not like some people who just drag us down. Even if you are fine, we have to consider everyone else. Not everyone can handle such a high-intensity forced march. Zhu Yan projected the aura and dignity expected of a captain. Listen to me, for the sake of safety. We are setting up camp by the lake tonight. We will head out at first light, and we will aim to eat lunch at the camp. Zhao Yu was not convinced and offered his own perspective. Think about it, there are 8 teams and 8 routes. There must be some competitive element in this assessment. The team that arrives at the camp first definitely gets some advantage. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at each other, and their resolve wavered. It was not because of any so-called advantage. It was their strong desire to win that drove them to want the title of the #1 squad. Everyone there was a teenage boy. The last thing they lacked was impulse, passion, and a stirring competitive spirit. Brother Zhu Yan, maybe we should. One of the team members had barely started to speak when Zhu Yan ruthlessly interrupted him. No risks, grades are important, but I would rather bring all of you back alive. Stay close to me and nobody falls behind. With that said, Zhu Yan pulled the dagger from his waist. He was the first to jump down the sloped embankment by the road. Following the predetermined route, he entered the canopy-shrouded forest. Despite some disagreements, Zhu Yan was their captain after all, and he held absolute authority. The team members also needed to rely on this powerful captain for protection. So they followed him without hesitation. Jai Chen and the others brought up the rear. Besides Zia Ming and Sun Hao, there was also someone named Meng Jia. He was one of the 3 candidates for captain earlier. He was a friend of Zia Ming and also from Donglan #1 High School. Come to think of it, apart from Sun Hao, the other 3 were all qualified to be captains. If it were not for Zhu Yan, an experienced veteran from the previous batch, the captain of Line 6 would have been one of those 3. However, they all had fairly easygoing personalities and did not like to compete or fight, so they actually got along quite well. It was a 50-kilometer cross-country trek through the jungle. Having someone to talk to on the way was definitely better than just trudging along in silence. Jai Chen, Meng Jia asked with a bit of curiosity. Is it true that you did not awaken your martial arts talent, even after 2 injections of genetic serum? Old Mengs. Zia Ming nudged Meng Jia with his elbow, signaling him with his eyes to stop asking such intrusive questions. Was not that clearly rubbing salt into brother Jai Chen's wounds? His social awareness was truly worrying. No wonder he has not had a single girlfriend in 3 years of high school, even though he looks decent enough. Jai Chen smiled faintly, shook his head, and said to Zia Ming, "It is all right, I let go of that a long time ago." Even if he had not awakened the system later, he would never have been broken by this. although he did not know why his college entrance exam scores had dropped so severely. The fact that he had consistently outperformed the school's star student Yun Muksu for 3 years at number 3 high school was enough. That was enough to prove his talent and strength in martial arts. So what if he did not awaken his martial arts talent? As long as one's heart is strong enough, there will eventually come a day to stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. This was the confidence carved into Jai Chen's very bones. What the system gave him was nothing more than a shortcut to achieve his goals faster. Meng Jia gave a sheepish smile. Looks like brother Jai Chen is quite optimistic. It must be because you have a happy family. This time it was Sun Hao's face that turned dark. Listen here, if you do not know how to speak, just shut your mouth. Huh, did I say something wrong again? Meng Jia looked bewildered. Even Zia Ming had a confused expression. He knew absolutely nothing about Jai Chen's family situation. Sun Hao said indignantly, everyone at number 3 high school knows that brother Chen has been an orphan since he was a child. Where would he have a happy family? Upon hearing this, Meng Jia and Zia Ming both cast apologetic looks at Jai Chen. Kaiyan Chen waved his hand with a smile. I do not feel offended. Please do not take it to heart. Even so, Meng Jia kept quiet after that. Of the 4, he was usually the most talkative, but now his mouth was shut tighter than anyone else's. They had walked for about an hour. The journey had been very smooth, and they had not encountered any exotic beasts. This made the tense mood of the team members gradually relax. I told you that 20% mortality rate was just something Instructor Wei made up to scare us. You are right, we have not even seen a ghost along the way. I was so worried for nothing. Use your heads, would the instructors really let anything happen to us before we even reach the recruit camp? Look at you, you hindsight genius. You were the one whose legs were shaking the hardest earlier. At this moment, Zhu Yan, who was leading the way, could not help but feel suspicious as well. Could it be really what everyone was saying? Had the instructors already cleared all the exotic beasts along the route? Otherwise, how else could they explain the team having traveled 5 kilometers into the jungle without seeing a single exotic beast? Brother Zhu Yan. Zhao Yu could not hold back anymore. I told you your worries were unnecessary. There is no danger on this path. It is simply a test of our stamina. If you ask me, we should pick up the pace now. We might still have a chance to reach the camp before dark. If we really camp in the forest as you said, maybe all 7 other teams will arrive by tomorrow and just wait to make a joke out of us. After Zhao Yu's words, many of the wavering team members were persuaded. Brother Yan, it does not matter if we do not get first place, but we definitely cannot come in last. That is right, Captain. If we really end up in last place, even if the instructors do not punish us, we will definitely be mocked by other teams for a long time. Plus, our team has you, a first-stage intermediate martial artist, as our leader. If we end up last, it would not only be a loss of face for us, but you would be laughed at as well. Zhu Yan lowered his head and frowned, contemplating for a long time. Eventually, he gritted his teeth and gestured for all the team members to gather in a circle. Let us vote by show of hands, majority rules. Raise your hand if you want to speed up and reach the camp as soon as possible. Soon, everyone had made their decision. Zhu Yan counted them one by one. 17 to 11. All right then, let us speed up. Those at the back, try your best to keep up. Make sure not to fall behind. If you are really tired, just call out, and we can rest for a few minutes on the spot. The team set off again. This time, the speed increased significantly. If they were hiking through the jungle before, now they were sprinting. This was a huge test for everyone's stamina and endurance. Fortunately, they were traveling light without any load, otherwise their energy consumption would have been even faster. Brother Chen, what are you doing? Sun Hao noticed that Jai Chen was holding a branch about 2 meters long and evenly thick. It was about 5 centimeters in diameter and could be held in one hand. Jai Chen was whittling the branch with a dagger while walking. Zia Ming saw his intention at a glance. Jai Chen, are you trying to make a wooden spear? Yes, just in case. Jai Chen nodded and said, if we run into a tricky situation, it will be hard to rely solely on a dagger. It is better to have a long weapon in hand. Meng Jia was confused. But is not the strength of a branch too low? Can it deal with exotic beasts? I am afraid it would break in two at the first encounter. Chen said, these trees in the jungle have been nourished by spiritual energy for years. Their toughness and strength are actually quite good. They should be fine to deal with first-stage beasts. Is that so? I did not actually know that. Meng Jia seemed somewhat surprised. Xia Ming joked, this is recorded in the Wilderness Encyclopedia. I told you to play less games and read more books. Now that you are out in the wild, you do not even know common sense. You are really embarrassing our school. Meng Jia retorted defiantly, you know it. You are so smart. Then why do not you follow Jai Chen's lead and get yourself a wooden weapon for protection? Xia Ming laughed. What do I need protection for? We have you guys for the small troubles, and if things get worse, we still have Captain Zhu. Even if we face a life-or-death crisis, those who run slow can stay behind as cannon fodder. Either way, I have a wind attribute, and I can run really fast. Meng Jia's face turned red, and he gave him a thumbs up. You are amazing. Out of us, I think I am the one who runs the slowest. Sun Hao's remark immediately cracked the others up. Brother Hao, we are counting on you. Meng Jia said with a chuckle, patting his shoulder. Use your body as bait to buy us time to escape, and we will definitely make sure the instructors give you a martyr title and remember you forever. Get out of here. Sun Hao's face darkened, and he angrily shook off Meng Jia's arm. At that moment, a commotion broke out at the front of the team. Jai Chen and the others followed to check the situation. It is an exotic beast, one of the members exclaimed. Xia Ming had excellent vision, and even from dozens of meters away, he identified the beast immediately. It is an armored beetle. They are quite common in jungle areas and belong to the lower-tier exotic beasts. Judging by its size, it should only be a first-stage beginner level. Hearing him say that, the team members felt relieved. First-stage beginner, that gave me a fright. Captain, it is your time to shine. Zhu Yan nodded and dashed out in a flash. What? The iron beetle is about half a meter long, oval in shape, with 6 limbs covered in sharp spikes. Its shell is as hard as iron, shimmering with a metallic luster. Its mouth consists of a pair of sharp mandibles. A pair of fist-sized eyes glow with an eerie green light, projecting a sense of ferocity. Seeing Zhu Yan throw a punch at it, the iron beetle leaps up from where it stood, its sickle-like front limbs slashing across like a reaper cutting wheat. Zhu Yan stiffens his expression and immediately dodges to the side. At the same time, he seizes the opening and strikes a heavy elbow blow from above onto the beetle's back. The airborne iron beetle is instantly slammed to the ground by this immense force. Zhu Yan immediately follows up with a kick, sending it flying several meters away. God, Brother Yan is awesome. As expected of our captain, that combat power is top-notch. Captain Zhu finish it off. Hearing the cheers and praises of his team members, Zhu Yan feels a little smug inside. In fact, this is his first real battle against a beast. If he had not been put on such a high pedestal, he certainly would not have chosen such a reckless fighting style. However, that does not matter anymore. After the recent probe, he is certain that this iron beetle poses no threat to him at all. While the iron beetle is left dazed and confused from being thrown, Zhu Yan steps forward, flames seemingly dancing upon his fists. This is his fire attribute martial arts talent, fused with the basic fist technique taught to him by the martial arts hall. Its power has been taken to the next level. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. 7 consecutive punches. Every punch is filled with flames. Like a heavy hammer, they strike the same spot on the beetle's back shell. For a moment, sparks fly everywhere. The iron beetle has no way to fight back, its 6 limbs curling up on the ground, frantically scratching and struggling. After a fierce storm of attacks, the iron beetle's rock-hard shell finally gives way, revealing spiderweb-like cracks. Zhu Yan's breathing stutters, and he feels his knuckles going numb and aching. Behind him, the applause and cheers of his team, celebrating the victory, ring out simultaneously. Zhu Yan, sweating on his forehead, feels suddenly energized, and his fist power surges dramatically. He grits his teeth, puts on a fierce expression, and throws his 8th punch. With a crisp crack, as Zhu Yan precisely hits the crack on the back shell, The iron beetle lets out a mournful cry. Its shell shatters into pieces. The scorching fist force penetrates deep into its body. The iron beetle's 6 limbs spasm wildly, and it lies paralyzed on the ground, soon going still. After a brief silence, a roar of cheers erupts in the woods. Well done. Brother Yan is too fierce. To shatter an iron beetle, known for its defense, in just a few punches, he truly has God-given strength. What tier 1 beast? I think it is nothing special. Haha, with Captain Zhu Yan here, our assessment this time is definitely in the bag. Meanwhile, the sharp-mouthed, monkey-cheeked Zhao Yu glances at Jai Chen and the others and says with hidden meaning, "If someone else were captain, they might have already abandoned us and run away in a panic." Zhu Yan walks over, with his right hand behind his back, beads of blood dripping faintly from between his fingers. "Zhao Yu, we are all comrades in arms, say less," he says, enduring the pain. Immediately he looks at Jai Chen and the others, smiling. "Do not worry, as long as I am here, I will definitely protect all of you safe and sound." "Thank you, Captain," Zia Ming responds in a friendly way. Jai Chen, who is on the side, continues to bury his head in whittling his wooden spear. At this moment, the spearhead has begun to take shape and can be used after a little more polishing. A strange look flashes in Zhu Yan's eyes. "Brother Jai Chen, what are you doing?" Before Jai Chen can speak, Zhao Yu answers for him in a self-righteous manner. "Need you ask, making a toy for a kid?" His mouth curves into a mocking smile. "My younger brother liked playing with wooden swords and knives when he was a kid, just not sure who Jai Chen is making that for." "We do not have any kids in our team, do we?" Zhao Yu pretends to look around, then puts on an expression of sudden realization. "Oh, I know, he must still be a child at heart and made it for himself, ha ha ha." Seeing that no one pays him any mind, Zhao Yu is a bit surprised. Why are not you guys laughing? Is not it funny?" However, at this moment, the entire team's eyes are drawn to something that has suddenly appeared. After noticing that something is wrong, Zhao Yu's smile vanishes instantly. He turns his head stiffly. Several massive, gray-furred wolves appear from the bushes all around them. Just finished off one iron beetle, and now more are here. And it is not just one. It is an entire pack of wolves. 6 wolf-type beasts in total. Zhao Yu's pupils shrink, and he feels a fear like never before. Only now does he truly realize that the 20 mortality rate mentioned by Chief Instructor Wei Yang was not baseless. It is Frost Moon Gray Wolves. Zia Ming is still the first to identify the origin of these beasts. "Awesome, old Zia, you truly are a human encyclopedia. What time do you think it is? Still in the mood for jokes?" Zhu Yan shouts, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He clenches his fists and prepares for battle. The sweat constantly oozing from his forehead is enough to prove his inner tension at this moment. If it were just one, he should be able to handle it by himself. But with 6 tier 1 beginner-level Frost Moon Gray Wolves, he really cannot be everywhere at once. Not to mention, there are over 20 brothers around him. Once the fighting breaks out, he certainly will not be able to look after everyone. Maybe quite a few people will die this time. "Captain, we are with you. Just a few vicious beasts. Do we have to be afraid of them with so many of us?" "That is right, 28 against 6. The advantage is ours. Let us just do it." All team members hold their daggers reversed in their dominant hands, standing back to back in a circle. Although they are all quasi-warriors, with a life level of less than 1. But the 3 years of basic training and martial arts courses in high school were not in vain. The team's unity makes Zhu Yan feel very encouraged. Everyone relax, just treat it as a VR combat simulation. The 6 Frost Moon Gray Wolves expose fangs like steel needles, their scarlet pupils filled with vicious killing intent. Their front paws rub heavily against the fallen leaves on the forest floor. Suddenly, one of the wolves lets out a short growl. It sounds just like a charge signal. The 6 Frost Moon Gray Wolves launch an attack from different directions simultaneously. I will take on the biggest one and leave the rest to you all. Zhu Yan charges out first, engaging in a bloody fight with one of the most violent Frost Moon Gray Wolves. In an instant, he has several deep scratches on his body. Blood flows all over the ground. Zhu Yan is enraged, knocks it back with a heavy flame punch, then seizes the chance to leap into the air, his left hand gripping the dagger tightly as he stabs it into the wolf's spine. Meanwhile, the other battlefields are also in full swing. The team members are grouped together. One group restrains one frost moon gray wolf. As long as a wolf launches an attack on one of them, the others swarm up. Brother Chen, what is the plan? Sun Hao stares at the gray wolf not far in front of him with caution. Ready. Jai Chen puts his dagger back into his waistband. The wooden spear has taken shape. Though made of tree branches, it possesses a unique air of majesty in his hands. Jai Chen in his combat uniform grips the long spear, his sharp eyes looking straight ahead. He looks just like a famous young general from an ancient battlefield. He says to Zia Ming and the others, "Go and help the others, one person is enough here." Chen, are you really okay? Sun Hao still felt a bit worried. Jai Chen stood ready with his spear, offering a slight smile. Do not forget, I am the strongest man in the 3rd high school. With that, he switched to holding the spear with one hand, dragging the tip across the ground and kicking up a sky full of fallen leaves. Sun Hao felt a blur before his eyes. By the time his vision cleared, Jai Chen had already vanished from the spot. As expected of a Tier 1 martial artist, this speed. Sun Hao, you stay and assist Jai Chen. We are going to support the others. Zia Ming and Meng Jia swept past Sun Hao. They were not at ease with Jai Chen being alone, but with Sun Hao there, it should be foolproof. No problem, leave it to. Sun Hao had not finished his sentence. Ow! A miserable wolf howl echoed through the quiet forest. The team members who were struggling in a bitter fight with the Frost Moon Gray Wolves were instantly stunned. Who is that? The Frost Moon Gray Wolf is dead. Is it team leader Zhu who finished the fight? They had no time to check on other squads, so they could only guess based on instinct. It is not Zhu Yan. Someone shouted. It is Jai Chen. He took on a Frost Moon Gray Wolf by himself and actually succeeded. Forget about him, focus on what is in front of us. On the other side, Sun Hao stood rooted to the spot, dumbfounded. He was just about to say he would be Brother Chen's most effective assistant. But he ended up being slapped in the face. Jai Chen used only one spear strike to pierce the throat of that Frost Moon Gray Wolf. To this, Sun Hao could only find 3 words in his mind to describe the scene. Steady, accurate, and ruthless. Brother Chen is just too damn strong, right? Just one spear strike. And it was a wooden spear polished from a tree branch just a moment ago. Who else could do that? Sun Hao even suspected he was dreaming. Even a beast that a Tier 1 mid-level martial artist like Zhu Yan found hard to deal with. How did Brother Chen kill it without any effort? Even chopping vegetables is not this fast. He even got the illusion that Tier 1 beasts were easy to kill. No! Sun Hao slapped himself to force himself to wake up. A beast is a beast, how could it be that easy to kill? The reason he had that illusion was entirely because Jai Chen is too monstrous. Sure enough, Brother Chen is still the same Brother Chen he remembers. Back at 3rd High, he crushed all the boys for 3 years, making them unable to raise their heads. Now in the army, he might stir up the wind and clouds again, making all the new recruits look pale in comparison. What are you staring at? Go help. Jai Chen walked past him, carrying the wooden spear. On the tip of the spear, hot beast blood was still dripping. Sun Hao suddenly snapped out of it and said, "Oh." He then quickly threw himself into the battlefield nearest to him. Jai Chen glanced at the battlefield. Aside from the one Zhu Yan was dealing with, there were 4 Frost Moon Gray Wolves left. With the addition of Zia Ming and the others, the situation was basically under control. It was nothing more than circling each other in a stalemate. He did not hesitate and immediately charged toward the weakest battlefield. That squad consisted of 7 people, but none of them had a life level above 0.9. Even if some had awakened good talents. They had not trained systematically yet and could not fully unleash their martial arts potential. Although they had only traded a few moves. They were already covered in wounds, breathing heavily, and their stamina was running low. "Damn it, I will fight you to the death." A recruit was filled with rage and youthful bloodlust by the frost moon gray wolf. Ignoring his wounds, he grabbed his dagger and charged at the beast like a madman. However, a simple wooden spear appeared in the air, blocking him. "Go rest, leave the rest to me." "Admit is useful." Chen smiled slightly, which was very reassuring. Immediately after, under the gaze of the entire squad, he charged toward the frost moon gray wolf 10 meters away in a fearless stance. The latter had just witnessed the death of its companion, so it was quite wary of Chen. It gripped the ground tightly with its claws in a defensive stance, waiting for the moment Chen charged over to deliver a fatal blow. The frost moon gray wolf is, after all, just a low-level beast with limited intelligence. How could it know the principle that length equals power in weapons? A wooden spear over 2 meters long still holds the absolute first strike advantage. What can a beast with 0 brain capacity use to fight back? Just as it raised its claws, Chen flicked his wrist, and the spear tip suddenly deviated half an inch from its original trajectory, piercing straight through the frost moon gray wolf's heart. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere like watermelon juice. Chen pulled out the spearhead. Seeing it had not fully kicked the bucket yet, he stabbed it into the carotid artery with another strike. Now it was completely dead. At the edge of the jungle, in a military training camp, Wei Yang and his instructors had already arrived. They were sitting in the monitoring room, observing the performance of the recruits on each route. There was one thing Wei Yang had not told them in advance. The carbon fiber combat uniforms issued to everyone were equipped with hidden pinhole cameras. They could transmit the footage from the jungle to the camp's large monitoring screen in real time via satellite signal. Old Wei is not the difficulty this year a bit too high. A young instructor named Wu Yang sat next to Wei Yang, staring at the monitor with a worried face. At least 20 Tier 1 beasts on each route, even if they are all low-level. Not many of these recruits are official martial artists. Are not you afraid of a high death rate and getting blamed by the superiors? Wei Yang said with a cold expression. With a team of 30 people, if they cannot even overcome this difficulty, how can they go on to kill enemies in the future? Is there any difference between dying in the entry exam or acting as cannon fodder later? Wu Yang opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he could only shake his head and sigh helplessly. Old Wei's temper is just too stubborn. 10 donkeys would not be able to pull him back. If it were not for his persistent stubbornness, he might have been promoted long ago. Why would he need to come to the training camp every year to coach recruits? Which line do you think will break through the fastest? Wei Yang asked, squinting his eyes. Wu Yang glanced at the situation of each line. So far, about 2 hours have passed. The progress of the 8 routes is not much different. The fastest is Route 1. They have already covered a distance of 10 kilometers. After all, Route 1 started earliest, and so far they have only encountered 3 beast attacks. They solved the battle quickly by combining their efforts. The slowest is Route 6, with less than 7 kilometers covered. On one hand, it is because of decision-making. The other 7 lines were all rushing at full speed from the beginning. Only Captain Zhu Yan of Route 6 decided to camp by the lake for safety, so their initial speed was not fast. On the other hand, they are quite unlucky. After surviving the Iron Beetle crisis, they were immediately met with an attack from the Frost Moon Grey Wolf Pack. This is currently the most difficult challenge encountered by all lines. Watching the members of Route 6 fall into the siege of the Wolf Pack, Wu Yang could not help but shake his head with regret. I do not know which line will break through first, but Route 6 will definitely have the first casualty. Wei Yang stared at a recruit who looked unremarkable at the back of the Route 6 team and whispered, "I do not think so." Wu Yang turned his head in surprise to look at Wei Yang. He then realized that his gaze was focused on a teenager holding a wooden spear. "Old Wei, could it be that you think highly of this kid?" Wei Yang remained silent and sipped his tea. The next moment, the battle broke out. All the instructors shifted their attention to the screen for Route 6. Not bad, they did not fall into chaos and knew how to split into small groups to fight on their own. With Zhu Yan, a Tier 1 mid-level martial artist, there should not be much of a problem. It is hard to say, he was a bit too arrogant when killing the Iron Beetle earlier. His hands are injured, and he cannot fully utilize his signature fist technique. The main point is that the wolf pack appeared too early, almost seamlessly, and Zhu Yan, as the strongest fighter, had no time to rest at all. I feel it is looking grim. I hope fewer people die. They are all just children who just turned of age after all. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look!" The instructors all could not sit still and stood up, surrounding the large screen. They stared fixedly at the teenager, with the refined face but decisive and ruthless moves. Am I seeing this right? Just one spear strike. That is right, he only delivered one strike, and the Frost Moon Grey Wolf actually died just like that. Immediately, someone looked up the boy's records. This kid is called Chen, a fresh graduate with a score of over 600, and also. That instructor was stunned for a moment, then frowned and continued. And he has not awakened any martial arts talent. What do you mean he has not awakened martial arts talent? Did he not go to the ceremony? Literal meaning, Wei Yang explained. He took 2 doses of genetic serum, but failed to awaken even the lowest D-rank talent. Back on the bus, he had already figured out Chen's background. The instructors looked at each other, feeling unprecedented shock. Chen's file looked mundane no matter how you read it, let alone he had no talent. Zhu Yan is a subrealm higher than him, yet he felt extremely strained dealing with a Frost Moon Grey Wolf alone. How did he manage to kill it in one blow? Well, this shocking slaughter was only the beginning. Under the watchful eyes of all the instructors, Chen, with a single spear in hand, killed several Frost Moon Grey Wolves in succession. The entire process was smooth and fluid. Every strike was a fatal one. He sought only efficiency, not flair. There were no redundant movements. After finishing one, he immediately moved on to the next. He did not even bother to look at the wolves he had killed. It seemed as mundane to him as eating or drinking water. Although Frost Moon Grey Wolves are not known for their defense, is not it a bit unscientific to kill them so effortlessly with just a wooden spear? One instructor asked, looking completely baffled. Wei Yang replied calmly, martial cultivation cannot be explained by science. Instructor Wu Yang gave a slight shudder, feeling his scalp tingle. If it were me at the same level of strength, I absolutely could not achieve this. Old Wei could probably do it, right? I remember the year Old Wei joined the camp. He set the kill record for our Donglan military recruit assessment. Wait, how many was it again? It seems it was 17 first-tier primary beasts. As expected of Old Wei. However, Wei Yang shook his head slightly. I am not as good as Chen. What? The instructors familiar with him were all stunned. Wei Yang was notoriously ruthless in the military. He never submitted to anyone and was incredibly arrogant. Few were the people who could earn his approval, let alone him voluntarily saying such a thing. Old Wei the kid is indeed impressive, but he is still far behind you, is not he? Wei Yang's gaze was piercing, his mind repeatedly replaying Chen's spear movements. I did not decide to join the military until 2 months after my college entrance exam. Back then, I already had the strength close to a first-tier intermediate level and 2 C-level martial arts techniques. Chen is different, he just stepped into the first-tier primary level. Furthermore, even I could only kill 1 Frost Moon Grey Wolf instantly, but I could not strike continuously like he did. Wu Yang caught on to the implication in his words. By that, do you mean Chen's cultivation technique is extraordinary? Wei Yang nodded with a serious expression. Without using martial talents or skills, the gap in strength between first-tier martial artists of the same level is not large. But Chen was able to burst forth repeatedly, every strike as swift as a dragon, with no sign of his offensive power waning at all. The only explanation for him being able to reach this level is his technique. Could it be a Grandmaster level technique? Wu Yang asked, shocked. The other instructors were also stunned. What kind of family background does this kid have that he could actually get his hands on a Grandmaster technique? The instructor who had just checked Chen's file spoke up, He is from the Jai group, but both his parents died, and he was raised by his uncle. Ah, so he is the young master of the Jai group. That makes sense. A Grandmaster technique costs at least over 1 billion or even several billion Daxia coins. The Jai family really went all out. Wait, if the Jai family had the means to get him a Grandmaster technique, it shows they care about him, so why send him here to take such risks? That part indeed does not make sense. Many people from poor families come to the military to practice free Grandmaster techniques because they cannot afford school, but they have to bear greater responsibilities and risks in return. As everyone was debating, Wei Yang offered his own insight. I suspect it is not a Grandmaster technique, at least not an ordinary one. What? A shocking statement. The blank expressions on the instructors' faces were unified. Not a Grandmaster technique. Could it be a war god level technique? That stuff is beyond what money can measure. Looking across all the martial arts universities in the country, probably only the Holy Martial University and the top 4 institutions have such deep foundations. Even within those institutions filled with geniuses, very few have the qualifications to access a war god-level technique. Jai Chen, a plain-looking third-generation wealthy kid, how could he possibly have a war god-level technique? Old Wei, you do not think you misread him, do you? Wei Yang looked solemn, as if thinking about something. Finally, he shook his head slightly, perhaps. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Jai Chen's spear pierced through the skull of the last frost moon gray wolf. He then gave it a twist, and the wolf's head was instantly crushed. Flesh and blood splattered all over the ground. He retracted his long spear, walked straight to Zhu Yan, who was kneeling on the ground, and reached out his hand. Zhu Yan was panting heavily. He looked up at him with a complex expression. But he still grabbed Jai Chen's hand and was pulled up. The slaughter ended. Jai Chen, the undisputed protagonist, retreated to the back of the crowd and discreetly wiped the beast blood off his spear with some leaves. Zhu Yan was silent for a moment, realizing the other person had no intention of fighting him for the captain position. Covering the claw wound on his forearm, he scanned his surroundings and said in a low voice, "Attention everyone, count off, bandage your wounds. We will rest here for half an hour before continuing." In fact, among so many people, the one most severely injured was Zhu Yan himself. The wolf he faced was the largest and strongest, and several exchanges had been life-threatening. Just as Zhu Yan sat down to regulate his breath, a sudden cry came from the team. "Captain, one person is missing." Hearing this, Zhu Yan opened his eyes wide, stood up, and asked who is missing. "It is Zhao Yu." Someone who knew added. Zhao Yu disappeared as soon as the battle started. That scumbag, he must have been a coward and ran off, leaving us behind. So selfish, absolutely no team spirit. Zhu Yan looked displeased. Having a deserter in his team who disregarded the safety of his comrades was a great humiliation. But now was not the time to obsess over that. Since he kept harping on being the first to reach the camp, let him be. We will proceed as planned. Time was already tight. Plus, the battle just now had delayed them significantly, making it impossible to reach the camp before dark. The team members had no objections to this. They had only entered 10 kilometers into the jungle and had already encountered so many dangers. Who knew what other trials awaited them? Better safe than sorry, they would camp by the lake and continue at daybreak. Do you think Zhao Yu might have run into an accident? Humph, a coward deserves whatever happens if he dies at the hands of a beast. After the incident, everyone sat in groups of 2 or 3 to meditate, occasionally glancing at Jai Chen, who was resting under a tree. The wooden spear that had killed 6 frost moon gray wolves was stuck in the ground beside him. I never noticed that Jai Chen was actually that powerful. If he had not stepped in to stop it, I would probably be a corpse by now. Is not he just a first-tier primary? How is it that his strength seems even greater than Zhu Yan's? Who knows? I heard he is the only one in the whole city who did not awaken any talent. Maybe God closed a window but opened another door for him. Actually, this guess was already very close to the truth. But the team members clearly did not believe in such metaphysics. It is not as mysterious as you say. Most likely, he used some kind of strength-enhancing drug. That is actually possible. There are many drugs on the market that boost combat power in the short term, like a performance enhancer, but they are said to have significant side effects. Did not you see Jai Chen sleeping? He must be physically exhausted and could not hold on any longer. Haha, he really went through a lot of trouble just to show off in front of us. Do not say that. Regardless, if Jai Chen had not taken action, we definitely would have suffered heavy casualties. That is true. I will stop bad-mouthing him before we get to camp. You will not even call him Brother Chen out of respect. Zia Ming and the others gathered around Jai Chen. Seeing him with his eyes closed, they did not disturb him. At that moment, sounds were constantly echoing in Jai Chen's mind. Killed 1 first-tier primary, Frost Moon Grey Wolf, ability points +3. Killed 1 first-tier primary, Frost Moon Grey Wolf, ability points +4. A total of 6, and only the last one gave 4 ability points. Jai Chen thought to himself, it seems that for beasts of the same species and realm, the rewarded ability points vary based on their individual strength. The panel appeared. Name Jai Chen. Realm first-tier primary. Innate ability, primordial strength, S-level enhancement. Technique universe creation method part 1, transcendent level, 212/5000. Martial skill, spear art piercing the clouds, 39/50ths, beginner. Ability points, 219. In addition to the ability points, Jai Chen made another surprising discovery. He had not practiced his technique or spear art since yesterday. However, both experience bars had increased. He had checked before leaving, and there was no change then. This meant that the experience bars had changed just now. Could it be that just by engaging in real combat and using the skills he has learned, he can also increase his experience bars? This discovery made Jai Chen feel incredibly happy and excited. If he kills beasts during the day and practices at night, would not he be getting stronger 24 hours a day? In the dense forest, rapid footsteps crunched against the withered branches covering the ground, producing crisp cracking sounds. The person behind the footsteps stopped in his tracks, breathing heavily, with cold sweat streaming down his forehead. This man with his rat-like face was Zhao Yu, who had abandoned his team to sneak away on his own. He had assumed that the pack of Frost Moon Grey Wolves was the final test before reaching the camp. With Zhu Yan and the others holding off the wolves, he thought he could safely push forward and secure the top spot in the recruit assessment. But things were far from as simple as he had imagined. Zhao Yu ran wildly along the route marked on the map. However, it did not take long. He began to feel as if he were being watched by a pair of invisible eyes. The bone-chilling sense of oppression made it impossible for him to think clearly. He started darting through the forest like a headless fly, trying to shake off the pursuit of those eyes. Just a moment ago, that oppressive feeling had finally faded. Zhao Yu thought he could finally catch his breath. The silence around him was broken by the sound of a dead branch snapping under his feet. In an instant, the familiar feeling washed over him again. He could not tell which direction the threat was coming from at all. He could only keep swallowing his saliva. He stood frozen in place. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over his head. Along with it came a bone-chilling cold and the sound of hissing tongues by his ear. Terrified, Zhao Yu slowly tilted his head up to look. A giant white snake, thicker than his waist, was looking down at him and flicking its tongue. The foul, fishy stench mixed with the snake's saliva poured down from above. Zhao Yu was paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. His legs felt as if the bones had been removed, limp and weak, unable to run even if he tried. The white snake's tongue flicked across his body. Covered in thick, viscous saliva, Zhao Yu ignored the nausea and scrambled away on his hands and feet, fleeing like a madman. The white snake, finding such interesting prey, followed him with great interest for a while. After playing with him for a bit, it flicked its long, thin tongue, coiled around Zhao Yu, and swallowed him whole. Camp monitoring room. The feed from one of the cameras on Route 6 flickered, then went permanently dark as the signal cut out. Several minutes earlier, Wei Yang and the other instructors had already noticed Zhao Yu's situation. However, they did not take any action. Instead, they silently watched everything about to unfold. The last frame was the scene just before Zhao Yu was swallowed by the white snake, accompanied by his desperate and raspy cries for help. After a moment of silence, Wu Jiang looked at Wei Yang. "Old Wei, this white-browed snake is a Tier 1 intermediate beast. Are not you worried at all?" Although Chu Yun deserved his fate, the incident occurred very close to the original path of Route 6. There is a good chance Zhu Yan's team might run straight into the white-browed snake as they pass through. Zhu Yan is injured. He was already struggling to handle the Tier 1 beginner Frost Moon Grey Wolves. He stands no chance against the white-browed snake. As for Jai Chen, Wu Yang had never been able to read this boy, who preferred to keep a low profile. Admittedly, Jai Chen took on the Frost Moon Grey Wolves single-handedly and pulled off the incredible feat of defeating 6 of them. He is truly formidable. But for a Tier 1 beginner fighter to face a Tier 1 intermediate white-browed snake, Wu Yang could not see how Jai Chen could win. The white-browed snake is notorious for being one of the most troublesome exotic beasts in the jungle. Once it locks onto its target, they are doomed. Wu Yang was now deeply worried for the safety of the Route 6 members. Yet Wei Yang, as the chief instructor, showed no reaction. On that sharp, stern face, there was not the slightest flicker of emotion. "Let us keep watching." Hearing this, the other instructors felt a chill in their hearts, a bad feeling emerging. Old Wei's meaning was clear. The camp would not intervene. If the Route 6 team managed to avoid the white-browed snake, it would be purely down to their luck. But if they encountered it head-on, the consequences would be unimaginable and tragic. Old Wei Wu Yang lost his cool, a rare occurrence. "There are many talented seeds in that team. Are not you afraid they will all be lost here?" Wei Yang replied indifferently. "Are there any fewer talented seeds dying in battle each year across the Great Xia military regions? Which of them was not a talented warrior, once highly regarded and valued? Without experiencing life-or-death trials, how can they grow quickly? The military does not pour resources into training them just so they can die in battle. It is to teach them how to survive, to grow into the figures everyone expects them to be. If it takes the sacrifice of thousands of lives to cultivate a single war god seed for Great Xia, then I, Wei Yang, am willing to bear the stigma." The instructors were stunned, unable to grasp Wei Yang's extreme philosophy. Sacrificing thousands of people just to get one war god seed. Is not this just like raising poison insects? Were not those who died Great Xia soldiers too? Does not the blood of Great Xia flow in their veins? Were they meant to be nothing more than sacrifices? Despite their confusion, Wei Yang was the chief instructor of the camp. Obeying orders is a soldier's duty. Old Wei Wu Yang opened his mouth, wanting to say something. After hesitating for a long time, he just sighed. "I hope you will not regret this." In fact, he had realized long ago. Wei Yang thinks highly of that kid, Jai Chen. This level of attention is unprecedented in all the years of training. Although Jai Chen is far from reaching the level of a war god seed, based on his current potential, he is guaranteed to reach Tier 9 in the future. He might even have a chance to become a grandmaster. Wu Yang just could not understand. Since Wei Yang values Jai Chen so much, why try so hard to force him into a desperate situation? If Jai Chen were truly killed by the white-browed snake, what kind of complex and contradictory emotions would he feel? After resting in place for half an hour, Zhu Yan, having regained most of his strength, waved his arm and called out, "Brothers, let us move out." It was the same as before. As the captain, he led the way in front, while Jai Chen and a few others brought up the rear, protecting all the team members from both ends, as if by a silent understanding. After witnessing Jai Chen's prowess, most of the members' prejudices against him were gone, replaced by respect and curiosity. Being sandwiched between two experts made everyone feel exceptionally safe. Although they walked in silence, everyone's expressions were visibly more relaxed than when they first entered the jungle. Who knows where that bastard Zhao Yu ran off to? It has been so long, he is probably already at the lake, right? Forget him, let us just pretend he is our scout. Haha, that is true. We have not seen any traces along the way, which means he has not encountered any beast attacks, so the rest of the journey should be quite easy. When I get back to camp, I am definitely going to beat him up. Count me in, just thinking about how I used to call him. Brother makes me feel disgusted. A guy like that can betray his comrades at a critical moment. In the old days, he might even have committed treason. Everyone had been injured to some extent, so they poured all their physical pain and frustration onto Zhao Yu. The jungle was quite dark, with sunlight being largely blocked out. Just as the sun began to set, the forest grew dark. Zhu Yan glanced at the map, then pointed excitedly at a small slope in front, calling out to the brothers behind him. Keep it up, guys, just over that slope is the lake. We will set up camp there and rest for the night. A relaxed smile appeared on their exhausted faces. Great! Finally, there is water to wash these wounds. Do not wash yet, wait until I have had my fill of drinking. Come on, it is such a huge lake, you think I am going to pollute it. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere, all members of the Route 6 team rushed up the slope. 100 meters away, a tranquil lake appeared in their field of vision. The sunset glow was reflected on the lake, looking like a piece of burning fire silk draped over it, brilliant and beautiful. This view is absolutely stunning. It is a pity we did not bring our phones, otherwise we would have to take a few pictures for memory. No wonder there are so many wilderness exploration influencers on major platforms. The scenery outside the base city is truly fantastic, just like a painting. Someone ruined the mood by saying, I followed one of those influencers too. They had hundreds of thousands of fans, and then one day they just stopped posting. Guess what? They were swallowed alive by an exotic beast. As they talked, they arrived at the lakeside. Some drank greedily. Some washed their wounds with the refreshing lake water. Sun Hao was the worst of them all. That kid found a rock, sat down, took off his boots, rolled up his pant legs, and started soaking his feet. Ah, that feels so good. The exhaustion from the long journey was released at this moment. Mengjia said with disgust, Hey Uzi, do you have athlete's foot? It smells terrible. Sun Hao was immediately unhappy. I do not have athlete's foot, do not believe me, take a whiff. With that, he lifted his legs and pushed them toward Mengjia. Mengjia had originally intended to grab his legs and throw him into the lake. Suddenly, he stared blankly at the lake in the distance. Old Zia Jai Chen looked over there. What? On the shimmering surface of the lake. A ripple was surging towards them at high speed, with tiny golden glints dancing on the crest of the waves. Jai Chen stood on the bank, watching the scene before him. His eyes narrowed slightly. At the same time, Zia Ming let out a roar, back away quickly. Their captain Zhu Yan also sensed the lethal threat hidden beneath the lake water. Everyone fall back and find cover. He could feel that this force was even stronger than the frost moon gray wolf he had fought during the day. Could it be a Tier 1 intermediate beast? Zhu Yan took a deep breath, gripped his dagger with his left hand, clenched his right hand into a fist, and prepared for battle. Suddenly, he cast a glance toward Jai Chen's direction. What is he doing? Jai Chen was standing on the very stone where Sun Hao had just been sitting to wash his feet. His eyes, sharp as a hawk, were surveying the subtle changes beneath the lake's surface. He gripped the middle of his wooden spear with one hand, holding it high, with the tip pointing diagonally downward at a specific spot under the water. If not for the circumstances, Zhu Yan would have mistaken him for a fisherman using a spear to catch fish. Is he trying to show off on his own again? He frowned slightly. Ever since Jai Chen wiped out the wolf pack single-handedly, all the way to this lake, they had encountered 5 different types of beast attacks. Although they were all Tier 1 elementary beasts, it was still quite a challenge for the injured Zhu Yan. Who would have thought he would not even get a chance to fight? Every time a beast appeared, Jai Chen acted as if he had some sort of auto-targeting system. He would catch the scent and dash forward from the back of the team. Then it was the classic move, a single blow to kill, clean and efficient. Zhu Yan could not understand it. Was Jai Chen trying to steal the credit? But this was just a recruit selection trial. Where was the credit to be earned? Surely he did not think he would get a commendation from the instructor for killing a few extra beasts. That argument did not really hold water. After spending most of the day with him, even though they had not said much to each other, Zhu Yan could feel that Jai Chen was not the type to be greedy for credit. Then what was his motive? Could it be purely to hone his martial arts and perfect his spear techniques? Regardless, Zhu Yan thought Jai Chen was being far too arrogant this time. Whatever was under the water was clearly stronger than any beast they had encountered before. He surely did not think he could kill it with one strike again, did he? Zhu Yan inched closer, his eyes locked on the movement of the water, ready to provide backup. Zia Ming and Meng Jia also stood behind Jai Chen, ready to help at a moment's notice. Splash! The water surface suddenly exploded, sending waves 10 meters high. Amidst the mist, a red figure could be seen lunging out. "It is a scarlet carp," Zia Ming shouted a warning. As the water spray dispersed, a Chinese letter fish 5 meters long revealed its true form. It thrashed its sharp tail fin and opened its jaw full of serrated teeth. It lunged straight toward the foolish teenager standing on the rock at the bank. "Brother Chen, look out," Sun Hao shouted from afar, his eyes full of worry. Jai Chen remained unmoved, his body leaning back slightly to leverage his strength. Timing it perfectly, he threw the wooden spear in his hand. The wooden spear tore through the air like lightning. It pierced straight into the open mouth of the scarlet carp. The barbs inside the fish's mouth snapped instantly. The spear pierced deep into its throat, with the sharp tip punching through the weak flesh and bursting out from the back of its head. Scarlet blood sprayed out like a fountain. Mixed with shattered scales and flesh, it dyed a large patch of the sky red. After letting out a shrill, eerie cry, the massive body lost its strength and slammed into the shore, splashing mud and blood several meters high. Jai Chen stepped forward and pulled out the wooden spear. He then thrust it down once more into the skull of the scarlet carp. It penetrated through in an instant. The scarlet carp thrashed its tail twice, its eyes rolled back, and it was finally pinned to the ground. Seeing the beast killed, the teammates who were hiding in the distance crowded around. The looks they gave Jai Chen were filled with shock and admiration. How can he be this strong? Jai Chen could perform miracles with just a wooden spear. If he were given an alloy battle spear, the power, it is beyond imagination. Jai Chen Zhu Yan put away his dagger and walked over with a bitter smile. "Why do not you be the captain instead?" Even though he was always willing to step up when danger arose, the one who ultimately solved the problem was always Jai Chen. This made Zhu Yan feel quite disheartened as a captain. Moreover, he genuinely admired Jai Chen from the bottom of his heart and was willing to step down. However, Jai Chen shook his head with a light laugh, declining his offer. "Captain Zhu, I am only good at killing monsters. Organizing the team and managing the big picture are things I rely on you for." Zhu Yan thought to himself, "You sure know how to talk. Besides killing monsters, what other big tasks are there in the boot camp assessment? Is not the so-called organizing just making sure everyone gets back safely and watches you perform?" "All right then," Zhu Yan said with a helpless smile. Zia Ming crouched beside the carcass of the scarlet carp to observe it for a while, then stood up and looked at Jai Chen. "It looks big, but it actually has very little growth potential. If I am not mistaken, it only has strength close to the Tier 1 intermediate level, right?" Jai Chen nodded slightly and said modestly, "It is indeed only Tier 1 elementary. Otherwise, I would not have been able to kill it so easily." The others all had expressions of sudden realization. They were truly terrified the moment they saw the scarlet carp break through the water. It was the first time they had ever encountered a beast of such a massive size. Everyone was inevitably a bit rattled, thinking it was some formidable high-level beast. Hearing Zia Ming's explanation, they finally understood that the carp was just big and scary-looking for no reason. Zhu Yan could not help but feel a sense of relief. It was fortunate that it was just a Tier 1 elementary beast. If it were a Tier 1 intermediate beast, and Jai Chen could still kill it with one shot, then he would truly have to question his own reality. He had spent an extra year training, though most of that time was spent being exploited by the martial arts hall. Only he knew how much hard work he had put in behind the scenes. Jai Chen, a fresh graduate who had just stepped into the threshold of a martial artist, was already showing combat power far beyond his peers. Zhu Yan had no doubt that if Jai Chen turned his blade on him, he could also kill him in one move. The problem was, he was a whole substage higher than Jai Chen. Zhu Yan felt quite devastated internally. Was this the gap between an ordinary person and a martial genius? He had spent a year in bitter training. Yet it was inferior to someone's progress in less than a month. Zhu Yan could almost foresee that the 3 months of the boot camp would be Jai Chen's stage to shine alone. 3 months later, Jai Chen would likely have left him far behind, right? It is getting dark. Everyone gather in groups of 3 and go find some dry firewood nearby. Zhu Yan began assigning tasks to his teammates. The rest of you find materials on the spot and use stones and branches to set up a camping area. We will take turns keeping watch tonight. Sun Hao rubbed his empty stomach and said to Zhu Yan, "Captain, I am hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Zhu Yan was speechless. "I am not your mother. Do I have to handle your food and board too?" However, Sun Hao did remind him of something. They had been on the road since leaving the base city in the morning and had not eaten anything all day. Even he himself was starving and lacked energy. "Wait here, I will go take a look nearby to see if there is any game one can catch for us to roast and fill our stomachs." Jai Chen looked at Zhu Yan, a trace of approval in his eyes. He was a very competent captain, taking the initiative to shoulder responsibilities and trying his best to meet the needs of his team. Captain Zhu, wait a second. Xia Ming chased after him and stopped Zhu Yan. "What is it?" Xia Ming pointed at the scarlet carp on the bank and said with a smile, "Is not there ready-made food right here? Why make an extra trip?" Zhu Yan frowned. "Is that thing edible?" Meng Jia laughed and said to him, "Captain, old Xia is a walking encyclopedia. You can trust him when it comes to which beasts are edible and which are not. In fact, the meat of the vast majority of beasts is edible. It is just a matter of the difference in taste and texture. Using them to fill one's stomach when necessary is perfectly fine. Of course, some beast meat contains trace toxins or special corrosive energy. Unless the martial artist's constitution is strong enough to filter out negative effects. Eating such meat would be equivalent to suicide." Clearly, the scarlet carp belonged to the former. This creature was originally an ordinary carp infected by a virus and underwent multiple mutations. Essentially, it was still just a fish. The taste and texture were not much different from ordinary fish. Zhu Yan laughed. "All right, then let us have a roast fish feast tonight." "What?" "The night is deep. Starlight fills the sky like shattered silver scales, piercing the lake surface with 1,000 points of icy light. By the lake shore, the entire team sits in a circle on the soft ground. In the center of the circle, a small mountain of dry firewood is piled up. Captain, it is time for you to show us what you can do." Sun Hao urged impatiently. Zhu Yan smiled and stood up, walking toward the woodpile amidst the expectant gazes of his teammates. He clenched his right hand into a fist. He threw a punch. His fist was coated in a layer of orange flames. In an instant, the dry wood caught fire the moment it was touched. The roaring flames illuminated the space for 20 or 30 meters around. Someone joked the most useful application of a fire affinity talent ever. Zhu Yan did not get angry, he just laughed it off. Because the person who said that, like him, also possessed a fire affinity talent. The comment was more of a self-deprecating remark. "Brothers, let us start roasting the meat." Sun Hao was the first to rush toward the scarlet carp that had been split in two. He used his dagger to cut a large, delicious piece of fish, skewered it on a wooden stick, and roasted it over the fire. Seeing this, the others followed suit. "The meat is quite tender, but it lacks flavor," Sun Hao complained while devouring his food. "Oh, give it a rest. We are lucky to have anything to eat in these conditions, and you are complaining. Haha, if it were not for Jai Chen, you would not even have this roasted fish to eat." Hearing this, Sun Hao immediately handed his half-eaten skewer to Jai Chen, acting as if he were trying to curry favor. He grinned and said, "Brother Chen, you have worked the hardest today. Why do not you have a bite first? I will go roast a few more." Jai Chen replied indifferently, I am a germaphobe. A burst of laughter erupted around them. Sun Hao, you are such a loser. How could you have the nerve to offer Brother Chen your leftovers? Brother Chen, come have this one, it is clean. Jai Chen did not refuse this time and accepted it gladly. This left Sun Hao feeling even more embarrassed. After their bellies were full, the team sat around the bonfire, chatting idly. Just killing time. The topic they talked about most, and the one that interested everyone the most, was Jai Chen's glorious deeds at number 3 high school. Although Sun Hao and Jai Chen were not in the same class. Jai Chen was a celebrity at number 3 high, famous to the point that everyone knew who he was. Even the smallest disturbance could not escape the ears of the gossips. Even if Jai Chen just went to the bathroom during a break, the news would spread across the entire grade in no time. There were even boy-crazy girls who would deliberately guard the men's restroom door, hoping for a beautiful encounter. Hao Zai, tell us the story about Brother Chen and the school goddess from Yun University, will you? Yeah, we all saw with our own eyes this morning that icy school goddess came to see Brother Chen off. Their relationship is not simple, right? Do you even have to ask, did you not see them kissing when they parted? What that actually happened? Those who missed this explosive moment could only wring their hands and sigh. Cough, cough, Jai Chen explained solemnly, stop spreading rumors. I was clearly bitten, I was the victim. Do you really think that was a romantic situation? They exchanged knowing smiles. How is that not romantic? To be kissed by a goddess like Yun Muksu, I would die for that right now. You pathetic little cook, are you fantasizing again? You make it sound so real. Quiet everyone, let Hao Zai tell it. Sun Hao chuckled, cleared his throat, and began to spin the tale. A lot of what Sun Hao said was just hearsay, inevitably embellished with some exaggerations. Jai Chen heard it but could not be bothered to pay it any mind. He just treated it like a campfire story session. Just as everyone was getting into the story. Unnoticed in the pitch-black woods behind them, a long, white, slithering figure was silently and rapidly approaching. You guys have no idea, back then Brother Chen. Sun Hao gestured wildly, spittle flying as he spoke. Little did he know, danger had quietly arrived. Move. Ever since Jai Chen began cultivating the cosmic creation method, his ability to sense his surroundings had been elevated to a whole new level. He was the first to detect the killing intent hidden in the boundless night while he was busy whittling a wooden spear. He stood up instantly, grabbed Sun Hao by the collar, and threw him aside. Whoosh! A flash of white lightning streaked through the night sky, missing where Sun Hao had just been, but accidentally extinguishing the bonfire. The area was immediately plunged into darkness. Under the scattered starlight, everyone dispersed, quickly drawing their daggers and assuming combat stances. They stared fixedly at the giant white snake coiled in the center of the camp, their eyes filled with wariness and fear. This oppressive feeling. It was much stronger than the scarlet carp. Level 1 Intermediate, Zhu Yan warned in a trembling voice. This is a Level 1 Intermediate exotic beast. Everyone be extremely careful. Xia Ming's expression was deathly serious as he added, it is a white-browed snake. Do not, under any circumstances, let it wrap around you otherwise. He did not finish his sentence. But everyone already understood what he meant. The most lethal attack method of serpentine exotic beasts is the death coil, using their bodies to bind their prey in loops and then crushing them with force. It is a terrifying burst of strength. Once trapped, even bones can be pulverized in an instant. Zhu Yan immediately issued an order. Everyone fall back. Jai Chen and I will handle it. But Captain, listen to me, Zhu Yan roared. You will only hold us back if you stay, do you understand? Left with no choice, the others retreated into the distance to watch. Only Zhu Yan, Jai Chen, Meng Jia, and Xia Ming remained. You two go as well. Meng Jia smiled, Captain. I just prefer to keep a low profile and have not shown my strength. You really think I am weak? Ridiculous. He was a student at number 1 high, a man who scored over 800 in the college entrance exam. Even if he did not join the army, he had the potential to get into one of the top 4 martial arts universities. As he spoke, Meng Jia's already tall and robust frame visibly swelled. His bulging, explosive muscles nearly tore through his carbon fiber tactical suit. This was his martial Dao talent, a B-grade enhancement type, iron body talent. Upon activation, his physical body would undergo a surge of enhancement, covering his muscles and bones while his skin took on a bronze hue, increasing both defense and explosive power by 100. However, he had not yet officially stepped into the rank of a level 1 martial artist. So he could not trigger the full effect of the enhancement, and the total boost was likely only around 50%. Even so, right now his combat power was already comparable to a level 1 primary martial artist. The white-browed snake coiled its body, its massive head held high. Its jaws opened to an exaggerated 90-degree angle. Viscous saliva dripped incessantly from its 2 sharp fangs. A pair of round, dark yellow eyes scanned the 4 people in front of it in turn, as if choosing which one to bite first. Ultimately, the white-browed snake locked onto the weakest-looking target, Xia Ming. "Oh, choosing me, how interesting." Xia Ming smiled and raised an eyebrow, taking a step forward as his aura instantly surged from a quasi-martial artist to a level 1 primary martial artist. Meng Jia was using his martial Dao talent to reach level 1 temporarily. But Xia Ming was different. He was an officially promoted level 1 martial artist. What? My God, are you guys all hiding your true colors? Sun Hao, who had been hanging out with the group of 4, could not help but curse under his breath. Looking at it this way, was he the only total loser here? Chen gripped his wooden spear and glanced at the battle-hungry Xia Ming, then dismissed the idea of intervening. At least he was not needed for the moment. The next moment, the white-browed snake moved. It coiled the front part of its body backward to build up power. Then, like a released spring, it lunged forward at incredible speed, striking precisely at Xia Ming. The latter curled his lips into a smile, looking completely calm. Suddenly, wind rose from all directions. Ripples spread across the calm surface of the lake. Xia Ming tapped his toes, and his entire body vanished like an afterimage in the wind. The white-browed snake's attack missed again. This infuriated it, and its snake eyes shot out a terrifying, vicious glare. The white-browed snake flicked its tongue in anger, its head scanning the surroundings to track Xia Ming's movements. Over here, Xia Ming appeared out of thin air, right above the white-browed snake's head. He held a sharp dagger and stabbed down fiercely. In an instant, a column of blood sprayed out. The white-browed snake writhed in agony, its tail sweeping out with terrifying force. However, Xia Ming transformed back into an afterimage and vanished again. The white-browed snake was fighting against itself. Unable to stop its momentum, its tail slammed heavily against its own head. Immediately after, its massive body crashed to the ground. At the same time, a gust of wind blew past its eyes, and Xia Ming's figure emerged right behind it. He lunged forward, dagger dripping with blood, aiming straight for its eyes. The white-browed snake reacted quickly, snapping its giant jaw open as the fangs on its upper maxilla spat out 2 streams of venom like arrows. "Watch out, Xia," Meng Jia shouted a warning. Xia Ming was a walking encyclopedia, so he naturally knew how deadly the white-browed snake's venom was. If he landed that stab, he would definitely be hit by the venom arrows himself. They were deep in the jungle with no antidote. Once poisoned, it would surely be fatal. So he decisively abandoned the perfect opportunity and performed his vanish trick once more. Chen, having witnessed the whole process, caught on to something. Jiang Ming had an A-rank wind attribute talent. The specifics of his ability were unknown for now. But based on what he just saw, Chen guessed that Xia Ming was merging himself with the wind to briefly hide his tracks, or perhaps something akin to teleportation. Common sense told him that such an ability must have limitations. Otherwise, would not it be broken? How could you even play if the enemy could teleport infinitely? Might as well just surrender. Sure enough, when Xia Ming reappeared, he had already put some distance between himself and the snake instead of launching another attack. This meant he had reached his limit. He definitely could not use his talent again in the short term. Xia Ming's weakened appearance and heavy breathing confirmed this suspicion. However, Xia Ming's performance was not over yet. He furrowed his brows, and his face turned several shades paler. At the same time, the surrounding airflow began to spiral out of control. Xia Ming had used his teleportation ability 3 times in total. This meant that counting the starting point and the final position, Xia Ming had existed at 4 points in 3-dimensional space. These 4 points were connected to each other. They instantly formed a vacuum zone shaped like a triangular pyramid. Whether it was a coincidence or calculated, it was hard to say. The white-browed snake happened to be trapped inside this air-drained vacuum pyramid. Xia Ming let out a deep shout, "Kill." The white-browed snake began to writhe frantically, looking like a giant maggot. It thrashed about inside the invisible vacuum zone. In a split second, dense gashes appeared all over the snake's body. Its snow-white body was stained a jarring crimson red. Chen frowned. Was this some kind of spatial shredding ability? He had to admit, this combo of Xia Ming's really surprised him. He had not expected an A-rank wind talent to produce such a staggering effect. No wonder Xia Ming said he did not like close-quarters combat. With an ability like this, if he learned a few powerful long-range techniques, he would be virtually invincible. He could just trap enemies in a confined space and shred them repeatedly. Just imagining that scene made Chen's scalp tingle. Exotic beasts of the same rank would have almost no answer to this situation. As for using it against human warriors, Chen was not too optimistic about that. This talent relied heavily on surprise. If a rival warrior knew his routine beforehand, they would surely take precautions. It would not be easy to trap them inside the vacuum pyramid formed by the 4 points. This really tested Xia Ming's improvisation and spatial geometry skills. Thinking about how Xia Ming had to mentally solve a math problem while fighting, Chen could not help but curl his lips. He really could not stop himself from laughing. Phew! Not far away, Xia Ming relaxed, bent down, and leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. "I am tapped out, the rest is up to you guys." Meng Jia looked at the gashes on the snake and laughed loudly. "Xia, you made such a grand entrance, but after all that fuss, it is just some superficial wounds." "Hee, you think you can do better." He had only just become an official warrior, so being able to hurt a first-rank intermediate beast like this was already godlike. "If I say I can, I can. Watch this." Meng Jia's muscles bulged, his sturdy build looking like blocks of solid stone, full of raw power. He stopped joking around, his eyes turning serious. After all, this was not a game. At the camp. After witnessing Xia Ming's amazing performance, the instructors were both shocked and delighted, offering their applause. "I did not expect Xia Ming to be this capable. He is not a bit inferior to Chen. Is not that an unfair comparison? Xia Ming relies on his talent, whereas Chen, he relies on his spear techniques." Instructor Wu Yang said, "They are all great seedlings of our Donglan army. Why compare them? They are both outstanding regardless." But having said that, how did Xia Ming manage to break through to the first rank? There are 2 necessary conditions for a trainee to become a first-rank warrior: a life level of over 1 and mastery of a martial arts technique. Xia Ming already possessed the former. But the latter, where did he get his technique? To be exact, since he already knew a technique, why did he wait until this moment of crisis to show it? Chief Instructor Wei Yang had seen through it all. He crossed his arms, leaned back in his chair, and spoke calmly. If I am not mistaken, Xia Ming was trying to avoid unwanted gossip. Wu Yang frowned and asked, "Old Wei, what do you mean? What does a recruit like him have to worry about? Even if he learned a technique beforehand and broke through, no one would say anything, would they?" Wei Yang smiled for once. Do not you think his surname sounds familiar? Wu Yang pondered for a moment, and a familiar name appeared in his mind. He stared at Wei Yang. "You mean, Xia Ming is the son of that man?" Wei Yang nodded. No wonder, Wu Yang suddenly realized. In that case, Xia Ming must have obtained the 7 stars method from his father early on, but he did not want to be seen as a Nepo baby by his comrades, so he did not cross that threshold until he joined the camp. Suddenly, an idea occurred to Wu Yang, and he shouted at Wei Yang in anger. "Old Wei, since you knew Xia Ming was his son, why would you dare to let the white-browed snake attack Line 6? If Xia Ming had died during the recruit evaluation, How would you, or us, answer to his father? Wei Yang remained indifferent. If he dies, he dies. What is there to answer for? You. Wu Yang pointed at Wei Yang, his face flushing red, at a loss for words. You better pray that Zia Ming and the others make it out safely. What? Die, you monster. Meng Jia lunged toward the battered, white-browed snake. After a brief gasp for air, the beast had recovered from the suffocating pressure of the spatial strangulation. Though it was covered in bloody lacerations, Meng Jia had been right before. Zia Ming's spatial strangulation had not dealt any fatal damage to the serpent. Given the creature's powerful self-healing abilities, these superficial wounds would be completely gone in a few days at most. Meng Jia steadied his breathing, sprinted to the side of the snake, and delivered a fierce, heavy punch directly to its vital spot. The so-called vital spot was not literally 7 inches long, but rather referred to the creature's most vulnerable point. Specifically, the heart. It was located roughly 1/3 of the way down from its head. Having just suffered from brain hypoxia, the snake's reactions were sluggish. It could not dodge in time and took Meng Jia's full-force blow head-on. It rolled over in pain, then whipped its head around to bite at Meng Jia. Not content with just one hit, Meng Jia used the dagger in his left hand to pierce through the scales, instantly puncturing the snake's flesh. The tip of the dagger was now only a fist's distance away from its heart. The damage from this stab was no less severe than the one Zia Ming had dealt to its head earlier. The white-browed snake went completely berserk, spitting out 2 jets of venom like arrows. Meng Jia yelled, "Good heavens," as he gripped the dagger handle and vaulted over the snake's thick, muscular body. The sharp blade sliced through flesh, leaving a gash as deep as a trench. Just as he was feeling smug about dodging the venom attack, he did not realize the snake's tail was whipping around behind him. "Look out!" Zia Ming warned from the sidelines. Hearing the rush of wind, Meng Jia suddenly sensed the danger, instinctively ducking his body and pulling his head in. The snake's tail swept over his head with a piercing whistle. Startled, Meng Jia did not forget to boast, "How was that for a dodge?" As soon as he spoke, a massive force slammed into his abdomen. Meng Jia was sent flying instantly, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling several times before stopping. Sun Hao rushed over to help him up. "Are you okay, Meng?" Clutching his agonizing stomach, Meng Jia retched and vomited out all the roast fish he had eaten earlier. Hunched over, he wiped the blood and vomit from his mouth, waving a hand. "I will live. My hide is thick enough." Sun Hao quipped ruthlessly, "See if you dare to show off again next time." Meng Jia groaned in pain. How was I supposed to know this beast would pull a sneak attack like that? Luckily, he was not hit in the head. Otherwise, even with his reinforcement-type talent, he probably would not have survived. You could say he was really lucky this time. Not bad at all. Sun Hao gave him a thumbs up without hesitation. "You are the best for being able to hurt the white-browed snake to this extent." Meng Jia grinned, clearly pleased. After watching the performance of Zia and Meng, Zhu Yan was left completely stunned. It was one thing for Chen to be strong. After all, he was a formal martial artist. But these 2 brothers were no slouches, having consecutively dealt significant damage to the snake. Seeing them reach this level, Zhu Yan felt a bit inferior. "Chen, should I go or will you?" Chen tilted his chin and said, "You go first." At that, Zhu Yan offered a bitter smile. Chen asked him to go first, which meant he was not confident that Zhu Yan could finish the fight. Of course, Zhu Yan did not have that confidence either. But was Chen really sure he could mop up the rest? Whatever. Zhu Yan gritted his teeth and charged toward the white-browed snake. The snake's eyes were burning with rage. Its killing intent surged to its peak. A bunch of insignificant humans actually dared to push it to this point. The snake unleashed a familiar tail sweep. The thick tail, like a whip, whistled through the air and struck at Zhu Yan like white lightning. Damn it! Zhu Yan was a bit bulky and found it hard to dodge this kind of area of effect attack. He pushed off a rock for leverage and leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the direct impact like he was jumping rope. Still, he was blown away by the sheer force of the air pressure. Zhu Yan quickly sprang back up and closed in on the snake's flank while it was preparing its next attack. Flames burned on his dagger. He channeled his martial arts energy into the blade and slashed vertically down at the snake's vital point. It crossed with the horizontal wound Meng Jia had left earlier. It formed a bloody, gaping, cross-shaped wound. The punch force poured through the blade into the snake's body, causing its massive frame to twitch. Under the bloody wound, the fire seared the flesh, making a sizzling sound. The air was instantly filled with a pungent smell of charred meat. The repeated injuries made the snake ignore the pain, wanting only to kill the humans before it. It attacked Zhu Yan with both its head and tail simultaneously. It was determined to coil around him and slowly torture him to death. Zhu Yan did not possess Xia Ming's teleportation. Facing this situation, he looked up blankly, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. Was this really as far as I can go? Just then, a figure descended from the sky, the tip of a wooden spear grazing the scales on the snake's back and sparking a trail of fire. "Get out of here," Chen shouted. He sprinted along the snake's slick body until he reached the crown of its head, then thrust his spear out. The snake reacted in time, abandoning its assault on Zhu Yan to deal with Chen. With a violent flick of its head, Chen was sent flying. The spear tip grazed the corner of the snake's eye, leaving a long trail of blood. It had nearly been blinded. Enraged, the snake fired all its remaining venom at once. Two terrifying jets of toxic venom headed straight for Chen. Chen held the end of his spear with alternating hands, pointed the tip toward the ground, and inverted his body in the air using the spear as a pivot. Taken on its own, the move looked a bit like a street performer's trick. But Chen relied on this split-second reaction to evade the two venom blasts. Finally, the venom hit a rock the size of a basin. The surface of the rock immediately started bubbling, shrinking visibly, and developing honeycomb-like pits. This showed just how terrifying the snake's venom really was. If that had hit human skin, the consequences would be unthinkable. Chen stood with his spear retrieved, his face calm, staring straight at the serpent without a hint of relief. The snake's most relied-upon venom attack was exhausted. From now on, it was pure physical combat. Again, the classic lunge, the snake darted its tongue and snapped at Chen. Chen stood his ground, unmoved. It seemed he was brewing something. "Brother Chen, move." Chen acted as if he did not hear him, his lips curling into a smile. In his mind, the vision of the golden figure practicing with the spear replayed over and over. Chen stepped into a lunge, setting his stance. Invisible to others, the spiritual energy in the surrounding heaven and earth seemed drawn by something, converging wildly on a single point. The spear tip slanted upward. As the spear vibrated, a massive force erupted. Finally, Chen delivered that strike. The movement looked slow, but to the onlookers and the snake, it was fast as lightning. And most terrifying was the force erupting from the tip. It gave the illusion that it could pierce the very heavens. Dying. A fierce light flashed in Chen's eyes as his wooden spear struck the snake's lower jaw with pinpoint precision. Then the spear tip traced a path downward, as if a sharp blade were slicing through a piece of paper. Boom! The white-browed snake crashed to the ground. From its jaw, a line of blood appeared, then the skin and flesh burst open. Its 20-meter-long body had been sliced open completely. Splatter! Its organs and the contents of its belly spilled out. It took one final look at Chen and died with reluctance. A breeze blew over the lake, carrying a foul, bloody stench into everyone's nostrils. "Brother Chen, that move you just did was incredibly cool." Sun Hao walked over, holding his nose. Chen did not acknowledge him, just silently watching the disgusting pile of food remains on the ground. Seeing this, Sun Hao followed his gaze and frowned. What did the snake eat for lunch? It is such a huge pile and it is still undigested. He took a few steps forward, wanting to get a closer look. "Do not." Chen held him back and shook his head lightly. Sun Hao had already guessed the identity of the remains from the familiar fragments of the tactical suit. He swallowed hard, but eventually could not hold it in, running to the lake to retch violently. It was not just him. the others had also recognized that it was Zhao Yu. He was still a teammate during the day, never expected to see him again in such a way. No one felt sympathy, just a touch of lament, followed immediately by waves of nausea. Soon, 20-odd people were all lined up by the lake, vomiting. Only Jai Chen and Zia Ming were able to handle it. Jai Chen was cleaning the blood off his spear in the lake, while Zia Ming sat nearby, looking at him with curiosity. That spear technique you used, that must be a powerful martial arts skill, right? Nothing special, just B rank. He was not being humble, it was the truth. There were many more powerful skills in the system mall, but he did not have enough ability points to redeem them. Hogs hog. Zia Ming chuckled nervously, his mouth twitching. Just B rank. Although he, Meng Jia, and Zhu Yan had managed to cause significant damage to the snake. Even without them, the power of Jai Chen's final strike would have been enough to kill the snake in one shot. Looking at Jai Chen's calm face, Zia Ming could not help but wonder, what kind of monster are you? The camp surveillance room was dead silent. The shot with which Jai Chen killed the white-browed snake left a profound impression on these instructors, who had faced countless trials of life and death. They had worried all night about the safety of the squad on Route 6. Who could have imagined it would end like this? If the three who fought in the previous wheel battles brought them quite a surprise. Then Jai Chen, who finished the cleanup, made their eyes light up again and again. In the end, they could not help but gasp. Even a Tier 1 intermediate white-browed snake could be taken out in a single shot. Old Wu, I recall Jai Chen saying something after he killed the scarlet carp earlier, did not he? An instructor looked over at Wu Yang. Yeah, he said the scarlet carp was only Tier 1 primary, otherwise he would not have killed it so easily. This kid, he really knows how to play it cool. I think he had an even easier time killing the white-browed snake than the scarlet carp. The instructors felt quite discouraged. If it were them facing that situation during their own recruit assessment, they might not have done any better than Zhu Yan. Not to mention the impossible feat of killing a white-browed snake with one shot. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, few would believe such a story. It is not like there are no geniuses among Tier 1 martial artists who can cross levels to fight beasts. Being able to hold their own and not lose is already incredible. As for someone like Jai Chen, who kills in an instant, it is simply unheard of. Old Wei, what do you say? Seeing Wei Yang deep in thought, Wu Yang asked. Jai Chen has a deep understanding of marksmanship. That shot just now must have been a B-grade skill, yet it unleashed power comparable to an A-grade. Wu Yang was stunned, then smiled with surprise. It is rare to see you give such high praise. Wei Yang shook his head and said seriously, what is rare is a genius martial artist like him. At first, he only thought Jai Chen had the potential to become a grandmaster. After the battle just now, he was almost certain that Jai Chen would reach the grandmaster realm in the future. As for the distant war god level, perhaps there is a glimmer of hope. No need to watch Route 6 anymore, let us focus on the other routes. The biggest threat, the white-browed snake, has been slain. There is no suspense left for Route 6 to break through successfully. With a monster like Jai Chen around, there should not even be any casualties. Of course, Zhao Yu the deserter is an exception. Had he chosen to stay at that time, even if he did not contribute anything, he would have passed this assessment easily. Why end up as food for the white-browed snake? It can only be said that he brought this upon himself. The night grew deep. A cold breeze blew. Everyone sat around the campfire, gradually feeling sleepy. Zhu Yan had originally intended to keep watch alone so his teammates could rest. But the teammates were sensible. Knowing they had not contributed much, they suggested taking turns in groups. This allowed Zhu Yan, Zia Ming, and Meng Jia to rest through the night and regain their strength. Brother Chen, are not you going to sleep for a bit? Sun Hao asked Jai Chen, who was sitting quietly by the lake while lying sprawled on the ground. Jai Chen replied calmly, you guys sleep, I am not tired. The sound of snoring began. Those on watch whispered to pass the long hours. Little did they know, Jai Chen was already long gone. In the pitch-black jungle, Jai Chen moved forward slowly. Even with his vision hindered, it did not stop him from using his keen senses to navigate. In his mind, a status panel appeared. Name Jai Chen. Realm Tier 1 Primary. Innate talent, primordial power, S-grade enhancement type. Cultivation method, cosmic creation method first volume, transcendental grade, 228/5000. Martial skill, marksmanship piercing sun and clouds, 23/25 entry. Ability points, 246. After a day of actual combat practice, his cultivation and martial skill experience bars had both grown significantly. Both were just one step away from reaching the next level. He had also gained quite a few ability points, enough to use the primordial power half a time. The lion's share came from the scarlet carp and the white-browed snake, which granted 5 and 8 points respectively. Jai Chen also discovered a pattern. Killing Tier 1 primary beasts rewards between 1 to 5 ability points. And the white-browed snake, a Tier 1 intermediate beast, gave 8 points. This suggests the range might be 6 to 10. Following this logic, killing the most powerful Tier 1 peak beast could grant up to 20 ability points. Jai Chen secretly rejoiced. Good thing my first talent was S-grade. If I had started with an SSS grade, when would I ever save up 10,000 points? But that is normal, I am just getting started. As his strength increases and he hunts higher-level beasts, the corresponding rewards will only grow. I really wonder what my first SSS grade talent will be. Just then, an abrupt sound shattered the silence of the jungle. Jai Chen collected his thoughts and listened intently. Identifying the direction, he smirked and said spiritedly, "Perfect timing." In the night, the spear struck like a dragon, followed by the beast's shrill cry and the sound of spurting blood. The sky turned light. Jai Chen walked out of the forest covered in blood. Of course, not a single drop was his own. All of it came from the beasts he killed last night. Centering on the lake, he searched a 5-kilometer radius and killed a total of 12 Tier 1 primary beasts. He actually preferred sparring with Tier 1 intermediate beasts like the white-browed snake. Unfortunately, his search was fruitless. Later, he realized that these were likely arranged by the instructors. A single white-browed snake was enough to pose a lethal threat to the entire team. What if another one showed up? Would not they be wiped out? After all, not every team had a killing machine like him. Fortunately, both his cultivation and marksmanship had achieved a breakthrough. Name Jai Chen. Realm Tier 1 Intermediate. Innate talent, primordial power, S-grade enhancement type. Cultivation method, cosmic creation method first volume, transcendental grade, 251/5000. Martial skill, marksmanship piercing sun and clouds, 3/200, intermediate. Ability points, 287. Brother Chen, where did you go last night? Sun Hao saw Jai Chen and immediately ran over happily. Just took a walk in the woods. Hearing this, everyone was left speechless. The jungle was extremely dangerous to them. But Jai Chen treated it like a stroll through his own neighborhood. What a freak. Noticing the blood on him, Sun Hao frowned. Brother Chen, are you injured? No. Zia Ming could not help but laugh. Hey Uzi, what kind of beast do you think could hurt Jai Chen with his strength? No. Just as he finished, he noticed something and looked at Jai Chen, asking in disbelief, Jai Chen, you broke through. No. Jai Chen smiled and nodded, just lucky. No. Everyone was completely baffled. What the heck? This is still the recruit entrance assessment. We have not even practiced our cultivation methods and are still pre-martial artists, and you are telling us you have already reached Tier 1 Intermediate. Is there any justice left? Is there any rule left? Sun Hao looked at Jai Chen with a look of despair. Brother Chen, please tell me you are just joking. I really cannot handle this. This news was like a bolt from the blue. It shattered Sun Hao's heart into pieces. It was even worse than finding out Yun Muxu had kissed Jai Chen. Sun Hao never looked down on Jai Chen because of his college entrance exam scores or his lack of an awakened martial talent. But he never expected this. That Jai Chen, starting from such a disadvantage, could still be this heaven-defying. What does that even mean? Even if he started training the moment the exams were over. It has barely been over half a month. Who can go from a pre-martial artist to Tier 1 intermediate in half a month? This is even more monstrous than those super geniuses from Shengwu University. The others were also stunned for a long time, before they could finally accept this unbelievable reality. The gap was too vast. If they could still barely keep up with Meng Jia and Xia Ming, then in their eyes, Jai Chen was an existence whose exhaust they could not even catch. Just an entrance assessment, and he had already opened up an enormous lead. How are they supposed to compete in the future? There is no competition. They were never meant to be on the same level as Jai Chen. The one who took the news the hardest had to be Zhu Yan. They say when you are speechless to the extreme, you just laugh. Zhu Yan was a living example of this. He stood behind the crowd, watching Jai Chen's spirited face with a smile. Only he knew how much bitterness was hidden under that smile. He had struggled and trained hard at the dojo for a year, finally making it to Tier 1 intermediate, only to be overtaken at lightning speed by a freshman who just finished the entrance exams. It is like spending a whole year carrying bricks at a construction site in the sun and rain, only for your savings to cover just half a month's salary for an intern like Jai Chen. The gap between people was fully realized at this moment. Jai Chen, congratulations, Zhu Yan said with a bitter smile. The congratulations were genuine. So was the envy. Jai Chen saw through his thoughts, placed a hand on his shoulder, and encouraged him, "Captain, do not focus on others. Learn to challenge yourself, but also learn to make peace with yourself." Zhu Yan nodded thoughtfully, "Thank you." After a night of recharging, and with Jai Chen having cleared the surrounding obstacles, the team's speed improved qualitatively. 11 o'clock in the morning. Zhu Yan, leading the way, turned back and shouted in pleasant surprise, "Brothers, the camp is just ahead. Put in some effort, charge." On the small forest trail, the team members were all excited and ran wildly as if they had been unleashed. At the camp drill ground, a row of instructors, led by Wei Yang, stood neatly waiting for the recruits. Soon, all of Route 6 lined up on the drill ground. Zhu Yan's expression turned serious. He took a step forward and saluted the instructor. "Reporting 28 scheduled for Route 6, 27 arrived. Please instruct." Wei Yang said in a deep voice, "You all performed well. Go take a shower, change into clean clothes, then go to the cafeteria to eat. Those who are injured can go to the medical room first. There are staff members with healing-type talents there." With that, he waved his hand, dismissed. The team members swarmed off toward the bathhouse. Zhu Yan hesitated for a moment, then went up to ask, "Instructor Wei, what place are we?" Wei Yang looked at him in silence. After a while, he spoke, "The entrance assessment does not rank, but I can tell you that you are currently the only team to have reached the camp." Hearing this, the tension on Zhu Yan's face relaxed, replaced by an excited smile. "We are first." He ran toward the bathhouse, shouting to share the good news with his teammates. Meanwhile, Wei Yang said to Jai Chen, who had not left yet, "Come with me for a moment." "What?" "Instructor Wei, what can I do for you?" Wei Yang asked in a deep voice, "Who taught you your marksmanship?" Jai Chen frowned slightly at these words. Why would Instructor Wei suddenly ask about that? Sensing his confusion, Wei Yang pointed to an inconspicuous black dot on his chest and said, "This is our latest development, a pinhole camera. We have been watching every part of your assessment clearly from the monitoring room." Jai Chen looked down, his brows knitting together tightly. The assessment began yesterday morning. It has been exactly a day and a night since then. And he had not even noticed the existence of this camera. For once, Wei Yang showed a trace of a smile as he explained, "It is a piece of black technology that can be embedded into carbon fiber particles, offering both stability and concealment. It is perfectly normal that you did not spot it. We did not tell you beforehand, because we wanted to see how you would behave in your most natural state." Jai Chen nodded slightly. He could actually understand this point. If the recruits had known from the start that every word and action was being observed by the instructors in real time, they would inevitably have felt pressured. And you cannot rule out the possibility of someone acting just to leave a good impression on the instructors. For instance, faking camaraderie with teammates or intentionally stepping up to fight against strange beasts. It is just like a study hall back in our student days. Only a study hall where there is no instructor watching from the back door can truly test a student's self-study effectiveness and discipline. Once the students realize there is eyes on them from the back door, everything you see from then on might be fake, and the result naturally loses its reference value. Chen briefly reviewed his actions throughout the day and, finding nothing improper, asked calmly but firmly, "Instructor Wei, is there something wrong with my marksmanship?" Wei Yang stopped beating around the bush and said straightforwardly, "I checked your file. Although you are from the grandson generation of the Jai group, you have not received any resource support from the Jai family, have you?" Chen nodded in confirmation. "If I am not mistaken, that shot you used to kill the white-browed snake was not just a simple grade B martial technique. It contained a profound sense of spear intent. I do not care where you learned this technique, but beginners can usually only grasp the outward form of a spear style without ever understanding its soul and intent. Yet you have already touched upon the level of spear intent. That is extremely rare for anyone below a Tier 4 warrior. And to top it off, you are only a Tier 1 warrior." Wei Yang paused, looked at the calm and unruffled Chen, and continued, "I only want to know one thing. Is your marksmanship passed down from some grandmaster of the spear?" The answer to this question was crucial. If Chen had a mentor and could comprehend spear intent in such a short time, it would mean he was a gifted marksmanship prodigy. But if he did not, then things would be quite terrifying. A resource-deprived Tier 1 warrior, an 18-year-old high school graduate, comprehending spear intent at this stage all on his own. Wei Yang could no longer imagine Chen's future. Spear skills reaching the divine. Standing alone at the peak of the spear arts, creating an insurmountable mountain for those who follow. The more Wei Yang thought about it, the more frightened he felt. Because he was likely witnessing the rise of a future star general of the Great Xia, a god of the spear. Chen had not thought that far ahead. And he would never know that the seemingly cold chief instructor Wei Yang was already experiencing a turbulent storm of emotions inside because of him. After thinking for a moment, Chen decided to answer truthfully. "Instructor Wei, I do have a mentor, but I cannot disclose their identity." The teacher he referred to was naturally the golden figure in his consciousness that transmitted knowledge and constantly drilled him in martial spear techniques. Without the golden figure, he would never have been able to explore the so-called intent. Upon receiving Chen's answer, Wei Yang's expression became complicated. He seemed to heave a sigh of relief. But there was a hint of disappointment lingering between his brows. Even so, Chen's talent was already heaven-defying. A Tier 1 warrior comprehending spear intent. Haha, what a sci-fi string of words. "All right, I understand. You may go." 12 o'clock. The members of Line 6, now refreshed and wearing clean clothes, sat around a long table in the cafeteria. Meals had already been served at their places. 5 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, fragrant and delicious, very hearty. Among them was a specialty dish made from the meat of a strange beast. It was extremely effective for replenishing energy after heavy consumption. Soon, everyone began to wolf down their food. After all, they had been hungry for an entire day. They had eaten some roasted fish last night, but it had almost made them vomit their gall. "Oh my God, this is so good." Sun Hao devoured a big chicken leg in one go, a look of extreme satisfaction on his face. "You kid did absolutely nothing, yet you certainly ate your fill." Meng Jia, sitting across from him, teased. Sun Hao hurriedly took a sip of soup, swallowing the food packed in his mouth. Then he retorted with a look of defiance. "I was busy cheering for Brother Chen the whole time. Do you have any idea how much energy that wastes? Tell me. What, can your cheering trigger sonic attacks or intimidate the strange beasts?" Sun Hao turned red, unable to say another word, so he just buried his head in his food. Hey, one member leaned forward and whispered furtively, "Did you guys see those 2 female soldiers in the infirmary? They were so pretty and their voices were so gentle, especially when those small hands pressed on my wounds to treat me. cool and refreshing. It felt amazing. I am not kidding, none of the healing warriors I have ever met were unattractive. Could it be that healing talent also improves one's beauty? Haha, so it comes with beauty and skincare effects, right? Damn it, Sun Hao could not hold back, looking miserable, and said, "You guys did not tell me about this sooner. I have not even seen the lady soldiers yet." Meng Jie did not hold back his criticism. "Who told you to slack off the whole time? You are the cleanest person in the whole team. Forget wounds, you probably have not even shed a single drop of blood." "Old Meng, I am not happy with you saying that." Sun Hao corrected him. "Brother Chen has not been injured or bled either." "Do not you dare bring up Jai Chen. He did not get hurt because he is too strong, but you, my brother, you are just too cowardly." The rest of them burst into laughter, joining in the teasing. "Hey Uzi, how about I take a dagger and make a couple of cuts on you? That way you will have a reason to go to the infirmary and see the lady soldiers and have them treat you." "Do I look like the kind of shameless person?" Sun Hao put down his bowl and chopsticks and said with a look of righteous integrity. Just then an instructor walked past them. Watching the figure walk out of the cafeteria, Sun Hao immediately changed his face, grinning and extending his arm. "All right, do it. Go easy. I have been afraid of pain since I was a kid." "No way, buddy. Are you for real?" Xia Ming watched everyone joking around and could not help but smile slightly. Jai Chen, he looked at Jai Chen, who was eating silently opposite him, and asked curiously, "Did you purposely go easy during the college entrance exam?" "Why do you say that?" Jai Chen looked up at him. "You were able to reach the mid-tier 1 level in such a short time, which is a level many sacred martial arts university students cannot even reach. Someone like you, how could you have only scored 600 points?" This question had been bothering Xia Ming for a while. Jai Chen shook his head with a faint smile. "I do go easy on school exams sometimes, letting Yun Muxu hold the top rank for a while, otherwise she would keep pestering me. But the college entrance exam was my key opportunity to break free from the Jai family and realize my dream. Since middle school, my goal has been to apply to Dongyu Martial Arts University. Do you really think I would hold back?" This, Xia Ming was baffled. It just did not make sense. Jai Chen's performance in the induction assessment completely crushed him, even though he was in the top 100 in the province with over 800 points. So why were his grades? "Maybe I just did not perform well," Jai Chen said with a calm smile. "Is not it pretty good to be in the army now? Maybe in 2 years, my military rank will even be higher than the instructors." Haha, that is true. Xia Ming did not think Jai Chen was bragging at all. He even thought he was being conservative. It is different from the old era system. Nowadays, the promotion mechanism for great Xia soldiers is extremely simple and direct. Age and length of service are not considered, only individual military achievements and contributions matter. In other words, as long as you rack up military merit fast enough, it is possible to be promoted multiple times within a year. "Tell me about yourself." Jai Chen picked up a chopstick of food and ate. "I forgot to ask last night. Your innate ability does not seem like an ordinary grade A, right?" Xia Meng openly admitted it. "I awakened the grade A wind attribute talent, Shadow of the Storm. But for some reason, a little bit of space-type capability was integrated into this talent. You could call it a talent mutation. Every time I use it, I get 3 short-range teleportation moves. Actually, it is just about using wind shadows to confuse opponents and mask my movements. As long as there is not a massive gap in strength, I am almost impossible to lock onto. Currently, the range is 20 meters, and it will expand further as my level improves. As for the subsequent spatial strangulation capability, I believe you noticed that too, right?" Jai Chen nodded, a look of surprise crossing his face. It was the first time he had heard of a talent mutation. Unlike Yun Muxu's dual attribute talent, Xia Ming's case seemed more like the result of artificial intervention. Everyone's martial arts talent is determined by their own genes, fixed at birth and unchangeable. But with the development of various high-tech advancements today, adding new elements to someone's existing talent gene sequence does not seem so far-fetched anymore, right? Since it involved Xia Ming's personal privacy. Jai Chen stopped there and did not probe further. Xia Ming suddenly said, "You have to let me take you to meet my dad sometime." Jai Chen stiffened, then looked at him with an extremely odd expression. Haha, do not get me wrong. I just think your marksmanship is incredible, and my dad happens to be obsessed with the spear and has spent years mastering it with great depth. So I wanted to introduce you two to exchange thoughts and insights. It might be beneficial for both of you. The misunderstanding was cleared. Jai Chen's tense expression relaxed. He had almost been ready to use Yun Muksu as a shield. What level is your father at now? Zia Ming hesitated, then smiled honestly. Grandmaster. Great Grandmaster. What? Grandmaster. Jai Chen's pupils dilated slightly, deeply shocked. A martial artist must face a threshold when breaking through from the 9th rank to the master stage. If one's talent and comprehension are insufficient, it is quite common to be trapped by this barrier for 8 or 10 years. Of course, for those with extraordinary natural gifts, this hurdle is hardly a challenge. Perhaps it passes in the blink of an eye. However, moving from the master stage to the God of War stage is different. During this period, a martial artist will undergo a comprehensive evolution in their life essence. A God of War level powerhouse means they have gradually transcended the scope of humanity and begun to advance toward the goal of becoming a higher life form. Therefore, a master wanting to break through to the God of War stage will face an insurmountable chasm. Many former geniuses have been trapped at the master level, year after year, unable to make even an inch of progress. Even if one reaches the pinnacle of the realm, as long as they cannot penetrate the mysteries of life evolution, they will ultimately just remain in place. Strictly speaking, Grandmaster is not the name of a realm, but a means of classification. If a peak master level powerhouse has penetrated the mysteries of life evolution, then they are not far from the God of War stage. Such individuals are honored with the title of Grandmaster. It is also a sign of respect and reverence for a future God of War. I never expected that Zia Ming's father was actually a Grandmaster, a quasi-God of War level powerhouse. As far as he knew, Daxia had fewer than 200 God of War level reserves in total. This means Zia Ming's father is already one of the few who stand at the very pinnacle of Daxia's martial world. Since your father is so powerful, why did not you learn martial arts from him instead of coming to the military for training? Both my grandfather and father serve in the Donglan army. Since you are a third-generation wealthy kid, I guess I am a third-generation soldier. Zia Ming smiled and lowered his voice, signaling Jai Chen not to speak too loudly. Influenced by the two of them, my ambition since childhood has been to join the army, serve my country, and become an outstanding Daxia soldier like my father. Seeing the light erupting in his eyes, Jai Chen was deeply moved. You have a great role model. Zia Ming noticed the faint trace of sadness in Jai Chen's brow. He guessed it must have reminded him of his late father. I heard from Sun Hao that your parents were killed by a beast attack on a plane to Shangjing City. Jai Chen's fist resting on the table tightened involuntarily. It was an 8th rank Storm Hunter Falcon. Zia Ming pondered, the Storm Hunter Falcon has high growth potential. It was already 8th rank over a decade ago. If it is still alive now, it might have reached the 9th or even 10th rank. No matter what rank it is, I will definitely kill it. This was the first time Zia Ming felt such a precise and intense killing intent from Jai Chen. But after so many years, it is unclear if it is even still alive. Jai Chen frowned slightly. He had previously only thought about avenging his parents, but had neglected this question. Zia Ming comforted him. You do not have to worry too much about that. After the training camp ends, I will have my father check the military system to see if there have been any records of 8th rank or higher Storm Hunter Falcons being killed in recent years. Thank you. We are comrades in arms, no need for thanks. After the meal, having received instructions from the instructor, everyone had half a day to move freely around the camp. The training will only officially begin once the members of all 8 routes have arrived. So everyone went to the drill ground, in groups of 3 or 5, walking and chatting. The 4-man group, along with team leader Zhu Yan, sat cross-legged on the concrete floor in a row, staring straight ahead at the quiet and deep jungle. Feeling the breeze, lost in thought. Look you guys, Sun Hao, who had sharp eyes, suddenly let out a shout. They saw in the woods to the southeast of the camp. Tired and disheveled figures were slowly emerging from within. That seems to be the people from Route 1. Zia Ming guessed their identity. They set off the earliest. I did not expect them to arrive 4 full hours after us. Do not say sarcastic things. Route 1 looks like they suffered significant losses. Let us go over and take a look. Several people stood up, brushed off their pants, and walked over. Wei Yang stood coldly at the very front of the Route 1 squad. His gaze swept over each member one by one. Damaged combat uniforms, patches of dark red bloodstains, exposed wounds. Although he already knew the result through monitoring. But when he saw this scene with his own eyes, a flicker of intolerance flashed across his eyes. Reporting to the instructor, Route 1 was supposed to have 29 people. 21 arrived. Please instruct. Go to the infirmary to treat your wounds. Wei Yang waved his hand, his voice filled with a hint of indifference. As if the numbers mentioned were just numbers, not living human lives. Route 6 had Chen, a bug-level existence, so even if the members were injured, they were only minor surface wounds. But Route 1 was different. They had gone through one grueling life-or-death confrontation after another against beasts. One member had the most severe injury, a finger bitten off, and a large chunk of flesh torn right off their thigh. The wound was horrific, almost exposing the white bone underneath the flesh. Fortunately, these injuries were no challenge for the medical soldiers with a grade healing talents. Led by an instructor, the members of Route 1 helped each other toward the infirmary. They walked past Chen and the others. Deep surprise and confusion suddenly surfaced in their tired eyes. Someone actually arrived before them. And the group is still so complete. Why do they look so relaxed, not like they just experienced a life-or-death test? Countless questions swirled in the minds of the Route 1 members. Over the next 2 hours, the remaining 6 teams also arrived at the Camp 1 after another. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a camp full of casualties. The lightest losses were Route 8, 30 scheduled, 24 arrived. The heaviest losses were Route 5, 27 scheduled, 16 arrived, a mortality rate of 40%. Far exceeding the 20% figure Wei Yang mentioned at the beginning. Yesterday there were 8 full buses, totaling 240 recruits. Excluding those who withdrew before the assessment, there are only 170 people left now. 2 long lines formed in the infirmary. 2 gallant female soldiers were busy treating the injuries of these new recruits. They were both a grade healing talent, awakened ones. Treasures in the entire military. After all, people are injured and die in the army every day. Healing medical soldiers can treat wounds in a very short amount of time, significantly shortening the treatment cycle. Seeing Wei Yang walk in, both female soldiers looked up and glared at him, with no pleasant expressions on their pretty faces. Casualties in recruit assessment are normal, but they had never encountered such a tragic situation before. Having to heal hundreds of people was also an enormous drain on them. Thank you for your hard work. Wei Yang gave a rare, apologetic smile. The 2 female soldiers ignored him, took a pill each, and continued treating the next wounded soldier. Healing abilities cannot be used without limit. When the energy within them is depleted, they must use pills to replenish it. It is really bad luck to be assigned to the training camp under Wei Yang. Both for the medical soldiers and these scarred, naive youths. So miserable. It hurts just looking at it. There's a guy with such a long cut by his eye. His eyeball almost burst. What is that compared to the guy from Route 5? His nose bridge collapsed and his face is unrecognizable. I wonder if he will be disfigured. Zia Ming said, do not worry. Injuries caused by first-rank beasts will not leave after effects as long as they are treated in time. What if they lose a limb? If the severed limb is still there, it can be reattached. Zia Ming was quite knowledgeable about this. Then what if the roots are broken? Is that possible too? Sun Hao asked sneakily. Zia Ming rolled his eyes at him. Yes. But I advise you not to have thoughts like that. Why? Sun Hao was confused. The status of healing medical soldiers in our military is very high. If you offend them, watch out for your own suffering. Tusk, what can they do to me? Ziaming sneered, they can reattach it and they can cut it off too, over and over again. Are you sure you can handle that? Sun Hao turned pale with fright and immediately covered his groin. Ha ha ha, look at you being such a coward. Under the night sky, the camp canteen was brightly lit. The 8 teams were seated in separate areas. The instructors led by Wei Yang were all present. Congratulations on officially becoming members of the recruit training camp. Wei Yang delivered a brief speech on stage. After finishing, he scanned everyone present. Are there any questions? At this moment, a tall, sturdy young man stood up. Chen recognized him. He was the same guy who provoked him on the road yesterday morning. He was from Route 5, which had the worst casualties. While not the team leader, he was one of their most powerful fighters. The one with the collapsed nose bridge who almost got disfigured was him, Ding Tao. Instructor Wei, Ding Tao spoke indignantly. I want to know if this entrance assessment was truly fair. Wei Yang looked at him indifferently. Are you suggesting that I was deliberately targeting you? Ding Tao certainly did not have the guts to admit that, but he still insisted on raising his doubts. Brothers from other routes also suffered heavy casualties. Our Route 5 just was not good enough, we admit that. But I suspect you were showing favoritism to Route 6. A shocking statement. The canteen fell into dead silence. Wei Yang was silent for a long time, then suddenly laughed in an untimely manner. I admit that there was indeed unfairness in this assessment, and I did indeed target a certain route. The whole place was in an uproar. Even Ding Tao, who had raised the question, was left stunned on the spot. He just wanted to vent his frustration, and had not expected Wei Yang to give him any explanation. He never imagined that Wei Yang would actually admit to it publicly. How many lives are at stake in the new recruit assessment? Especially for Line 5, which he was part of. They started with 27 people, and only 16 made it back to camp. A full 11 brothers just lost their lives for nothing. If it were a fair game, I would not complain. I would just blame our team's lack of strength. But what about now? Even the chief instructor openly admitted to targeting a specific team. Is not he clearly talking about Line 5? The more Ding Tao thought about it, the angrier he got. Looking at the indignant expressions of the surviving members around him, his courage grew instinctively. If Wei Yang had flatly denied it, there would not be much he could do. But now that he has admitted it willingly, this matter cannot simply be swept under the rug. The instructor team must give them and their fallen brothers an explanation. Instructor Wei. Ding Tao's face was full of rage, and his powerful voice echoed throughout the cafeteria. May I ask, do you have a grudge against the members of Line 5? Otherwise, why would you deliberately target us and secretly increase the difficulty of the assessment? Dozens of gazes were fixed on Wei Yang on the stage, waiting to see what he would say. Bam! An instructor slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Ding Tao and shouting, "Mind your language." Old Zhang, sit down. Wei Yang spoke softly, signaling the instructor not to intervene. As for Ding Tao's disrespectful behavior, he did not pay it any mind either. Wei Yang knew that many of these green recruits had just barely escaped death. They had witnessed the cruelty of the wilderness battlefield and the terror of the beasts. They also saw their comrades die with their own eyes. This series of events left them pent up with anger, desperately needing an outlet. And his alleged unfair treatment naturally became the target of their rage. This was true not only for Line 5, but for the other teams as well. What is your name? Ding Tao. Not bad, having the courage to stand up for your team and challenge authority is a good thing. Wei Yang nodded slightly, then his gaze sharpened, and his entire aura became piercing, like a blade that had been polished to a gleam. However, why do you think it was Line 5 that I targeted? Ding Tao, far from being intimidated, sounded even more confident. Naturally, because our team suffered the heaviest casualties. But the death rates of other teams were also over 20%. Yours was just relatively higher. Hearing this, Ding Tao frowned. Instructor Wei, what do you mean by that? Wei Yang looked indifferent, glanced at the area where Line 6 was, and said, there was someone else who was treated unfairly, but it was not you. How is that possible? Ding Tao looked shocked, finding this claim hard to believe. At this point, people from other teams began standing up one after another. Instructor Wei, just tell us straight, which team was targeted, and what was your motive? If you secretly increased the difficulty just because you had a personal grudge against someone, we certainly cannot accept that. After the training ends, we have the right to join together to report this to the military department and demand your punishment. Wei Yang listened to their accusations calmly. However, he did not give an answer immediately, but instead asked a question. Do you still remember how many beast attacks you encountered along the way? Everyone looked at each other, confused. 20. The captain of Line 1 answered first. We had the same. It seems everyone had the same. Hearing the discussions around him, Ding Tao's face began to look grim. Because Line 5 had also encountered 20 first-tier primary beasts. This meant that everyone faced the same level of difficulty. The heavy casualties were simply due to their team's generally weak strength and lack of unity. If that is the case, why did Wei Yang say what he said earlier? Wait, there is still one more team. Ding Tao turned his head sharply towards Line 6, his cold gaze lingering on Chen for a moment before settling on Ming. Back in No.1 High, there were rumors that Ming came from a special background, and that his grandfather and father held high positions in the Donglan military. It seems the rumors were true. Wei Yang is just a minor training camp instructor. He must be afraid of offending big shots in the military, so he gave Ming special treatment. That must be it. Otherwise, how else can you explain the fact that only one member of Line 6 died? Such a low death rate stands out against the other 7 lines. A cold sneer could not help but form on Ding Tao's face. So Wei Yang's supposed targeting was just giving special treatment to the offspring of military big shots like Ming. Haha, how hypocritical. Ming, they say your team arrived at the camp first. Why do not you tell everyone how many beasts you encountered along the way? Ding Tao was smarter this time. He bypassed Instructor Wei and confronted Ming directly. Once the answer came out, it would not just be Ming. The entire Line 6 that benefited from him would be hated by everyone and become public enemy number 1 in the camp. Ming looked at Ding Tao with a blank expression. The two did not get along back at No.1 High. He did not expect them to be at each other's throats here at the camp too. 21 in total. He said calmly, without a hint of emotion. I knew you. Ding Tao was mid-sentence when he suddenly froze. 21 beasts. How is this possible? If that is true, how could they finish the breakout the fastest and maintain such a low death rate? Behind him, someone said. The captain of Line 6 is a senior from the previous batch, holding first-tier intermediate strength. So they had a big brother escorting them all the way, no wonder. But it would be very taxing for a first-tier intermediate martial artist to handle that many beasts, right? In fact, every team has at least one official martial artist, and the strongest team even has 4 first-tier primary martial artists. But no matter how strong an individual is, they cannot look after the safety of the entire team at all times. Casualties are unavoidable. It is unrealistic to rely solely on Zhu Yan, a first-tier intermediate martial artist. Seeing that the venting had mostly finished, Wei Yang finally spoke to reveal the truth. As you can see, the team that was targeted was indeed Line 6. The beasts you encountered were all placed on your respective routes by us beforehand. Except for Line 6, all other lines were given 20 first-tier primary beasts. This was universally agreed upon by everyone. Wei Yang continued. But for Line 6, they encountered one more beast than you did. Below the stage, the crowd was dumbfounded. Is there really that big a difference between 20 and 21? Instructor Wei, you do not mean to say that Line 6 had it harder than us, do you? Wei Yang said in a deep voice, that extra beast was a first-tier intermediate white-browed snake, and it is extremely powerful. His cold eyes swept across every team. If I had placed it on any of your lines, I guarantee the death rate would have exceeded 70%. What? A first-tier intermediate white-browed snake. A beast of that level appeared in the new recruit assessment. Everyone was stunned. And what they found hardest to understand was that line 6, despite facing a white-browed snake, suffered the fewest casualties of all the teams. Does that make sense? Instructor Wei, empty talk is proof of nothing. How can we believe you? Wei Yang was well prepared. He gestured toward the door. An instructor immediately turned off the lights in the cafeteria. At the same time, a projection screen lowered on the stage. Since this is a good opportunity, I will go over the assessment for each of you one by one. What? Since line 6 is the most controversial, let us start with line 6. As he spoke, a high-definition video appeared on the screen. It was the AI-edited assessment footage of line 6. There was even a timestamp in the top right corner. In the video, Zhu Yan was leading the group through the path. Xia Ming, Meng Jia, and the others were following at the back. Seeing this, Ding Tao sneered, a bunch of cowards, only knowing how to hide behind someone else. His voice was not loud, but it sounded unusually abrupt in the quiet cafeteria. Look, what is that guy doing? Seems like Jai Chen, is he, whittling a stick with a dagger? Hilarious, he has the leisure to do wood carving at a time like this. Is he treating the recruitment assessment as a joke? At that moment, an iron-shelled beetle appeared in the footage, blocking their way. It is here. Seeing the exotic beast, an uproar broke out in the cafeteria. Everyone was desperate to know how line 6 managed to exit the forest with almost zero losses. On screen, Zhu Yan threw a punch and charged forward. See, I told you they relied entirely on Zhu Yan, a first-order intermediate expert. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy. That is a martial skill fused with fire attribute energy, right? How fierce. We also ran into an iron-shelled beetle, smaller than this one, and it took several of us working together to kill it. That is normal. Iron-shelled beetles have strong defenses. You cannot kill them without some real effort. As Zhu Yan shattered the beetle's back shell with a punch, the fight ended. Doubts aside, when they saw Zhu Yan's astonishing performance, everyone applauded without hesitation. There is no help for it. That is the absolute gap in strength. Which team would not want a capable and responsible leader like Zhu Yan? The scene shifted. Just a few minutes later. No way. Another one right after the last fight. It is not just one, someone cried out in horror. It is a whole pack, a pack of frost moon gray wolves. My God. Are you kidding me? The beasts we encountered came one by one. How did they end up in a pack attack on line 6? Seeing line 6 surrounded by the pack, Ding Tao's eyes widened, his Adam's apple bobbing frantically. Facing the assault of 6 frost moon gray wolves at once. If it were his own line 5, they probably would have been wiped out instantly. I have got goosebumps. Is Zhu Yan going to take on the whole pack by himself again? Impossible, a recruit with sharp eyes said. Zhu Yan's defeat of the beetle looked like a COMPLETE Chinese letter, but he was actually struggling, and his hand was injured. He can only hold back one wolf at most. Then how did they survive? Could it be that the instructor intervened? Someone made a bold guess. That is unlikely. Instructor intervention would be a serious violation of fairness. If that had happened, they would not have released this footage. As everyone discussed, a figure stepped forward. Look, it is Jai Chen. Damn, is he crazy. Daring to take on frost moon gray wolves alone with just a wooden spear. Something's not right. His speed is too fast. He does not seem like a mere trainee warrior. So he broke through to the first order. No wonder. He probably just picked up some run-of-the-mill cultivation technique somewhere. With his level, even at the first tier, he is just going to his death. Dude, he came back alive and well. Are you not using your brain at all when you speak? Meanwhile, Jai Chen had already pierced the throat of a frost moon gray wolf. From their initial contact to the wolf's carcass hitting the ground, only 3 seconds had passed. What the heck? I did not even see it clearly, and he killed it. Did he just strike once? While the crowd was still in shock, Jai Chen was already off to the next part of the battlefield. In just one short minute, all 6 frost moon gray wolves were slaughtered. And without exception, all died under Jai Chen's wooden spear. The people who were just mocking his wood carving were completely dumbfounded. Those who knew it was a wooden spear were shocked. Those who did not thought it was some divine weapon. That is a frost moon gray wolf. a vicious beast that required several people from other teams to work together and fight for their lives just to kill one. And Jai Chen killed them so easily and elegantly. As fellow men, after witnessing Jai Chen's killing spree, many felt from the bottom of their hearts that he looked incredibly cool. Especially the way he wielded that 2-meter-long wooden spear. It was just so stylish. He looked exactly like a heroic young general from ancient times. That is incredible. Is this guy even human? Line 6 faced 21 beasts in total, and Jai Chen took down 6 by himself. That is a pure carry performance. Damn, if I had known, I would have gotten on the same vehicle as him. The scene shifted again. It was night, and the whole team was resting by a lake. Is something moving in the water? In the footage, the water suddenly exploded as a giant red shadow emerged. Is this a scarlet carp? My god, its size is almost reaching the first order, intermediate level, right? What is Jai Chen doing? He is crazy, absolutely insane. Instead of running away, he is daring to confront the scarlet carp head-on. As soon as he finished speaking, all sound in the cafeteria died down. Everyone thought this would be a brutal battle. Unexpectedly, Jai Chen continued his reputation as the 1-second finisher. In the blink of an eye, the scarlet carp was pinned to the ground by Jai Chen with that wooden spear. Is this really a recording? Why does it feel like a sci-fi movie to me? This is ridiculous. Why does Jai Chen finish everyone off instantly? Everyone knew he was a first-order warrior and believed he had the strength to take down a beast alone. But did the process have to be so exaggerated and brutal? The scene shifted once more. Just as everyone was still immersed in the shocking scene, the real main event began. Instructor Wei was telling the truth. A white-browed snake, a first-order intermediate white-browed snake, has actually appeared. Seeing that massive, white-scaled giant python, every recruit in the camp held their breath, feeling a sense of immediate urgency. This time, the instructor must be intervening to save them, right? That Zhu Yan is also first-order intermediate, but he seems pretty weak. Aside from killing the beetle, he has basically been loafing around. Are they going to rely on Jai Chen alone again? You are overthinking it, a first-order warrior wanting to cross-level fight a beast. At the early stages of a warrior's career, there is not that much of a power gap. Those capable of cross-level challenges are already 1 in a million, let alone facing such a terrifying white-browed snake. Even after witnessing Jai Chen's series of godlike performances, no one bet on him. Who would have thought that what happened next would leave everyone speechless? They are actually rotating attackers. Zia Ming went first. Damn, how did he break through to a first-order warrior? Where did Zia Ming go? Where is he? Zia Ming's set of innate combination skills made everyone scream. How is this an A-grade talent? I would believe it if you said it was S-grade. Following that, Meng Jia and Zhu Yan took their turns. Although the process looked a bit sloppy, each of them left visible scars on the white-browed snake. I admit they are strong, but these attacks are far from fatal. Sun Hao said loudly, "What is the rush? Brother Chen has not gone yet." Even if it is Jai Chen, at most he can only. Before Ding Tao could finish his sentence, he froze as if struck by lightning. His eyes were glued to the frame on the projection screen. It is over. The white-browed snake's upper jaw was pierced through, and then it was ripped open from head to tail, its organs spilling everywhere. It was dead beyond any doubt. And the one who did all this was Jai Chen, the one he had looked down on from the start. Are my eyes deceiving me? Another one-shot kill with a spear. Whoa. From Instructor Wei Yang's perspective on the stage, the hundreds of new recruits all had expressions of sheer astonishment. The sight of Jai Chen killing the white-browed snake with a single spear strike brought an unprecedented impact and shock to their hearts. Everything taught by teachers or learned in textbooks told them that this was impossible. But Jai Chen did it. At this moment, they finally understood one truth. Martial arts cannot be judged by common sense. As long as you are strong enough, everything is possible. It was not clear who started it. Thunderous applause erupted in the cafeteria. It was long and persistent. It was both admiration and recognition for Jai Chen. and also a form of worship for the spirit of martial arts. Never easily assume that an enemy is invincible. After the applause, all the doubts about Line 6 and the instructor group vanished. I am convinced everyone on Line 6 is a prodigy. It was no shame losing to them. Chen stood up and said, "There are no losers or winners in this assessment. From now on, we are all comrades in arms. We live and die together." Well said. Live and die together. Wei Yang looked at Chen, a subtle smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. This kid is actually starting to show some leadership charisma. Instructor Wei Ziaming asked, "What do you plan to do about the fallen brothers?" Wei Yang said in a low, heavy voice, "I have already sent people to bring back the bodies of the recruits who sacrificed themselves in this assessment for proper burial. Afterward, the military department will grant them the status of martyrs and provide appropriate compensation to their families." Everyone had no objections to this. Then let us continue with the review. Wei Yang waved his hand, and the screen switched to the footage of Line 1. I believe you can see that Line 6 actually has no value for review. Next, I will point out the many shortcomings of the other lines in their battles against beasts one by one. This will also be your first tactical lesson after joining the camp. It was already midnight when the review ended. Just as everyone thought they could finally return to the dormitory for a good sleep, Wei Yang gave an order for everyone to assemble in the training hall. Sun Hao yawned, following Chen and the others out of the cafeteria with sleep-heavy eyes. Old Wei is so heartless, pushing us so hard right after entering the camp, not even letting us sleep. Mengjia tapped him on the forehead with a smile. "How, you have got some guts, daring to call Instructor Wei Old Wei. Do you want me to report you right now?" "Old Meng, go to hell." Sun Hao kicked Mengjia's butt in retaliation. Zhu Yan was puzzled. "It is so late. Why is Instructor Wei calling us to the training hall?" Zia Ming said, "If I am not mistaken, it is to teach us a cultivation technique." Sun Hao's sleepiness vanished, and he became excited. "Is it a Grandmaster level technique? Awesome. Even an average student like me has a chance to learn a Grandmaster technique. That is way better than those people who got into ordinary top universities." Zia Ming poured cold water on him. "Grandmaster techniques are not suitable for everyone. Do not get your hopes up too high yet." Zhu Yan was curious. "Zia Ming, how do you know so much about these things?" Zia Ming smiled, "Because what I am practicing is exactly this Grandmaster technique promoted throughout the entire army, the 7 Luminary Star technique." The name alone sounds super cool. Sun Hao looked at Chen with eyes full of surprise. "Brother Chen, if you learn this Grandmaster technique, will not you soar to the heavens?" Chen smiled slightly and said modestly, "Maybe I do not really need it." What? Sun Hao looked at him in disbelief. "Brother Chen, you are not joking, are you? You are turning down a free master-level technique." To put it plainly, for at least half of the people in the military, their initial reason for joining was not simply to defend their home and country. They were mostly looking to secure a bright future for themselves. Many of these people have mediocre academic records and average talent. If they hide away in the base cities, they would only be able to get into second or third-rate martial arts universities. Or perhaps end up like Zhu Yan, exploited as cheap labor by martial arts clubs. As grassroots martial artists with no background or connections, they would never have the chance to access top-tier techniques and combat skills in their entire lives. This basically traps them in a vicious cycle. Those martial artists from good backgrounds with high talent only get stronger and stronger, while the martial artists at the bottom can only struggle to survive, cultivating bitterly with the meager resources they have. For people like this, they can almost see the end of their lives the moment they look up. Therefore, joining the military has become an ideal way out. Because everyone in the military is treated as an equal. Once recruits join, they receive a master-level technique worth billions of Daxia dollars on the market. Sun Hao chose to join the army precisely because of this. With a master-level technique, he can compensate for his lack of talent and perhaps even change his destiny. Zia Ming glanced at Chen, already having the answer in his mind. He asked with a smile, "Chen, the technique you are currently practicing must also be a master-level one, right?" To be able to remain unmoved by a top-tier master-level technique like the 7 Luminaries astral art. It must mean that Jai Chen already has a better option. In fact, given Xia Ming's insight, he was more inclined to believe that Jai Chen was practicing a god of war-level technique. After all, he had never seen any genius become as shockingly powerful as Jai Chen just by practicing a master-level technique. But this assumption was simply too bold. And most importantly, master-level techniques can be bought with money, but god of war-level ones cannot. It is rumored that the Daxia military possesses 3 god of war-level cultivation techniques. Very few people are qualified to come into contact with them. And his father happened to be one of them. If Jai Chen was truly practicing a god of war-level technique, where could he have gotten it from? Facing Xia Ming's question and the curious gazes of the people around him, Jai Chen just smiled and said nothing. It served as a sort of silent acknowledgement. After all, the weight of an extraordinary level technique is too significant. He would not voluntarily put himself in the spotlight. As for the suspicions of others, that was none of his concern. The training room was actually a massive warehouse made of corrugated iron that had been renovated. It was very spacious inside. There were many mats used for meditation and training. A row of weapon racks was placed along the wall. In the center of the venue were several red circular areas, which were likely arenas for one-on-one sparring. Seeing that all the recruits in the battalion had gathered, Wei Yang made a hand gesture to signal them to settle down. Zip! His voice was full of energy and carried great penetration. Everyone found a mat, sat down, placed their hands on their knees, held their heads high, and looked straight ahead. I believe you have all guessed it. That is right. I will now be representing the military department to officially teach you this master-level technique that is being promoted throughout the entire army. Wei Yang held up a rustic, ancient-looking manual. This is the 7 Luminaries astral art. Before I pass this technique to you, I believe it is necessary for you to understand some of the origins behind this skill. As he spoke, Wei Yang walked down, stood among the recruits, and began to recount with a solemn expression. The creator of this technique was a man named Zhou Yao. He was a tremendously gifted grandmaster from the civilian sector over 90 years ago. Back then, the martial arts system was only just beginning to take shape and was not yet complete. Yet Grandmaster Zhou Yao, entirely on his own, managed to develop this master-level technique that is still considered top-tier even today. He was also among the very first generation of master-level powerhouses born in Daxia. He originally had high hopes of ascending to the ranks of the god of war level. Unfortunately, 90 years ago, a massive tsunami struck the eastern coast. Countless deep-sea beasts took the opportunity to land. They launched a fierce assault on the 7 base cities of the Eastern Theater. Among them, Dongqing Base City, which was Grandmaster Zhou Yao's hometown, suffered the most severe losses. They were on the verge of total destruction. Once the beasts entered the city, it would surely result in a catastrophe of life and death. Tens of millions of residents in Dongqing City would be slaughtered, with no hope of survival. At that time, every theater was heavily engaged in battle, and there were no spare troops available for reinforcements. As for the civilian martial artists, they had long since fled to save themselves. The desperate citizens huddled in their homes, clinging to their families, shivering and praying for the arrival of gods. The day Dongqing City's walls were breached, Zhou Yao descended from the sky, bathed in brilliant starlight. Having just finished a brutal battle, he heard that his hometown was in danger and rushed over without even waiting to treat his wounds. Thankfully, he was not too late. That battle is known in history as the Battle of Dongqing. The strength of the two sides was extremely mismatched. The attackers consisted of a million-strong beast tide, plus 12 Tier 10 beasts. The defender was just Zhou Yao alone. After 3 days of desperate fighting, the world went dark and the ground ran red with blood. Even though Zhou Yao was covered in scars, he refused to let even a single beast break into Dongqing City. Though the city walls fell, he turned himself into a wall of flesh and blood. There were no gods in this world. But he was just like a god. 3 days later, reinforcements arrived. The beast tide fled in a panic. When the soldiers cleared the battlefield and found Zhou Yao, they realized he had stopped breathing. He had left all 12 Tier 10 beasts dead on that blood-stained land. And in doing so, he had exhausted every bit of his life force. Before he died, he stood leaning on his blade, back turned to the base city, his fierce gaze fixed on the endless East Sea. The bloody rain cleared, the clouds parted, and the sea became calm again. Citizens took to the streets to bid farewell to Grandmaster Zhou Yao. That day, the tall, unyielding back of Zhou Yao was deeply etched into the hearts of millions of Dongkeng citizens. To commemorate this guardian god of Dongkeng, the citizens donated funds to build a 100-meter-tall golden statue of him outside the city. For decades after that, no beast dared to cross the border. Half a month after Zhou Yao died, a piece of news spread rapidly. It turned out that this grandmaster had gone to support Dongkeng City with the firm resolve to die. He had already written his will and handed over his self-created 7 luminaries' astral art to the country without reservation. Zhou Yao only made one request. This technique could be promoted publicly, but only within the Daxia military. It was not to be taught privately to civilian martial artists. The reason was simple. When the nation was in crisis, only the soldiers stood firm, fighting to the death to protect the lives and homes behind them. Meanwhile, those arrogant civilian martial artists all acted like cowards, abandoning the people of the city to their fate. People like that were not worthy of practicing his master-level technique. The final words of Zhou Yao's will were, "May the Daxia of the future be filled with dragon-like talents, and may there be masters across the entire land." Now that 90 years have passed, his dying wish has largely been fulfilled. Saying there are masters everywhere might be a bit of an exaggeration. But if the same situation were to happen again, we would never again witness the tragedy of Zhou Yao standing alone to defend the city. This time beside him, there will be a galaxy of stars shining bright. What? The history books contain accounts of that ancient battle against the deep-sea beasts. However, the defense of Dongkeng is only briefly mentioned, with very little detail provided. After listening to instructor Wei Yang's account, all the recruits wore solemn and heavy expressions. It turns out there is such a tragic story behind the 7 luminaries star technique. Old Wu, give it to them. Wei Yang gave the order. The instructors distributed the technique manuals to everyone one by one. They were not thick, yet they weighed as heavy as Mount Tai. This is not just a martial technique, it is a responsibility, a selfless gift from the martyrs to those who came after them. When it was Jai Chen's turn, he gently shook his head to decline. "Instructor, I will not be needing this." Wu Yang was not surprised by this. The instructor team had long guessed that Jai Chen possessed a technique even better and stronger than this. However, the others were unaware of this. In an instant, over 100 pairs of eyes turned toward Jai Chen, filled with confusion. Could it be that he did not join the army for the sake of this master-level technique? Then what is his purpose? Sheer enthusiasm to protect his home and country? Or is he some sort of killing fanatic who needs to hone his martial arts by constantly slaughtering exotic beasts? Most people leaned toward the latter. Once the manuals were distributed, Wei Yang warned them in a deep voice. Remember, the master-level technique must not be leaked. Of course, even if you wanted to, it would be useless, as these copies have been sealed with a mental imprint. If you have any intention to leak them, the consequences. I think I do not need to elaborate, do I? The group was struck silent, nodding in unison. All right, proceed with your comprehension, and feel free to ask questions if you do not understand anything. A night passed. About 70% of the recruits had grasped the basics, learned how to channel energy into their bodies, and officially entered the ranks of Tier 1 martial artists. As for the rest, even with the patient guidance of the instructors, they still struggled to understand. I will give you another 3 days. If you cannot reach the first tier by then, it only means this technique is not for you. You can then choose a different one instead. With that, Wei Yang waved his hand. Dismissed. As everyone left the training hall, they were still passionately discussing the mysteries of the technique. Jai Chen walked at the very back, his interface popping up in his mind. Name Jai Chen. Realm Tier 1 Intermediate. Innate ability, primordial power, S-grade enhancement. Technique Cosmic Creation Method Part 1, Transcendental Grade, 288/5000. Combat Skill, Spear Art Sun Piercing Cloud, 3/200, Minor Success. Ability Points, 287. The cultivation progress is not bad. I should be able to break through to Tier 1 Advanced in at most 1 more week. Instructor Wei. Jai Chen stopped Wei Yang just as he came out of the training hall. Is something the matter? Wei Yang asked. Is there any training scheduled for this morning? Why are you not exhausted after cultivating all night? Wei Yang felt both pleased and amused. You are free to do as you please this morning, and tactical drills will begin at 2 in the afternoon. Jai Chen hesitated for a moment and asked, then can I go into the forest? Wei Yang paused, immediately guessing his intention. Going to kill more exotic beasts. Yes. Did not get enough of it yesterday. I suppose so. Even if Wei Yang had released twice the number of beasts on Route 6, he could still handle them with ease. The beasts on the assessment routes were carefully selected and released by us, but if you go in on your own now, you might run into high-tier beasts. Wei Yang advised him. Wait a few more days. Once the others have improved their strength, I will organize a forest hunt, and then you can fight as much as you like. But Jai Chen did not want to wait. He had to keep fighting and killing to rapidly increase his strength and accumulate ability points. Instructor Wei, I will just wander around the periphery. I will not go too deep and will be back soon. Wei Yang remained silent for a moment. If you're doing this for military merit, I can tell you responsibly that beasts killed during recruit training do not count toward personal merit. Jai Chen smiled and shook his head. You misunderstood, Instructor Wei. My hands are itching for a fight. Wei Yang raised his thick eyebrows, took a deep breath, and felt nothing but admiration in his heart. This kid looks delicate and harmless on the outside, but actually hides a heart that craves battle. Then go ahead, but remember to wear your combat suit, so the camp can track your location at any time. No problem. Jai Chen returned to the dormitory, changed into his carbon fiber combat suit, and grabbed his dragon blood bone-piercing spear. Sun Hao, who was sleeping soundly on his bed, was awakened by him and sat up, asking with a strange expression. Brother Chen, where are you going? Jai Chen smiled, going to kill a few beasts for fun, want to join. Sun Hao was dumbfounded and shook his head repeatedly. Brother Chen, you are truly a hardcore person. They finally got half a day off, and instead of relaxing, you are voluntarily running into the forest to seek thrills. Brother Chen's way of thinking is indeed quite different from ordinary mortals like him. All right, go back to sleep. Jai Chen turned and walked out of the dormitory. Brother Chen, be careful on your way. Sun Hao waved goodbye. The 8 lines for the admission assessment were concentrated on the east side of the camp. Considering that the beasts there had been basically cleared out, Jai Chen decided to head out from the west side and entered the forest alone. In the distance, Wei Yang stood on the watchtower, watching Jai Chen's figure disappear into the dense forest. Old Wu, have someone keep an eye on Jai Chen in the monitoring room and raise the alarm immediately if something happens. Wu Yang looked worried. Why did not you stop him? That side is a primeval forest with many high-tier beasts. What if Jai Chen runs into one? Wei Yang shook his head slightly. That kid is stubborn. There is no stopping him. Then at least you could have told him to pick a relatively safer area. Rest assured, only Tier 1 beasts roam the outer periphery of the west side. As long as he does not go too deep, there will not be any danger. Is a Tier 1 beast not enough? Wu Yang was somewhat angry. Do you think Jai Chen is invincible just because he killed a Tier 1 intermediate white-browed snake? What if he encounters a Tier 1 advanced or even a peak Tier 1 beast? We are so far away, we will not be able to save him in time. Wei Yang pondered and then said, I trust him. Trust him? I think you have gone mad too, Wu Yang roared. If a Tier 1 intermediate martial artist faces a peak Tier 1 beast, it is almost a certain death sentence. Jai Chu is a rare, once-in-a-lifetime candidate to become a grandmaster or even a god of war. If anything happened to him because of our negligence, the military command would be furious. Wei Yang was unfazed by his reprimand. Do not you want to see where that kid's true limit is? Wu Yang fell silent. Jai Chen's repeated extraordinary performances during the admission assessment had indeed piqued his curiosity. He really did want to know where Jai Chen's limit was. But did he really have to use such an extreme method? Ever since he replaced his wooden spear with the 88-kilogram dragon blood bone-piercing spear, Jai Chen was even more confident in his own strength. With the same thrusting force and angle, a different weapon makes a massive difference in lethality. Just like a moment ago, he had performed a simple, unremarkable middle-level spear thrust. The spear tip, crafted from level 4 alloy, instantly pierced through an ironclad beetle. Its back shell shattered upon contact, and the flesh inside was turned into mush. Killed one Tier 1 primary ironclad beetle, ability points +3. Ability points 290. Too weak. Jai Chen withdrew his spear and continued forward. A beam of sunlight filtered through the umbrella-like canopy of leaves, forming a bowl-sized circle of light on the ground. Suddenly, Jai Chen stopped. He stared fixedly at the shaft of light just within reach. Something seemed to be reflecting light inside it. Jai Chen took half a step back. The tip of his spear swept rapidly across the ground, kicking up soil and fallen leaves. He watched as one of the leaves flew into the beam of light. And then it was sliced in two. The cut was incredibly smooth and clean. At the same time, due to the soil clinging to it, a transparent thread thinner than a hair was revealed in the light beam. Jai Chen frowned. Is this spider silk? Well, spider-type exotic beasts are very common in the jungle. Although they are not powerful as individuals, their unique traits make them the most troublesome kind of exotic beast. If you are not careful for even a second, it is easy to fall into the traps they have meticulously laid, and become prey waiting to be slaughtered. Jai Chen squinted slightly, raised his spear, and gently touched the spider silk, which was almost invisible to the naked eye. A distinct resistance came back through his wrist. Just as he thought. The strength and toughness of this silk far exceeded his expectations. It was dozens of times stronger than ordinary steel. It was comparable to the nanofiber blades from Operation Guzheng that could slice through an entire ship without a sound. Fortunately, Jai Chen was vigilant enough to discover the existence of this thread. Of course, even if he had walked right into it, his life would not have been in danger. Because the carbon fiber combat suit he was wearing had a self-repairing coating. It might struggle against brute force impacts, but resisting such precision cutting was exactly its area of expertise. Jai Chen performed a flourish with his spear. The spear tip circled tightly around the spider silk. With a crisp snap, the taut silk was snapped in two by the superior strength alloy spear. However, Jai Chen did not rush forward. Instead, he stayed put, pricked up his ears, and carefully listened for any slight movement nearby. Where there are traps, the hunter is usually not far away. Soon, a rustling sound came from above the bushes. It sounded just like the wind blowing through the leaves, perfectly normal. Finally, you have arrived. After cultivating the universal creation method, Jai Chen's perception had increased several times over, far surpassing warriors of the same rank. Almost instantly, he pinpointed the source of the threat. To his front left, on a towering ancient tree about 50 meters away. Knotted vines wrapped around the rough trunk, and layers of deep green leaves intertwined at the top to form a canopy. And amidst the lush branches and leaves, two eyes, red as blood, slowly opened. It was a giant spider with an entirely dark gray body. A blood-eyed demon spider. Jai Chen recognized the creature. And a Tier 1 intermediate one at that. Now things are getting interesting. Clearing the way with his spear, he severed countless invisible spider silks and reached the base of that tree in the blink of an eye. The blood-eyed demon spider above felt the scent of danger. With a strange shriek, it spat out a huge mass of spider silk from the spinnerets under its abdomen. These threads intertwined, shooting down from the heights like a sharp arrow. Jai Chen moved like the wind, darting behind the tree to avoid the spider's attack. At the same time, he thrust his spear, the razor-sharp tip instantly piercing through the thick trunk. Hug! Jai Chen focused all his strength on a single point and violently twisted the shaft. Crack! The towering ancient tree, 30 meters high and over half a meter in diameter, was split in two. A crack quickly spread upwards from the roots. In an instant, Greek crash. Accompanied by a series of crisp snaps, the ancient tree collapsed. The blood-eyed demon spider on the canopy fell along with it. Chen pulled back his spear and lunged forward. With a squelch like an overripe fruit bursting, the spear tip precisely pierced the bloated abdomen of the spider. Dark green fluid and organs spilled all over the ground. Chen frowned slightly, but his hands moved without hesitation as he struck again, separating its head from its body. When training alone in the wilderness, learning to land the finishing blow is a good habit. Some exotic beasts look dead on the surface, but are actually still hanging on, ready to deliver a fatal strike the moment you let your guard down. The most classic example is certain types of venomous snakes. Even after the head is severed, neural reflexes can still make it bite and inject venom. Killed one Tier 1 intermediate blood-eyed demon spider, ability points +7. Ability points 297. Chen was just about to leave when a sudden tremor hit his heart. Oh no! He had barely looked up before a massive, sky-covering spider web collapsed upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen raised his spear to the sky, and a terrifying aura erupted from the spearhead. A blinding cold light instantly illuminated the dark jungle. The dense web that tried to entangle and strangle him was burned to nothingness by the searing intent of his spear. However, the crisis was not yet resolved. From all directions, more than a dozen blood-eyed demon spiders were clinging to the treetops. They had formed a pincer movement around Chen. Pairs of crimson eyes glared with fear and fury at the human warrior who had killed their companion. Chen looked around, his nerves on high alert, ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, he glared at a high point. That blood-eyed demon spider was much larger, clearly the leader of the pack. And the aura it exuded made Chen feel incredibly excited. Tier 1 advanced. Finally, a decent opponent. Since you are all afraid of me, I will come to you then. Chen sneered and chose to take the initiative. Get down here. With an angry shout, his figure leaped rapidly through the forest, his spear slashing repeatedly. The sharp spear blade swept through like autumn leaves falling, cutting the surrounding trees down at the waist one by one. In an instant, the impenetrable jungle opened up, and dazzling sunlight poured down onto the damp earth. Except for the pack leader, the other dozen blood-eyed demon spiders had nowhere left to hide. Still not coming down. Chen glanced at the leader, a look of contempt playing on his lips. Then I will start with your minions. The spear struck like a dragon, fast as lightning, having lost the advantage of high ground. These Tier 1 primary and intermediate spiders were, in Chen's eyes, nothing more than harmless bugs. The blood-eyed demon spiders still wanted to fight to the death. Their jagged, spiky chelicerae unfolded. As if receiving an order, they swarmed him all at once. Little did they know, to Chen, they were just moving targets. Holding his spear with both hands, his movements were flexible, and each strike took down one of the spiders. In just over a dozen seconds, the entire pack had been wiped out by him. Only the leader, who was frantically scraping against the tree trunk, remained. Chen held his spear vertically with one hand and motioned with his chin, a provocative gesture. Yet the pack leader did not fall for it. To be exact, it was afraid. Looking at the corpses of its kin littering the ground, the rage in the leader's eyes was gradually replaced by fear. It hesitated on the tree, unable to move. After a brief standoff, it suddenly moved. But instead of attacking Chen, it chose to flee. It spat out threads of silk, connecting the surrounding trees together. Then it fled toward the depths of the forest at high speed along the silk. "Wanna run?" Chen smirked. "You think I will let the ability points I have earned just fly away?" He switched to a standard throwing stance. Seizing the moment, he threw the dragon blood bone-piercing spear with all his might. It was like a dark red streak of lightning. Puff! The rapidly moving body of the pack leader jerked, frozen on the silk for an instant before falling powerlessly from the air. Chen walked over, retrieved his spear, and pierced its skull again. Killed one Tier 1 Advanced Blood-Eyed Demon Spider, ability points plus 14. Ability points 384. Looking at the numbers on his dashboard, Chen was quite satisfied. This trip was worth it, but it was still far from enough. Ability points have so many uses. They can activate innate supernatural powers or be used to exchange for items in the shop. The more, the better. Seeing that it was still early, Chen decided to continue deeper and harvest another wave of points. Back at the camp, Instructor Wu Yang witnessed Chen wiping out the spider pack. This kid, he is really ruthless. The moment he realized the pack leader was a Tier 1 advanced beast, Wu Yang was prepared to sound the alarm and have all the instructors rush in to save him. Who would have thought that Chen's thunderous methods would terrify the leader into a panicked escape? And in the end, it was killed by a single spear strike. He could not help but admire a soldier fresh out of high school achieving such a feat. It seems my previous worries were unfounded. On the training grounds, a group of people were sitting in a circle. In the center, Zhu Yan and Meng Jia were sparring with each other. "Old Meng, you loser, can you even fight?" Sun Hao teased mockingly from the sidelines. "I will deal with you later." Meng Jia threw out a harsh threat and then focused his energy on sparring with Zhu Yan. His comprehension was good. In less than 3 hours, he had mastered the beginner technique and broken through to a Tier 1 warrior. With his B-grade enhancement talent, Ironbone, his defense and explosive power received a 100 boost. Now he could actually put up a fight against Zhu Yan, who was Tier 1 intermediate. Zhu Yan, go. Meng Jia, go. The crowd watching was very fair, taking turns cheering for both sides. Only Sun Hao liked to act like a jerk. "Old Meng, just give up. Be careful, or Captain Zhu's blazing fist will teach you a lesson." "Damn you." Chen Qingyan could not take it anymore, signaled for a pause, and said to Zhu Yan, "I will go deal with this jerk first. Let us continue later." Zhu Yan nodded with a smile. He had also found Sun Hao annoying for a long time. Hey, old Meng, do not do this. You guys go ahead and spar. What does it have to do with me?" Sun Hao begged for mercy while scrambling to run away. Everyone was laughing uncontrollably. Amidst the laughter, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out. What is going on? Sun Hao and Meng Jia stopped fooling around and looked around in confusion. Could it be an enemy attack? Zia Ming shook his head gently. The campsite was chosen for its safety, and ordinary exotic beasts would not even warrant an alarm. Any instructor could easily take them down. "Wait, look over there." Someone pointed toward the west gate of the camp. Several figures flashed rapidly into the jungle and disappeared. It looks like Instructor Wei and Instructor Wu and the others. Sun Hao fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a bad feeling welled up in his heart. He shouted, "Oh no, something must have happened to Chen." Only he and a few acquaintances like Zia Ming knew that Chen had gone into the jungle alone. Hearing this news, everyone was shocked. Why would Chen go to such a dangerous place all by himself? Sun Hao sounded helpless. What else could he be doing? Hunting beasts to hone his martial arts, of course. Does he think too highly of himself? I admit that Chen is indeed strong, but acting so recklessly is not only irresponsible toward himself, but also causes trouble for the instructors. Zia Ming said, "Let us stop talking about that for now. It takes a lot to trigger a camp-wide alarm, which means the situation is critical. I suspect Chen likely ran into a Tier 2 exotic beast." A Tier 2 beast? Everyone was terrified. Chen might have a slim chance against a high-level Tier 1 beast. But against a Tier 2 one? By the time the instructors arrive, he would be cold, would not he? A long silence fell over the training ground. Although some people usually could not stand Chen's overly flamboyant personality. When it came to a life-or-death moment, no one wanted to be a pessimist. They just silently prayed for his safety. Even though everyone knew the chances were slim. Because if Chen really encountered a Tier 2 beast, he would likely be gone the moment they locked eyes. In the jungle, Wei Yang charged at the front. Wu Yang and the others followed closely behind. "Old Wu, did you see clearly what that thing was?" Not long ago, Wu Yang, who was on duty in the surveillance room, had personally triggered the camp-wide alarm. It was really due to a moment of negligence on his part. After Chen wiped out the Blood-Eye Spider colony, he killed a series of mid-level and high-level Tier 1 beasts, and it all seemed quite easy. Wu Yang had rashly assumed he would not be in any danger. So he went to get a cup of coffee and scrolled through his phone for a while. When he looked up at the surveillance screen again, he just happened to see a huge black shadow flash past the lens. Immediately after, Chen seemed to roll on the ground a few times, and then the signal was lost. Recalling that fleeting shadow, Wu Yang's face turned pale. If I saw it correctly, it must be a black fiend tiger. What's a black fiend tiger? Is not that thing born as a Tier 3 creature? We patrol this area frequently, and even Tier 2 beasts are rare. How could a Tier 3 beast be here? However, these questions were not the point. The point is what happened to Chen. Regretful, Wu Yang sped up his pace. If he had discovered it and sounded the alarm sooner, Chen might still have had a fighting chance. As for now, one can only do their best and leave the rest to fate. Wei Yang, anxious and desperate, pushed his speed to the limit. He glanced at the location display on his smart wristband. There was a small red dot, marking the coordinates where Chen was before the signal was lost. And he was already getting very close. Soon, Wei Yang arrived at the target location and found clear signs of a battle. Trees within a radius of dozens of meters had been flattened to the ground. However, he could not find any trace of Chen or the beast. Where is he? A bad feeling emerged. Wei Yang's expression was grim, his fists clenched tight. If it were a large carnivorous beast, Chen might have already. Damn it! Wei Yang could not help but curse. But reason told him now was not the time to jump to conclusions. He had to find him, or at least his body. He began to carefully observe the traces left at the scene. Most of the trees were knocked over by external impact. There was also a deep trench on the ground, plowed out for over 100 meters. Wei Yang stood by the irregular trench, lost in thought. This definitely was not left by Chen. Couldn't be that beast. But what kind of power could crush a large Tier 3 beast to this extent? Wei Yang took a deep breath, his tightly furrowed brow relaxing slightly. Intuition told him that someone had stepped in to save Chen. No camp instructors were out, so it must have been a civilian martial artist passing by. That kid is truly lucky to be alive. Chen, where are you? Wei Yang started shouting while he searched. Although there was no reply for the moment, he made a shocking discovery. At the end of that trench lay a black hill. Wei Yang walked over for a closer look. It was indeed a mid-level Tier 3 black fiend tiger. This type of beast is known for its strength and speed, and is notoriously fierce and brutal. Martial artists of the same tier could hardly gain any advantage against it, unless they possessed high-level innate divine abilities to suppress it. Wei Yang squatted down to check the body and found only one injury. There was a huge crater right in the middle of its forehead. The tiger's skull was shattered, and its brain had turned into mush. It was hard to imagine the kind of overwhelming force it faced before dying. Could this be an injury caused by a punch? To kill a black fiend tiger with a single punch and blast it back over 100 meters. This kind of power is already on par with a Tier 4 martial artist, right? Wei Yang let out a long sigh of relief. The black fiend tiger was dead, and Chen was nowhere to be seen. This meant he was likely safe. Chen. Wei Yang continued to call out loudly. About a kilometer away from the incident site, Chen was filled with excitement. He pulled his dragonblood bone-piercing spear out of the carcass of a high-level Tier 1 Frostmoon Grey Wolf. Killed a mid-level Tier 3 Black Fiend Tiger, ability points plus 53. Killed a high-level Tier 1 Frostmoon Grey Wolf, ability points plus 14. Name Chen. Realm mid-level Tier 1. Innate divine ability, power of the primordial S-level enhancement. Cultivation method, universal creation method, part 1, transcendental grade, 334/5000. Martial skill, Spear Art Sun Piercing Cloud, 23/200, minor achievement. Ability points, 478. Wei Yang's deduction about the Black Fiend Tiger's death was mostly correct. But he never imagined that the mid-level Tier 3 Black Fiend Tiger had actually been killed by Chen, a Tier 1 martial artist. The moment the Black Fiend Tiger appeared and lunged at him, Chen reacted instantly, consuming 100 ability points to use his S-level innate ability, Power of the Primordial. Driven by his intense will to survive, he put everything into a single punch, hitting the unsuspecting and overconfident tiger right between the eyes. And then, that led to the scene Wei Yang later discovered. Even Chen had not expected a majestic Tier 3 beast to be so fragile. Considering that the power of the primordial lasted for 30 minutes. He did not want to waste the 100 ability points. So he did not wait around for the instructors, but instead hoisted his spear and began searching for more beasts in the jungle without a care in the world. Without the power of the primordial, he had to be cautious and observant. But with it activated, he was virtually invincible for the next half hour. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if a god stood in his way, he would strike them down too. Did I just hear Instructor Wei's voice? Chen looked around, feeling slightly regretful. The beasts nearby must have been scared off by him, so there would not be much left to gain if he kept looking. Better go back and regroup with the instructor. Instructor Wei. Chen saw Wei Yang in the distance and shouted aloud. The latter immediately rushed over, placing his large hands on Chen's shoulders to look him over carefully, making no effort to hide the concern in his eyes. Are you hurt? I do not think so. Who saved you? I need to properly thank them. Chen looked at the carcass of the Black Fiend Tiger in the pit, hesitating. Should he tell Instructor Wei the truth? Well, after much deliberation, Chen finally decided to hide the truth for the time being. After all, killing a mid-level Tier 3 Black Fiend Tiger with a single punch sounds too unbelievable. Besides, the fact that he failed to awaken any martial arts talent was already known to the entire camp. Exposing his S-tier talent right now might not be a good thing, and could instead bring a series of troubles upon himself. It was not that he did not trust Wei Yang. He was worried that the news might leak and draw the unwanted attention of those with ulterior motives. The incident not long ago involving the transport truck carrying a living flame prison demon dog was still fresh in his mind. Even until he left Donglan City, the person behind the scenes had still not been caught. The truth of that matter would likely fade away with the passage of time. What kind of experiments were they conducting in secret? To this day, nobody knows. If he does not protect himself, he might just become another lab rat on the operating table one day. At the end of the day, he needs to be strong enough himself. Instructor Wei, that person left right after saving me, and I did not even get the chance to ask for his name. Chen looked up at Wei Yang, his expression showing a hint of shame. After a brief silence, Wei Yang patted his shoulder and said softly, "It is all right, as long as you are safe." At this moment, Wu Yang and the other instructors arrived at the scene. Seeing that Chen was unharmed, the group exchanged glances and let out a long sigh of relief. Old Wei, what happened? Wu Yang looked at the corpse of the Black Fiend Tiger, his face full of confusion. At least 10 minutes had passed from the time he sounded the alarm until Wei Yang arrived. How did Chen manage to survive without a single scratch? The kid was lucky. He was saved by a civilian martial artist passing through the area. No wonder. Wu Yang squatted by the pit, carefully examining the fatal punch wound on the Black Fiend Tiger's forehead, feeling a sense of shock in his heart. The person who dealt this blow must be at least a Tier 4 martial artist, right? Chen raised an eyebrow, putting his hands behind his back, and pretended to be clueless maybe. I was too nervous at the time to see clearly. HMPH, let this be a lesson to you in the future, Wu Yang chided him half-heartedly. All right, let us head back to the camp. Wei Yang waved his hand, signaling everyone to start walking back. Instructor Wei, what about the corpse of this Black Fiend Tiger? Wei Yang understood what Chen meant and gave a faint smile. This is a juvenile Black Fiend Tiger. Its bones have not even fully developed yet. There are not any valuable materials on it, so it is not worth keeping. Oh, Jai Chen nodded and did not say anything more. On the camp training ground, almost all the recruits were gathered, silently watching the jungle to the west of the camp. No one spoke. A heavy, silent atmosphere weighed on everyone's hearts. Even Ding Tao, who usually did not get along with Jai Chen, was silently praying for a miracle. It is normal for 18 or 19-year-old boys to have conflicts and friction. But when it truly comes to life and death matters, everyone's attitude is the same, which is to hope that Jai Chen is safe. Even though everyone knew this hope was very slim. He is back. The sharp-eyed Sun Hao was the first to spot Jai Chen following behind Wei Yang. He scrambled up from the ground in a hurry and shouted excitedly. It is Brother Chen. Brother Chen is still alive. In an instant, the repressive and gloomy atmosphere was shattered by the sudden surprise. Everyone stood up, raised their arms and cheered, celebrating Jai Chen's return. Brother Chen, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Let us go, hurry to the infirmary and have the army nurse take a look at you. Jai Chen looked at Sun Hao, speechless. I am perfectly fine. If you want to see the army nurse, go yourself. Do not use me as an excuse. I am just worried you are hurt, as long as you are fine. After some laughter and banter, Zia Ming stepped up and asked, Jai Chen, what exactly happened? It even alarmed all the instructors to move out. You did not run into a tier 2 exotic beast, did you? That is Brother Chen for you. Even if he encountered a tier 2 exotic beast alone, he still returned unscathed. If it were me. Meng Jia interrupted him mercilessly. If it were you, you would be a goner long ago, becoming food for the beast. Old Meng, am I really that bad? Sun Hao said, his face turning red with frustration. Are not you? Sun Hao stammered for a moment, then scratched his head and said weakly, it is not like you would be any better than me. Jai Chen smiled and explained, I did not run into a tier 2 exotic beast. Oh. Everyone was stunned. Zia Ming frowned slightly. Could it have been a peak tier 1 exotic beast? But if that were the case, it would not have been enough to alarm all the instructors and even trigger an alarm, right? It was a black fiend tiger, a mid-level tier 3. What's a black fiend tiger? Zia Ming's body stiffened, and he stood frozen on the spot. The others also widened their eyes in shock, covering their mouths, their minds going blank. Brother Chen, then how did you? Jai Chen briefly repeated the same story he told the instructors. Upon hearing this, everyone finally felt relieved. So that is how it was. Jai Chen, you really are quite lucky. Sun Hao chimed in, that is for sure. My brother Chen is a child of destiny, favored by good fortune. You have to admit it. The morning incident did not delay the practical training scheduled for 2:00 p.m. In the training hall, everyone took their seats and began to discuss quietly while waiting for the instructors to arrive. Do you guys think they will assign opponents randomly or let us choose our own partners? I think choosing partners is better, at least the strength levels would be balanced. If we are randomly paired with someone like Jai Chen or Zhu Yan, Tusk, that would be a nightmare. Meng Jia poked Sun Hao, who was beside him, and showed off his muscular build in a provocative manner. He said with a smile, hey Uzi, let us pair up, what do you think? Sun Hao gave him a look of utter disdain, get lost. I would rather pair up with Brother Chen than with you. Hess, I know you too well. You would definitely go all out to crush me. Meng Jia interlocked his fingers and loosened his wrists, his smile remaining the same. Do not worry, I will be very gentle with you. Sun Hao curled his lips and scoffed, yeah right, as if I would believe you. Meanwhile, Zia Ming also sent an invitation to Jai Chen. Jai Chen, I would like to spar with you, is that okay? Jai Chen nodded with a smile, sure, but I will not go easy on you. He meant that Zia Ming should be prepared to be taken down in seconds. Zia Ming did not care at all. It will not be that easy to take me down in seconds without using weapons. In his view, Jai Chen's strength lay in his sharp and proficient spear techniques. Although Zia Ming had said he did not like close-quarters combat. That was just him being modest. Growing up in a military family, he had received rigorous training since childhood. In terms of hand-to-hand combat, he believed he was second to none in the camp, including Jai Chen. Just then, the training hall suddenly fell silent. Wei Yang walked in with several other instructors. Following behind them were the 2 female medics. Surprisingly, they were not in their usual uniforms, but in form-fitting camouflage combat gear. Their short, crisp hair cascaded over their shoulders, making them look even more valiant and heroic. Sun Hao's eyes were practically glued to them. Wow, these two army beauties have such amazing figures. Their legs are longer than my ex-girlfriend's, and plus. Suddenly, an icy, sharp gaze was directed at him. Sun Hao immediately lowered his head, eyes darting away, as quiet as a cicada in winter. Everyone says army girls are gentle, so why is that look so terrifying? Mengjia poked him and mocked, "Wipe that drool off your face, are not you ashamed?" Meanwhile, Wei Yang began to announce the specific rules for the practical training. From now on, you may freely choose your opponents. Yeah. Those in the crowd who had already formed groups revealed happy faces, eager to try. However, what Wei Yang said next hit everyone like a ton of bricks. Your opponents can be any of the instructors from the instructor group. Everyone was dumbfounded. I am just a recruit, and you are telling me to spar with an instructor. What? You have got to be kidding, right? Instructor Wei, you must be joking. Asking us to fight our own instructors, that is just begging for a beating. A wave of groans echoed through the training hall. If you only ever aim for equal matches, how are you supposed to grow quickly? Wei Yang swept his cold gaze across the room. The military camp is not a school, and we are neither your teachers nor your nannies. Listen closely, this 3-month intensive training has only one purpose, and that is to forge you into warriors with hearts of steel. Do not think that passing the entrance exam makes things easy. This is just the beginning. Starting today, you will endure the 90 most brutal and grueling days of your lives. The group stood in silence, some gritting their teeth, others clenching their fists. The earlier playful mood had vanished completely. Any questions? Mengjia stood up and asked, Instructor Wei, we just hit the first stage. Is not there a massive gap between us and you? Wei Yang remained stony-faced. Rest assured, all of us instructors will suppress our life energy level down to 1, and we will only use the strength of a beginner first-stage martial artist. Ding Tao chimed in, then what about those like Zhu Yan and Jai Chen, who are at the mid-first stage? Wei Yang sneered, it is all the same, no one gets special treatment. But they are much stronger, does not that seem unfair? Wu Yang stepped forward and gestured for Zhu Yan to come over. Zhu Yan stepped out of line and headed to the front, feeling a bit uneasy. Wu Yang gave a slight smile and motioned for him to step into a circular red sparring zone. Now I am going to show you exactly how fragile the strong look in your eyes really are. With everyone watching, Wu Yang stepped onto the mat, tilted his chin at Zhu Yan and said, "Come on, attack me." He had already suppressed his own life level. He was at the level of a novice first-stage martial artist. Yet even with just a brief visual contact, Zhu Yan, a mid-first stage martial artist, began to sweat profusely and breathe rapidly. It was not just in his head. He could genuinely feel an invisible pressure radiating from Wu Yang. It had nothing to do with their cultivation realm. It was a murderous aura forged through countless life-or-death battles. A crushing pressure that attacked the spirit itself. Old Zhu, do not back down. Take down Instructor Wu. Cheers erupted from the sidelines. Wei Yang did not step in to stop them. The fight between Zhu Yan and Wu Yang was meant to be a demonstration for the training ahead, and also an opportunity to humble these arrogant new recruits. It was to make them recognize their own level, rather than being blindly overconfident. Did they really think being a rank higher was enough to defeat instructors like them? Such a thought was both absurd and laughable. In the center of the ring, Zhu Yan took a deep breath, stepped forward, and moved with agility. A straight punch whistled through the air toward Wu Yang's face. Wu Yang did not even blink, sliding to the side to parry, his forearm precisely catching Zhu Yan's wrist. The force is decent, but your footwork is flimsy. With that, he suddenly pushed down on the wrist and leveraged the joint against Zhu Yan's elbow. Zhu Yan lost his footing and stumbled back several steps. Again, he rushed at Wu Yang, starting with a right hook, aggressive and fast. Wu Yang smiled, his combat boots sliding across the rubber floor in an arc, dodging the same way he had before. Too slow. Before he could finish, Zhu Yan suddenly stopped and changed direction, launching a heavy whip kick toward Wu Yang's exposed side. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow in pleasant surprise. Well done. He crossed his forearms in front of his waist to firmly block the kick. After a dull thud, Wu Yang took half a step back, standing firm as a mountain, and took advantage of the moment to grab Zhu Yan's ankle while driving his knee into the hollow of his supporting leg. Zhu Yan winced in pain, lost his balance entirely, and was flung away by Wu Yang. Zhu Yan rolled twice on the ground, struggled to his feet, and looked at him with an even fiercer fighting spirit. He clenched his fists, and flames began to flicker around them. Ready to use your martial talent, are you? Wu Yang smiled slightly, completely unbothered, and signaled for his opponent to go ahead. Tiger strike. Zhu Yan let out a roar, his flaming punch striking out like a tiger descending the mountain, unstoppable. This was his strongest technique. By fusing his fire attribute talent into his only mastered martial art, the power reached a whole new level. Even a mid-first stage beast could be challenged with this, let alone instructor Wu Yang, who had suppressed his own level. Not bad at all. Wu Yang nodded in appreciation, but intentionally kept his left hand behind his back. The recruits outside were all stunned. Zhu Yan pulled out his ultimate, and the instructor decides to fight him with one hand. Is not that a bit disrespectful? Zhu Yan realized the intent and grew even angrier, the wind from his punches whipping up scorching flames that made the air around the ring grow hot. However, Wu Yang suddenly extended his right hand. He wrapped his hand around Zhu Yan's arm from below and traced a quick circle. Zhu Yan immediately wore a pained expression. Using a neutralizing redirection technique, Wu Yang dismantled his punch and locked Zhu Yan's arm. If he wanted to, he could snap the arm with just a little bit of extra force. Combat is not just about raw power, you also need to use your brain. Wu Yang let go and kicked Zhu Yan out of the red zone. Zhu Yan lay on the ground, clutching his painful shoulder for a long moment before recovering and bowing to Wu Yang. Instructor Wu, I lost. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Zhu Yan at the mid-first stage did not stand a chance. If it were us then. Do you need medical treatment? Wu Yang asked, walking up to Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan shook his head slightly. That is good, do not think it is over yet. Take a break, your turn will come again soon. What did that mean? Not just Zhu Yan, but everyone else looked bewildered. Was not one round enough? Just then, the other instructors each walked onto their own separate training rings. Wei Yang ordered sternly, choose an opponent, line up, go one by one. If you are injured, go to the side for medical care. He pointed to the two female medics sitting in the corner. The two medics gave Wei Yang a resentful look. They had both already guessed what was about to happen. The busiest ones were not the instructors in the ring. It was them. Brother Chen, I am scared. Old Zhu was beaten to a pulp. If I go up, I will be killed, will not I? Jai Chen smiled. The instructors will know when to stop. At least, they will leave you a chance to be saved. Brother Chen, you guys go first. I will just be the last in line. Trying to hide like a coward. Meng Jia sneered, then grabbed Sun Hao by the back of the neck and threw him onto an empty ring. Damn you, Meng Jia, I am going to settle this with you later. Just as Sun Hao stood up, he noticed the expressions on Jai Chen and the others. They seemed to be pitying him. He jerked his head around to find head instructor Wei Yang staring at him with a smile. You are the first person to challenge me. Your courage is commendable. Well, no, Instructor Wei, I. Sun Hao's face turned ghastly pale with fear, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Damn that Meng Jia. How could she make me spar with the head instructor? Everyone knew Wei Yang was cold-blooded and brutal. Fighting him would only end worse than it did for Zhu Yan. Stop the nonsense, make your move. Sun Hao felt like crying, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and throw a punch. The result was entirely expected. Sun Hao's form was full of openings, making Wei Yang shake his head. With his hands behind his back, he simply swung his leg and delivered a plain, straightforward kick. Boom! The sole of his boot struck 3 inches below Sun Hao's ribs like an iron block. A dull thud exploded, followed by a sharp hiss of sucked-in breath. Sun Hao was kicked a full half-meter off the ground. His spine arched like a taut shrimp, arms clamped tightly over his stomach as he flew backward. He crashed heavily onto the rubber floor with a loud thud, followed immediately by a miserable, whimpering moan. At the sidelines, after witnessing Sun Hao's fate, everyone wore a serious expression. Their eyes held only sympathy, without a single thought of mockery. Because they knew that if it were them facing instructor Wei, the result would likely be the same. Wei Yang made a gesture. He signaled for 2 recruits to carry Sun Hao to the medical station. "Ah, it hurts so much. Take it easy, you two. I feel like every rib in my body is broken." Sun Hao's voice was thick with tears. He had survived the recruitment test with a 20% mortality rate without a scratch, yet this single training spar had caused him the worst injury of his life. And he could tell that Wei Yang had only used 70% of his strength. Even so, it had nearly cost him half his life. One could only imagine how terrifying Wei Yang would be if he went all out. What did it matter if he suppressed his level? For a bunch of raw recruits like them, lacking combat experience and the crucible of life and death, he remained a force of dimensional crushing power. "Stop wailing." One of the female soldiers placed her hand over Sun Hao's fractured ribs. Her healing ability released slowly, like a stream of warm water nourishing and repairing his injuries. "Big sister, do not be so fierce. It would be nicer if you were a little gentler." Once the pain subsided, Sun Hao started acting cheeky again. The female soldier, Song Yue, looked down at him with a light frown, her tone cold. "Respect your superiors, call me officer." "Yes, officer, big sister." Sun Hao struggled to lift his arm and gave a salute while lying on the ground. The sight was both ridiculous and funny. Song Yue was amused, a beautiful smile appearing on her lovely face. However, she quickly returned to her cold expression. Meanwhile, on the 8 platforms in the training hall, duels were unfolding in full swing. Duels, it was more like death matches. Everyone who stepped into the circular arena lasted on average less than 10 seconds before being injured and forced to withdraw. So far, the one who held out the longest was Zia Ming. His gifted ability, Shadow Mist, was practically a bug in these small one-on-one spaces. 3 instances of untraceable teleportation gave him 3 absolute preemptive advantages. He had chosen instructor Wu Yang as his opponent. His opponent's power level was lower than his own, and his greatest reliance was the combat instincts accumulated over years. Zia Ming had been undergoing strict training since childhood. His combat awareness might not match the instructor's, but it was certainly far ahead of his peers. The facts proved this to be true. Wu Yang knew of his ability and was mentally prepared to deal with it. But when Zia Ming truly vanished before his eyes and transformed into a blur of shadows circling the platform, Wu Yang could not help but feel tense. His nerves were pulled taut as he constantly monitored the changes around him. However, the absolute preemptive edge of Shadow Mist was no joke. Hidden in the wind and shadows, Zia Ming always managed to find the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, the wind stopped. Zia Ming appeared behind Wu Yang and threw a punch straight at his neck. Realizing the danger, Wu Yang did not have time to turn around, so he retracted his elbow to block while shrinking his neck to the side. Zia Ming's fist grazed Wu Yang's neck and struck his shoulder instead. Hit by the impact, Wu Yang stumbled forward several steps. Zia Ming did not have it easy either. Having taken an elbow strike to the chest, he almost lost his breath. This was the first time a recruit had held their own against an instructor on the platform. Losing face, Wu Yang immediately turned and lunged, reaching Zia Ming in an instant. With a fierce gust of wind, he struck directly at Zia Ming's face. The latter raised his arms to block, struggling to keep up. Suddenly, Wu Yang saw an opening, faked a punch, and followed up with a knee strike to the abdomen. He held nothing back with that knee. If it landed true, Zia Ming would surely be incapacitated instantly. Just as he was about to succeed, Zia Ming used his second teleport. Wu Yang pulled back his leg and maintained a combat stance. The next moment, a blast of wind poured down from above. He looked up abruptly to see Zia Ming diving at him with a fist. A descending fist technique, that is interesting. Wu Yang reacted with lightning speed, taking a half step back, leaning his body slightly, and extending both palms. At the moment of contact, he spiraled to deflect the force. Then he grabbed Zia Ming's wrist and slammed him heavily into the ground. His attack missed, and Zia Ming had to teleport again the moment he touched the ground. The next time he appeared, he did not attack Wu Yang, but stood at the edge of the platform. He furrowed his brows, and the air currents above the platform began to flow chaotically. Soon, a triangular vacuum barrier formed around Wu Yang. A suffocating pressure caused Wu Yang's face to turn red. He could feel his body being squeezed by space itself. And it was not over yet. Spatial shredding followed. A sharp, stinging pain washed over his skin, as if crushed glass were flowing through his veins. Many neat cuts also appeared on his training uniform. Wu Yang's face was grim as he tensed his body to the limit. After a short while, a thin, long scratch appeared on his face. It started as nothing, but when blood began to bead out, the onlookers realized what was happening. Zia Ming is so strong, he actually managed to hurt Instructor Wu. Not just hurt, I think he might actually defeat Instructor Wu. Scion, a grade ability is this terrifying. I wonder how scary those S-grade monsters are. Just as everyone was feeling happy about Zia Ming's potential victory, a sudden change occurred. Wu Yang's top exploded into countless fragments. His muscular frame instantly turned dark brown, with red-gold rock patterns flowing over his skin. Is this an Earth attribute ability? Jai Kaishan on the sidelines frowned slightly. He had not expected Zia Ming to force the instructor to use his martial arts gift. Wu Yang stepped forward, and the entire training room floor trembled. Did he increase his defense en masse? He threw a punch at the invisible barrier. Instantly, accompanied by a clear spatial tremor, the violent air current came to a standstill. "Shall we continue?" Wu Yang asked. Seeing this, Zia Ming gave a bitter smile, bowed in defeat, and stepped off the platform. "Do not be discouraged," Wu Yang came over to comfort him. "You have only recently awakened your gift and are not familiar with using it yet. Before long, at the same level, I will not be your match." Meanwhile, Wei Yang looked toward Jai Chen. Their eyes met. "Want to try?" Jai Chen nodded and walked onto the platform without fear. Besides Sun Hao, who had been forced, he was the first to choose Wei Yang as a practice opponent. He is the first one who chose Wei Yang. It is over, brother Chen is going to get pummeled too. Sun Hao had a gloomy face on the sidelines. Although his injuries were mostly healed, the psychological trauma from Wei Yang's kick was still fresh. "You think Jai Chen is as useless as you," Meng Jia mocked. You are not the one getting hit, so of course you do not know how scary Instructor Wei is," Sun Hao sighed. "Besides, brother Chen does not even have a martial arts gift that puts him at a major disadvantage." In the center of the platform, Wei Yang and Jai Chen stood facing each other. "You will not beat me in hand-to-hand combat. Use a spear." Jai Chen thought for a moment. All right. They both chose training-specific weapons from the rack. Jai Chen's was a polished white waxwood spear. Aside from being a bit light, the grip felt decent. Wei Yang selected an ironwood staff. "Instructor Wei, just suppress your realm to first rank intermediate." Wei Yang smiled. "You are very confident, then I shall grant your wish. Come, let me see your spear skills." Jai Chen kicked off the ground hard, shooting forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. The white waxwood spear in his hands, loaded with all his pent-up power, tore through the heavy air. It let out a sharp, piercing whistle. The spearhead became a focused point of cold light, striking straight at Wei Yang's throat like a viper. This thrust was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Seeing the spear tip closing in, Wei Yang gave his wrist the slightest flick upward. The heavy staff seemed to lose all its weight, its tip moving like a living creature, flicking up from below with incredible agility. There was a sharp snap. It hit with perfect precision against the vulnerable spot 3 inches below Jai Chen's spearhead. An irresistible force of leverage was transmitted through the strike. Jai Chen's arm went numb. The spearhead was instantly shoved aside by an invisible hand, whistling past his ear. The pressure of the wind stirred his collar. The power gathered in the spear felt like a stone dropped into the ocean, dissipating by more than half in an instant. The old momentum was gone, and the new strength had yet to form. The very moment Jai Chen's spear was deflected, and his body leaned forward from the momentum, Wei Yang's staff seemed to come alive. The tip, having just finished its upward flick, did not pause for a second, using the recoil to carve a short, powerful arc. The shaft suddenly stiffened, carrying a suffocating pressure like a mountain-cleaving axe. It came smashing down viciously, from above toward the center of Jai Chen's unguarded spear shaft. The air was compressed, emitting a low, muffled roar. Before the staff even landed, the sheer, heavy weight of the force felt like a boulder crushing down. I cannot block it. Jai Chen realized this clearly. If he took this blow head-on, his wooden spear would either snap or be knocked from his hands. In the split second of life or death, his body's instinctive reaction was faster than his fear. The muscles in his arms holding the spear relaxed instantly, allowing the shaft to sink downward under the crushing force of the staff. Simultaneously, he spun his waist and hips, and as the staff made contact, he twisted his wrist at a subtle angle, unleashing a sharp, snapping release. Puff! The sound of the staff hitting the spear shaft was unusually dull. The shaft bent violently, emitting a groan of unbearable strain. The immense force was transferred through, but Jai Chen kept his feet planted firmly on the ground. His whole body was forced to sink involuntarily. The fierce downward force was mostly deflected by Jai Chen's sinking, twisting, and snapping motions, guided heavily into the ground. Puff! The end of the staff slammed into the ground and quickly rebounded from the surface's elasticity. An invisible recoil force surged up through both the staff and the spear shaft. Just as this recoil had yet to dissipate, Jai Chen's spear moved. Using the slight assistance of the rebound and the natural elasticity of the shaft, the spear tip hugged the ground like a poisonous dragon emerging from hiding. The spear tip became a silent blur. At an impossibly tricky angle, it stabbed fiercely at Wei Yang's ankles while he was still unsteady. The spear tip scraped against the ground at high speed, creating a barely audible hissing sound. Seeing the vicious low-level strike, Wei Yang did not retreat. Instead, he tapped the tip of his staff against the ground like a dragonfly touching the water. Using that tiny bit of leverage, he vaulted into the air, gracefully and swiftly executing a beautiful flip. Jai Chen's spear tip, biting forward like a viper along the ground, whistled with a sharp, cutting sound. Swoosh! It missed by a hair's breadth, grazing the soles of Wei Yang's boots as they left the ground, leaving only a shallow white mark on the floor. At that moment, the overhead light was blotted out by a black shadow. Jai Chen looked up abruptly. In his sight, that dark, heavy staff looked like black lightning tearing through the clouds, smashing down from the air with the power of wind and thunder. With the staff pressing down, the air exploded with a deafening crack. His vision was instantly filled by the rapidly expanding shadow of the staff. Too fast. The shadow of death instantly enveloped Jai Chen. His blood froze for a moment, then boiled instantly. There was no room for thought. Sun-piercing heaven. Almost instinctively, Jai Chen unleashed his strongest finishing move. He lifted his foot and kicked the front of the spear shaft with force. The spear tip, which had been skimming the ground, suddenly shot upward like a dragon leaving the sea, thrusting straight into the clouds. Terrifying energy converged at the tip, bursting into a blinding, radiant light. The sharp intent of the spear and the earth-shattering momentum of the staff collided with a roar. Clang! The spear tip grazed the shaft, sending sparks flying as it pushed forward toward Wei Yang with residual force. The latter, with no other choice, changed from an overhead strike to a vertical defensive stance. He put everything into blocking Jai Chen's strike. Hanging in midair with no footing, he was quickly sent flying by the force of Jai Chen's spear. Wei Yang used his staff to brace against the ground, narrowly avoiding stepping out of bounds. However, the moment he landed and steadied himself, a cold killing intent was already pressed against his throat. He looked at Jai Chen with a look of surprise. The latter withdrew his spear and stood straight, nodding slightly. Instructor Wei, I concede the victory to you. After a long pause, Wei Yang laughed and tossed his staff aside. He really had to admire him. You kid, you have really got some skills. Instructor Wei, if you had used your combat arts, I certainly would not have been your match. Wei Yang retorted indignantly, in a combat drill, if I used advanced martial techniques against a rookie like you, would not that make me look like an incompetent instructor? All right, go take a break for now. We will have another round later. Brother Chen, you were too insane just now. As soon as he stepped off the ring, a group of people gathered around him with joy, their eyes full of admiration. If that were a life-or-death battle, Instructor Wei would have been taken out by your spear. Sai, we knew there was a gap, but we never expected you to have left us so far behind already. While others could not even block one move from the instructor, Chen was already trading blows with the chief instructor and even gaining the upper hand. Does this look like a rookie? No one would doubt it if someone said he was a veteran of 1 or 2 years. Faced with everyone's flattery, Chen remained exceptionally clear-headed. He shook his head. If it were a life-or-death fight, I would definitely be the one to die. At the end of the day, Wei Yang was only testing his capabilities at the beginning. If they had truly fought to kill from the start, he likely would not have lasted 3 moves. After all, he has not experienced enough life-or-death trials, and he lacks the adaptability for different battlefields and opponents. Relying on just one trick to get by is definitely not going to work. It is time to learn a new martial art. B-grade techniques in the system store cost 200 ability points, while a grade 1s are worth 1,600. Chen currently has less than 500 ability points in total. Redeeming a martial art is a bit of a luxury. After hesitating for a moment, he walked toward Wei Yang. Instructor Wei, when can we choose our martial arts? Aside from the free foundation method provided upon arrival, recruits have the opportunity to choose 2 martial arts. After the intensive training ends and they become official Great Xia soldiers, all further cultivation resources must be redeemed with military merits. In such a rush, Wei Yang laughed and said, "The martial arts training course is scheduled for tonight. However, I must remind you that recruits only have the authority to select 2 C-grade martial arts." Only C-grade. Chen was clearly a bit unsatisfied with this result. But given your special circumstances, since you have already mastered a B-grade martial art, I can apply to make an exception for you. However, Wei Yang changed the subject. You can only choose 1 B-grade martial art. Whether you take 2 C-grade ones or 1 B-grade one is entirely up to you. Chen replied without hesitation, "I choose the B-grade." The first round of combat training has concluded. Except for a few standouts like Chen and Xia Ming, everyone else was utterly pathetic and completely defenseless. Wei Yang surveyed the group, his face as cold and stern as ever. A single glance from him was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. Now I believe you all have a clear understanding of your own strength, do not you? Everyone lowered their eyes, remaining silent. Many had assumed that once the instructor suppressed his cultivation level, they would at least be able to trade blows with him, even if they could not win. But reality dealt them a crushing blow. Cultivation level is not everything. Combat proficiency, split-second reactions, fighting experience, and an indomitable will. These are the things that can drastically elevate a person's combat effectiveness. They still have a long way to go before they can catch up to the instructor. From here on out, I do not want to see any more weakness or cowardice from you. Show me the spirit and backbone of a Daxia soldier. Wei Yang's voice was majestic and overbearing, ringing so loudly it made everyone's eardrums ache. Remember, we are no longer your instructors. We are ferocious and bloodthirsty beasts, your mortal enemies with whom you share a blood feud. We are the ones who are here to kill you. Do you understand? Everyone looked at one another, their eyes filled with panic and confusion. Wei Yang raised his thick eyebrows and barked, "I asked you, do you understand?" "Understood." The crowd responded in unison. "Then what are you going to do now?" After a brief silence, one figure stepped forward. "Kill." Chen stared at Wei Yang in the center of the ring, his expression solemn. His eyes contained no other emotions, only infinite fighting spirit. Sun Xiaming Mengjia Ding Tao. One figure after another stepped forward with determined looks in their eyes. "Kill, kill, kill." Wei Yang nodded with satisfaction. "Then let us begin." Compared to the first round, the energy and morale of the recruits had clearly improved by several levels. Just as Wei Yang had said, They no longer saw instructors in their eyes, but enemies they had to fight to the death. The outcome of the bouts did not change, but the process was no longer a one-sided slaughter. With the experience from the first round and their burning bloodlust, almost everyone's combat ability saw a significant boost. The instructors would suffer if they grew the least bit careless. After all, these youngsters could fight as if their lives depended on it, but the instructors could not. 1 hour later, the second round of combat training concluded. Except for Chen, everyone else managed to last longer than before. Ironically, Chen, who had defeated Chief Instructor Wei Yang in the first round, was the first to fall this time. On one hand, his spear technique had been seen through and could no longer threaten Wei Yang. On the other hand, at his own insistence, Wei Yang had employed a B-rank staff technique. If he was not mistaken, Wei Yang's staff skills had reached the realm of mastery. Though both were B-rank techniques, the difference in power was vast. In the end, the waxwood spear in Chen's hand was snapped in two, and the remaining force of the staff struck his right shoulder without reservation. Wei Yang did not hold back. For that split second, Chen felt his entire arm go numb, and only after a moment did the agonizing pain slowly begin to spread. He gritted his teeth hard, his brow furrowed in a tight knot. Veins on his forehead stood out and snaked toward his temples, and beads of cold sweat rolled down his cheeks. An indescribable pain. Chen was almost certain his shoulder blade had been fractured, and the shock had even reached his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. "Do not tough it out, get to the medical bay immediately." A flash of reluctance flickered in Wei Yang's eyes as he quickly signaled Sun how to help Chen to the medical area. He had perhaps been a bit too heavy-handed. But perhaps this was a good thing for him. Ever since the initial enlistment assessment, it seemed like Chen had not encountered a single setback. Even the crisis with the Black Demon Tiger that morning was only resolved because he was lucky enough to be saved. His journey so far had been far too smooth. Without suffering a little hardship, how could he grow quickly? "Sister officer, please heal my brother Chen quickly." Sun Hao helped Chen to the medical area and said to Song Yue, the medical soldier who was taking a break, "Sit here." Song Yue glanced at Chen, who was enduring in silence, and stood up to clear her seat, gesturing for him to sit down. "Take off your top, let me see how bad the injury is." Sun Hao muttered on the side, "When I was hurt, you told me to lie on the ground, but when it is brother Chen's turn, he gets a seat. Sister officer is really showing favoritism." Song Yue actually heard him, but ignored him. She focused on placing her palms on Chen's exposed shoulder. The skin only appeared slightly red and swollen. It did not look too serious on the surface. But after she channeled a strand of gentle internal energy inside to check, she realized just how severely Chen was hurt. It was not just the shoulder blade. His chest and ribs had sustained varying degrees of damage, and even his internal organs had been affected. Song Yue could not help but frown, thinking to herself, that guy Wei is really ruthless. However, what surprised her was this. Even with such heavy injuries, Chen had managed to clench his teeth and endure it the whole way, not making a single sound of pain. If it were Sun Hao, he probably would have been howling like a stuck pig by now. "If you want to yell, just yell. I will not make fun of you. Keeping it bottled up does more harm than good." Chen, covered in cold sweat, shook his head stubbornly. There are no opportunities to cry out in pain on the battlefield. Song Yue heard this and looked at the young man with his back to her, her expression complex. He possessed a maturity far beyond his peers, and he was quite different from the other recruits in the training camp. It was a natural-born soldier's temperament. "Fine, do not yell then." Song Yue's gaze softened as she began to treat Chen's wounds. She was an A-rank healer and a fifth-order martial artist, so healing a mere first-order warrior's body was naturally not very taxing for her. It was nothing more than a bit of energy consumption. Chen sat straight with his hands on his thighs, closing his eyes to feel the changes within his body. Song Yue's healing ability was like a needle and thread in the hands of a gentle mother, slowly sewing up his broken bones, damaged flesh, and organs piece by piece. He felt almost no pain during the entire process. Instead, he felt a sense of relaxation and comfort. It is different from ordinary people. Under the influence of healing abilities, the remodeling of a warrior's bones and flesh not only leaves no long-term damage, but also serves as a process of strengthening the body itself. Of course, this is provided that the healer is significantly stronger than the injured. If his strength were on par with Song Yue's, the effectiveness of her healing would be drastically reduced, and it would cause her significant fatigue. As for healing those stronger than herself, ordinary injuries might be fine. But for anything slightly more serious, it would only serve as an auxiliary boost, with the burden falling on the patient's own self-healing capabilities. Otherwise, when he saw Chu Tianan on the train, Uncle Chu would not have been covered in scars with a crippled leg. Uncle Chu was a major, a seventh-order warrior. With his status and position, if he were injured, he would certainly have received timely treatment. Why then did he end up so broken that he had to retire? It was naturally because high-order healing warriors were simply too rare in the military. All right, stand up and move around a bit, see if there are any remaining issues. Song Yue pulled her hands back, a touch of weariness showing on her face. After 2 rounds of combat training, she had already depleted a vast amount of energy. Jai Chen put his shirt back on, stood up and swung his arm. It was flexible and natural, without a trace of pain or discomfort. "Thank you, officer." "It is my job," Song Yue nodded slightly with a smile. At that moment, Wei Yang's booming voice echoed through the training room. "Had enough rest, 3rd round, let us continue." Cries of lamentation rose up from all sides. Again, Sun Hao's face looked miserable and utterly desperate. "Instructor Wei, cannot you be a little gentler with us? If it is this intense on the first day of official training, will not they be tortured to death over the next 3 months? Before Wei Yang could respond, Song Yue spoke up first. "You want gentle, fine, then spar with me." Sun Hao's eyes lit up immediately. "Really, sister officer, that is great. I am really weak. You absolutely must take it easy on me." Song Yue flexed her wrists and said with a grin, "No problem." A moment later, Sun Hao was beaten black and blue, and in a deeply humiliating manner, was kicked out of the ring by Song Yue. Seeing this, the others wanted to laugh but did not dare to. After all, Song Yue was even more ruthless than the instructors. The scariest part was that she was a doctor. When beaten by an instructor, you at least get a chance to catch your breath. Song Yue was different. She would beat you heal you only to beat you again, and beat you until you were broken just to fix you up again. It was like a modern version of the slow, slicing torture. After 2 rounds, Sun Hao was completely terrified. He pressed his palms together, ignoring the blood still streaming from his nostrils, and pleaded humbly. "Big sister officer, please let me go. Go beat Meng Jia or Xia Ming instead. They can take a beating much better than I can." Meng Jia and the others, who were gloating and snickering just a moment ago, suddenly froze. Song Yue glanced at Wei Yang and asked, "Is that allowed?" "As long as you heal them in the end, it does not matter if you bruise or break them. Do as you please." Song Yue looked at another female soldier named Ding Meng, her eyes curving into a beautiful arc. "Come and join me. It is just the right time to stretch our limbs." Spending hours non-stop, using their healing abilities on the new recruits, had left them both feeling stifled. Since they had to heal them anyway, they might as well do the hitting themselves. At least that way they could have some fun. Song Yue and Ding Meng each took over a ring. "Jai Chen, you are fighting me." Song Yue beckoned to Jai Chen and immediately assumed a standard fighting stance. "Go get them, brother Chen. Try your best to knock Officer Song down." Hearing this, Jai Chen glared at him with a dark expression. Was not he just deliberately painting a target on his back? Jai Chen stepped into the ring and bowed with folded hands. "Officer Song, please enlighten me." Song Yue suddenly attacked. Her figure moved like lightning, cutting straight into Jai Chen's center. A tricky jab feinted toward his face. The real killing blow was the low kick that followed, tearing through the air and aimed straight at the hollow of Jai Chen's knee. Jai Chen's eyes were fixed, and he lifted his knee to precisely intercept the strike. With a crisp crack, both their figures shook at the same time. Song Yue's momentum never faltered. She used the force of the collision to spin, launching an even faster and fiercer elbow strike like a striking viper straight at Jai Chen's jaw. Jai Chen did not retreat, but lunged forward. He took a sharp breath, his body surging forward like a taut bowstring, narrowly dodging the lethal elbow tip as it grazed his jaw. At the same time, his left arm acted like an iron gate, rising to block her follow-up claw strike. The tremendous force made his arm go numb, but he successfully disrupted her attacking rhythm. In the flash of an eye, Song Yue seemed to show an imperceptible moment of hesitation due to his bold close-quarters maneuver. Jai Chen seized the opportunity. His right fist, like a coiled dragon, was already charged with all his strength. Without a second of hesitation, his fist tore through the air with unyielding determination, passing precisely through the gap in Song Yue's momentarily open arms to slam hard against the inner side of the arms she had rushed to cross for defense. Boom! A dull thud sounded. The massive impact did not come from raw force alone. It came from this burst of power, focused on a single point at the absolute perfect moment. Song Yue felt like her crossed arms had been hit by a heavy hammer. Her defensive structure collapsed instantly, and an overwhelming force surged through. She let out a muffled groan, sliding backward several steps from the momentum before finally steadying herself, her arms trembling slightly and burning with pain. Jai Chen also retracted his fist and stood still, his chest heaving and his breath uneven, yet his eyes remained sharp as ever. Song Yue frowned slightly and looked down. One of her feet was outside the red boundary of the ring. She looked at Jai Chen intently and said, "You win." Everyone on the sidelines was left dumbfounded, staring blankly. In the first 2 rounds, Jai Chen had used weapons against Wei Yang, leading them to overlook his hand-to-hand combat skills. Who would have thought? Jai Chen had no weaknesses in unarmed combat either. He was, frankly, terrifyingly strong. They did not know that this was a skill he had honed since childhood by self-teaching stance training and using sandbags and wooden dummies as imaginary foes day and night. Even though he was only just over 18, he had been practicing martial arts for 10 years. He used a gun because it was better suited for fighting off alien beasts on the front lines. But that did not mean his close-quarters combat was weak. "Officer Song, I admit your skill." Jai Chen left the ring with a relaxed demeanor. Watching his back, Song Yue's long-dormant competitive spirit was stirred. Because she was a healer, she had always worked in the logistical support department, rarely having the chance to be on the front lines, leaving her martial skills with nowhere to shine. This bout with Jai Chen brought back the long-lost thrill of fighting in the heat of battle. "In the next 3 months, I refuse to believe I will not be able to beat you." At 6:00 p.m., practical training ended. Everyone walked out of the training hall, aching all over. "I cannot take it anymore. I have to go back to the dorm and lie down for a while." Sun Hao clutched his waist with his left hand and covered his rear with his right, his expression looking absolutely savage. Yes, all of this was Song Yue's handiwork. Because they were only external injuries that did not damage his bones or organs, Song Yue had refused to treat him, telling him to endure it himself. I thought she was a sweet and caring big sister, but it turns out she just used me as a punching bag. "Just pipe down for a second, will you?" Meng Jia kicked him lightly on his rear. Sun Hao stumbled forward a few steps. "Damn you, ouch, that hurts like hell." Jai Chen laughed. "Do not even think about the dorm. I suspect we will not be spending much time there these next 3 months. Let us go to the cafeteria first. We will probably have to start practicing martial techniques soon." "What? We have to practice martial techniques tonight too? Are they really not going to let us sleep?" This time it was not just Sun Hao. The others also felt a sense of inexplicable breakdown. It really was a devil's training camp. Shortly after the meal, everyone was summoned to the drill field to gather, then taken to the resource repository to pick out their preferred martial techniques. At the entrance of the repository, Wei Yang faced the group. "Each of you may choose 2 martial techniques, either C-grade or D-grade. Your martial path is just beginning, so do not be too greedy for higher grades. It is best to know your limits and pick ones that provide the greatest improvement for you. In the future, once you have a deeper and more thorough understanding of the martial path, you can always exchange for higher-tier techniques with military merit." With a wave of his hand, over 100 new recruits filed inside. "Jai Chen, come with me." Wei Yang called Jai Chen over and led him to an office. "There are no techniques above B-grade in this camp. This computer is connected to the military's central resource library, but only B-grade access is open. Choose slowly here, and if you have any questions, feel free to come find me. After saying this, Wei Yang left the office and closed the door behind him. Jai Chen sat in front of the computer, staring at the screen full of B-grade techniques, lost in thought. Which type should I choose? Add another spear technique, or branch out to become well-rounded? While hesitating, he recalled the scene of his fight with Song Yue. And suddenly, it all became clear. He wanted to learn boxing. Spear techniques were certainly sharp, but his true trump card right now was his S-grade talent, Primordial Power. With a 100-fold strength boost, combined with a B-grade boxing technique, forget a Tier 3 intermediate black fierce tiger, even a Tier 3 peak-level beast might be brought down by his punch. After some selection, Jai Chen finally locked his sights on a boxing technique called Meteor Punch. This technique consisted of 3 forms and was not easy to master. However, just as he had finished browsing through the content, a notification suddenly popped up in his mind. Martial Technique Boxing Meteor Punch 0, not yet initiated. What? Seeing the information on the interface, Jai Chen was both surprised and delighted. He had originally assumed that only martial arts techniques redeemed from the system store could be recorded on the system panel. He never expected that those obtained from external channels could be added as well. As long as he read through the content once completely, the system would automatically load the martial art. Just like the spear technique piercing the sun, there was no barrier to understanding it, which drastically reduced the difficulty of his cultivation. Jai Chen suppressed his excitement and began to close his eyes and focus his mind. Ripples suddenly emerged in the depths of his sea of consciousness. A ball of golden light condensed from the void, transforming into a 3-meter-tall golden figure surrounded by shimmering stardust. Above the void, the golden figure set its stance and began to practice. The right fist was raised slowly, the palm loosely clenched, then the forearm twisted at a bizarre angle, as if it were about to tear the very void apart. Jai Chen's pupils constricted, the air in his sea of consciousness distorted and trembled along with the momentum of the punch. He instinctively mimicked the opening stance, instantly feeling the muscles in his back and shoulders tighten like bowstrings, while an unfamiliar surge of power shot from his tailbone directly to his knuckles. Falling Star Breaker. This was the first move of the Falling Star Fist. The golden figure sank half an inch as if it were a meteor crashing down, striking out with a spiral force shrouded in punch wind. Countless specks of golden light exploded deep within his sea of consciousness. It was like a star bursting apart. Jai Chen's entire body tingled, as if he had personally experienced the moment his fist shattered the heavens full of stars. The vibration of that power passing through his body caused his fingers to tremble uncontrollably. Immediately after, the golden figure tapped its toes, its silhouette turning into a rapidly spinning beam of light, its fists trailing like the light tails of meteors, leaving 7 afterimages around its body. This was the second move, Spinning Star Dance. Jai Chen felt as if his vision was filled with golden star rings. The space around his sea of consciousness was being sliced into fine cracks by the wind of the punches, and a chill crawled up the back of his neck along his spine. He instinctively imitated the rotation path of the golden figure. But he soon discovered that every turn required precise control of his center of gravity, and any slight deviation would result in a loss of balance. This spinning star dance, while seemingly light and graceful, was actually full of hidden complexities. The final move was called Star Shattering Art. During the practice, the golden light around the figure intensified, and the light gathered in the center of its fist resembled a miniature star about to go supernova. The moment the punch was thrown, Jai Chen's sea of consciousness shuddered violently, as if the entire world were falling apart under that immense force. Before the golden figure dissipated, the final shadow of that punch was deeply branded into his mind. Along with the meridian pathways and the rhythmic cadence of the power delivery, it transformed into golden runes that flowed into the depths of his consciousness. So that is how it is. Jai Chen stood where he was, savoring the feeling, the lingering remnants of that world-shattering punch still pulsing in his palms. He clenched his fist and was shocked to find that he could already perfectly replicate the force delivery path of the Falling Star Fist. Martial Art, Fist Technique Falling Star Fist, 1/100th Beginner. A sharp glint flashed in Jai Chen's eyes. Not enough again. The golden figure appeared in the void once more. This time, Jai Chen followed its rhythm, practicing the falling star fist himself to truly grasp its profound mysteries and techniques. He did not know how much time had passed. When Jai Chen opened his eyes, he realized it was already the next morning. He had actually spent the entire night practicing. Although he was covered in sweat and mentally exhausted, the harvest from this practice was significant. The panel appeared before his eyes. Name Jai Chen. Realm Tier 1 Intermediate. Innate ability, primordial power, S-rank enhancement type. Technique, universal creation method part 1, transcendent rank, 347/5000. Martial art, spear technique, piercing the sun, 29/200, intermediate mastery. Martial art, fist technique, falling star fist, 8/25, beginner. Ability points, 478. Click. The office door opened. You are awake. Wei Yang walked in slowly. Instructor Wei, Jai Chen stood up to make space. What is the matter? Did you fall asleep because yesterday's practical training was too exhausting? Late last night, Wei Yang had come to the office once. Seeing Jai Chen sitting in front of the computer closing his eyes to rest, he chose not to disturb him. Little did he know that Jai Chen was actually immersed in his sea of consciousness, practicing martial arts with the golden figure. Jai Chen did not know how to explain it, so he just smiled awkwardly and nodded, silently agreeing with the man's assumption. Wei Yang sat at the computer, looking at the many fist techniques on the screen, a flash of surprise in his eyes. You chose a fist technique. He thought that since Jai Chen showed deep insight into the spear, his second martial art would also be a spear technique. He never expected this kid to take the unconventional path and choose a fist technique. Yeah, falling star fist, I feel like it suits me quite well. Jai Chen did not hide anything. Wei Yang, however, was confused. Your spear technique should have already reached the level of intermediate mastery, and you have even cultivated a wisp of spear intent. Why not strike while the iron is hot and choose another spear technique? Being the same type of weapon, it would be twice as effective with half the effort, and it would save you a lot of time compared to starting a new fist technique from scratch. Jai Chen explained. If one wants to become a true powerhouse, there should be no weak points. If I only specialize in the spear, what happens if I encounter an enemy that specifically counters my style? Would not I be forced into a helpless, passive position? Instructor Wei, I believe I have the capacity for comprehensive development. You do not need to worry about my fist technique practice. Wei Jinyu was silent for a long moment before shaking his head with a chuckle. My vision was narrow. I did not realize you had such grand ambitions. That is fine too. I have quite a bit of research on fist techniques myself, so feel free to ask me if you encounter any problems during your practice. Jai Chen thanked him. All right, go get some breakfast first. We still have physical and strength training this morning. Leaving the resource repository office, Jai Chen headed straight to the cafeteria to meet up with Zia Ming, Sun Hao, and the others. As he arrived at the entrance, he bumped right into Song Yue and Ding Meng coming out after their meal. Good morning, officers. Jai Chen greeted them politely. Song Yue nodded slightly, good morning. As they brushed past each other, Song Yue's nose twitched and her brow furrowed slightly as she asked, You and what did you do last night? Jai Chen suddenly remembered that he had sweated profusely during his meditation practice last night. Seeing both of them looking uncomfortable, he blushed and gave an embarrassed smile. Sorry, officers, I will go back and wash up right now. With that, ignoring the strange looks from Song Yue and Ding Meng, Jai Chen dashed back toward the dormitory. Watching his flustered escape, Ding Meng could not help but cover her mouth and giggle. Look at you, you made the poor guy shy. Song Yue huffed, he is the one who is not clean. Cannot I even say anything about it? Fine, I know you are a neat freak, but that little guy is actually quite charismatic, and he is handsome too, much easier on the eyes than those rough guys like Wei Yang. Song Yue rolled her eyes at her. Do you want me to call your boyfriend right now and tell him you are having romantic thoughts? Ding Meng glared at her indignantly. I am trying to help you find a partner. Do you have any conscience at all? Hess, I do not need one. Just keep pretending. Did you really think I did not notice that you look at him differently than everyone else? Song Yue said with an indifferent expression, "I just view him as a qualified opponent, nothing more. Be careful that you do not end up developing feelings while fighting." Song Yue glanced coldly at Ding Meng. "I think you have eaten too much and are looking for some exercise, are not you?" After the meal, everyone gathered at the training grounds. Before the training began, everyone was sitting on the ground in groups, chatting. "Jai Chen, where did you go while we were practicing martial arts last night? We did not see you at all." Zia Ming asked. Jai Chen briefly explained the situation. "You are saying you traded 2 C-rank martial arts for 1 B-rank 1. Yeah. Awesome, Brother Chen. It is such a struggle for me to even learn a D-rank technique. I cannot believe you have already mastered 2 B-rank ones." As Sun Hao gave him a thumbs up, he felt a strange sense of sadness. The gap between him and Jai Chen was truly growing wider and wider. The others felt the same way. Even Zia Ming, who was hailed as the best performer in the training camp after Jai Chen, was thoroughly impressed by Jai Chen's growth speed and ambition. "Jai Chen, you just said you learned a new fist technique." Zhu Yan suddenly cast a burning gaze at him. "Did you reach the beginner level?" Sun Hao could not help but interject. "Old Zhu, what are you thinking? How could anyone reach beginner level in a B-rank technique in just one night, even if it is Brother Chen?" Before he could finish, Jai Chen replied, "Lucky, I suppose I have officially reached the beginner level." "What?" Sun Hao's eyes widened instantly, feeling as if he had just been slapped in the face. Zhu Yan's expression went blank. He had only asked offhandedly, but he never thought Jai Chen had truly mastered the fist technique. He still remembered when he was an apprentice at a martial arts school. It took him a whole week to barely grasp the basics of his first non-ranked technique. And yet Jai Chen had managed to reach the beginner level in a B-ranked technique overnight. His self-confidence suffered a massive blow at that moment. Are you serious?" Jai Chen smiled as he stood up, proactively inviting him. "Truth or lies, one test will tell." "What?" Zhu Yan brushed the dust off his pants, stood up, and headed to an open area with Jai Chen. They stood a few meters apart, each assuming their fighting stance. The others gathered around to watch the show. "Who do you think will win?" Jai Chen just started learning boxing, and it is a B-rank technique that is notoriously difficult to master. How much could he have possibly learned in just one night? I am still betting on Zhu Yan. "I actually think Jai Chen will at least remain undefeated," Zia Ming said with a focused look. "Why? Did not he compete against Officer Song in hand-to-hand combat yesterday, and did not Jai Chen win in the end? That is not a fair comparison. Officer Song is a healing-type talent, so her main duty is saving lives, and her combat experience and skills are fairly average. That makes sense, but no matter how lousy old Zhu might be, he still has a solid year of boxing training under his belt, and now with the master-level foundation he has built, his strength should not be underestimated." While everyone was busy debating the outcome of the match, Jai Chen suddenly said to Zhu Yan, "Old Zhu, just show me your ability, otherwise you will not be able to beat me." Both were at the middle level of the first stage, and in terms of pure strength, he was even stronger than Zhu Yan. On the surface, it looked like an evenly matched duel. But Jai Chen knew that if he fought with all his might, Zhu Yan probably would not be able to take a single blow. "All right." Zhu Yan was not arrogant, and flames began to flicker on his fists. He had already experienced Jai Chen's terrifying combat skills, so he dared not take him lightly for even a second. "Here I come." Zhu Yan lunged forward aggressively, like a wild bull charging at Jai Chen. His punches were fierce, overbearing, and whistled through the air. Any other opponent would have surely felt intimidated by such an intimidating assault. But Jai Chen was different. He possessed combat instincts that far exceeded the average person. Part of it was accumulated since childhood, and the other part was gradually developed by practicing, along with the little golden figure in his mind. He has plenty of power, but his speed is too slow. As Jai Chen made his assessment, he leaned his body quickly to the side. After dodging Zhu Yan's punch, he delivered a very subtle hook, landing squarely on his opponent's undefended abdomen. Zhu Yan staggered back several steps, clutching his stomach with one hand, his brow tightly knitted. Such quick reflexes. He felt that Jai Chen had improved even more compared to when he fought Song Yue yesterday. Is it just an illusion? Again. This time, Zhu Yan got serious. While unleashing his full fire attribute ability, he also used the tiger fist technique he had practiced countless times. Covered in raging flames, his fist tore through the air and headed straight for Chen. The air seemed to echo with the low roar of a fierce tiger. The scorching heat waves forced everyone nearby to cover their faces, unable to keep their eyes open. Zhu Yan guessed that Chen would try the same trick again to dodge his strike, so he was already prepared to change his tactics at any moment. To his surprise, Chen did not dodge at all. Was he planning to take his full force strike head-on? Forget it. Zhu Yan gritted his teeth and let out a roar from deep within his chest. Chen stood still with his eyes narrowed, knees slightly bent, center of gravity lowered, his muscles tense. Then, a mysterious surge of energy flowed through his limbs, finally concentrating on the tip of his fist. Boom! The two terrifying fists collided directly, erupting with a dull, booming sound. At the moment of impact, Zhu Yan's expression changed drastically. A look of sheer disbelief sparkled in his eyes. How is this possible? In just one night, Chen actually mastered the B-rank boxing technique. What kind of terrifying martial arts talent is this? He had chosen 2 C-rank boxing techniques last night and focused on practicing one of them, but so far, he had only grasped the basics and was still far from truly mastering it. But Chen, someone who had never touched boxing techniques before, had achieved in such a short time what he could not manage despite all his efforts. And keep in mind, boxing was not even Chen's strong suit. His real specialty was spear technique. Thinking of this, Zhu Yan could not help but feel a chill. The fist energy dissipated and the fire subsided. Everyone was finally able to see the outcome of the battle. Chen was still standing in the same spot, unmoved, with a calm expression. Zhu Yan, on the other hand, had been knocked back over 10 meters, his face pale and drained of blood. Did they actually end in a draw? Hearing Sun Hao's words, Zhu Yan, who had been holding on, could no longer contain himself and coughed up a large mouthful of blood while clutching his chest. Oh my God, old Zhu, do not scare me like that. It looks like you are coughing blood because I annoyed you. Zhu Yan glared at him in pain, and Sun Hao immediately shut his mouth. How are you? Is the injury bad? Meng Jia asked with concern. Zhu Yan shook his head, looking at Chen with a complex gaze. I am fine, just a little bruising. Chen pulled his punches at the end. Everyone gasped. You were hit so hard you coughed up blood, and they did not even use their full strength. Chen is just too strong. After catching his breath, Zhu Yan asked with a bitter expression, what was that move you just used? Falling Star Strike, the first move of the Meteor Punch style. Just the first move. In a while, once Chen masters all 3 moves of the punch, his strength will likely reach an even higher level. Little did he know that Chen had already mastered all 3 moves of the Meteor Punch. Done playing yet. Wei Yang led a group of instructors to the drill ground. Then let us officially start this morning's training session. For the following 3-month intensive training period, over 100 new recruits went through a hellish training regime they would never forget. Physical exhaustion, endurance development, pain immunity, potential stimulation, real combat drills. All kinds of torture were thrown at them in turns. Excluding their 5 meals a day, they only had 2 hours of rest in total. It could almost be said that they were under high-intensity training and cultivation around the clock. Half a month later, Wei Yang arranged for them to enter the jungle to hunt exotic beasts. First-stage beginner martial artists were required to independently kill at least 3 beasts every day, without any assistance. As for the target for middle-level first-stage fighters, it was 10. Among them, at least one had to be a middle-level first-stage exotic beast. Whoever failed to complete their daily quota would not only be punished, but also denied entry to the cafeteria. Of course, Chen was always the one who exceeded his quota. When he was at the middle level of the first stage, he was already frequently killing high-level first-stage beasts above his rank. Later, things got even more out of hand. When he reached the peak of the first stage, he was able to kill second-stage beasts, which truly stunned all the soldiers and instructors in the camp. Now 3 months have flown by in a flash. Everyone underwent earth-shaking changes. Whether it was their skin tone, strength, or demeanor, they were like different people compared to when they first entered the camp. They had completely shed their old selves. From naive recruits, they transformed into iron-willed, battle-hardened soldiers of the Great Zia. On the drill ground under the scorching sun, everyone lined up in a neat formation, waiting for the most important moment since they enlisted. The rank conferral ceremony for new recruits. Wei Yang and his group of instructors stood in a line in front of the formation, their eyes filled with pride and expectation. Chief Instructor Wei Yang took the microphone and gave a brief speech. First of all, congratulations on successfully completing the 3-month hellish training camp. I know I have been very strict and unfeeling during this time, and you have probably been complaining about me or even cursing me in your hearts, but that does not matter. The important thing is that your performance has been outstanding, making you the best batch of recruits I have trained in recent years. In the ranks, the corner of Sun Hao's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Wei Yang looked at him and said sharply, "Sun Hao, step out." Sun Hao's pupils shrank, his body tensed up in fright, and he took a step to the side, walking out of the formation. "Here." Wei Yang came up to him and asked, "What were you laughing at just now?" Speak directly, do not drag your feet." Sun Hao stared straight ahead and said bluntly, "I suspect you said the exact same thing to the previous batch of recruits, instructor." Hearing this, the other instructors exchanged smiles. Even Wei Yang, who was always known for being cold and ruthless, could not help but laugh. He put his hand on Sun Hao's shoulder and swept his gaze across every face in the formation. "I am speaking from the bottom of my heart. You are indeed the best batch of recruits I have ever trained. Is it because of Brother Chen?" In normal times, Sun Hao would never have dared to interrupt so carelessly. But now that the training was over, his courage had naturally grown. "Jai Chen is indeed a great surprise, but your overall performance is not bad either, and you will surely become the pillars of our Donglan army in the future." Wei Yang waved his hand, signaling Sun Hao to return to the ranks. "Next, you may go your separate ways and be assigned to different combat units, but there is one thing you must keep in mind. No matter when or where you are honorable soldiers of the Great Zia, and you bear the sacred mission of protecting billions of its people. Have you understood? We will always remember it." The unified sound echoed over the training ground. "Very good. Next, I will present you with your soldier epaulets." Wei Yang and the instructors walked into the formation. They personally pinned the epaulets, which symbolized the soldiers' identities, onto everyone. From this moment on, these hot-blooded youths would formally transform from recruits into privates. On their previously blank shoulders, 2 epaulets, each engraved with a horizontal bar, would now appear. The Great Zia military rank system from lowest to highest is divided into 2 levels of soldiers, 3 levels of non-commissioned officers, 3 levels of lieutenants, 3 levels of field officers, brigadiers, and generals. The starting 2 levels of soldiers are private and private first class. As long as you accumulate enough military merit and get it confirmed by the military division, you can be promoted. In today's era of high martial arts, military ranks below general do not represent power or status. They are more of a symbol of identity and honor. It is a recognition and reward for a person's strength and the contributions they have made. Wei Yang came to Jai Chen, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. "Have you broken through again so quickly, kid?" Jai Chen looked at him and smiled. "Just lucky." Wei Yang's mouth twitched as he fought to suppress the urge to hit him. This kid is really acting modest. During the 3 months of training, the word lucky had almost become Jai Chen's catchphrase, and he had heard it until his ears were almost calloused. Among this group, other than Jai Chen, the one with the best talent was Zia Ming, who came from a military martial arts family. When he joined the camp, he had just broken through from a quasi-warrior to an initial stage first-tier warrior. Now he has only reached the peak of the first tier, and still needs an opportunity to break through to the second tier. In Jai Chen, he was already a high-level third-tier warrior a week ago. Now he has even broken through to the peak of the third tier in one go. This terrifying cultivation speed is simply unheard of and unprecedented. Looking at the 5 major military regions, or even those top martial arts universities, one could not find a genius warrior growing as fast as Jai Chen in decades. What is most commendable is that Jai Chen achieved this by his own efforts without the help of any high-level resources. When he joined the camp, Wei Yang predicted that Jai Chen had the potential to become a God of War level fighter. And now he could be almost certain of that. This kid has the hope of crossing that chasm and becoming a transcendent level warrior like the Wolf King Duan Tiance. After putting the epaulets on Jai Chen, Wei Yang said to him, "Your matter has been settled. The notice should come down in a few days." "Thank you, Instructor Wei." "What are you thanking me for?" Wei Yang looked radiant, feeling particularly proud. "It is I who should thank you. It is a great blessing for the billions of people of the Great Xia that a super genius like you is willing to join the army and fight." Instructor Wei, Jai Chen felt a bit embarrassed. "All right, do not say polite things. Just remember to invite me for a drink when you become successful in the future." Jai Chen smiled and agreed, no problem. The rank conferring ceremony was still ongoing. But Jai Chen had a sudden feeling, and the system panel appeared before his eyes. "Congratulations to the host. You have been promoted from a recruit to a private. The promotion reward is as follows: Polar Frost Field plus 3,000 energy points. Polar Frost Field, SS-grade ice-type talent, which can instantly slow down surrounding enemies and quickly freeze the entire space. Note, the higher the host's realm, the larger the freezing range, and the current starting distance is 500 meters in radius." Seeing the reward he received after his military rank improved, Jai Chen could not help but feel joy. It was actually an SS-grade talent this time, and the Polar Frost Field was perfectly suited for him. When encountering large-scale enemy attacks, he could use this talent, a ND Chinese letter, to instantly freeze a large number of enemies. Next would be the moment for him to dominate the battlefield. Name Jai Chen. Rank Privates. Realm Peak of the 3rd tier. TLENT Chinese letter. Polar Frost Field, SS-grade ice. Primordial Power, S-grade enhancement. Method, Universe Creation Method Part 1, Transcendent Level, 2783/5000. Martial Skill, Spear Technique Stunning Shadow Spear, 39/50ths, Proficiency. Martial Skill, Spear Technique Piercing Sun and Clouds, 93/100ths, Mastery. Martial Skill, Fist Technique Meteor Fist, 43/50ths, Mastery. Martial Skill, Movement Technique Treading Snow Without Traces, 5/16ths, Mastery. Energy Points, 6742. In fact, most of these recruits had average foundations. So why did Wei Yang call them the best batch he had ever trained? Because of internal competition. And this unprecedented wave of internal competition was started by Jai Chen. Every day when they went into the jungle to hunt beasts, normal people would return to camp to rest after finishing their quotas. But Jai Chen would almost always finish his actual combat training with 3 times the quota every day. Of course, his real purpose was to accumulate energy points. But in the eyes of Xia Ming and others, he had long been regarded as the overachiever in the military camp, and they began to silently emulate him. One influenced another, and it did not take long for that to continue. The entire training camp's atmosphere was distorted. No, it was corrected. It is like a group of average students, following the only top student in the class for 3 months, so the average students naturally became top students. During this period, Jai Chen accumulated more than 5,000 energy points, but spent nearly 2,000 points on redeeming martial arts. The Stunning Shadow Spear is an A-grade spear technique, divided into 4 forms, worth 1,600 points, and the cultivation difficulty is slower than B-grade martial arts, so it is still at the proficiency stage. Treading Snow Without Traces is a B-grade martial art worth 200 energy points. Jai Chen's initial intention for redeeming it was to have a way to escape if he were surrounded by beasts on the battlefield in the future. Fortunately, the system rewarded him with another 3,000 points when his military rank was upgraded just now. After calculating the intake and output, his energy point balance climbed to 6742 points. It seemed like a lot, but when he thought that this was his accumulation over 3 months, Jai Chen could not help but feel a sense of anxiety. The energy points awarded by low-level beasts are too few. He must seize the time to improve his strength. If he awakened an SSS-level talent this time, which cost 10,000 points per time, he might not even have a chance to use it. A few minutes later, the ceremony ended. Next, you have a week of rest, and you can return to the base city to visit your family and friends. Wei Yang paused and continued. Of course, if any of you are willing to stay in the camp for extra training, I will not refuse. All right, dismissed. Hope to see you on the battlefield in the future. What? As the squad disbanded, most people looked reluctant to leave, lingering on the drill ground to bid farewell one by one to the comrades they had fought alongside for the past 3 months. Once the week-long break ended, they would head their separate ways, assigned to various regular combat units under the Donglan army. Opportunities to meet in the future would be few and far between. Chen, what did old Wei say to you just now? Sun Hao leaned in, full of curiosity. Zia Ming, standing nearby, looked at Jai Chen with a smile. I bet your application to join the scout battalion has been approved, right? Jai Chen nodded, confirming it. Beyond the regular combat units, the Donglan army had a scout battalion that gathered the elite warriors of the entire military. Regular combat units were primarily used for the front lines. Organized into divisions and regiments, they combined various high-lethality advanced weapons to either hold the line or launch offensives, neutralizing the threat of large-scale exotic beasts. The Scout Battalion, on the other hand, was similar to Special Operations Forces. They usually operated as lone wolves or in small teams, venturing deep into the wilderness infested with high-tier exotic beasts to complete missions assigned by the military command. For instance, scouting terrain, gathering intelligence on exotic beasts, or searching for rare herbs and mineral resources. If you wanted to improve your strength rapidly, joining the Scout Battalion was undoubtedly the best choice. However, the requirements for the Scout Battalion were extremely high. The first requirement, having served in the military for over 3 years. The second requirement, reaching at least the level of a 4th-order martial artist. Meeting these conditions still required an audit by the Scout Battalion, and only those who passed could join. Clearly, Jai Chen met neither of these. Fortunately, not long ago, when Wei Yang learned of his intentions, he immediately declared his unconditional support. He used his connections within the military to reach out to the captain of the Donglan Army Scout Battalion, Du Hongquan, a powerhouse at the Grandmaster level. Wei Yang compiled the news of Jai Chen's extraordinary potential and his high-profile performance in the training camp into a file and sent it to him. Finally, after a week of consideration, the Grandmaster finally agreed, making an exception to specially recruit Jai Chen into the 3rd echelon of the Scout Battalion. The Scout Battalion had 3 echelons, divided by strength. 4th to 6th Order was the 3rd echelon. 7th to 9th Order was the 2nd echelon. Grandmaster level was the 1st echelon. Obviously, the 1st echelon was the smallest, totaling fewer than 30 people, including Captain Du Hongquan. They almost always acted alone. Only when encountering high-risk, hell-level missions with lethal threats would they temporarily form a small squad to carry out the mission. Sigh. Sun Hao let out a sigh. Chen, I was counting on being in the same unit as you so you could keep looking after me. Jai Chen shook his head slightly and said to him, the only one who can look after you is yourself. Do not always rely on others. Zia Ming also chimed in with a smile. Hao, keep it up. Aim to break through to a 4th-order martial artist in 3 years, and you will have the qualification to apply for the Scout Battalion and fight side by side with Jai Chen again. Sun Chen curled his lips, his face full of disappointment. Forget it, in 3 years, Chen will probably be promoted to the 2nd echelon. I will never catch up. Zia Ming, what are your plans? Jai Niu looked at Zia Ming. I will train in a regular unit for a couple of years first. My strength is too weak right now. Joining the Scout Battalion would only hold everyone back and bring criticism upon my grandfather and father. With your talent for cultivation, breaking through to the 4th Order in 2 years is perfectly achievable, Jai Chen said with a smile. I hope to see you in the Scout Battalion soon. It is a deal then. The two bumped fists. Hey, where is old Meng? How come he vanished right after the dismissal? Meng Jia had an urgent matter. He must have gone back to the dormitory to pack his things. Jai Chen frowned slightly and asked, why is he in such a hurry to go home? Zia Ming shook his head. Something seems to have happened at home. He did not tell me the details. After a brief silence, Chen, are you heading back to Donglan Base City? Old Wei said there would be a bus taking us back in a while. A hint of contemplation appeared in Jai Chen's eyes. I am not going back for now. There is nothing there worth worrying about anyway. Sun Hao and Zia Ming both knew he had cut ties with the Jai family, so they consciously skipped over that topic. Old Zhu, where are you headed? Jai Chen followed Sun Hao's gaze and saw Zhu Yan had already taken off his regular uniform, put on carbon fiber combat gear, and was heading toward the jungle with a combat blade in hand. Hearing the shout, Zhu Yan stopped and looked back at the familiar faces approaching. He smiled and explained, I plan to stay at the camp during the break and settle down further to see if I can break through to the peak of the First Order. Recalling when he first joined the camp, as a senior from the previous cohort, he started at the mid-First Order level, on par with Jai Chen, far ahead of everyone else. Yet after the 3-month intensive training, he had become just another face in the crowd. Setting aside that freak Jai Chen. Among the others, the fastest to break through was Zia Ming, who went from early First Order to peak First Order, just a hair's breadth away from the Second Order. Meng Jia Ding Tao and over a dozen others had reached the high First Order. Even Sun Hao was about to break through to high First Order and catch up with his pace. Zhu Yan had initially felt extremely unbalanced, but after a talk with Wei Yang, he made peace with his own mediocre talent. Although talent was destined, he firmly believed that diligence could make up for clumsiness. Zhu Yan was determined to put in double the effort to improve himself. Giving up his vacation was just the beginning. Damn, why have you become just as much of a grinder as Chen? Who asked you guys to be so strong? I have to grind. Zhu Yan laughed with a sense of relief. In the afternoon, the training camp was already very quiet. Only a scattering of people remained. Jai Chen leaned against the railing of the lookout tower and took out his phone to check his chat history. In truth, he did not have many friends to begin with. Sure enough, during the 3 months he was out of contact, not a single person had sent him a message. Wait, there was one. He clicked on Yun Muxu's little rabbit avatar and discovered she had sent him a message 2 days ago. Has the training ended? Looking back further, Jai Chen was shocked to find a long string of messages marked as recalled. Yun Muxu had sent him messages every few days, only to recall them in the end. But she knew full well he could not connect with the outside world during training. Jai Chen took a deep breath and typed a reply. It just ended today. After waiting a few minutes, Yun Muxu responded. Then are you coming back to Donglan City? I do not want to. Then where are you right now? In your heart. Who on earth did you learn all this nonsense from? After a moment of thought, Jai Chen slowly typed out a line. Where are you? I will come find you. I went to the southern mountains earlier and have officially taken on a master. In the next couple of days, I will be going with some seniors to Dongyu Martial University for an exchange conference. Are you coming? I am kidding, I am not going. What? Why have not you left yet? Song Yue walked over, dressed in casual clothes. Hello, Officer Song. The training camp is over. We are no longer in a superior-subordinate relationship, so there is no need to call me officer. Then should I call you Sister Song? Song Yue smiled gently. You have quite a silver tongue. She glanced at the phone in Jai Chen's hand and asked, Who were you chatting with just now? You looked so happy. A high school classmate. Song Yue gave him a look that said she saw right through him, teasing, I bet it was a female classmate, right? Jai Chen avoided her slightly gossipy gaze and nodded. The camp is almost empty. Are not you going home to rest for a few days? Song Yue squinted slightly, staring at him thoughtfully. Do not tell me you want to keep training. But I have to warn you, Ding Meng and I are leaving the camp soon. If you get seriously injured during this time, there will be no one left to treat you. During the training, Jai Chen had given Song Yue quite a hard time. The kid grew up way too fast. And when hunting exotic beasts, he completely disregarded the consequences, relying on her and Ding Meng as medics to cover for him, often returning to camp covered in injuries every day. As their levels grew closer, the same injuries required even more of her healing abilities to fix. Song Yue had to do her duty, but it was a bitter pill to swallow. She had intended to teach Jai Chen a lesson during field practice to vent her frustration. Who would have thought that at the same level, she was no match for him at all? Every time she sparred with him, she lost quite miserably. The last time was a month ago. Back then, Jai Chen was at the peak of the second rank, and Song Yue fought him while suppressing her power to the early third rank. The result was still a crushing defeat. Since then, Song Yue became completely disillusioned and faced the facts. She no longer held any expectations of defeating Jai Chen. It might even be that before long, she would not be able to beat him even if she stopped suppressing her power. Sister Song, I am not planning on staying here. Are you going back to Donglan City then? Song Yue frowned slightly. The last shuttle bus has already left. If you missed it, you will have to ask Wei Yang to contact someone for you and get a ride back tomorrow morning. No, I am planning to go to Dongyu Base City. Is not your home in Donglan. Why go to Dongyu? Jai Chen smiled. It is a vacation, just wandering around to relax. Song Yue stared at him for a while, then suddenly arched her brows and asked with a smile. Is it because your female classmate is in Dongyu? Jai Chen coughed dryly. He did not answer directly, which counted as a silent admission. That works out perfectly. I have some business in Chen Bay City too, so just ride with me. Sister Song, what business are you going to Dongyu for? Jai Chen asked casually. Song Yue thought for a moment and said 2 words, blind date. Seeing Jai Chen's look of shock, Song Yue covered her mouth and laughed out loud. I am kidding. With my standards, do I really need a blind date? Then what are you? It is a mission from the military district branch. I am going to the Dongyu branch headquarters of the warrior's home to purchase a batch of medicinal herbs. Song Yue stopped laughing and turned serious again. You know that casualties are very heavy in the military every day. Consumption of various healing and medicinal herbs is extremely fast. The military district cannot be fully self-sufficient, so we have to purchase them from civilian warriors. I see. Jai Chen nodded slightly. All right, go pack your things. I will wait for you outside the east gate of the camp. Do not be late. A few minutes later, Jai Chen packed his luggage and arrived at the east gate of the camp. He saw an armored SUV with a military green paint job parked on the flat concrete road. Get in. The one-way window on the driver's side rolled down, and Song Yue poked her head out to call to Jai Chen. Oh, coming. He quickly stowed his luggage, but did not know where to put his 2.8-meter-long dragonblood bone-piercing spear. Song Yue stepped out of the car and patted the roof rack. Put it here, there is a slot on the side. It should fit perfectly. Then they both got into the driver and passenger seats. Sister Song, is this a company car or your personal one? What do you think? I guess it must be a military car for field missions. Why? Song Yue looked at him with a smile. Usually girls do not like armored SUVs that look this hardcore and aggressive. Then you guessed wrong. I bought this car for 30 million Daxia coins. Jai Chen was surprised. This car is worth 30 million. It is definitely worth it, and 30 million is just the internal military price. Outsiders would have to pass a background check just to buy one, and the price would double. Song Yue introduced it familiarly. This is the M armored vehicle independently developed by the military. It is made of solid alloy and can withstand the charge of any exotic beast below the 4th rank. Come on, let me show you what this car can really do. With that, Song Yue floored the accelerator. A powerful force slammed him back into his seat. If it were not for his seatbelt, Jai Chen would have probably smashed his head into the windshield. Sister Song, could we maybe drive a bit slower? Song Yue gave him a smug glance. Do not worry, I am a veteran driver. I will not flip the car. On the mountain road, the engine roared like a beast. It powered the armored vehicle, which was comparable to a light tank speeding along. The scenery along the way was different from when he arrived. After all, this was not the road back to Donglan Base City, but the one to Dongyu Base City, hundreds of kilometers away. After winding through the mountain roads for an hour, the vehicle finally entered a flat plain region. Jai Chen leaned back in his seat, looking at the scenery on both sides of the road with curiosity. They say that 100 years ago, these deserted wilderness areas were once the territory of Daxia, Many people farmed, lived, and thrived on this land. It is a pity that the appearance of exotic beasts shattered what should have been a beautiful and free life. People had to huddle within the base cities, seeking protection. Seeing him so absorbed in the scenery, Song Yue asked with a smile, "Is this your first time taking this route?" "Yeah. There's a ruined town up ahead, left over from the old era. Should I pull over so we can go in, walk around, and take some photos?" What? A few minutes later. Just as Song Yue had said, the desolate ruins appeared in Jai Chen's line of sight. The highway circled halfway around the ruined town. "Let us go." Song Yue stepped on the brakes to park on the side of the road and was the first to push the door open and step out. After getting out of the car, Jai Chen instinctively went to grab his long spear. "Why are you grabbing your gun? There are patrols in this area all the time, and there are almost no exotic beasts here. Besides, if we really run into any danger, do not you have me here to protect you? Why would it ever be your turn to fight?" Hearing this, Jai Chen gave up on the idea of taking his weapon. Anyway, it was just a quick look around. It should not take much time. "Sister Song, why do the troops come here to patrol?" On the way into the ruined town, Jai Chen asked curiously. "Do not you know, this is a very famous social media check-in spot near the Donglan base city." A social media check-in spot. Jai Chen was a bit bewildered. Exactly, many years ago, a famous amateur martial artist killed a high-level exotic beast here. A video was leaked online at the time and was crazily reshared by netizens. Later, people came here to take photos just to chase the trend, and over time, it became an internet-famous tourist attraction. In recent years, the Martial Arts Association has stepped up control, and the number of people coming here has slowly decreased. However, the military is still worried that someone might sneak in here and get hurt by exotic beasts wandering into the area, so they arrange regular patrols to clear out any beasts within a 10-mile radius. After listening to Song Yue's explanation, Jai Chen suddenly understood. During his school days, he had seen related news reports. Some amateur martial artists who were neither here nor there would deliberately bait for attention online to accumulate fans and engage in the influencer economy. The most typical method was to record a video in a safe zone outside the base city. After killing a few low-level beasts, they would shamelessly title their videos something like, "So-and-so fights the wilderness alone." Such low-quality content, naturally, could not fool the martial artist community. Their fan base consisted of ordinary people who had lived in the base city their entire lives. Those so-called adventure influencers preyed on the curiosity and awe that ordinary people, who had never stepped out of the base city, felt toward the outside wilderness. This phenomenon has become increasingly rampant over the last decade, and they have successfully harvested a large number of gullible followers. The truly dangerous military front lines and the depths of the wilderness rarely appeared in front of their cameras. Instead, those fake influencers were constantly making their presence known on the internet through various dramatic stunts, as if they had made some huge contribution. They deceived the uninformed public into putting them on pedestals. Jai Chen had long despised such behavior, but he was powerless and could not change anything. Before they knew it, the two had already stepped into the ruins. The ground was full of rubble and gravel, which felt a bit uncomfortable underfoot. On both sides were broken walls and dilapidated structures weathered by the elements. After 100 years of changes, it was impossible to tell what the original buildings looked like. Only a single dangerous wall stood lonely in its place. Rusty reinforcing bars hung from the broken edges of the concrete walls. A light breeze blew by. It stirred a copper bell on a broken beam, making it jingle. It seemed to be telling later generations about the bits and pieces of the old era. Jai Chen looked up and could faintly infer from the outlines of the buildings that there used to be a school there. When the disaster struck, he wondered if anyone in this small town had survived. Song Yue was similarly filled with emotion as she saw what was before her eyes. "Hey, help me take a few pictures." She handed her phone to Jai Chen, tidied her hair, and stood under the broken wall where the copper bell hung. Sister Song, my photography skills might not be very good." Jai Chen held up the phone, his movements stiff and hesitant. "It is fine, just take a couple of shots." "All right then." A minute later. "Quick, let me see." After posing for a few shots, Song Yue trotted over to check the results. When she saw the photos in the album, her face, which had been full of anticipation, instantly fell. Chen whispered, "I told you I did not know how to take pictures." Song Yue glared at him and took a deep breath, trying to suppress the anger in her heart. "I am 172 centimeters tall. Can you explain to me why I look less than 1.5 meters tall in this photo?" Chen kept his head down, silent. "Fine, forget this one, but what about this one?" Song Yue pointed at another photo, her face turning red. "I only blinked twice, and you managed to capture the exact moment my eyes were closed, did not you? And I do not even want to talk about the composition of this one. You did not notice that rebar sticking out of my head. You could not have reminded me to move a couple of steps to the side. The most infuriating part is this one. May I ask, where is my face? How come it is just a dark, blurry blob?" The more Song Yue thought about it, the angrier she became. She was absolutely livid. Chen had taken 6 photos of her, and not a single one was decent. The only one that was even remotely passable was the one where she looked like a short 1.5-meter dwarf. Song Yue's brows furrowed, and her eyes poked at Chen like daggers. The latter felt like he was sitting on needles and did not dare to say a word in his defense. "Forget it, why am I even getting worked up over a dense guy like you?" Song Yue's expression softened, and she sighed. "Come over here, I will teach you how to take a picture." "What is the point of learning this?" Chen asked, confused. Song Yue's eyes went wide, and she suddenly slapped her own forehead. "He is truly more stubborn than a steel rod. It does not matter if you make me angry. After all, you call me sister, so I will not hold it against you. But what will you do if you make your girlfriend angry in the future? No one will be able to save you then." Less nonsense. If I cannot teach you today, I will write my name backward." After saying that, regardless of whether Chen agreed or not, she pulled him toward the spot where she had been standing, intending to teach him step by step how to take a proper photo. They had not even stood still yet. Suddenly, they looked at each other and perked up their ears. "Help me!" It sounded like someone was calling for help deep within the ruins. "Go!" Song Yue and Chen started moving at the same time and sprinted toward the direction of the voice. No matter who the target is, as long as they are citizens of Great Xia and not guilty of heinous crimes, these soldiers have an obligation to save them. That is their sacred duty. Song Yue stared in surprise at the figure ahead, whose distance from her was gradually increasing. How could he possibly be faster than me? With the situation being so critical, she had no time to think, chasing after him as if her feet had sprouted wings. Soon they reached the heart of the small town. The terrain here was relatively open, likely once a place resembling a central plaza. Just then, the cries for help became clearer. Judging by the voice, it was a young girl. Chen twitched his nose, his brows knitted tightly together. He caught a whiff of scorching hot air from the atmosphere, somewhat similar to the flame hellhound he encountered outside the station back then. "Help, can someone please save me?" The sound came from behind a broken wall. The next moment, a girl in sportswear rushed out, looking panicked. Screech! A sharp, piercing bird cry exploded in the air. Immediately after, a terrifying wave of heat rushed toward them. Perched atop the broken wall, a massive monster bird with flaming red wings revealed its true form. "It is a blazing firebird," Song Yue exclaimed. Her eyes were filled with wariness. The aura of this blazing firebird was terrifying, at least at the mid-level of the 5th rank. At the same time, the heat wave unleashed by the bird knocked the girl in sportswear to the ground. She braced her hands on the ground and scrambled up with difficulty, her fair, delicate palms scraped bloody by the rubble. Yet she, who had been sinking into despair, caught sight of a man and a woman appearing not far ahead. It was as if she had grabbed onto a final lifeline. She used all her remaining strength to dash toward them. Her tear-filled eyes were full of pleading and a desperate hunger for life. "Please, I beg you." Her voice was so hoarse she could barely make a sound, her body moving purely on instinct. "You go save the person first." Chen and Song Yue spoke at the same time. "The blazing firebird is a 5th-rank beast, only I can contend with it. Take her out of town as soon as you rescue her. Song Yue glared at him fiercely and continued. There is a one-touch distress signal in the vehicle that can summon the nearest Donglan military unit for reinforcements. Forget about me, go save her. Having said that, Song Yue rushed toward the blazing Firebird, which had a wingspan of 10 meters, with a look of determination. The intense heat curled her hair and flushed her cheeks bright red, with beads of sweat evaporating into white mist the moment they appeared on her forehead. Song Yue bit her lip, and with a flash of light at her fingertips, she held a sword before her chest. Although she was also at the mid-5th rank, as a medic, her combat experience was not as seasoned as that of battle-hardened soldiers. To make matters worse, the blazing Firebird was a flying beast, giving it the absolute advantage of altitude. In this battle, Song Yue had no hope of winning, and she faced it with a readiness to die. However, just as the blazing Firebird dived toward her, a figure fast as lightning brushed past her. Their eyes met. Chen wore a smile, just like the one he had when he defeated her at the camp. Sister Song, as someone who was once defeated by me, acting so rashly is not a rational decision. But you. Droplets of blood appeared on Song Yue's red lips. My duty is to slay the enemy. Saving people is not my specialty, so you would better do it yourself. Before he finished his sentence, Chen had already moved ahead of her to intercept the blazing Firebird's charge. Boom! Debris flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. Fighting back her grief, Song Yue brought the girl in sportswear to a safe area. After briefly calming her down, Song Yue anxiously peeked out to check on Chen. The smoke cleared. A figure slowly stood up. It was Chen. He was not dead yet. A tear of relief rolled down Song Yue's cheek. Get out of here, do not become a burden to me. Chen roared, his eyes bloodshot. Even though he was not looking in her direction, Song Yue knew those words were for her. Song Yue regretted not letting Chen bring his gun. Facing the enemy unarmed against a flying beast like the blazing Firebird would put him in an extremely passive position. She bit her lip, caught in an internal struggle. Since Chen could withstand a dive from the blazing Firebird, it meant he had the confidence to hold his own. Ultimately, she decided to heed Chen's words, immediately taking the girl to evacuate the town to call for reinforcements. Watching from the corner of his eye as Song Yue and the others retreated, a fanatical smile crept onto Chen's lips. Finally, I can fight without holding back. At this moment, a shimmering brilliance was swirling all over his body. Deep purple liquid metal crawled up his neck like a living thing. In an instant, amidst a low hum, a set of combat armor finished reassembling. The streamlined surface of the armor gleamed with a chilling light, with scale-like nanotech plating fitting tightly against his body. It was as if the scales shed by an ancient dragon had been imbued with a soul of technology. The power units on the shoulders had menacing spikes that glowed with crimson veins as energy surged, like a dormant dragon beast gathering its strength. As the helmet closed, a ripple of purple light pulsed across the holographic visor. Rhomboid crimson pupils appeared at the eye positions, hiding Chen's face in the shadow of data streams. 6 translucent energy wings suddenly unfurled from the back of the armor, with swirling purple light outlining the phantom of a dragon. 3-sided metal blades extended from his knuckles, glinting coldly in the sunlight, and emitted the low whine of hydraulic actuators as he clenched his fist. This was the grade all-metal battle armor, the Violet Dragon Armor. He had spent 1,600 ability points in the system store to exchange for it just before his collision with the blazing Firebird. He was currently only at the peak of the 3rd rank and had not practiced body tempering techniques. If he had taken that blow from the blazing Firebird head-on, his flesh and blood would likely have been turned to ash. But this grade of Violet Dragon Armor had blocked the heatwave for him, while absorbing the vast majority of the impact. That was why he had not just survived, he was completely unscathed. Chen rose into the air, keeping level with the blazing Firebird. Now it is my turn. Ability points -100. S-rank talent Primal Force is now active for 30 minutes. A surge of divine power, like a breached dam, instantly flooded every limb and bone of Chen's body. Beneath his helmet, his eyes ignited with fierce fighting spirit, locked tightly onto the mid-level Tier 5 Scarlet Jujutsu before him. This was the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. Yet there was not a trace of fear in Jai Chen's heart. Augmented by the hundredfold strength of the primal force, he, who was originally at the peak of Tier 3, now possessed power rivaling a Tier 5 expert. With a mere thought from Jai Chen, the propulsion system of his purple dragon armor roared to life, and the immense thrust launched him toward the Scarlet Firebird like an arrow from a bow. The Scarlet Firebird was completely stunned. Its scarlet pupils were filled with disbelief. It could not understand how the human before it had suddenly become so formidable. However, there was no time for it to think. A fist shadow, carrying a terrifying momentum, was already rapidly enlarging in its pupils. Screech! The Scarlet Firebird let out a sharp cry and hurriedly retracted its fire-feathered wings to shield its body. Boom! Jai Chen unleashed his mastered meteor fist, slamming it with everything he had onto the fiery wings. Compared to the massive Scarlet Firebird, Jai Chen's form appeared incredibly small. Yet after that punch landed, he did not budge an inch. Instead, the Scarlet Firebird was knocked clean out of the sky by the terrifying force, crashing into the ruins like a broken kite. In an instant, thick dust billowed from the ground, obscuring everything from sight. However, the holographic visor in front of Jai Chen had already activated thermal imaging, precisely scanning the location of the Scarlet Firebird. He flashed over, shattered a dangerous wall with a punch, and then used both hands to lift the broken section, a slab several stories high above his head, before slamming it down onto the bird's hiding spot. The reinforced concrete debris fell like a true meteor. It plowed a trench dozens of meters long through the ruins, as a shockwave carrying dust and debris exploded in a fan shape. The earth shuddered as if struck by a giant hammer, emitting a deafening roar. The optical sensors on his helmet scanned the ground rapidly, and the silhouette of the Scarlet Firebird appeared clearly on his holographic visor again. Not dead yet. Jai Chen was not actually surprised by this result. If Tier 5 beasts were that easy to kill, they would have been extinct long ago. However, just then, his visor blared a warning, showing that the bird's vital signs were spiking sharply, and a terrifying mass of thermal energy was expanding rapidly in all directions. Oh no! Jai Chen's expression shifted, realizing the danger at hand. The purple dragon armor hit full power, and the powerful thrust pushed him vertically into the sky, hundreds of meters up. The next moment, a terrifying pillar of fire, like a raging dragon, erupted from the ruins and swept across the very spot where Jai Chen had been standing. If he had been even a second slower, he would have been engulfed in a sea of flames. While the armor might protect him from immediate death, the prolonged high heat would consume the energy reserves and eventually incinerate him. Screech! A long, angry cry tore through the air. The Scarlet Firebird, wings stained with blood, surged upward at high speed, flying toward Jai Chen with murderous intent in its eyes. Star-shattering art! Jai Chen shouted, unleashing the third and most lethal form of the meteor fist. High in the air, a cluster of fiery flames collided with a bolt of purple lightning. Triangular metal blades ejected from Jai Chen's gauntlets, and combined with the world-ending force of the star-shattering art, they instantly pierced the bird's chest. In an instant, 3 deep, bone-revealing gashes appeared on the bird's chest. The Scarlet Firebird did not hold back either, its hook-like talons whistling through the air as they lunged toward Jai Chen's face. Bang! Both parties were knocked back by the impact. The bird flapped its wings, blood pouring from its chest like a rain of fire falling from the heavens. The intense pain drove it to let out a mindless, shrill scream. It had been thoroughly enraged by the armored human warrior before it. Jai Chen hung in the air, maintaining a distance of over 100 meters from the bird. He patted his head twice, the crisp sound of metal clashing helping him regain his focus. The bird's claw had struck him square on the helmet. Fortunately, the armor's defenses were solid enough that he remained unhurt. However, the sheer impact had rattled his brain, leaving him momentarily dazed. Come again. Jai Chen felt increasingly excited, eager to use this mid-level Tier 5 beast to test his true combat power. Both sides initiated another charge. During the fight, Jai Chen frequently employed his snow traceless movement technique, dodging the bird's fireballs like a ghost. Once he found an opening to get close, he would unleash his 3-form meteor fist combo, and with the armor's blades cutting through its defenses, the Scarlet Firebird was soon covered in blood after just a few rounds. Its right wing was even partially broken, severely hampering its speed. Time to end this. Chen now had a clear understanding of his own strength. With the dual augmentation of the purple dragon armor and the primal force, if he were holding his dragon blood-piercing spear, he would be fully confident in taking down a high-level Tier 5 beast. Even a peak Tier 5 would be a fight he could contend in. Besides, he still had a trump card up his sleeve. Chen dashed through the air, transforming into a purple streak of lightning, closing the distance in an instant before clamping a single hand around the bird's slender neck. Everything happened too quickly. The exhausted and heavily wounded bird could not even struggle before it was dragged down and slammed hard into the ground by immense force. Star-crushing break. A massive crater was smashed into the center of the ruined town, and Chen held the bird's neck so tightly it threatened to snap. Just as he prepared to use his blade to sever its head, the dying bird suddenly resisted with all its might, wings flapping frantically to knock Chen away. Still want to make one last stand. Seeing the bird wobble to its feet from the crater, Chen felt a sense of admiration. Setting aside their species and conflict, the beast was truly a respectable opponent. This battle had provided him with a wealth of experience, which would prove highly beneficial for his upcoming induction into the Reconnaissance Division. The Scarlet Firebird glared at Chen, its eyes burning with unyielding, furious intent. However, the next moment, it suddenly turned around and flew toward the outskirts of the town. At the same time, a terrifying surge of energy began to gather at its heart. The visor indicated that the bird's body temperature and vital signs were plummeting. In contrast, its heart, the size of a basketball, had already reached temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius. Hotter than the surface of the sun. Is it trying to take me down with it? Chen instantly saw through the bird's plan. Knowing it could not kill him, it had shifted its aim towards Song Yue and her companion, who had escaped to the outskirts of the town. It truly was a Tier 5 beast with nascent intelligence. Even in its final moments, it knew to drag others down with it. Data analysis showed that if the Scarlet Firebird detonated, the resulting energy would instantly consume everything within a kilometer. The entire town would be reduced to a hellish sea of fire. Naturally, Song Yue and the others at the perimeter would not be spared. Since that is how it is, then. Chen's focus sharpened as he lifted his foot and stamped it onto the ground. Frozen domain. In an instant, time seemed to stand still within a 500-meter radius centered on him. The crimson bird, which had been flying at high speed, was almost frozen in midair, its wing-flapping motion becoming incredibly sluggish. Immediately after, a cold wave descended. It was as if they were suddenly placed in a world of eternal ice, with everything around them coated in thick frost. Thud! The crimson bird was frozen into a giant ice sculpture and plummeted heavily from the sky. Chen arrived in an instant. Inside the thick layer of ice, the crimson bird's eyes had already lost their luster. Its heart, which rivaled a small sun, was also rapidly cooling down, soon extinguished by the bone-chilling cold. The destructive energy within it also dissipated into nothingness. Chen felt a bit surprised. He had not expected the SS-level talent ability, Absolute Cold Domain, to have such terrifying combat effectiveness. He did not even have to make a move. The battle was already over. Though the cost was a bit high, requiring 1,000 ability points each time. Killed a level 5 intermediate Crimson Bird, ability points plus 94. Ability points 4136. To kill this Crimson Bird, he had redeemed the purple dragon armor and used Power of the Flood and Absolute Cold Domain once each. Almost half of the ability points he had painstakingly saved were gone. But looking on the bright side, this battle was not without its gains. At the very least, he knew that in his peak state, he was capable of rivaling a level 5 peak beast. A gap of 2 full major realms could be bridged through equipment and high-level talents. This is the fundamental difference between humans and exotic beasts. The freezing effect of the absolute cold domain could be maintained or retracted at will. Considering that reinforcements might arrive soon, Jai Chen did not want his trump card exposed too early to too many people. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding freezing effect vanished instantly. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. Only a trace of bone-piercing cold remained in the air. Jai Chen approached the crimson bird and brought his fist blade down ruthlessly. The metal arm pierced through the body, and the blades on the gauntlet punctured and shredded its heart. This was to cover up the truth that the crimson bird died from the absolute cold domain. Jai Chen, where are you? Song Yue's voice came from afar, laced with urgency and worry. After settling the girl in sportswear on her armored vehicle, she immediately called for reinforcements. Later, Song Yue saw from a distance that the crimson bird was engaged in a fierce battle high in the sky with a ghostly purple figure. Unable to put her mind at ease regarding Jai Chen's safety, she returned to the small town before the reinforcements arrived. Along the way, Song Yue discovered that the ruined town had been almost leveled to the ground, with shocking signs of battle everywhere. The more she saw, the more restless she felt. With the lingering power of a battle at this level, even she, a level 5 intermediate martial artist, was not confident of surviving, let alone him. However, the next moment, she froze in place, her pupils dilating. That is the crimson bird's carcass. The crimson bird had actually been killed. Who did it? A series of questions swirled in her mind. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind a wall. Sister Song, I am over here. Jai Chen walked out in his true form. The purple dragon armor had shrunk into a purple bracelet worn on his wrist. Jai Chen, are you all right? Song Yue walked up to him, full of pleasant surprise. Let me see, are you hurt anywhere? Jai Chen smiled and said, Sister Song, I am doing just fine. Song Yue, half believing him, placed her hand on him and injected a stream of healing ability into his body, checking him over from head to toe. He really was perfectly fine. Logically, she should be happy about this. But how exactly did Jai Lin manage to survive without a scratch? And who killed the crimson bird? You. Song Yue was interrupted by Jai Chen as soon as she started. When the reinforcements arrive later, just say you killed the crimson bird, all right. Why? Song Yue frowned. Looking into Jai Chen's clear and bright eyes, she suddenly realized something. If another powerhouse had intervened, given Jai Chen's personality, it was impossible for him to suggest she take the credit. The only explanation was that the crimson bird had been killed by him. How is that possible? Song Yue stood rooted to the spot, her eyelashes trembling violently, her pupils shrinking to pinpoints. Even she was no match for this crimson bird. How did Jai Chen manage it? At this moment, she noticed the purple bracelet on Jai Chen's wrist. Knowledgeable as she was, she instantly realized what it was. An armor bracelet. So, the purple figure she saw battling the crimson bird in the sky earlier was none other than Jai Chen. Sister Song, keep this a secret for me, please. I do not want too many people to know about this for now. Song Yue looked at him in silence. After a moment, she nodded slightly, agreeing. I know you do not want to talk about it, so I will not ask. As for the death of the crimson bird, I will take the credit for now. When we return to the military department after the holiday, I will find a way to return this merit to you. No need, it is just an exotic beast. I will kill plenty more in the future. Jai Chen appeared quite magnanimous. Song Yue took a deep breath, then smiled and asked, the merit for killing a level 5 intermediate beast is enough for you to be promoted by a rank. Are you sure you want to just give it to me? Jai Chen paused, very surprised. Killing a level 5 beast is enough to get a military promotion. Is promotion really that easy? Are you stupid? Song Yue playfully poked his forehead with her finger. Do you really think all new recruits are as monstrous as you? Most people are only level 1 martial artists when they enlist. Do you expect them to kill a level 5 beast too? A private needs 2,000 merit points to be promoted to a private first class, and many people have to save for half a year or even a year or two to achieve that. But you just got your rank today, and you are already going to get promoted again. Hearing this, Jai Chen smiled awkwardly. Sister Song, then I take back what I said earlier. If it is convenient, please put the merit on my head later. I really need it. Once promoted to private first class, he could immediately acquire a new talent. This would undoubtedly be a huge boost to his strength. Being a little thick-skinned is fine. Song Yue would not care about that bit of merit anyway. For her, as a medic, saving lives is already a contribution that adds to her own merits. A few minutes later, a combat team arrived at the ruined town. Song Yue had already prepared her story, taking credit for killing the Scarlet Bird herself. The squad leader was a rank 5 high-tier martial artist. After verifying Song Yue's credentials, a flash of surprise could not help but cross his eyes. A medic, and she is this fierce. Besides, judging by the damage to the Scarlet Bird's carcass, her methods were quite ruthless. You really cannot judge a book by its cover. Alright, I have recorded this. Since you are on leave, we will take care of the Scarlet Bird's carcass for you. No problem, Song Yue nodded and agreed. The carcass of a Scarlet Bird did not have much value. After handing it over to the military, it would automatically be converted into achievement points and deposited into her account. She could figure out how to transfer them to Chen later. If there is nothing else, we will be leaving now, as we still have a mission to complete. After exchanging pleasantries, the captain collected the bird's carcass and led his squad away in a hurry. Let us go, too. On the way out of the small town, Song Yue occasionally glanced at Chen beside her. He was clearly just a green recruit who had recently graduated from high school. Who would have thought that he could kill a rank 5 exotic beast all by himself? This little guy really keeps giving people surprises. No, this time it should count as a shock. Sister Song, where did that captain put the Scarlet Bird's carcass? Chen asked out of curiosity. Song Yue snapped back to reality and showed him the ring on her right hand. It is this, a spatial ring. Usually, only squad leaders in combat teams are equipped with them. A spatial ring. That is right, it is actually just a normal ring, imbued with the ability of a high-tier spatial attribute awakener. Song Yue explained patiently. It creates a small pocket dimension inside for storing items, though it only works for inanimate objects. Actually, it is not limited to rings. Any object can achieve the same effect. For example, bracelets, necklaces, or the tactical backpacks used by the military. It is mainly for convenience. Chen had heard of this before, but he had never looked into it in detail. Then how big is the space inside the ring? The size is not fixed. It mostly depends on the ability of the spatial awakener who performed the imbuing. Song Yue shook her hand. Take mine for example, it only has 5 cubic meters of space. Unless you chop the Scarlet Bird into pieces, it would not fit in here. As for that captain just now, his ring probably has about 10 cubic meters, just a guess. Spatial necklaces can store even less, maybe less than 1 cubic meter. It is also related to the size of the object itself. Jai Zinger pondered for a moment and asked, is it because the surface area available to imprint the spatial ability is too small? Very clever, Song Yue praised. The more spatial energy imbued, the larger the interior space created. That is why tactical backpacks are very common on the military front lines. They can have over 100 cubic meters of space, allowing for the transport of heavy weaponry. Chen was a bit tempted. If he had a spatial ring, he could carry his dragon blood spear with him and avoid the awkward situation of having to face an enemy with his bare hands. Sister Song, how much does one like yours cost? If you buy it at the warrior's home, it might cost over 10 million Daxia dollars. It is that expensive. His dragon blood spear was only listed for 12.88 million, and a tiny spatial ring is that expensive too. Song Yue explained, high-tier spatial awakeners are rare, and asking them to perform the imbuing is very costly, so it is no wonder the warrior's home prices them so high. Chen nodded in understanding, but could not hide the disappointment on his face. He did not have that much money to buy a spatial ring for the time being. As for the system shop, currently it only lists weapons and armor. It has not unlocked functional items yet. Song Yue caught the change in his expression. Achievement points can be used to exchange for items in the military resource pool. With your strength, you will be able to afford one before long. Yeah. Jai Chen looked up, the gloom on his face vanishing. Back on the road outside the town, Jai Chen and Song Yue took the driver and passenger seats respectively. The girl in the tracksuit was curled up in the back seat, holding her legs, still appearing to be under the trauma of her brush with death. Song Yue had been worried about Jai Chen's safety earlier and had not had a chance to comfort her. Now she turned around and spoke in a soft, soothing tone. "Do not be afraid. The scarlet bird that was chasing you has been killed. You are safe now." "Really?" The girl asked with a sobbing tone, her body relaxing slightly. She was not as tense as before. "I saw a group of people in military uniforms go in just now. Did they kill the beast?" Song Yue and Jai Chen exchanged a look and smiled. "It was our Daxia soldiers who killed it." The girl was stunned. "Sister, are you also soldiers?" "Yes, could not you tell?" "I can tell now, sister, you are so cool." The girl smiled and her whole body finally relaxed. "By the way, I have not asked for your name yet." "My name is Chen Shi." Song Yue asked again, "What are you doing in a place like this all by yourself? Do not you know how dangerous it is here?" Saving her is one thing, but educating her afterwards is another. Those are two separate matters. Feeling the seriousness in her tone, Chen Shi knew she was in the wrong and could not hide anything, so she told the truth. "Actually, I am a blogger with a few tens of thousands of followers on a social media platform." Song Yue and Jai Chen were not surprised by this. Almost everyone who comes here is an internet influencer looking for exposure. Clearly, Chen Shi was one of them. "You, a rank 2 martial artist, dared to come to the wilderness zone all by yourself." Song Yue's voice was cold, carrying a note of reprimand. Chen Shi stammered for a while before finally telling the truth. "Actually, I knew it was dangerous, but my top donor insisted on me coming here, saying he would protect me." Song Yue arched her brows and demanded, "Then where is he?" "What?" Chen Shi's eyes turned red, and she said with a mix of grievance and anger, "He abandoned me there and ran away all by himself." Song Yue was speechless for a moment. "Did not you think about the consequences before you went out with him?" Chen Shi lowered her head, twisting the corner of her clothes, and muttered, "I wanted to refuse at first, but..." "Did he offer too much?" Jai Chen turned back to look at her. Chen Shi pressed her lips together tightly and nodded gently. "He gave me hundreds of thousands in gifts and promised to give me an elixir later that could help me reach the 3rd rank. I was blinded by the immediate profit, and then..." "When did you arrive, and what did you do?" Chen Shi thought for a moment, "About an hour ago. After entering the small town, he took some portraits of me, and then we found an open space inside to prepare for a picnic. And then that strange bird came." At this point, Chen Shi clenched her fists, hit her thigh hard, and continued through gritted teeth. "Not only did that jerk not care about me, but he actually pushed me towards the monster to buy himself time to run away. If I ever see him again, I will definitely skin him alive." Jai Chen looked strange and said, "Do you have the ability to do that?" Chen Shi's face turned red in a flash. "What rank is he?" Song Yue asked. I think he is a mid-level 4th rank." Chen Shi was not very sure. Jai Chen checked the time. Less than 20 minutes had passed since the incident. "Do you remember which way he escaped?" Chen Shi lowered the car window and pointed to a direction in the north of the ruined town. "He must have gone that way. He brought me here by car, so he might have already returned to the Donglan base city by now." Jai Chen looked at Song Yue. "Sister Song, what is your plan?" Song Yue smiled slightly, having already guessed his intention. "Leave it to me. Fasten your seatbelt and sit tight," Jai Chen immediately reminded Chen Shi. Chen Shi obeyed in a daze. Before she could figure out what was happening, Song Yue had already slammed the accelerator to the floor. The powerful force pushed her back into her seat, almost throwing her out. The seatbelt was digging into her chest, causing her pain. "What are you doing?" Chen Shi's mind raced, and she quickly understood. "Big brother, big sister, are you guys going to help me catch up with that jerk?" Hearing this, Song Yue could not help but raise the corners of her mouth. Jai Chen's face darkened, and he turned back to complain. "Who are you calling big brother? Am I that old?" Chen Shi was a bit confused. "How old are you?" "He just finished high school. How old do you think?" Song Yue could not help but laugh. Only 18, so young. Qinxi's eyes lit up, and she suddenly remembered the scene of Jai Chen confronting the Crimson Flame bird head-on in the ruins earlier. Could a high school graduate really have the guts to go toe-to-toe with a fifth-rank monster? Although she could not understand it, she did not dare to ask any more. Having managed to save her life, if she accidentally dug up some military secrets, she would be set for life in a bad way. There was a fork in the road to the north of the town. The left led to Donglan City, and the right went to Dongyu City. Song Yue steered hard and turned onto the road on the left. Because the way was clear, the speed had already exceeded 200 km/h. Qinxi grabbed the handle tightly, her face pale. She had already been scared speechless. Jai Chen was doing slightly better. After all, he had even experienced high-speed racing on mountain roads, so these planes posed no pressure to him. A dozen minutes later, a red car appeared in the field of view ahead. Song Yue immediately asked, "Take a look and see if that is the car." Qinxi endured the discomfort and looked up, then showed great joy. "That is right, that is him. You two sit tight." Song Yue went full throttle. The armored SUV, which was like a mini tank, turned into a green flash on the highway. Soon she caught up and overtook the red car, successfully intercepting it. "What are you doing? Can you even drive?" An unkempt man stepped out of the red car, looking to be in his 30s. He walked angrily to the front of the armored vehicle and took a peek inside, but found he could not see anything. "Get out of the car." Amidst the man's swearing, Song Yue and Jai Wang stepped out one after another. Qinxi, however, remained in the car due to fear. The moment the man saw Song Yue, his eyes lit up, his expression full of lewdness and malice. Such a beautiful woman was rarely seen. She was even better looking than the streamer he had brought out today. Especially that curvaceous figure, which made him feel the urge to stir. As for the young man with delicate features, he was simply ignored. "Beauty, is there something you need?" The man leaned against the car door, looking at Song Yue lustfully, his eyes scanning her up and down. He had thought today was unlucky, with the prize he had almost caught flying away. Back in the ruined town, he had wanted to set the mood first, before playing with the little streamer. Who would have thought that a fifth-rank Crimson Flame bird would suddenly appear, ruining his fun and almost costing him his own life? He should have just used force. He could have enjoyed himself several times before she was eaten by the bird. And he would not have wasted hundreds of thousands on gifts. But thankfully, heaven had eyes and sent him an even better find. A look of disgust flashed in Song Yue's eyes as she coldly rebuked. "Please show your identification." The man smiled playfully. "Beauty, this is the wilderness zone. You do not need IDs for hotel rooms here." Jai Chen stepped forward with an expressionless face. Song Yue reached out to stop him and shook her head gently. As a soldier, one must not act on impulse. Then she first showed her military ID. "I am an active-duty soldier of the Great Xia military. I suspect you have a suspicious identity, so please present your documents." Hearing this, the man's expression stiffened noticeably. He ran into a tough opponent. He intended to get in the car and run away, but his greedy eyes could not look away from Song Yue. Being daring and lustful, a bold idea crossed his mind. So what if she is a soldier? This is the wilderness zone, where only the strong survive. Whatever your status, it is all about strength here. A young female soldier, I doubt she has much skill. After I am done, I will just kill her. It is not the first time I have disposed of bodies. I am quite proficient at it. Even if the military comes to investigate, they will never find out it was me. Beauty, I am a law-abiding citizen. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? The man smiled and handed over his documents. What? Are you Zhang Shan? Is there a problem? Song Yue frowned as she entered the man's information into the official system to search. Soon, several related charges appeared on the screen. Looking at the content, Song Yue's expression turned icy in an instant. As a wanted fugitive, you have some nerve showing your face in public like this, do not you? Seeing that his identity had been exposed, Zhang Shan simply stopped pretending. So what? He walked over with a lecherous grin. If you be a good girl and let me have some fun, maybe I will consider sparing your life. You think you can? Song Yue unleashed a swift attack, kicking him square in the lower abdomen. Zhang Shan was caught off guard. He scrambled up with a grimace, his eyes filled with wariness. You are actually a Tier 5 martial artist. Song Yue's space ring flickered, and a long sword appeared in her hand. You are a heinous criminal. Starting 3 years ago, you have repeatedly used online channels to tip and befriend female streamers, luring them to the wilderness outside the base city to assault them before brutally murdering them and destroying the evidence. Zhang Shan, do you confess? What are you talking about? I do not understand a word of it. Zhang Shan clutched his abdomen in pain, but stubbornly refused to admit anything. If you are holding a grudge because of what I said earlier, I can apologize. But those ridiculous accusations have nothing to do with me. At this moment, Qin Shi, who had witnessed the whole process, got out of the car. And what about me? With red eyes, she asked angrily. You did not just lure me here for a simple photo shoot and a picnic, did you? Although Zhang Shan had been handsy with her several times while taking pictures earlier, Qin Shi had tolerated it, half reluctantly, considering he was her benefactor. But when Song Yue read out the charges, she suddenly realized that if the Crimson Flame Bird had not interfered, she might have already met a tragic end. Realizing she had just brushed with death, the anger in Qin Shi's heart now outweighed her fear of Zhang Shan. Of course, it was Song Yue and Jai Chen who gave her that confidence. Seeing Qin Shi, Zhang Shan's pupils shrank, and he stood frozen in place. How are you still alive? What? Disappointed that I am not dead. Impossible. That Crimson Flame Bird was at least Tier 5 intermediate. How did you survive? Zhang Shan was shocked, finding it hard to believe. Suddenly, he looked sharply at Song Yue. Did you save her? Now that both the witness and the evidence are here, what else do you have to argue? Song Yue said in an icy voice. Either surrender now and I will take you back to Dongyu to face legal judgment, or you can resist and bear the consequences. Zhang Shan bowed his head and pondered for a long time. Finally, he raised his hands and gave a helpless, bitter smile. I will go with you, but... Right at that moment, he suddenly turned around and grabbed the red sedan, throwing it at Song Yue and the others. Immediately after, a violent gale swept through the surroundings. It was a wind attribute, innate talent. Goodbye, you better pray I do not catch you later, otherwise. Ha. Zhang Shan's wanton laughter echoed in the gale as he moved further away. Damn it. Song Yue gritted her teeth, her face full of frustration and regret. He actually escaped. She was about to get in the car to pursue him, but saw a purple flash of lightning streak past her. It was Jai Chen, who had already donned his purple jiao armor. Sister Song, do you want him dead or alive? Song Yue's eyes turned cold as she shouted at Jai Chen's retreating back. Do whatever it takes to kill him. I will take full responsibility for the consequences. Hearing this, Jai Chen curled his lips into a smile, pushed his speed to the limit, and streaked off along the trail of the wind. By now, the primal power had worn off. However, this time he had his long spear in hand, enough to kill a mere Tier 4 martial artist. A moment later, he discovered Zhang Shan's whereabouts. The latter thought he had escaped, never expecting that a heart-stopping aura was rapidly closing in from behind. Zhang Shan looked back, only to see a suit of purple armor that looked like the shed skin of a dragon. Who are you? Jai Chen hovered in the air, a youthful, handsome face revealed beneath his helmet. Zhang Shan was startled. It is you. His attention had been entirely on Song Yue, and he had completely failed to notice that this seemingly insignificant boy actually had the strength of a Tier 3 peak. You dare to chase me all by yourself. You are truly courting death. Confirming the opponent's level was lower than his own, Zhang Shan's intent to kill surfaced instantly. Die! 2 gusts of wind rose beneath his feet, lifting him into the air, while a cold gleaming short blade appeared in his hand. With the aid of his wind attribute ability, Zhang Shan lunged forward with blinding speed. A look of disdain flashed in Jai Chen's eyes. Using a short weapon against a long one, it is hard to say if he is stupid or just overconfident. He instantly crouched, his spear tip appearing like a cold star, piercing out at a tricky angle, the vibrating spear shaft spawning 9 ghostly images. This is the first form of the A-grade spear technique, Frozen Flash Breaking Dawn. Although still in the proficiency stage, its power is already a notch above the mastered B-grade martial art, Sun-Piercing Thrust. The razor-sharp spear intent pushed forward, easily knocking the short blade from Zhang Shan's hand. As the saying goes, every extra inch of length provides an extra inch of power. With a 2.8-meter spear in hand, unless the opponent has the strength to completely crush him, they will not even be able to get close. And Zhang Shan is nothing more than a desperate criminal, built on time and resources. Even though he is a Tier 4 intermediate, his actual combat effectiveness is far from adequate. The spear point pierced through Zhang Shan's collarbone, blood gushing out. Just a fraction closer, and that thrust would have slashed his throat. Realizing the situation was dire, Zhang Shan endured the pain and turned to flee again. Chen simply watched him quietly, with the calm and relaxed demeanor of a cat playing with a mouse. "I did not say you could leave." After the man had escaped a certain distance, he gathered all his strength, pointed his spear toward the sky, the tip erupting with bone-chilling cold, and then slashed down with force. A massive frost-white blade of energy slashed out with a sound of tearing air. The fourth form of the Frozen Flash Spear, Frost Sky Splitting Void. The blow was simply too fast for Zhang Shan to even react. The frost-white blade instantly sliced through his flesh. Zhang Shan let out a shrill scream, followed by a total loss of strength, falling from the sky to the ground. Chen landed beside him, his eyes staring coldly at him. "Please, I know I was wrong. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and never hurt anyone again." "You do not know you were wrong, you just know you are about to die." Chen's voice was cold and biting. "Go to hell and repent slowly." With that, he slowly raised his long spear. The cold star-tipped spear point expanded in Zhang Shan's desperate pupils before plunging into his skull. Zhang Shan's whole body convulsed wildly, his eyes bulging as if they would pop out, his mouth wide open, but he could not make a sound. Only a rattling breath squeezed from deep in his throat, mixed with the sound of blood bubbles bursting. Chen held the spear until Zhang Shan's body stopped trembling completely. Those eyes filled with terror were still wide open, reflecting his own indifferent face. He slowly pulled out the long spear, the tip trailing long, thin strings of viscous brain matter. Finally, it dripped onto the face of the dead man. After taking photos as evidence, Chen turned and walked away indifferently. He had killed countless beasts, but this was his first time killing a human. It did not feel like anything special. Perhaps it was because Zhang Shan was such a heinous criminal, worse than any beast, that he remained extraordinarily calm from start to finish. His heart did not ripple in the slightest. "Well, big sister, he has been gone for so long. Do you think something might have happened to him?" She gazed in the direction Chen had left, a look of worry appearing on her face. If it were before today, Song Yue might have felt the same way. But Chen had even managed to slay a Tier 5 intermediate scarlet flame bird, so how could a mere Zhang Shan possibly threaten him? "Do not worry, he will be fine." A few minutes later, Chen returned the way he came to meet up with Song Yue and the others. Seeing the residue on the tip of his spear, Song Yue already understood the outcome. "Does this need to be reported?" No, Zhang Shan was a man who deserved to die anyway. Rather than wasting time handing him over for a trial just so he could linger a few more days, it is better to execute him on the spot. Then what about the warrant for his arrest? Since you took photos as evidence, just synchronize the news to the official system later. Chen noted this down. A soldier's duty is to protect the safety of the citizens of Daxia. One must never bully the weak or kill the innocent. But someone like Zhang Shan, who has already committed capital crimes, is an exception. If necessary, soldiers also have the authority to execute criminals on their own. After getting into the car, Chen pulled out a space ring he had scavenged from Zhang Shan. "Sister Song, how do you use this thing?" "Is this Zhang Shan's?" "Yes, there might be some criminal evidence and stolen goods inside, so I brought it back. This belongs to your legitimate war spoils. Just keep it yourself. No need to hand it over to the state." Saying this, Song Yue took the ring and examined it. This is the lowest grade of space ring. It only has about 3 cubic meters of internal space, barely enough to store your long spear. Jai Chen's face lit up with joy. That was truly easy to come by. Song Yue returned the ring to him and said, "As for how to use it, this kind of low-level space ring has no restrictions. Anyone can open it. Press the groove on the inside, calm your mind, and inject a wisp of your mental power to feel it." Jai Chen followed her instructions. Soon, he found that he had established a connection with the space inside the ring, and his mind could sense the items stored within. However, after looking inside, he could not help but feel nauseous. That Zhang Shan was truly an out-and-out pervert. Aside from 2 weapons, a set of armor, and a few bottles of unidentified potions, everything else had nothing to do with martial arts cultivation. They were all intimate garments belonging to women, presumably stripped from his victims to satisfy his own twisted desires. There were also some strange-looking objects. Although Jai Chen did not know what they were, he could guess that these were tools Zhang Shan used to toy with and torture his female victims. "What is wrong?" Seeing his brow furrowed, Song Yue asked. "Nothing," Jai Chen shook his head, unwilling to elaborate. Song Yue did not press him. She turned to Qin Shi and said, "We still have business in Dongyu, so we will not be able to take you back to Donglan. Shall I arrange a car for you?" "No trouble at all. I do not have many people at home anyway, so I can just spend some time in Dongyu to relax and visit my cousin who is studying there." Song Yue murmured an okay and started the car, turning toward Dongyu base city. 3 hours later, a magnificent city appeared at the end of the road. Qin Shi looked curiously out the window. What a high city wall. It truly lives up to its reputation as the largest city in the East. Vehicles entering the city were required to undergo routine inspections. This was to prevent those with malicious intent from bringing beasts or harmful materials into the city and causing chaos. However, since Song Yue's armored vehicle carried military license plates, the city guards let them pass directly. After entering the city, Qin Shi got off at the entrance of a second-tier martial arts university. That is where her cousin studied. "What about you? Where are you planning to go?" Song Yue looked at Jai Chen. After a moment of silence, Jai Chen said, "Take me to Dongyu Martial Arts University." "Oh, that female classmate of yours studies at Dongyu Martial Arts University. It seems she must have excellent grades." "She is not a student there. She just said she would be coming to Dongyu Martial Arts University to attend an exchange meeting in the next few days." "An exchange meeting?" Song Yue looked thoughtful. "I think I have heard of this. It is said that the president of Dongyu Martial Arts University initiated it, and the 7 major base cities in the East will each send their most outstanding students." Jai Chen was curious, what is the format exactly? Is it a seminar? There will certainly be seminars, and perhaps they will arrange for grandmasters to personally perform and impart their insights on martial arts. Surely it is more than that. If it were just grandmasters demonstrating, how could Yun Muxu and her senior disciples possibly be interested? Their master is one of the 12 war sovereigns of the Tiangsu Institute, a god of war-level powerhouse. Mere grandmasters would not catch their eye. Of course, Song Yue nodded and continued. According to tradition, there will definitely be a series of tournaments where students from various schools can compete to improve their skills. Also, this time there is an additional extreme challenge tournament. They say the reward for the final winner is especially tempting. What kind of reward? Jai Chen's curiosity was piqued. Song Yue rolled her eyes. "Do you think I know everything? If you want to know what the reward is, go ask yourself." "Oh, then you should at least know the rules of this extreme challenge, right? It is basically a trial in a secret realm where everyone who enters is suppressed to the same realm. Then, they have to rely on their own skills to kill beasts, seize treasures, and whoever has the highest score within the time limit wins." "I see. It seems Yun Muxu and the others are aiming for that ultimate prize. Whatever it is that could entice students from the Tiangsu Institute, Jai Chen found himself looking forward to it even more. "We are here." Song Yue parked the car at the entrance of Dongyu Martial University. "Just watch the exchange meeting for fun, but whatever you do, do not get involved." "I understand." Jai Chen bid her farewell, then got out of the car and walked straight toward the university gates. This school was his dream university for many years. All the hard work and sweat he poured in during his student days were to achieve this goal. Who would have thought that the first time he set foot on campus, it would not be as a student? Looking at everything on campus, Chen could not help but sigh with emotion. Fate is truly mysterious. It is just unfathomable. Damn it, who the hell is so blind? A drunken blonde boy was not looking where he was going and bumped straight into Chen, who was standing there taking in the view. The blonde boy stumbled forward a few steps. Holding a bottle in his hand, he pointed angrily at the person in front of him. Just as he was about to swear, his drunkenness suddenly vanished. He shook his head hard, and a face he remembered all too well came into view. Chen, it is actually you. Chen stared at the blonde boy with a cold expression. He did not expect to run into Hao here, the eldest son of his uncle Zhiji. Ever since he cut ties with the Zhai family, he had stopped following any news about the Zhai group or the family members. His memory of Hao was still stuck on the day of the talent awakening ceremony. As a top student who scored 908 on the college entrance exam, Hao unexpectedly awakened a D-grade light-based talent, essentially becoming a useless desk lamp. Too arrogant to accept the result, he caused a scene at the event and was eventually sentenced to 7 days in detention for disturbing the peace. This farce cost him his chance at the sacred Martial University. Who would have guessed that someone with such a black mark on their record would still have the chance to be admitted to Dongyu Martial University, one of the top 4? Chen could not help but shake his head and sneer. It seems the Zhai group put in a lot of effort behind the scenes. I heard you failed both of your awakenings. Hao curled his lips in mockery. How pathetic. If I were as useless as you, I would have killed myself long ago. Why would I even bother staying alive? You are still the same as before, Chen said with a detached look, just as arrogant and self-righteous. The Zhai family spent a fortune to get him into Dongyu Martial University, yet Hao showed no desire to improve himself. It was obvious from his shaky gait and sallow complexion. This guy must have been drinking and partying every day since starting university, completely wasting his cultivation. I really do not know how he managed to rank in the top 10 in Donglan City. Upon hearing this, Hao burst into laughter. You have the nerve to judge me. If my parents had not kindly adopted you, you would have starved to death on the street. Chen shook his head gently. I could have survived just fine without the Zhai family, but as for you, that is not so certain. His tone was filled with disdainful mockery, making Hao feel incredibly uncomfortable. Because Chen's words hit exactly where it hurt. Without the Zhai family, without his father Zhiji feeding him resources and paving his way since childhood, Zhang would be nothing. So what? At least I have a better life than you. Unlike you, you have been a stray dog without a father or mother since you were little. Hao became more agitated as he spoke, spitting while he talked, his breath reeking of alcohol. Yes, my talent is indeed poor, and I fell behind my classmates quickly after starting at Dongyu Martial University. But no matter how bad I am still better than a useless nobody like you. I know you have always wanted to apply to Dongyu Martial University since you were little, right? Hao was triumphant. He spread his arms with his back to the campus, wearing a petty, gloating expression as he jeered. But what is the result? The one attending Dongyu Martial University is me, not you. The thing you dreamed of is within my easy reach. Does not it make you angry? Ha 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 ha. Chen remained calm, completely unmoved. I am not angry at all, I just feel sorry for you. In his eyes, Bufin was just a clown, not even worth getting angry over. Chen, have you gone mad? You call me pathetic, but what about you? A useless piece of trash with no talent at all. Even the lowest tier martial arts university would not want you. Tell me honestly, are you working as an apprentice at some gym, getting ordered around like a dog all day? Ha 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 ha, no wonder you ran to our school. Is life so miserable that you wanted to come look at the place you used to dream about for some pitiful comfort? Zhang Ziyan ignored him and walked right past him. The arrogant expression on Hao's face froze instantly. He stood there stiffly, at a loss for what to do. The wine bottle slipped from his hand and shattered on the ground with a loud crash. Why? What kind of look was that he gave me just now? He had seen the exact same look on someone else before. That person's name was Mu Chuan, the top scorer in Donglan City's college entrance exam, who had since been admitted to the sacred Martial University in the capital. When he first entered high school, Jai Hao was very arrogant, thinking he could do whatever he wanted on campus. Until he angered Mu Chuan. After being knocked down by that guy in a single move, Mu Chuan looked down at him with the exact same expression Jai Chen just had. It was like a god looking down at a tiny ant. Jai Hao clenched his fists, endless anger rising in his eyes. He admitted he was inferior to Mu Chuan. He accepted that. But who does Jai Chen think he is? What right does he have to be so arrogant and dare to disregard me like that? Jai Chen, you stay right there. Jai Hao's roar echoed across the campus, quickly attracting a crowd of passing students to stop and watch. Look, is not that Jai Hao from the freshman class? It really is him. Wonder what kind of drunken madness he is up to this time. That guy is something else. He only awakened a D-grade talent and barely managed to get into our Dongyu Martial Arts University through family connections, yet he never shows up for class and just spends his time fooling around outside campus. It is probably because he cannot handle the gap between reality and his expectations, so he is trying to escape. But I heard he has already reached level 1 intermediate in the 2 months since enrollment. His strength seems decent, does not it? He is just a pill-fed kid whose progress is bought with resources, all show and no substance. I bet he has not even killed a single exotic beast so far. Just then, someone noticed Jai Chen standing opposite Jai Hao. Who is that guy? Do not know, he is a new face. I just heard Jai Hao call his name. Jai Chen, was it? A freshman from Donglan City stepped forward. I know him. Jai Chen is the adopted son of Jai Hao's parents, and word is they are actually cousins by blood. So is Jai Chen a student here too? No, he failed his martial arts awakening twice, a scandal that caused quite a stir back then. Nobody knew where he went after that. Whoa, looking at this, it seems Jai Hao is about to make a move. Jai Hao might be a total loser, but he is at least a level 1 intermediate martial artist. I think that guy named Jai Chen is in for a world of hurt. Should we go over and stop them? Forget it, this is their family business, after all. It is not our place as outsiders to get involved. Jai Chen, you made me lose all face at the family banquet that night, but times have changed. I am a level 1 intermediate martial artist now, and the gap between us is like a chasm. Jai Hao shouted coldly. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the Jai family, you ungrateful wretch. Jai Chen's eyes turned icy cold. The foundation of the Jai family was built by my grandfather's own hands. What right do you have to represent it? Your grandfather, that old man is long dead. Everything the Jai family owns will be mine soon enough. Jai Hao's arrogance was so extreme that even the students watching from the side could not stand it. Jai Hao, if you keep making a scene like this, you are going to tarnish the school's reputation. Do you want me to call a teacher over right now? I am disciplining my own disobedient stray dog. Why do you care? Get lost before I start dealing with you too. The companion of the person who just spoke quickly whispered a warning. Forget it, Jai Hao relies on his family's money and has several upperclassmen protecting him. Do not provoke him. He is just a dog using his master's power. Despite his resentment, the person gave up the idea of standing up for Jai Chen. Better to stay out of trouble. If you want to fight, give me 1 minute. Jai Chen said to Jai Hao with an expressionless face. The latter curled his lips in a mocking grin, what scared, planning to call for backup. I am doing this for your own good. After saying that, Jai Chen looked toward the crowd. Is there anyone here with a healing type ability? The crowd looked at each other, confused by Jai Chen's intent. After a few seconds of silence, no one responded. Jai Chen whispered, I guess not. Then he walked toward a girl with a high ponytail nearest to him. Classmate, I am a visitor here. Could you please contact your school clinic and tell them someone is seriously injured and needs immediate treatment? What? The girl looked blank, thinking she had misheard him. Are you sure? The girl pulled out her phone and found the number for the school clinic. Call them, tell them to get here as fast as possible, otherwise, someone might die. The girl frowned, dialed the number, and looked completely bewildered. At the same time, Jai Chen turned to face Jai Hao with a calm expression. You do not mind waiting a little longer, do you? Jai Hao sneered, so you are chickening out before the fight even starts, terrified of being beaten to death by me, so you have even ordered an ambulance in advance. Jai Chen smiled slightly and ignored him. Fine, let us wait for the ambulance to arrive before we start. In case you turn out to be too fragile and accidentally die, I do not want to get into trouble with the school. The atmosphere at the scene felt heavy and suffocating. Everyone waited in silence to see what would happen next. 3 minutes later, an ambulance drove over from inside the school. Jai Chen's mouth curved upward, and he cast a provocative look at Jai Hao. Jai Hao instantly turned betrayed and lunged at Jai Chen with a punch. However, the punch he thought was powerful enough to beat Jai Chen to death was caught in midair by Jai Chen's single hand. The terrifying strength that left him unable to struggle brought back unpleasant memories of the night the exam results were posted. That night, he had also been the one to attack first, and he had been held by the wrist in that exact same way. 3 months had passed. Everything seemed to have changed, yet somehow nothing had. How is this possible? Jai Hao's pupils dilated, his eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. He was a level 1 intermediate martial artist. How could the strength of this loser be so immense? So strong that he felt like he could not breathe. He could not help but feel a terrifying realization that he was facing an impossible enemy. What on earth was going on? How are you? Jai Chen looked cold and stern. What is your crime for attacking an active-duty Daxia soldier? The moment he finished speaking, he delivered a kick, landing squarely in Jai Hao's chest. Jai Hao instantly went flying like a cannonball, landing perfectly in front of the ambulance. Jai Hao lay on the ground, his limbs twisted, motionless and barely breathing. The doctors from the school clinic immediately got out to help. All ribs broken, lungs pierced, severe organ damage, signs of massive internal bleeding. Hurry, his vital signs are fading rapidly. A doctor immediately injected healing energy into Jai Hao's body to keep him alive for the moment. Follow-up treatment would have to be performed at the hospital. Watching the ambulance take Jai Hao away, the surrounding students were already stunned speechless. Who said he failed his talent awakening? To be able to cripple a level 1 intermediate like Jai Hao with one kick, this Jai Chen must be at least a level 1 advanced martial artist, right? Do not talk nonsense. I am level 1 advanced, and while Jai Hao is trash, he is not made of tofu. It should not be that easy. An upperclassman noticed the subtle truth and said, the precision of the force Jai Chen exerted in that kick was incredible. Any heavier and Jai Hao would have died on the spot. What do you mean, senior? The upperclassman took a deep breath. His strength is far beyond Jai Hao's. Could he be level 1 peak? His. The crowd gasped in unison. Is not he a high school graduate from this year? At most, he has only had 3 months of formal training, and he has already reached the peak of level 1. The only ones who could achieve this are those S-grade super geniuses in our school. Classmate Jai Chen, excuse me, which school are you currently attending? Jai Chen replied coldly. I serve in the Donglan Military Reconnaissance Battalion. After saying that, he turned and left Dongyu Martial Arts University, leaving behind nothing but an aloof and upright silhouette. Upon hearing his answer, the crowd looked at each other in astonishment, caught in a moment of blank confusion. What on earth? The Donglan Army Reconnaissance Battalion. Is not that an elite special operations unit within the military? If he joined the army after the college entrance exam, he should barely have finished basic training by now. If I remember correctly, the Reconnaissance Battalion is an assembly of geniuses from the entire military, and they start at the rank of a Tier 4 martial artist. Stop joking, how could that guy Jai Chen possibly be a Tier 4 martial artist? Cultivating to Tier 4 in 3 months, haha, even novels would not dare to write it like that. In my opinion, he is just showing off. I actually had a good impression of him, but I did not expect him to be this kind of person. He is no better than Jai Hao. He has got a lot of nerve. If the military finds out he is faking his identity, he is going to be in big trouble and get his status stripped. After the farce just now, Jai Chen lost his interest in touring the campus. He learned that the exchange meeting would not officially open until tomorrow, and since it was already quite late, he found a place to stay nearby. It was a rather grand martial arts gym named Da Martial Arts Gym. Jai Chen booked a gravity training room. Sleeping was out of the question. All he had in his eyes was killing exotic beasts and cultivation. Gravity training room, as the name suggests, allows you to set the multiplier of the gravity field inside the room, stimulating your potential to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Unlike standard training rooms, the floor of a gravity training room is paved with a special type of material. It feels quite soft when you step on it. After entering the room, Jai Chen looked around. It was a square room of about 50 square meters. With black walls on all four sides, the room appeared exceptionally empty. He walked to the center of the room and sat down on the floor. He Bao activate double gravity. When checking in, the staff told him that He Bao was the nickname for the gym's AI, and any request could be made by voice command. Actually, Jai Chen really wanted to complain to them directly. Given how imposing and magnificent the gym's name was, why did they have to give their AI such a awkward name? Are they going for a cute contrast? But the promotional poster he saw in the lobby clearly showed that the owner of Da Martial Arts Gym was a tough guy as strong as an ox. Alright master, double gravity has been activated. If you feel uncomfortable, you can ask me to stop anytime. Jai Chen completely lost his composure. The speaker had an extremely deep, middle-aged male voice, though the tone was typical robotic AI. The combination of the two sounded so discordant that it gave him goosebumps. This must be the voice of the gym owner himself, right? Jai Chen frowned and muttered to himself, no wonder the place is so deserted and cheap. It turns out it is specifically designed to torture customers. Since he was already here, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue his cultivation. Anyway, as long as he did not actively wake the AI, he would not have to hear that disgusting voice. He began to calm his mind and slowly feel the effect of double gravity. The most obvious change was that his limbs felt significantly heavier, as if he were constantly carrying a load equivalent to his own body weight. At the same time, the pressure on his bones and joints had also doubled. Gradually, Jai Chen's breathing and heart rate began to accelerate. He did not rush to start his training, but spent some time adapting first. It does not seem that uncomfortable, actually. He Bao increased to 4 times gravity. Alright master, 4 times gravity has been enabled for you. Keep it up, I believe in you. Jai Chen gritted his teeth, the immense pressure on his spine forcing him to lean forward slightly. Furthermore, his internal organs were suddenly under such heavy pressure that they were on the verge of their limit, almost collapsing and causing internal bleeding. Fortunately, what he was practicing was the universe creation method. The core of this extraordinary level technique was to cultivate the internal organs and the body's acupoints into a star. Although he was still in the early stages, the toughness of his organs was already far beyond that of martial artists at his level. In the end, the 4 times gravity was only uncomfortable at the very moment it started, as his body organs had no time to prepare. But as long as he adapted, he could continuously endure this high-pressure environment. It is my first time in a gravity training room, so I should not be too aggressive. I will start with 4 times. Jai Chen gave up the plan to further adjust the gravity multiplier. He began to devote himself entirely to his cultivation. The night passed. Jai Chen stood up and stretched his limbs. He, who originally found it extremely difficult to even walk, was now moving freely. My cultivation has clearly improved. I wonder what the effect will be if I practice martial arts in this environment. Jai Chen stood still in the room, entered a meditative state, and practiced the meteor fist according to the golden figure in his mind. Soon his forehead and back were soaked with sweat. It is indeed still quite strenuous. Jai Chen finished the last move and withdrew his fists, standing tall. Immediately after, he pressed his space ring, and a long spear appeared in his hand. The 4 times gravity was not only targeting him. The 88-kilogram dragon blood bone piercing spear was also subjected to the 4 times gravity. In other words, the spear currently weighed 352 kilograms. If he were still a Tier 1 martial artist, he certainly would not have been able to wield such a heavy spear. But now he was a peak Tier 3 martial artist. This bit of weight was naturally nothing. Continue. Chen gritted his teeth, wielding the long spear with ease, sending outbursts of piercing sounds as it sliced through the air. At the same time, his legs, which felt as heavy as lead, moved rapidly, flashing and shifting with the changes in his spear techniques. After finishing a complete set of martial arts practice, Chen was gasping for air, sweating like rain. Refreshing. After a short rest, he dived into the next round of practice, his expression completely immersed.
What?
The afternoon of the next day. A group of 4 entered Dongyu-based city in a mysterious and low-profile manner. The man in the lead was dressed in snow white, his long, flowing hair dancing lightly in the breeze. Though clearly a man, he possessed an enchanting face that made it difficult to tell his gender. His skin was so fair it was nearly translucent, as if sculpted from the finest mutton fat jade. This whiteness was not the pallor of sickness, but rather a transcendent, ethereal glow, making him 3 parts more beautiful than even the most stunning woman. Following behind him was a scrawny, somber-faced youth with heterochromatic eyes. The boy hid in the shadow of the enchanting youth, his raven-black hair falling like a waterfall, covering half his face. His left eye was like congealed blood-red amber, his right eye like a cold, dark pool, his skin pale, with faint grayish-blue markings on his cheekbones. The corners of his mouth habitually turned down, carrying an air of alienation and world-weariness that kept others at a distance. The boy was wrapped in a large black robe, its edges frayed and stained with mottled, dark red smudges. It was unclear if they were dried blood or old paint. The 2 moved one after the other, one black and one white, forming a sharp contrast. And behind them was a much more harmonious and normal sight. 2 tall young women walked hand in hand, smiling brightly and behaving affectionately. One of them wore a high ponytail and an ink green martial outfit, possessing the charm of a swordswoman from a classic drama. In contrast, the other was a breathtaking beauty, with skin as white as snow and eyebrows like distant hills. She had long, silvery white hair that reached her waist, making her the center of attention wherever she went. Little junior sister, if I recall correctly, your family is quite wealthy, right? The girl with the high ponytail asked with a grin. Yun Muxu looked at the senior sister beside her, whose name was Deng Moli, with a cautious expression. Not at all, I am quite poor. I only have a few 100,000 left in my account. Deng Moli was overjoyed at this news. Her eyes sparkled as she nodded excitedly. That is enough. Come with me shopping, you're paying. Deng Moli clearly did not notice the resentful little expression on Yun Muxu's face. Looking at the bustling scene before her, she muttered to herself. Sigh, it has been 2.5 years since I last came to the city to buy a pretty dress. I must have missed so many new styles. I have to take this chance to make up for it. The corners of Yun Muxu's eyes drooped into an innocent arc, like a kitten that had its tail stepped on, her watery eyes filled with grievance. But senior sister, do not you already have hundreds of dresses in your storage ring? I have never even seen you wear them. What would a little girl like to know? Deng Moli reached out and poked Yun Muxu's fair, bouncy, collagen-rich cheek. This is called being prepared. I might not wear them, but I cannot be without them. After saying this, she dragged Yun Muxu into a bustling, crowded commercial street. Senior sister, should not we tell the senior brother? Plus, we have to attend the opening ceremony of the Dongyu Martial Arts Exchange meeting tonight. Oh, that sort of thing is just a formality. What is there to attend? Better to just focus on shopping with me. Yun Muxu could not refuse at all, because every step she took was not of her own volition. Senior sister, slow down. Time is tight and the task is heavy. We have to finish here quickly to get to the next mall. Deng Moli looked at the pre-planned guide on her phone, her tone filled with an inexplicable sense of urgency. Just like someone who had not eaten in days, searching everywhere for food. Yun Muxu offered a helpless smile. She wondered if her wallet could withstand senior sister Deng's spending spree. When did those 2 leave? The youth, as handsome as a demon, looked back at the somber boy with a warm, sunshine-like smile on his face. At 1:43:57, the somber boy replied in a raspy, stiff tone. The youth shook his head and laughed. Since you knew, why did not you tell me? I thought you knew. Whether I knew or not, could not you have taken the initiative to say something to me? The youth touched his forehead, his expression filled with helplessness. His main purpose for leading the team to this exchange meeting was to help the newly enrolled junior sister, Yun Muksu, compete for the ultimate reward of the extreme challenge, the life fruit. It is rumored that the president of Dongyu Martial Arts Academy ventured deep into the wilderness-restricted area to harvest it from an ancient tree of life. The life fruit is an extremely rare and precious treasure. Especially for low-level martial artists, its effects are particularly significant. It not only greatly enhances strength, but also grants the user a baptism of life force. It allows them to complete an entire leap in their life level. Simply put, it is the evolution from a normal human into a higher-level life form. However, the life fruit does not have this miraculous effect on everyone. The higher the cultivation level and the longer one practices martial arts, the more deeply rooted the impurities in the body become, making them difficult to clear. This is why it is so difficult for peak Grandmaster level powerhouses to break through to the God of War level. The evolution of the life level is a massive project that requires a great deal of time and energy to comprehend and break through. It involves bit by bit removing the characteristics of a lower level life form within the body to achieve a state of perfection, thereby moving toward a higher life form. Therefore, the benefits of the life fruit for high-level martial artists are very low. One could even say they are negligible. Beginners who have just stepped into the path of martial arts, on the other hand, have purer bodies and can complete the evolution more easily. If this is successful, it means the user will not encounter any bottlenecks in their future cultivation to the Grandmaster level and will have a chance to reach the God of War level directly. Perhaps even, they might experience another leap in life level once they reach the breakthrough stage for the God of War level. The immense benefits of this go without saying. In truth, exchange meetings between martial arts universities are held every year. But this is the first time in years that the scale has been this large, and that even the Tianshu Academy has been alarmed. The reason is simple: everyone is here to fight for that life fruit.
What?
Hua Suyai looked at the gloomy junior brother before him, feeling a massive headache. Originally, as the eldest disciple, he was supposed to be the sole representative from the Tianshuan Academy, leading only the junior sister Yun Muksu to this exchange conference. But right before they departed, Deng Moli made such a fuss that she insisted on tagging along. The teachers were so annoyed by her noise that they eventually gave in. As for the junior brother Li Jin right in front of him, he had been forcibly added to the team by his master. Moreover, his master had entrusted him with a task even more difficult than obtaining the fruit of life. It was to get his introverted and gloomy junior brother to socialize more, talk more, and try every possible means to make him more cheerful. In fact, Li Jin had been quite cooperative along the way. He answered every question asked. It is just that he never initiated a conversation. And he spoke in such a robotic, concise way, like a machine devoid of emotions. Just as Hua Suyai was feeling troubled, he suddenly spotted a convenience store not far away on the side of the road. He rummaged through his pockets for a moment, pulled out a 100 yuan note, and handed it to Li Jin. "Go buy me 2 bottles of water, make sure they are chilled." Li Jin looked at the banknote in his hand, his eyes showing a touch of unfamiliarity, but he chose to follow the instruction. 1 minute later, he walked out of the store holding 2 bottles of mineral water and handed them to Hua Suyai without saying a word. The latter raised an eyebrow. "Where is the change?" "What change?" "The change from the money." Li Jin looked puzzled. He pointed at the 2 bottles in Hua Suyai's hand and emphasized, "Water bought." Hua Suyai took a deep breath, repeatedly reminding himself in his heart not to get angry. However, he simply could not help it. He unscrewed the cap with one hand and poured the cold water over Li Jin's head. "I only brought 100 yuan for this entire trip, and you squandered it all on just 2 bottles of water. Junior sister has money." Li Jin kept his head down, continuing with his robotic replies. "You know junior sister has money." Hua Suyai laughed out of anger. "As the senior brother, how can I bring myself to spend her money? Senior sister Deng does." Hua Suyai grabbed his hair in frustration. Talking to this kid could drive someone to their grave. "Go get the money back for me." "What money?" Li Jin looked up at him. 2 bottles of water cost 4 yuan in total, You gave the boss 100. Should not you ask for the rest back? Oh. Li Jin turned around and walked back into the convenience store. At the checkout counter, a young girl in her early 20s with a sweet appearance was playing on her phone. Give me money. The hoarse voice carried a spine-chilling, ghostly coldness. The girl looked up to see a strange-looking youth standing there, his hair covering half his face. The scariest part was his exposed left eye, which looked like blood-red amber, nothing like a normal person's. Yoons, who are you? The girl stood up, her voice trembling. Give me money. Li Jin repeated the words. The girl felt her scalp tingle, and she instinctively backed away until she hit the cabinet behind her. What do you want? Are you here to rob the store? Give me money. Li Jin slammed his hands on the counter. His tone grew agitated, and his voice sounded increasingly harsh and grating. His action immediately sent the girl into a scream. Okay, I will give it to you right away. Terrified, she tremblingly pulled open the cash drawer, grabbed a handful of cash, and threw it onto the counter. Then she retreated to a corner, covering her head with her hands, trembling and crying for mercy. All of these are for you. Please, just do not hurt me. Li Jin stared at her for a moment, a trace of confusion appearing on his cold face. Then, looking at the pile of cash on the counter, he carefully picked out a few notes that added up to exactly 96 yuan. I only want these. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Hua Suyai hurried into the store. Help! The cashier girl, as if she had grabbed a lifeline, immediately shouted for help. However, the next moment, she saw the handsome youth place his hand on the shoulder of the robber. An unprecedented sense of fear and despair took over. They are actually accomplices. The girl collapsed to the floor, her phone slipping from her hand as she tried to call the police. This shop was in a rather secluded location. At that moment, only she and the two robbers were in the store. The girl buried her head in her knees, crying and praying they would just take the money and leave without hurting her. Hua Suyai noticed the cashier's reaction and could not help but look confused. What on earth is going on? He sternly demanded an explanation from Li Jin. The latter pointed at the excess cash on the counter, feeling somewhat wronged. I wanted money, she did not give it. I asked again, she gave it. There was extra, I did not take it, she cried. Li Jin blurted out, one word at a time. Perhaps realizing he was in the wrong, he had said more in one go than ever before. But even so, Hua Suyai was still completely baffled. What is all this? Is my junior brother testing my reading comprehension? Miss, we're not bad people. There must be some misunderstanding here. Could you stand up and tell me exactly what happened? The girl looked up with teary eyes. The handsome youth wore a friendly and kind smile, attempting to dispel the fear in her heart. But to her, it might just be the smile of a devil. She remained on the floor in a defensive posture, every nerve taut. He is my younger brother. He has not been quite right in the head since childhood and has not socialized much. If he offended or scared you in any way, I apologize on his behalf, all right. Seeing his sincerity, the girl finally shed some of her concerns. Are you telling the truth? Absolutely, Hua Suyai smiled. Do I not look like a good person? The girl stood up and recounted the sequence of events. After hearing her side, a question arose in Hua Suyai's mind. You mean you had never seen him before this? The girl nodded heavily. He burst in suddenly. It was so scary, and he kept repeating that I should give him money. How could I not be scared? Hua Suyai frowned slightly and turned to Li Jin. Who did you buy those 2 bottles of water from? Li Jin said, nobody, I bought them myself. And the 100 yuan? I put it there. Li Jin pointed to a specific spot on the counter. Just then, the girl picked up a 100 yuan note from the floor. Is this it? Li Jin nodded, yes. Hua Suyai and the girl exchanged glances, and they both found their own answers. It was just a misunderstanding. The girl explained, I went to the restroom earlier, and there was no one at the counter. Your brother must have come in to buy the water then. As she put the cash back into the drawer, she smiled embarrassedly. I am sorry, I misunderstood you guys. Hua Suyai shook his head. He is the one who should be apologizing to you. After that, he glared at Li Jin and gave him a look. The latter looked confused, staring at the sweet-smiling girl for a long time without saying a word. The girl stared at his blood-red left eye and asked Hua Suyai, "What is wrong with your brother's eye?" "It is a condition. He was born that way. It did not scare you, did it?" The girl shook her head slightly. "It is okay. It is not as scary after looking at it for a while." "Why are you just standing there?" apologized to her. Hua Suyai patted Li Jin's arm, urging him. Li Jin fell silent for a moment, then slowly raised a hand toward the girl's face. The girl instinctively backed away, a flicker of wariness in her eyes. Li Jin lowered his voice and said as gently as he could, "Wipe away the tears, it does not look good." Hearing this, the girl finally let out a sigh of relief, unable to help but laugh as she wiped the tears from her eyes. She said to Hua Suyai, "Your brother does not seem that silly after all." Hua Suyai nodded with an awkward smile. "Silly, far from it. When Li Jin kills, he is as ruthless as they come." However, he did notice an interesting phenomenon. His junior brother not only talked more at this convenience store, but also started taking the initiative to care for others, even wanting to help the girl wipe away her tears. Although such behavior was certainly against etiquette. At the very least, it showed that Li Jin had already undergone some changes. And this change had an inseparable connection to the girl right before his eyes. "Look, I have some business to take care of. If it is convenient, could I leave my brother here for half a day? I will come pick him up in the evening." "Do not worry, he is mentally fine and will not hurt anyone on his own. If you need anything, just order him around. Please do not be formal." The girl glanced at Li Jin, her bright, watery eyes blinking. After a moment of thought, she nodded in agreement. "But you must come to pick him up on time. My shift change is at 7 p.m. "No problem." Hua Suyai looked at the 96 yuan in his hand, pondered for a moment, and pulled out the 50 yuan note with the highest denomination. "This is your payment." The girl waved her hand with a smile to decline. She could tell that he was a bit strapped for cash. "It is just a small favor, no payment needed." Hua Suyai did not insist. He pulled Li Jin outside to give him a few instructions, then said goodbye to the girl and left directly. Standing in front of a flower shop, Hua Suyai adjusted his collar and then walked in grandly. "Hello, sir, may I ask what kind of flowers you would like to buy?" A clerk greeted him enthusiastically. "Are they for an elder relative or a girlfriend? I can give you some recommendations." Hua Suyai said indifferently, just looking around. A few minutes later, he came to the counter with a bouquet he had arranged himself. The clerk was quite surprised. "Sir, you really know your flowers. The combination is especially beautiful. With this much effort, it must be for your girlfriend, right?" "How much is it?" 100 Daxia coins in total." Hua Suyai frowned slightly. "Can you make it cheaper?" He carefully took out the only 96 yuan he had on him and laid it neatly on the counter. Seeing this, the clerk muttered to herself, "He looks like such a handsome, graceful guy. Why is he being so stingy?" "Fine, 96 it is." The clerk's expression shifted slightly, and her tone was no longer as warm and friendly as before. "Take care." Hua Suyai walked out of the shop with the bouquet and headed to a secluded corner. He stared at the brightly colored flowers before him, his eyes filled with fervor, and he could not help but salivate. "That is right, drool." After scanning his surroundings, Hua Suyai roughly grabbed a red rose, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it with a look of pure bliss. "These man-made city flowers still suit my taste." Hua Suyai devoured them one by one, and soon swallowed the entire bouquet, petals and stems alike. Burp. He rubbed his belly with a look of extreme enjoyment. "I am tired of those exotic herbs in the wilderness. These primitive varieties, uncultivated by spiritual energy, are the most delicious. It is a pity I do not have enough money, or I would have bought the whole shop to savor slowly." 5:00 p.m. Chen took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and walked out of the Da Martial Arts Hall feeling completely refreshed. The training effects of the gravity chamber were addictive. After completely adapting to 4 times gravity, he even briefly raised it to 6 times to feel the difference. Under those conditions, every inch of his skin, flesh, and even every cell was under unprecedented pressure. It was painful, uncomfortable, and also extremely satisfying. He checked the time. Perfect, the exchange meeting opening ceremony starts at 6. I can grab dinner and be there right on time.
Morning.
In the restaurant, Chen ate heartily while reviewing the gains from his training. Name Chen. Rank Private. Realm Tier 3 Peak. Innate Divine Abilities, Frozen Domain, SS Level Ice Element, Primordial Power S-Level Enhancement Element. Cultivation Method, Universal Creation Method, Part 1, Transcendent Class, 2966/5000. Martial Art, Spear Technique Startling Shadow Spear, 387/400, Proficiency. Martial Art, Spear Technique Piercing Sun and Clouds, 12/1600, Perfection. Martial Art, Fist Technique Meteor Fist, 754/800, Mastery. Martial Art, Movement Technique Traceless Snow Treading, 434/800, Mastery. Ability Points, 4136. B-Level Spear Technique, Piercing Sun and Clouds, has successfully broken through to the Perfection stage. In addition, all other martial arts have seen significant improvements. As for his cultivation, it is on the verge of breaking through, and he could reach Tier 4 at any moment. However, was not the limitation for the Extreme Challenge Tournament set at Tier 4. Martial artists below Tier 4 can freely enter the secret realm to participate in trials. Their strength will not be affected. Those at Tier 4 and above will have their strength suppressed to the Tier 3 peak upon entering. From that perspective, not breaking through for now is the best choice. Although Song Yue warned him not to get involved in the exchange meeting, it is hard to guarantee he will not change his mind last minute. Entering as a Tier 3 martial artist without any suppression means he can unleash his full combat potential. After the meal, Chen looked at the pinned contact on his list, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately turned off his phone. I will not tell her yet. I will give her a surprise when I get there. After settling the bill, Chen headed straight to Dongyu Martial University. The exchange meeting opening ceremony was held in a gymnasium that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. The campus, which was quite quiet yesterday, was now packed, with flags from other schools waving everywhere. Chen followed the crowd to the gymnasium and found a random seat high up.
Morning.
At 6 o'clock, the opening ceremony began on time. The venue went quiet, and the eyes of teachers and students from all schools focused on the middle-aged man holding the microphone on stage. Listening to the students nearby, this person was the president of Dongyu Martial University, Qi Kang, a newly promoted god of war-level powerhouse. Qi Kang wore a well-tailored navy blue Zhongshan suit. The stand-up collar was slightly unbuttoned, revealing a light gray silk shirt underneath, paired with dark gray trousers and black cloth shoes. Compared to a formal suit, it gave him a sense of scholarly dignity. His face was square-jawed with sharp, blade-like eyebrows, though there were flecks of gray at his temples. His eyes, as he looked around at the students, were kind and easygoing. If you were not told beforehand, no one would ever imagine that this elegant principal was actually a war god-level powerhouse, capable of world-destroying might with a wave of his hand. Students, as your host, I would first like to welcome you all to Dongyu Martial Arts University. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the stadium. A war god powerhouse with absolutely no heirs is someone worthy of everyone's respect and admiration. Qi Kang pressed his hands downward, signaling for everyone to settle down. This exchange meeting is a bit different from the previous ones. We have added an extreme challenge competition, which I believe you are already aware of. He turned to the side to look at the stage below and gestured with his hand. An etiquette hostess with delicate features stepped onto the stage, carrying a jade tray. Resting on a crystal base in the tray was a fruit about the size of a fist. It was as smooth and lustrous as jade, with starlight-like colorful halos circulating on its surface. A rich, fruity fragrance mixed with spiritual energy instantly permeated the entire stadium. Is that really the life fruit? The breathing of over 10,000 students suddenly hitched as they stared intently at the fruit in the tray with burning gazes. It smells so good. Is it true that after eating the life fruit, your strength will instantly increase by a huge margin? You really are ignorant. The increase in strength is secondary. The evolution of one's life essence is a benefit that no other precious treasure can replace. Sigh, it is a pity a treasure like this is not meant for me. Since you do not want it, I guess I do not want it either. It is a shame there is only one, otherwise I might have had a chance. Even if there were more, it would have nothing to do with us. This is prepared for those geniuses among geniuses. True enough, the threshold for the extreme challenge competition is a Tier 3 martial artist. Entering below Tier 3 is just asking to get yourself killed. Is that for real? Do you mean it is actually fatal? Do not talk nonsense. The challenge competition's trial secret realm is accessed through mental projection, not your actual physical body. Fighting each other in the trial will not have any real-world impact. At most, you will just be left with some psychological trauma from being killed. Since there is no cost, does not that mean everyone can give it a shot? That makes me feel tempted. Take a gamble, turn your bicycle into a motorcycle.
Loading.
Chi Kang looked around and smiled, saying, "That is right, this is the ultimate prize for this challenge competition, the life fruit." The scene erupted in an uproar. Students who knew they had no chance with this treasure began taking out their phones to take pictures. The life fruit is a priceless treasure, the kind you cannot buy with any amount of money. Even if they cannot get their hands on it, just seeing it up close and smelling the spiritual, fragrant scent it emits makes the trip worth it. Before I announce the rules, I want to share a personal experience with all of you. Chi Kang held the microphone and spoke eloquently. Behind him, a giant screen lit up, displaying a photograph. The image showed a desolate, restricted zone, shrouded in misty around. The soil was dark purple, gleaming with an ominous luster. The surface was rugged, covered with broken rocks and bottomless ravines. Occasionally, you could see twisted dead trees, their branches intertwined like eerie limbs. And in the background of the photo, a lush, ancient tree of life stood in the heart of the restricted zone. The tree bark's texture resembled an ancient totem, with emerald-colored sap flowing through its veins, like the blood vessels of the earth. The canopy blocked out the sky, with leaves glowing with a pearly white luster. Each leaf was translucent, with golden light spots floating inside. And at the very top of the ancient tree hung a crystal-like fruit, with colorful halos flowing across its skin. Even through the screen, you could feel the vibrant aura of life it radiated. This is Restricted Zone 173, added to the list 3 years ago. It is located in the hinterland to the west of the continent, over 10,000 kilometers away from the Daxia Western Defense Line. It is a territory where no human has ever set foot. As you can see, I found this life fruit deep within that restricted zone. Some might ask, Principal Chi, did not you encounter any danger? Chi Kang laughed and answered his own question. What I want to tell you is that any area listed as a restricted zone by the Daxia authorities is filled with dangers beyond your imagination. High-level mutant beasts that are rarely seen elsewhere are everywhere, and there are even beast king-level creatures comparable to war gods. Do not think that because I am standing here on stage chatting with you, that it was easy. Actually, after coming out of that zone, I had to spend half a year in seclusion to recover enough to be barely healthy again. I'm not saying this for any other purpose than to warn you that this world is far more dangerous than you imagine. Those mutant beasts you see outside the base city's perimeter are just the tip of the iceberg. Chi Kang's expression turned serious, and he said solemnly, "If all the terrifying existences within the restricted zones were to pour out, I suspect that even with Daxia throwing all its national strength into the fight, we would not last 3 days." Upon hearing this, the stadium fell into a brief, deathly silence. This was immediately followed by a series of gasps. Daxia is already so powerful, can it really not last for 3 days? Is Principal Chi trying to scare us? Have you all forgotten the Battle of Dongkang from several decades ago? If it were not for Grandmaster Zhou Yao giving his life to defend the city, tens of millions of people in the base city would have been slaughtered. And that battle only involved a portion of the mutant beasts from the deep East Sea. Hazel. Everyone gasped, feeling a chill run down their spines. So we really are that weak. Chi Kang cleared his throat, calling on everyone to keep quiet. I am not being alarmist. The threat of city or even national extinction has always existed. We just did not want you to know about it. In recent years, the number of regions listed as restricted zones across the globe has been increasing. Once those highly intelligent mutant beasts unite, humanity's situation will become precarious. Here, I would like to ask you all a question. How can we solve this dilemma? Can any student tell me? After looking at one another, a student in the crowd stood up and said loudly, become stronger than those mutant beasts." Chi Kang smiled and nodded, gesturing for him to sit down. That student put it very well. I assume most of you agree with his point of view, right? The students nodded in response. Chi Kang suddenly changed his tone. In the face of a race extinction crisis, individual power is very small. Only that small group standing at the pinnacle of martial arts can survive. He looked at the youthful, vibrant faces before him and shook his head slightly. I am not trying to discourage you, but let me ask, how many people here can reach that level? The hall was dead silent. Everyone lowered their heads, falling into a long silence. Chi Kang's words were piercing, but also very realistic. You cannot grow into a true powerhouse just by shouting slogans or having a head full of hot blood. Become stronger. Easier said than done. Moreover, the strength of a few cannot change the fate of an entire species facing extinction. Does any other student have a different perspective? Chi Kang did not give up and continued to ask. In the top row of the stadium, a plain-looking, clean-cut youth stood up. His gaze was determined as he slowly spat out two words, evolution. It was spoken with conviction. A smile of admiration appeared in Chi Kang's eyes. He started the applause, and upon seeing this, the students followed suit. Soon, the stadium was filled with deafening applause. Only then did Chi Kang hold the microphone, raise his arm, and shout, "That is right, the evolution of humanity is the only answer."
What?
It is not the evolution of an individual, but the evolution of all mankind, Chi Kang emphasized. Those exotic beasts we fear were originally ordinary biological species on this planet. It was an alien virus that caused them to mutate continuously until they became what they are today. And what we must do is to follow the path of the beast's mutations, adopting a positive evolutionary approach to let the entire human race be reborn once and for all. And this blueprint will begin with this fruit of life, starting with the ultimate winner of this challenge. Hearing this, everyone finally understood Principal Chi Kang's good intentions. That student, may I ask your name and which school you are from? Chi Kang's gaze looked far away to Jai Chen, who was on the mountaintop, his smile full of warmth and gratification. Under the spotlight of everyone's attention, Jai Chen said calmly, "My name is Jai Chen, and I have no school." What? Everyone was stunned. This exchange meeting is organized by the various martial arts universities in the 7 eastern cities. Why would someone without student status appear here? Chi Kang was stunned for 2 seconds, then smiled and asked, "Then, student Jai Chen, are you interested in studying at our Dongyu Martial Arts University?" There was an uproar all around. This is unfair. A guy who could not even get into a third-rate martial arts university, why should he be specially recruited into Dongyu Martial Arts University? Respecting Chi Kang is one thing, but protecting one's own rights is another. This blatant exercise of privilege was unacceptable to many students. Jai Chen only said 2 words. Why should he win the favor of Principal Chi and enter Dongyu Martial Arts University, a place many dream of to cultivate just like that? Chi Kang ignored the chaotic voices around him and watched Jai Chen quietly, waiting for his decision. A moment later, Jai Chen spoke. However, his words were beyond everyone's expectations. "I am sorry, Principal Chi. Although I have long admired your esteemed university, I am afraid I prefer the feeling of fighting on the front lines to cultivating on campus." The front lines. Chi Kang frowned and asked, "Did you join the army?" "Yes, I just finished new recruit training and am currently on leave. I will officially start serving in the Zai army in a week." Whoosh! The surrounding looks of envy, jealousy, and hatred turned into admiration and worship. You have to know that Chi Kang is not just the principal of Dongyu Martial Arts University, but also a god of war-level powerhouse. Facing the olive branch personally offered by Principal Chi in front of 10,000 people, Jai Chen was able to refuse without hesitation. Such spirit is rarely seen in ordinary people. Most importantly, the reason Jai Chen gave made everyone who questioned him feel a flush of shame. His ambition is to join the army to serve the country, to fight on the front lines, and to risk his life for a future. Compared to Jai Chen, those of them who were content with the status quo and only sought stability felt ashamed and unworthy. "Good lad, you have ambition." Chi Kang praised him, Although he felt a little regretful, he was more pleased that Daxia had such a hot-blooded young talent. Everything that needed to be said has been said. Next, I would like to invite our Vice Principal Zia to announce the rules. After saying this, Chi Kang stepped down and left. Replacing him was a tall, handsome man with glasses, who looked to be about 35 or 36. He put one hand in his pocket and looked directly at the front bleachers with a smile. I am the newly appointed Vice Principal of Dongyu Martial Arts University, Zia Yufeng. I will now announce the specific procedures and competition rules for this exchange meeting.
Loading.
The exchange meeting has 3 parts. 1. Seminars and speeches, masters teaching martial arts, moderated entirely by Vice Principal Zia Yufeng. 2. Martial arts sparring matches between students of all levels. 3. The extreme challenge competition. The first item will proceed immediately. After the martial arts teaching, the tournament will be held one after another, lasting until tomorrow noon. Those who perform excellently will receive corresponding rewards. And the most eye-catching extreme challenge competition is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon and will last for a total of 3 days. 3 days later, the secret realm will close, and the person with the highest score will win the fruit of life.
Loading.
The seminar began. On stage, Zia Yufeng talked about the development and evolution of martial arts and the active role of technology and pharmaceutical industries in dealing with exotic beasts. However, Chen was not interested in these topics. He had been waiting for news. But Yun Muxu's profile picture had not moved at all. He had already shown his face just now, so she should have seen him, right? Could it be that she has not arrived yet? In doubt, Chen took the initiative to send a message to ask, "Where are you?" A minute later, he received a reply. "None of your business. Did not you say you were going to the Dongyu Martial Arts University for the exchange meeting?" "Yes, what is wrong?" "Then where are you?" "Huh, you would not already be at the exchange meeting site, would you?" Chuckle. "What are you thinking? I am on vacation at a star-rated hotel in Donglan. The front desk lady is super enthusiastic, even praised me for being handsome, and asked me out for drinks tonight."
Well,
"Do not you believe I will beat you up? Video call me. Right now, immediately. My former school beauty girlfriend sent you a video call request. Accept or reject. Is there even a choice?" Chen decisively pressed reject, then felt a burst of secret delight. Someone must be dying of anxiety right now. Anyway, it was not him.
What?
In a shopping mall. Yun Muxu sat in the resting area of a large clothing store. The knuckles gripping her phone turned a pale blue, and 2 patches of unhealthy flush appeared on her porcelain-white cheeks. Her long, silver-white hair trembled with her heavy, ragged breathing. If he had exposed his mastery of 3 basic spiritual skills during the Seed Project, the Outer Heaven cult sent by Yuan Hongbo would likely have been more than just primary martial artists. This guy actually hung up on her video calls 3 times in a row. He is getting more and more daring. What is most infuriating is that he specifically emphasized he was staying at a hotel. And what is this about the receptionist wanting to buy him a drink? It is already so late, with a lone man and woman, and the influence of alcohol, would not they just? Yun Muxu could not even bring herself to imagine that scene. "You just wait." She gritted her teeth, stood up angrily, and prepared to head back to Donglan that very night to give that jerk Chen a good lesson. Deng Moli, who was about to try on her 13th outfit, saw her leaving and immediately threw the clothes aside to chase after her. "Little junior sister, do not go yet. We have not paid." In a fit of anger, Yun Muxu tossed her bank card to Deng Moli. "Senior sister, the pin is my birthday. You can keep shopping at your own pace. I have something urgent to handle." Deng Moli walked over, looking confused. "What is so urgent? Tell me about it. Maybe I can help you out." Yun Muxu had calmed down a little by then. She explained the whole situation to Deng Moli. Upon hearing it, the latter burst into laughter. "Senior sister," Yun Muxu frowned tightly, looking very annoyed. "What time is it, and you are still laughing at me?" Deng Moli held back her laughter and said, "You little girl, you are usually so clever. Why do you lose your composure the moment something like this happens?" But he was about to do that with someone else. Yun Muxu tugged at her hem, her face flushed with anxiety. Let me ask you, what time is it now? Yun Muksu glanced at her phone. 6:15. Why does that matter? Then let me ask you, what time does the conference start? 6 o'clock. Yun Muksu blurted out. Suddenly her gaze froze and she realized something. Think about it, if he just wanted to show off, he had plenty of time to tell you this. Why choose a time shortly after the conference opened? Deng Molis hit the nail on the head. He must have snuck off to Dongyu Martial Arts University to surprise you, but he could not find you anywhere, which is why he sent you a message to ask about your whereabouts. Then, what about the hotel and the girl he mentioned? Yun Muksu actually guessed she had been teased by Jai Chen. But she was still a bit worried. What if it were true? Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, she absolutely could not accept it. Oh my! Deng Moli put one hand on her hip and the other on her forehead, feeling both annoyed and amused. Are you silly? As the saying goes, a man's words are as untrustworthy as a ghost. Those things were obviously made up just to tease you. But he still hung up on me. Yun Muksu's voice sounded a bit aggrieved. Deng Moli quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Good sister, do not be mad. Once I finish shopping, I will go with you to Dongyu Martial Arts University to settle the score with that kid and get some payback for you. Senior sister, are not you done shopping yet? Yun Muksu felt a bit speechless. She had already accompanied Deng Moli to 3 large malls and 5 commercial streets. If she was not a martial artist, her legs would probably be broken by now. Deng Moli gave a sheepish smile. Almost done, this is the last one, I promise. But I am in such a hurry. Deng Moli thought for a moment and came up with an idea for her. Do not be in a rush, let that stinky man worry instead.
What do you mean?
Yun Muksu looked at her with a blank expression. Deng Moli smiled, give him a taste of his own medicine. Seeing that Yun Muksu still did not understand, she had to coach her step by step. He said he was having a hotel fling and a pretty girl wanted to buy him a drink, right? You use the same tactic to strike back. Tell him you were so mad you went to a bar to drink your sorrows away, met a few handsome guys, and just make up a story from there. If he really cares about you, he will definitely be worried sick on the spot. Yun Muksu frowned slightly, looking hesitant. Is this really okay? He is about to drive you crazy with anger, and you are not allowed to retaliate. Trust your senior sister, you cannot go wrong. Then, should I try? With that, Yun Muksu sat back down in the store, prepared a script in her head, and sent it to Jai Chen. I feel so dizzy, that kind handsome guy said he would take me home, and I am already in his car now. After that, she held her phone, waiting for Jai Chen's reaction with a nervous heart. A while later, Jai Chen's profile picture flashed. There are still a lot of good people in this world. Yun Muksu was stunned instantly. What is he trying to say? Do not you have anything to say? Sorry, I am busy chatting with the hotel receptionist. Let us talk another day. I am about to go home with a strange man. Oh. Yun Muksu opened her beautiful eyes wide, her small fist clenched in anger. Just an oh, and that is it. She stood up and shouted into the store, Senior sister, I cannot take it anymore.
What?
Dongyu Martial Arts University, inside the gymnasium. Vice President Xia Yufeng had been speaking incessantly for half an hour. During this time, the gymnasium was completely silent. Tens of thousands of students were listening attentively, and some even began taking notes simultaneously. For the students of this university, hearing a grandmaster preach was not a rare occurrence. But it was different for the students who had traveled from second and third-tier martial arts universities. They might not have many more opportunities to hear a grandmaster impart knowledge and resolve doubts in person. Knowledge gained from books is always shallow. Xia Yufeng smiled and said, Next, I will demonstrate a set of basic boxing techniques. How much you can comprehend from it depends on your own aptitude. After saying this, Xia Yufeng took off his suit jacket, pulled off his tie with a flourish, and was left in only a thin white dress shirt. Although it was just a set of basic boxing techniques, there was no disappointed stir in the gymnasium. Instead, it fell into an even deeper, more focused silence. The top students in the front row leaned slightly forward, their eyes sharp like hawks, fearing they might miss even the slightest detail. The students in the back also held their breath, watching intently. Basic boxing techniques in the hands of a grandmaster might possess a unique charm. The next moment, Zia Yufeng moved. There was no earth-shattering opening. He simply took half a step forward with his left foot in a completely natural way, his center of gravity sinking along with it. His arms were raised slowly from his sides, the movement relaxed and fluid, like the natural flow of a mountain stream. It was the most basic starting stance. Is this the difference? President Zia's single starting stance is enough for me to study for half a year. Half a year? Where did you get that confidence? It would take at least 3 to 5 years. Just try to learn it. You will realize it is easier said than done. On stage, Zia Yufeng's movements continued to progress steadily. Bow stance, thrust punch, snapping kick, sinking waist, pushing palm. The names of the movements were simple to the extreme, and the movements themselves had nothing unusual about them. But under the lights of the gymnasium, the trajectory of every single move was so clear it was breathtaking. The trajectory of the punches he threw was perfectly straight, as if confined by an invisible ruler. Muscles rippled under his thin white shirt, but without bulging. There was only a sense of contained, surging power flowing beneath his skin. Damn, I feel like the energy and blood in my body have been stirred up. A buzz-cut student obsessed with boxing took a sharp breath, his voice trembling with disbelief. So that is how to properly sink the shoulders and drop the elbows. I finally get it. You have to coordinate your breathing rhythm when exerting force. No wonder I always felt a sense of blockage when I threw a punch. Every pause is an accumulation of power. It is the true essence of power waiting to be released. A grandmaster is truly a grandmaster. He can execute a set of basic boxing techniques that even middle schoolers learn with such profound charm. It really has redefined my understanding. This set of boxing techniques by Zia Yufeng contained a great deal of the true meaning of martial arts. Since everyone focused on different aspects, the realizations they gained were naturally vastly different. But at the end of the day, these things pointed directly to the origin of martial arts. Whether they study boxing or not, as long as they can grasp one or two things from it, they will benefit greatly in their future practice. After the entire set of smooth and balanced basic boxing techniques was completed, Zia Yufeng began to withdraw his stance. As he brought his arms together to his chest and pressed his palms downward, the invisible field around him that had been drawing in the heaven and earth energy quietly calmed and dispersed. The true meaning of martial arts is not in the clouds, but in the soil. Zia Yufeng said, uttering a thought-provoking remark. In the stands, Chen narrowed his eyes, a flicker of realization dawning in his heart. This demonstration did not mean much to him. His boxing skills had already reached a high level of proficiency, far exceeding his peers here. Coupled with the detailed guidance from the golden figure in his mind, his understanding of boxing was already quite deep. By comparison, Zia Yufeng's final sentence brought him more insight. Martial arts practice is a process of going from nothing to something, from simplicity to complexity, and then back to simplicity and the essence of things. Take boxing, for example. When a martial artist first begins, they often seek all kinds of powerful techniques. Overbearing, soft, or a combination of both, the scope is very wide. But when one's understanding of martial arts suddenly rises to a new level, one realizes that what they learned before was merely showy and impractical. Once the true meaning of martial arts is mastered, even the most ordinary moves can shatter the void and cleave mountains and rivers. As the saying goes, the greatest truth lies in simplicity. Zia Yufeng's saying that the true meaning of martial arts is in the soil was meant to advise everyone not to blindly pursue those lofty skills, but to value the basics. Glimpse the true essence of martial arts in the subtle and ordinary. I will randomly select 10 students to come up on stage. You will each perform the basic boxing techniques I just demonstrated, and then I will point out your individual issues. As soon as he said this, the whole venue erupted. To actually receive one-on-one guidance from a grandmaster-level powerhouse. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If one could seize it, they might transform into a dragon and soar to new heights in one step. Pick me. President Zia over here. Me. Countless arms were raised high, the students' eyes full of expectation and excitement. Students from our school and other top-tier martial arts universities Please do not raise your hands. Leave the opportunity to other students. Zia Yufeng's words immediately won everyone's favor. Immediately afterward, 10 light beams shot down from the ceiling, moving randomly around the venue.
Stop.
Zia Yufeng raised his hand, and the light beams froze in place. Each circle of light corresponded to a selected student. You lucky ones come up on stage together. Zia Yufeng smiled. His gaze lingered thoughtfully on one of them for a long time. It was exactly Chen, who was located in the back row. Feeling the light overhead and the envious looks from those around him, Chen stood up slowly, but there was no overjoyed expression on his face like the others. Instead, there was a sense of calmness and composure.
What?
After taking the stage, Chen stood in a line with the other 9 people, facing the spectator stands.
Start now,
Zia Yufeng said. One of them raised a question. Principal Zia, can you really keep an eye on all 10 of us? Even if 100 people were performing martial arts at the same time, I could still pay attention to every single one of you, Zia Yufeng said with a smile. He specialized in mental cultivation and was a master-level psychokinetic master. If he fully projected his mental power, he could see everything every one of the thousands of people in the stadium was doing. Soon, the 10 people began their respective practice of the basic fist techniques. Look, it has started. That guy in the first position has some skills. His moves are quite powerful. He is a sophomore student at Manhwa Martial Arts University. Manhwa is the top tier among second-rate martial arts schools. Maybe it will be promoted to the first-rate in a few years. So he is a sophomore. No wonder his movements are so skillful and capable, with much more presence than the people next to him. Hey, look at the person on the very edge. Is not that Chen who turned down Principal Chi Kang earlier? His movements, why do they feel so weird? They seem very slow, yet also very fast. They do not look powerful, yet they seem incredibly fierce. Everyone frowned, looking confused, unable to understand the secret behind it. As the last person finished their moves and stood still, Zia Yufeng came to the front, clapping and nodding to show his encouragement. Very good, everyone. It seems you all watched my demonstration carefully just now. As he spoke, Zia Yufeng began to point out the problems and shortcomings of each person from beginning to end. Some were moved to tears, while others were blushing with shame. Until Zia Yufeng came to Chen. After their eyes met briefly, Zia Yufeng let out a laugh and turned to everyone saying, "This student does not need me to give him any individual guidance." Everyone looked at each other, puzzled by what he meant. Principal Zia, even though he rejected Principal Chi's invitation, you do not have to target him like this, do you? A girl next to Chen could not stand it anymore and took the initiative to speak up for him. In her view, getting guidance from a master in person was a rare and precious opportunity. Since Chen had already stood on the stage, why was Zia Yufeng unwilling to offer even a little advice? Even a word or two of commentary would have been nice. Zia Yufeng shook his head. I am not that narrow-minded. The reason I do not give him guidance is not because I do not want to, but because student Chen has already found his own path. If I were to forcibly intervene, it would do him more harm than good. Found his own paths. Everyone was stunned, their eyes widening in astonishment. What kind of freak is Chen to receive such an evaluation from a master? But I really think his fist technique is quite ordinary. I cannot find any faults, but I cannot say what is good about it either. Could it be that Principal Zia is using a compliment to set him up for a fall? What are you thinking? Would a master really have the time to play such psychological games with you? Just then, that sophomore student from Manhwa Martial Arts University stepped forward. Principal Zia, I would like to experience Chen's path. Zia Yufeng did not reply immediately, but looked at Chen instead. The latter nodded slightly, all right. My name is Zhang Long, I am a sophomore. Do not worry, I will not take advantage of you. What is your rank, first tier, beginner, or intermediate? I will suppress my own cultivation to fight you. Chen replied, just use your full strength, I will handle it.
What?
Zhang Long raised his thick eyebrows, feeling looked down upon. You are a fresh graduate who just finished the recruit training, and you want me to use my full strength. I do not know whether to call you arrogant or death-seeking. I am a first-tier peak martial artist. Are you sure you will not regret it? Bring it on, Chen said flatly. Xia Yufeng did not interfere throughout, but silently made space for their duel. Kids, you will pay for your arrogance. I will not hold back. As Zhang Long dropped a harsh threat, he struck a fierce pose, waiting for the right moment to strike. Jai Chen stood with his legs slightly apart, one hand behind his back, his expression calm. What is this supposed to mean? Zhang Long was furious. He had never been so humiliated before. Jai Chen said softly, to deal with you, one hand is enough. What a big mouth. Zhang Long shouted, took a heavy step forward, and threw a punch at Jai Chen. Someone in the stands immediately recognized this move. That is Zhang Long's specialty, the sea-level martial skill, Dragon Fist. I am afraid only a second-tier martial artist could take this punch. Aside that Jai Chen is showing off too much, he is definitely going to suffer a big loss. Zhang Long's punch was fierce, like a dragon crossing a river, coming with great momentum. However, Jai Chen never changed his expression. Not until the huge fist was right in front of him did he finally move. He thrust his right hand, which had been hanging at his side, forward. It looked slow, but it was actually as fast as the wind. Even if they exchanged a punch, it would only be Jai Chen who gets hurt. The moment those words were spoken, bang! With a muffled thud, Zhang Long's sturdy body flew in an arc through the air and fell heavily off the stage. His face twisted in agony, and the pain was unbearable. He managed to get up only with the help of his classmates. However, the first thing he did upon standing up was to look at Jai Chen, who stood there nonchalantly without moving an inch. No anger, only shock and confusion filled his mind. What exactly is your level? Jai Chen did not answer directly. Just now, I only used the strength of a first-tier high-level martial artist. After hearing this, Zhang Long was stunned, standing frozen for a long time before bowing and leaving the arena. I have learned my lesson. The opponent was one small rank lower than him, and even with one hand tied behind his back, he was knocked off the stage in one punch. He could not help but admire such strength. Zhang Long finally understood exactly how much weight Xia Yufeng's words about him, finding his own path, really carried. The clash between the two ended so quickly that most people had not even reacted yet. After watching Zhang Long leave the venue, everyone turned their eyes to the delicate young man on the stage. Immediately, thunderous applause erupted and filled the air. So cool. This guy might be a show-off, but he is truly powerful. He knocked a senior student flying with one punch. That is not human. I reckon he was a force of nature in the training camp too. I really do not understand. Why would a genius like him not stay in school to study under a master or God of War level mentor? Why go to the army to fight and kill all day? If things go wrong, he could lose his life. If everyone were as cowardly as you, who would defend the front line, Great Xia would have been conquered by exotic beasts long ago. Student Jai Chen, you. Xia Yufeng was about to ask Jai Chen about his martial arts cultivation when he noticed his gaze was fixed on something. Xia Yufeng followed his gaze and looked over. Two girls were standing at the entrance of the venue. One of them had a high ponytail and wore dark green combat gear. The other had long snow-white hair, with a beauty that was truly flawless. Go ahead. Xia Yufeng smiled. Jai Chen nodded in thanks, then tapped his toes lightly and drifted toward the entrance of the venue like a breeze. It is a mastery-level footwork technique. Xia Yufeng narrowed his eyes, becoming even more interested in this young man. He picked up the microphone and said to the students, "The lecture is over. The ring tournament is now officially starting. Anyone interested can come forward to register. For the sake of fairness, participants will be grouped by grade." There was a stir in the venue. Everyone turned their attention from Jai Chen to the tournament. I heard that winning 10 consecutive matches gets you a valuable reward. I am so excited. Some rubbed their hands together, eager to try. The Ultimate Challenge tournament was out of the question. That was for geniuses and had nothing to do with commoners like them. Instead of having unrealistic fantasies, they might as well put some effort into thinking about how to win 10 matches in the tournament. At the entrance, Jai Chen and Yun Muxu looked at each other in silence for a long time, as if the noise around them had nothing to do with them. Finally, Jai Chen broke the silence first and smiled. Long time no see. Yun Muxu stared at him coldly, her anger not yet fully dissipated. Were not you busy drinking with those young ladies at the hotel? What are you doing here? Jai Chen gave an awkward smile. If I told you I could fly, would you believe me? Believe you, not a chance. Yun Muxu gritted her teeth, raised her fist, and swung it at Jai Chen's chest. The latter was quick-witted, grabbing her wrist and pulling her close to him. Jai Chen looked down at her somewhat flustered face, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Do you remember what you said to me the last time we parted ways? How could Yun Muxu ever forget? That day she had stood on tiptoe to kiss him, even biting his lip until it bled. I have come back alive now, so can you fulfill your promise? What promise? I have no idea what you're talking about. A blush rose to her pretty face, and her eyes darted everywhere, avoiding direct contact with Jai Chen. How about I help refresh your memory? As he spoke, Jai Chen leaned in slightly, about to kiss her soft, rosy lips. What do you think you are doing? Do I not exist to you? Deng Moli could not stand their lovey-dovey display any longer and spoke up, shattering the intimate, lingering atmosphere between them. Yun Muxu snapped out of her daze and pushed Jai Chen away with a coy rebuke. On the surface, she was embarrassed and annoyed, but deep down her heart was racing. Her slender fingers absent-mindedly fiddled with the strands of hair falling over her chest. Who is this lady? Jai Chen asked Yun Muxu. They were about to kiss, and it had to be interrupted by this annoying woman. That is just too much. Lady Deng Moli was shocked. She pointed at herself and demanded, You actually called me a lady. Jai Chen replied bluntly. Sorry, my mistake. I should have called you an old auntie. After all, only nosy old aunties meddle in other people's business. Deng Moli clenched her fists, instantly flushing with rage. A sharp, piercing glint shot from her eyes, aimed directly at Jai Chen. Caught off guard, the latter instantly felt his head grow heavy, and a splitting pain surged through his brain. Jai Chen clutched his head in agony, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Seeing this, Yun Muxu quickly stepped forward to intercede. Senior sister, he does not know how to talk. Please do not take it to heart. Deng Moli gave a light huff and withdrew the mental pressure she had been exerting on Jai Chen's mind. Are you okay? Yun Muxu rushed over to steady the swaying Jai Chen. Phew. The latter let out a long breath and smiled at Yun Muxu. I am fine. Yun Muxu gave him an annoyed glare. Do not you love bullying me? Well, you hit a wall this time, did not you, humph? As she spoke, she took out a tissue and tenderly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Deng Moli, watching from the side, could not bear to look inside helplessly, hands on her hips. Little junior sister, who was it that was so angry earlier they could barely stand still, wishing they could skin someone alive? It was not me, was it? She had clearly come to support Yun Muxu and teach this jerk a lesson. Who knew Yun Muxu would be so hopeless? Her anger vanished the moment she saw him, and she was even protecting him, stepping in to stop even a minor punishment. I really do not know what is so great about this guy. Jai Chen looked at Yun Muxu with a playful grin. You wanted to skin me alive. I never said that. Yun Muxu bit her lower lip gently. Her cheeks looked like peach blossoms wet with morning dew, charming and alluring. I figured you did not have the guts. Who said I do not? Yun Muxu suddenly grew bold. She realized she could not keep being weak, or Jai Chen would really think she was easy to bully. Oh really, let me see, where is it? Senior sister, help me beat him up. Yun Muxu broke free from Jai Chen's clutches, returned to Deng Moli's side, looped her arm around hers, and gave Jai Chen a mischievous smile. There, that is my courage. Deng Moli ruffled Yun Muxu's hair. That is the spirit. He is just a stinky man. How could he be more important than your senior sister? She started stretching her wrists and walked toward Jai Chen with a smile. Since my little junior sister gave the word herself, do not blame me if I hit a little hard. Jai Chen glared at Yun Muxu. Damn it. Calling in reinforcements. Yun Muxu covered her mouth to hide her giggles, already prepared to watch him get humbled. After a moment of thought, Jai Chen decisively chose to play the coward. Big sister, everything before was just a misunderstanding. A girl as beautiful, kind, and generous as you would not be willing to actually hurt me, would you? Deng Moli stopped in her tracks, a smile appearing on her cool, elegant face. Turns out you do know how to talk. Say more, big sister loves hearing that. Senior sister, Yun Muksu noticed things were not going as planned and stomped her foot, reminding her loudly, whose side are you on anyway? Deng Moli rolled her eyes and stated righteously, I am on the side of whoever buys me beautiful clothes. Yun Muksu was speechless, but I spent the whole afternoon shopping with you and bought nearly 100 new outfits. That was before, it does not count. Hearing this, Jai Chen immediately smiled eagerly. Senior sister, I will buy them for you.
Really?
Jai Chen transferred a sum of money to her on the spot. Deng Moli was satisfied and before leaving, whispered to Yun Muksu. I think this kid is pretty solid. You two should get along well and stop fighting. I am going to look around nearby. They watched as Deng Moli's figure disappeared into the moonlight on campus. Jai Chen crossed his arms, leaning against the door frame, and looked at Yun Muksu with a smile. So do you still have that courage now?
What?
HMPH, do you really think I am afraid of you just because our senior sister is not here? Yun Muksu stood with her hands behind her back, lifting her chin in a haughty manner, her eyes curved into the shape of crescent moons. I forgot to tell you, I have already reached the early stage of the 3rd tier. Do you believe I could knock you flat with a single punch? Jai Chen was stunned at her words. He had not expected her cultivation progress to be so fast. She had broken through to the 3rd tier in a mere 3 months. But still, compared to himself, she was still falling a bit short. Unable to hold back a smile, he stared at Yun Muksu and feigned panic, saying, I am so scared, please do not hit me, okay? Yun Muksu curled her lips with satisfaction and pretended to think for a moment. Alright then, I will not beat you up for now, but it all depends on how you behave later. Jai Chen smiled and walked into the arena with her. Because the tournament had begun, many seats had cleared up in the previously crowded stands. The two of them tacitly made their way to the highest level of the stands and sat down in a secluded corner where no one would notice them. It was just like their high school days, when they liked to sit together in the last row of the classroom. Yun Muksu had a gentleman's agreement with him. Whoever ranked first in the grade would have the right to occupy the windowside throne for a month. Precisely because of this reason, Jai Chen would occasionally go easy on her and let her win once or twice. Anyway, it did not matter to him where he sat. What mattered was that the person beside him was always her. How have you been these past 3 months in the training camp? Yun Muksu was completely indifferent to the heated tournament matches below, her glistening eyes reflecting only Jai Chen. Pretty good, every day was just training, hunting exotic beasts in the jungle, and beating up the instructors when I got bored. Jai Chen said, half jokingly. Yun Muksu rolled her eyes at him, lacking the energy to even retort, you beat up the instructors. I bet you were just being disobedient and got beaten up by them instead. Believe what you want. Yun Muksu wrinkled her delicate nose, poked his temple with her index finger, and scolded him playfully. We have not seen each other for months, and your skills have not improved much, but your boasting has certainly gotten better. Tell me, did you pick up bad habits from those boys in the camp? Jai Chen's head tilted from her poke, then he bounced back like a roly-poly toy, meeting Yun Muksu face to face, the scent of her hair filling his nose. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and gave a wicked grin. I guess I have picked up some bad habits. Are you going to help me mend my ways? Yun Muksu's earlobes turned red instantly. You are asking for a beating. She raised her fist, making a move to hit Jai Chen. However, he took the initiative and tickled her waist instead.
Oh,
Yun Muksu let out a sweet, startled whimper, curling up like a frightened little rabbit on the plastic bench, unable to stop laughing.
do not stop it.
Being ticklish had always been her weakness. Jai Chen had discovered this little fact back in their freshman year. This move worked every single time. Seeing her laughing until tears were almost forming, Jai Chen finally took pity and let her go. Noticing the strange looks from the students around them, Yun Muksu quickly sat up straight and pulled her hair over to cover her face. That was just too embarrassing. Beneath her messy hair, her face was as red as camellias beaten by rain, the petals glistening with moisture, as if first snow had fallen on maple leaves, a warm flush so deep it made the corners of her eyes damp. It is all your fault, she muttered, sounding annoyed. Her little fist landed heavily on the thigh pressed against her. 1 hit, 2 hits. Jai Chen did not say a word, a doting smile always playing on his lips, letting her vent her little frustrations. After a while, Yun Muxu slowly stopped her movements. "Are you tired from hitting me?" Jai Chen said with a smile, extending both hands to tuck her long, silken strands of hair behind her ears. The flush on Yun Muxu's pretty face had not yet fully faded. She buried her head, letting Jai Chen's fingertips weave through her waterfall-like hair. "Every time, you only know how to tickle me." Her tone was laced with irritation and shyness, sounding quite unconvinced. Jai Chen held back his laughter and said, "Who told you that you are so easy to bully?" Yun Muxu looked up and shot him a sharp glare. "You are blaming me now." Jai Chen replied solemnly, "A true master should have no weaknesses. I was just helping you with desensitization training." "So I should thank you then," Yun Muxu sneered. "No need for thanks between classmates." You are really pushing your luck, are not you?" Yun Muxu was so angry her teeth ached. She wanted to pounce on him and bite his neck. "Look, they have started fighting down there." Jai Chen pointed at an arena below, attempting to change the subject. Yun Muxu stared at his profile, growing more annoyed by the second. She had to get even for the losses she suffered. So catching him off guard, she grabbed his wrist and bit down, just like a fierce little rabbit. Jai Chen flinched instantly from the pain. "Are you a dog?" Yun Muxu let go and beamed. "We are the same age, so whatever sign you are, that is what I am." Jai Chen looked at the deep tooth marks on his wrist. His mind suddenly shifted, and he said to Yun Muxu, "I forgot to tell you, I have not bathed in 3 months, so you should be careful about a bacterial infection." "You?" Hearing this, Yun Muxu's pupils shrank, and she froze in place. Soon her eyes turned red, full of grievances, and she was on the verge of tears. Jai Chen panicked and quickly comforted her. All right, I am kidding. I took a shower at a gym before coming here. If you do not believe me, smell it. It even has the scent of body wash." He held his arm out to Yun Muxu's delicate nose. She had a resentful expression, slapping his hand away with total disgust. "Who would want to smell that? Stay away from me." Jai Chen laughed. "I am clean from head to toe. If you are angry, you can bite me somewhere else." Yun Muxu bared her teeth and said fiercely, "If you say one more word, do you believe I will sew your mouth shut?" As she spoke, a transparent, needle-thin ice shard formed at her fingertips, thinner than a strand of hair, emitting white mist and bone-chilling cold. Jai Chen could not help but shiver. How was that scared yet? Before she could finish, Jai Chen snatched the ice needle from her hand. "What are you doing?" After playing with it for a moment, to Yun Muxu's frozen expression, he stuck out his tongue, licked it, and popped the entire needle into his mouth. "Crunch! Are there any more? Give me another one, a bigger one. It is so hot today, this is the perfect refreshment." Cold air wafted from his mouth as he spoke. Yun Muxu stared straight at him. "You ate an ice weapon condensed from my cryo talent as if it were a snack. I am an SS-tier dual attribute gifted martial artist. Can you at least show me some respect?" "What? Make a few more, quickly. I have not had enough yet." Jai Chen urged her while savoring the taste. "I thought they would not taste like anything, but they are actually quite good." Yun Muxu furrowed her delicate brows and asked suspiciously, "You can actually taste something?" She had condensed that ice needle from the water vapor in the air using her ice element ability. How could it possibly have a taste? Jai Chen curled his lips into a smile and said, "Naturally, I am tasting you." Yun Muxu was truly hopeless. Her cheeks flushed a captivating shade of peach once again. Jai Chen, however, had no intention of letting her off. He grabbed her right hand, gently rubbed her fingertips, and muttered to himself, "Transform." No reaction. He raised his voice. "I said transform." This childish display once again drew the attention of the surrounding students. They turned back, staring at the man and woman in the corner with strange expressions. Are those lovebirds flirting in the gym? They really do not care who is watching, do they? Yun Muxu pulled her hand away from Jai Chen's clutches and got up to leave without a word. She felt that if she stayed any longer, she would eventually be angered to death by him. "Where are you going?" "Out to get some air." Yun Muxu walked down the steps without looking back. Jai Chen watched her back with a bright smile, having no intention of chasing after her. He knew that Yun Muxu was simply too shy. After cooling off for a while outside, she would come back on her own. Jai Chen then turned his attention to the fighting arena, planning to watch some of the upperclassmen's duels. There were 16 arenas in the center, 4 for each grade level. Each arena follows the order of the registration list, with the first 2 contestants starting as the defending champions, alternating turns to defend against the rest. If a defender loses, the winner automatically becomes the new defender, with their win count increasing by 1. This cycle continues. Anyone who achieves 10 consecutive wins receives a generous reward from the organizers. It is worth noting that abilities and innate gifts are strictly prohibited in the ring. It is a pure test of martial arts foundation. This is naturally good news for students from secondary or tertiary martial arts universities. Otherwise, if they encountered opponents from Dongyu or other top-tier universities, those students might have a grade or even S-grade talents, while they only have pathetic C-grade or D-grade ones. The gap would be enormous. If they were to use their innate gifts, students from bottom-tier schools would have no chance at all. By comparing only martial arts skills, they might have a sliver of hope through tactical counters and exhausting the opponent with multiple challengers. Jai Chen took a quick glance. The freshman matches were particularly dull, essentially just basic punching and kicking, with nothing more than slightly higher strength and speed than the average person. After all, the martial arts universities only started in August, so it had only been a month and a half. Most students had only just stepped into the rank of first-tier martial artists and might not even have mastered a low-level martial technique. Jai Chen even saw 2 boys who, after exhausting themselves, ended up wrestling on the mat. Does this look like a duel between martial artists? It looks more like a street fight. Boring. Jai Chen shook his head and turned his attention to the junior and senior arenas, which held the most interest. By comparison, the gap was very clear. Excellent students at secondary or tertiary schools can generally reach the strength of a third-tier martial artist by their senior year. As for Dongyu and other top-tier universities, due to better recruitment and resources, most students can reach the 4th tier. A few highly talented ones can even reach the 5th or 6th tier. This level is already on par with the instructors at the training camp. However, after observing a few fights, Jai Chen could not help but feel a bit disappointed. Even with similar cultivation levels, when it comes to combat awareness and real-time performance, these students were far behind battle-hardened veterans like Wei Yang. It is not just a lack of real combat experience. More importantly, these students have not faced life-and-death trials, so they lack that unstoppable courage and razor-sharp killing intent. To be blunt, if this were a fight to the death, Instructor Wei Yang could kill a student of the same level within 3 moves. This is no exaggeration. It is a fact. Look, the first 10-win streak defender is about to be born. Is not that Cao Pengfei from the sophomore year at Dongyu? That is right, it is him. He crushed his opponents in the previous 8 matches without even breaking a sweat. No wonder, even in the junior and senior sections, the fastest one is only on the 5th match, and Cao Pengfei is already on his 9th. What is scariest is that his gift is disabled. Otherwise, he would be even more of a monster. Someone asked curiously, is he really that extreme? What is his talent? A student from Dongyu took a deep breath and said slowly, S-grade enhancement type, instant regeneration. What? He is an S-grade talent. Are you living under a rock? Cao Pengfei was in the top 10 of the college entrance exam in Dongshan Bay City last year. Wow, no wonder he is so powerful. But what does his talent ability do? Instant regeneration does not sound like a standard enhancement type talent. The student from before continued. Once activated, his cells go into a frenzy of division. No matter what kind of injury he suffers, the wounds heal in an incredibly short time. Lost limbs can regrow in 30 seconds, and damaged internal organs can be restored within 2 minutes. Everyone was dumbfounded after hearing the introduction. That is way too broken, is not it? If he can heal from any wound, does not he become invincible once he turns on his talent? That is even better than a healing type ability. More than that, this ability is perfect for rushing into enemy lines to draw fire and tank damage, creating space for teammates. He is basically a powerhouse in team battles. You are right, the Dongyu student continued. Cao Pengfei has ventured outside the base city many times. He once broke into the territory of Frost Moon Grey Wolves alone. At that time, he had just reached the second tier, yet he fought the second tier mid-level Wolf King and a whole swarm of wolves by himself. Everyone gasped and quickly asked, "What happened?" The student gave a mysterious smile and said, "Unscathed." Or to be precise, any injuries he sustained were already healed by his instant regeneration during the battle. Impressive. Everyone gave a thumbs up, feeling sincere admiration for such an incredible achievement. But surely such an overpowered ability has a time limit, right? Yeah, it lasts for 5 to 10 minutes at a time. Afterward, he enters a weakened state and can only use it 3 times a day. Haha, I am better than him. I can do it 4 times a day. You better be talking about fighting. If not fighting, what else could it be? Hearing the discussion, Chen could not help but take a closer look at the robust, towering figure in the arena. Instant regeneration, huh? As an S-grade enhancement ability, his primordial power and this one each have their own merits. A 100-fold strength boost is very useful for low-tier martial artists. A first-tier martial artist could leap 2 levels to fight a third-tier exotic beast. But as one's cultivation climbs, the effect of pure strength enhancement becomes weaker and weaker. Especially in duels between martial artists who would be foolish enough to compete with you in pure strength. The moment they meet, it is all about flashy martial techniques and killing moves, where even the strongest strength has no place to shine. In contrast, Cao Pengfei's instant regeneration shows better performance in real combat as his cultivation grows. Especially in large-scale team battles, he can cause massive trouble for his opponents. Chen's interest in this person grew, and he decided to watch his next 2 matches carefully. Cao Pengfei's next opponent. Chen frowned and stood up instantly. How could it be him? The person who stepped onto the ring turned out to be Meng Jia, Chen's comrade from the training camp. Why is he here? Chen had not seen Meng Jia since he left the camp. According to Zia Ming, he had an urgent family matter and had to rush back immediately. But should not his home be in the Donglan base city? How did he end up in Dongyu? And now he is challenging Cao Pengfei, the undefeated master who has won 8 straight matches. Something is not right. Chen noticed that Meng Jia's expression was extremely gloomy, almost filled with murderous intent. This is a sign of deep hatred. No wonder he challenged Cao Pengfei despite the gap in their levels. It seems his family emergency is closely linked to this person. Meng Jia is likely here to seek justice. However, he stands absolutely no chance against Cao Pengfei. Chen was just about to go down and stop it. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed through the air. Meng Jia was kicked off the ring like a broken kite, left severely injured and unable to get up. Cao Pengfei walked to the edge of the ring, casting a look of utter disdain at Meng Jia, who lay on the ground gasping for breath. A mere Tier 1 martial artist dares to challenge me. Are you in such a hurry to meet your maker? With that, he walked off the ring amidst cheers from the crowd. Having won 9 matches in a row, he was about to become the first challenger tonight to achieve 10 consecutive victories. Old Liu, do not lose face. After sitting down, Cao Pengfei said to Liu Chen, the other ringmaster about to take the stage. The 2 of them were close brothers. They had been taking turns defending this ring, and they had not lost a single fight so far. As some of the strongest second-year students at Dongyu Martial Arts University, these matches were just an easy appetizer for them. After collecting their rewards, they would continue to participate in the extreme challenge tomorrow afternoon. Know your place and get lost. Liu Chen stepped right over Meng Jia's body, his actions intentionally insulting. He could have easily walked around. But Liu Chen chose to use this method to crush the self-esteem of those they considered mere ants. Because Meng Jia was defeated by Cao Pengfei the moment the fight started, the teachers maintaining order did not notice the situation in time. A while later, Meng Jia was finally carried to the temporary medical station by 2 students to receive treatment. Lying on the stretcher, Meng Jia stared at the ceiling of the gymnasium, his eyes brimming with tears of humiliation and resentment. "Little sister, it is my fault. I am useless and cannot avenge you." Just then, a hand rested on his shoulder. "Jai Chen, you." Meng Jia tried to sit up, but his injuries were so severe that any movement felt like his body was falling apart, and he could not muster any strength. "Do not move." Jai Chen shook his head gently at him. Since there were too many casualties and the healing ability users were overwhelmed, Meng Jia had to wait in line for treatment. "Why did not you say hello when you arrived?" Jai Chen asked, forcing a small smile. The crowd was so dense that he had not noticed Meng Jia earlier when he was on stage performing. The latter had come for revenge and clearly did not want to bother him. Meng Jia gripped the iron bars of the stretcher tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Finally, he turned his head to the side, forcing himself to hold back the tears. As a comrade he had fought alongside for 3 months, he did not want Jai Chen to see him in such a weak and pathetic state. Jai Chen understood how he felt. But there was something more important to be done right now. He glanced at Cao Pengfei, who was lounging comfortably on a recliner not far away, a flash of intense killing intent erupting in his eyes. "Tell me," Jai Chen spoke with a heavy tone, in a questioning manner, "what exactly happened?" He urgently needed to know the truth. And then with his own 2 fists, seek justice for Meng Jia. Seeing that Meng Jia remained silent, Jai Chen continued, "Whether you tell me or not, I am going up on that stage." Meng Jia could not hold it in any longer, and 2 lines of tears fell silently. He knew that Jai Chen was the type of person who always kept his word. Although he did not want to drag him into this, if he kept hiding it, it would only put a greater burden on Jai Chen. Meng Jia's lips trembled as he finally choked out the truth. "Jai Chen, do you remember I told you back at the camp that I have a twin sister?" Jai Chen nodded. "Of course, her name is Meng Yue, right?" "Your memory is as good as ever. Cough, cough." Meng Jia grinned, but the physical pain quickly made him frown, and with his face full of tear tracks, he looked even worse than if he had been crying. Seeing him like this, Jai Chen felt a pang of pain in his heart. He remembered that when they first joined the camp, this tall guy was one of the biggest chatterboxes in the team, right along with Sun Hao. His cheerful, funny, and outgoing personality had brought a lot of joy to their dull training days. But now, Meng Jia's furrowed brows relaxed slightly as he endured the pain to continue. "My sister does not like fighting, so she chose the liberal arts track for the college entrance exam." At this, a hint of pride and relief flashed through Meng Jia's tear-filled eyes. She worked really hard and got into Wangjiang University, the top-ranked liberal arts school in the East. "You know, my family is not well off. Our parents are just average people with limited income. My sister wanted to lighten the burden on our parents, so after school started, she secretly took a part-time job." Jai Chen listened silently. And then, Meng Jia's expression changed abruptly, and he clenched his fists, veins popping out on the back of his hands. She was tricked by a senior student. At first, they promised her a high-paying job, but when she arrived, she realized it was to work as a server at a high-end club. "My sister is not stupid. She tried to turn around and leave, but they threatened her with a contract, saying if she did not stay, she would have to pay a massive penalty fee. She had no choice but to work there for a while. But a while ago, that guy..." Meng Jia struggled to turn his head and glared at Cao Pengfei, who was surrounded by a group of pretty girls. "He took a liking to my sister at the club. When money did not work, he started using force. My sister refused to submit and even smashed a beer bottle over his head." Meng Jia's voice began to choke up. "Cao Pengfei was furious and started beating my sister. As a Tier 3 martial artist, he showed absolutely no restraint when beating a normal girl. He put her in the ICU right on the spot." Jai Chen's brow furrowed into a deep line, his expression turning extremely dark. "How is Meng Yue doing now?" Meng Jia's eyes were nearly bulging with rage. Because no one paid the medical bills, the hospital only saved her life. The follow-up treatment could not keep up. Her face was slightly disfigured, though she is slowly recovering, but... He swallowed a mouthful of blood, but but the nerves and muscles in my sister's legs have completely died. Even the healers were helpless. She has been left permanently disabled and will have to spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. After finishing, Meng Jia covered his face and wept uncontrollably. A tough man in tears. How could this scene not be moving? Jai Chen cast a cold glare at Cao Pengfei, who was preparing to step onto the ring again. He patted Meng Jia on the shoulder to offer some comfort. Old Meng, focus on healing. I will be back in a moment.
What?
Jai Chen, watch out. Meng Jia called out to him, a look of worry on his face as he warned him. He is at the peak of the third stage. Do not go head to head with him. Jai Chen turned back to look at him with a smile. Old Meng, do you think I am going to lose? Meng Jia was stunned, speechless for a moment. In the training camp, Jai Chen was a tough guy who often killed exotic beasts above his own rank and did not even fear the instructors. His worry might truly be unnecessary. Regardless, it feels good to have someone stand up for you. Perhaps this is what brotherhood is. If Sun Hao and Zia Ming were here today, they would surely have stood up for him in their own ways. Meng Jia suddenly grinned. That idiot Sun Hao might not be strong, but his talent for trash-talking is truly unparalleled. If he were here, he would definitely point at Cao Pengfei and curse that villain until he had no dignity left. As for Zia Ming, the two of them were close friends in high school, and if he knew about this, he might even bring in his general father. By then, the situation would spiral out of control. It was precisely because he considered all the consequences that Meng Jia did not want to drag anyone else in, choosing to come alone to seek justice for his sister. He certainly knew he was no match for Cao Pengfei. But you only live once. Is not it all about standing your ground? If he could just sit by and swallow his anger while his own sister was beaten to a state of disability, what kind of brother would he be? What kind of man would he be? Losing is simply a matter of the objective gap in strength. But having the courage to throw a punch at someone 2 levels higher to protect his family, that is his spirit and attitude. That is something no one has the right to mock. On the arena, Cao Pengfei and Liu Chen, who had just secured another victory, exchanged a knowing look. Both men curled their lips, their eyes filled with contempt. The opponents this year are just too weak. They are not even a challenge for the two of them. Let alone 10 straight wins. If they were allowed to keep holding the stage, winning 100 would be effortless. Except for the students of Dongyu Martial University. How many can break through to a third-stage martial artist early in their sophomore year? Besides, Cao Pengfei is naturally invincible at the third stage. Looking at the entire sophomore year, the monsters who can reliably suppress him can be counted on one hand. But those people hold the rewards of the arena match in contempt. They are probably still in their private training rooms, training hard to prepare for tomorrow's extreme challenge. Therefore, on this stage, Cao Pengfei is invincible. If he is in a good mood, he might play around with his opponent for a few rounds. Otherwise, anyone else is doomed to be finished off in one strike. Especially that reckless loser in the last match, looking at him as if he wanted to kill him. Cao Pengfei still does not understand why the other side held such deep hostility toward him. Of course, he does not care either. He is used to being arrogant and making enemies everywhere, so it is normal for people to hate him. Trying to defeat him. That is just the fantasy of a bunch of losers. Cao Pengfei inwardly enjoys the thrill of trampling those ants who harbor envy and hatred toward him. Currently, he stands at the edge of the stage, sweeping his gaze downward with a playful look. Let me see which lucky guy is about to become the background for my 10-win streak. On the steps, a boy with bangs looked nervous, shivering as he walked up the stairs. His legs were shaking uncontrollably, as if he might fall down at any moment. As a student of Dongyu Martial University, he had long heard of Cao Pengfei's ruthless methods. Having just broken through to the third stage a few days ago, he thought he had a good chance of winning 10 straight matches. But he never counted on being assigned to the same arena as Cao Pengfei. And he was the last challenger. If the list had just been one person further down, he could have perfectly avoided this great demon and would have become the new arena master. Unfortunately, his luck was bad. No, to be precise, his luck was absolutely rotten. Losing the arena match is secondary, he could accept that. But he just happened to be the last one. With Cao Pengfei's personality, he would definitely choose the most simple and brutal way to end the fight at light speed, letting him become the background for his showing off. The end of Meng Jia in the last match was still fresh in his memory. He really had no confidence in holding out against Cao Pengfei for even one move.
So it is this kid.
Seeing the half-visible figure at the stairs, Cao Pengfei laughed mockingly. He thought to himself, since we are from the same school, I will not cripple him, I will take it easy on him. The smile on Cao Pengfei's face became gradually twisted. Stop dawdling, let me pull you up. He was about to pull the next opponent onto the stage. However, the next moment, the man was pushed aside, and the handsome face of a youth appeared before him. Classmate, sorry, I need to cut in line. You do not mind, right? Chen stood on the steps, facing the 10th challenger he had just pushed aside. The latter looked dazed. Are you sure? He was trying to avoid Cao Pengfei, but he did not expect someone to come rushing to throw their life away. Once he finishes you in one move, you will know how miserable it is. That is what he thought, but his reaction was quite sincere. He shook his head repeatedly, a touch of gratitude in his eyes. No, I do not mind at all. Good luck with your challenge. Chen smiled slightly. I appreciate your words. With that, Chen turned around and stepped onto the stage, standing face to face with Cao Pengfei. The latter squinted his eyes and sneered. You are the person who went up to practice martial arts earlier, right? What was your name again? I suddenly forgot. Cao Pengfei shrugged disdainfully. He was sitting in the front row when Vice Principal Xia Yufeng was teaching, so how could he forget his name in such a short time? The reason he said that was not just to intimidate Chen, but a behavior that had become second nature to him. Name: an insignificant opponent who popped out of nowhere, a loser about to become another background for him. What right did he have to be remembered? In his eyes, whether it was Chen or the previous 9 opponents, these people all had one common name. That is the defeated. Chen revealed a cold smile. It does not matter if you do not remember, then I will say it again, my name is Chen. Cao Pengfei had a dismissive expression. And then, from today on, this name will be something you will never forget for the rest of your life.
What?
Cao Pengfei shook his head with a look of disdain. An unforgettable experience for me, how ridiculous. If I recall correctly, you just graduated from high school this year. Although you did not apply to the martial arts university, you should still be classified with the freshmen. He looked at Chen thoughtfully. Are you in the wrong place? Chen made no effort to hide his intentions. I am in the right place. I came here specifically for you. Oh, that is a bit interesting. With his curiosity piqued, Cao Pengfei asked with a smile. Tell me if your reason satisfies me. I might take it easy on you and spare you from losing too miserably, out of respect for how much the 2 principals seem to favor you. Chen said with an indifferent expression, the person you severely injured in the last match is my comrade. Cao Pengfei paused for a moment. He glanced at Meng Jia, who was receiving treatment, and understood. So that is it, standing up for a comrade, that is a reasonable justification. Saying this, he suddenly frowned and asked Chen. And for what reason did that loser, your comrade, challenge me? Half a month ago at Cloud Bar, a girl named Meng Yue. Cao Pengfei tried to recall the incident, and his expression showed sudden realization. Oh Hearse, if you had not reminded me, I would have almost forgotten about that. He rested his chin on one hand and burst into laughter. It seemed that on that night, he had nearly beaten a frail girl to death in a fit of rage. To him, it was merely a trivial matter. Not even worth mentioning. Cao Pengfei looked up with an amused smile. So your comrade came to seek revenge, and now you have come to seek justice for your comrade. Chen looked at him without a word, his gaze icy, as if layers of frost were gathering in his eyes. Justice is only in the hands of the strong. Are you, by any chance, one of them? Chen said the strong should strike against those even stronger. It could be the beasts invading our nation, or an enemy with whom you have a grudge, but it should never be an unarmed, ordinary person, or a kind and innocent girl. Tusk, you really sound like someone who has been educated in the military camp. Cao Pengfei sneered, power is in my hands. Whoever displeases me is fair game for me to strike. Bullying the weak is the privilege of the strong. Jai Chen took a deep breath, his mind made up. Do you think you are very strong? That is correct, I am indeed very strong, Cao Pengfei said with extreme arrogance. This is something everyone at Dongyu Martial Arts University knows. At this moment, thousands of eyes in the stands were focused on the ring, where Jai Chen and Cao Pengfei stood. Is not that Jai Chen? Why is he facing off against the big demon Cao Pengfei? Is this a joke? Brother Cao is a peak third stage martial artist in his second year. What is a fresh graduate doing up there? Did not Jai Chen show his strength during the demonstration? I think he is quite strong. He knocked Zhang Long from Tianhua Martial Arts University, also a second-year student, flying with a single punch. What kind of loser is Zhang Long? He is not even worthy of carrying Brother Cao's shoes. Exactly, even in the same year, the gap between a genius and an ordinary person is huge. Zhang Long is only at the peak of the first stage, while Brother Cao is at the peak of the third stage. Can those really be compared? Besides, Brother Cao is an S-rank talent awakener. He can even fight against ordinary fourth-stage martial artists. As for that Jai Chen, he is just a stepping stone for Brother Cao. The situation was almost universally in favor of Cao Pengfei. After all, the difference in strength was obvious. Perhaps Jai Chen has good potential, and if he were at the same level as Cao Pengfei, this match might be worth watching. But there is a whole year of martial arts cultivation gap between the two. In this battle, Jai Chen has no chance of winning. The two principals of Dongyu Martial Arts University, Qi Kang and Zia Yufeng, were both absent. Inside the venue, there were only a few teachers overseeing the tournament and maintaining order. Seeing the two on the ring at each other's throats, about to start a fight. One of the teachers came to the edge of the ring and said to Jai Chen, "Student Jai Chen, do not act impulsively. You are no match for Cao, you would better come down." Cao Pengfei arched an eyebrow at him, a mocking smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. As if to say, you can admit defeat now if you want. Doing so would only make his previous debate with him seem even more ridiculous. What about striking at the stronger? That sounds nice, but in reality, he is just a clown. Jai Chen turned to the teacher with a calm expression. Please, teacher, do not intervene until one of us admits defeat. But I will bear all consequences myself. Seeing Jai Chen's firm stance, the teacher sighed and said helplessly, very well then, let this be a friendly spar, stop when appropriate. This statement was clearly intended to warn Cao Pengfei not to use excessive force. After all, Jai Chen is someone highly regarded by both principals. If something were to happen under his watch, he would have trouble explaining it to his superiors. I thought you would take the out the teacher offered you, but to my surprise, you really gave me quite a pleasant shock. Cao Pengfei rolled his neck. Having you as my 10th opponent does not seem too bad, does it? Enough talk, let us fight. I will give you a chance to strike first, otherwise you will not get another one. Jai Chen did not waste any more words and fully unleashed his peak third stage cultivation. What? Feeling an aura that was slightly more powerful than his own, Cao Pengfei's expression changed instantly. What? He, who had previously looked down on Jai Chen with total disdain, now wore a grave expression, his focus sharpened to its absolute limit. This is impossible. How could you also be at the peak of the third stage? As an S-rank awakened talent, backed by a tailor-made genius training program at Dongyu Martial University, he had consumed massive resources and spent an entire year to achieve his current status. And yet, Jai Chen, he had only spent 3 months in the military district's boot camp. How could he possibly reach this level? No, you lied. You are no mere recruit. Cao Pengfei roared with all his might. You talk too much. Jai Chen took a sudden step forward, as if riding the wind, instantly closing the distance to Cao Pengfei. Then his right fist, loaded with coiled energy, struck out like a viper leaving its den. The fist wind tore through the air with a piercing whistle, rattling Cao Pengfei's eardrums. The latter's pupils contracted sharply. Acting on pure instinct, he raised his arms in a desperate block as fast as he could. Bang! A deafening thud echoed throughout the stadium. Cao Pengfei was sent flying backward on the spot. However, his reflexes were quick. he steadied himself midair and planted his feet firmly on the very edge of the ring. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he glanced back. Half a step more, and he would have fallen out of the ring. With lingering fear, he snapped his head back toward Jai Chen, an inexplicable sense of panic taking root in his heart. The pressure this man radiated was not the least bit inferior to those few monsters. Meanwhile, the stadium was in an uproar. Everyone who witnessed that moment stood up involuntarily, their faces frozen in disbelief. Clatter! A girl's bubble tea cup dropped to the floor. She did not even notice the sticky liquid splashing onto her white shoes. She stared at the ring, utterly hollow, her mind a complete blank. She was not the only one. The people around her had almost identical reactions. It was as if a powerful psychic had cast a mass immobilization spell. They stood rooted to the spot like statues. A few seconds passed. Someone began rubbing their eyes frantically, as if trying to confirm they were not hallucinating, looking repeatedly from the ring to their companions, seeking a denial on someone else's face. In the end, nothing remained but looks of bewilderment and shock that shattered their understanding of reality. In the front row, a die-hard fan of Cao Pengfei held a cheering gesture frozen in midair, his eyes unable to blink, his pupils vibrating like an earthquake within. Brother Cao was actually about to lose. Impossible, there is something wrong with Jai Chen's power. He must have used some kind of talent ability to boost his strength. Right, that must be it. In the stands, Cao Pengfei's followers shouted in protest. Ring battles are strictly for comparing martial arts techniques. The use of all supernatural powers and talent abilities is prohibited. Clearly, Jai Chen must have violated the rules. Only this could explain what had just happened. Under pressure from the crowd, an instructor overseeing the event ordered a temporary halt. He picked up a microphone and made an announcement to all the students. After verification, no supernatural energy fluctuations were detected. Jai Chen has not violated any rules. Once these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted. Without using any talent abilities, Jai Chen actually suppressed Cao Pengfei at the peak of the third stage with a single move. This is something even science fiction movies would not dare to film. Who is Cao Pengfei? He is a super genius second-year student at Dongyu Martial University, an S-rank awakened talent, and a notorious demon king that strikes fear into his peers. As for Jai Chen, before today, almost no one even knew such a person existed. It is truly unbelievable. Cao Pengfei returned to the center of the ring. His expression was no longer careless as it had been before. It was now filled with wariness. It was the urgency of someone facing a formidable enemy. He swallowed hard and shouted, "I was careless just now, come again." Regardless of the cost, he had to settle this duel with Jai Chen. And he had to win. With his arrogant nature, he would never allow himself to become a footnote in Jai Chen's rise to fame. Otherwise, he would lose all his dignity. How could he possibly continue to hang around Dongyu Martial University after that? Those ants who hated him in secret would broadcast this everywhere, stamping a permanent mark of shame upon him. Contemplating the potential consequences, Cao Pengfei's eyes turned bloodshot and he gripped his fists tightly. His fighting spirit surged madly. Seeing him in this state, Jai Chen actually felt much more at ease, a faint smile appearing on his face. Yet hidden beneath that smile was a flash of cruelty that went unnoticed. "I was just worried you would not keep fighting me." Their razor-sharp gazes met in the air. The next moment, Cao Pengfei attacked aggressively, attempting to seize the initiative. His form blurred into an afterimage, and his fierce punches, carrying undisguised killing intent, surged directly toward Jai Chen's face. Jai Chen leaned backward, easily evading the punch. However, Cao Pengfei seemed to have anticipated this. He instantly transformed his fist into a claw, swiping backward at lightning speed toward Jai Chen's vulnerable throat. Cao Pengfei's fingers tore through the air with a piercing whistle. They were seconds away from strangling Jai Chen. Jai Chen's backward-leaning upper body snapped forward like a tight bowstring. He advanced instead of retreating. His left arm shot up like lightning to block. Clack! With a dull sound, he precisely pinned Cao Pengfei's wrist. The immense force caused the muscles in both their arms to bulge instantly. A vicious glare grew in Cao Pengfei's eyes as he exerted downward pressure with his trapped right claw, attempting to lock Jai Chen's arm. Simultaneously, his left leg lashed out like a scorpion's tail, silent but brutally aimed at Jai Chen's groin. This underhanded move caused the audience below to gasp. Jai Chen seemed to have anticipated this too. He suddenly dissipated the force in his blocking left arm, sinking his weight while spinning his body sharply to the right. Cao Pengfei's sweeping leg hissed past the side of his thigh, wind whipping through the air. At the same time, Jai Chen's right elbow utilized the force of his spin, slamming like a heavy hammer into Cao Pengfei's exposed temple. Fast, precise, ruthless. Alarm bells rang in Cao Pengfei's mind. At the last possible second, he twisted his waist and ducked, while frantically raising his left arm to meet the blow. Boom! A dull impact exploded. Jai Chen's elbow tip crashed heavily into Cao Pengfei's hastily raised forearm. The massive force left Cao Pengfei's arm in sharp, numb pain. He staggered back uncontrollably, nearly losing his center of gravity. Jai Chen, relentless, shadowed him instantly. He stepped forward, waist and stance aligned, right fist pulled to his ribcage, left fist punching out like a cannonball, aiming straight for Cao Pengfei's open chest and abdomen. The fist wind was cold and fierce, carrying an unstoppable momentum. Cao Pengfei's expression was one of pure terror. That is a grandmaster-level fist technique. He had no time to think. Gritting his teeth, he crossed his arms to protect his chest and took the blow head-on. Thud. The dull echo sounded like a giant beating a war drum. Cao Pengfei felt as if his arms had been struck by an iron rod. Blood churned within him as he was forced to retreat several steps, the ring groaning under his feet. Jai Chen's offensive was like a surging tide, continuous and relentless, giving him no chance to catch his breath. Just as Cao Pengfei prepared to bet everything on one last strike, using his signature ultimate move, a fierce glint erupted in Jai Chen's eyes. His seemingly forward-charging body stopped suddenly, his center of gravity dropping instantly. He crouched like a tiger about to pounce. The right fist held at his ribs unleashed its long-accumulated power in a fraction of a second. The edge of the fist triggered a short, sharp piercing sound as it cut the air. From bottom to top, at the most cunning angle, it struck directly at Cao Pengfei's exposed solar plexus, the Danjiang point. Meteor fist, third style, star-shattering art. This punch was lightning fast, and the timing was exquisite. Jai Chen's fist connected solidly with the target. Time seemed to freeze for an instant, followed by a series of bone-cracking sounds like a string of firecrackers exploding. The ferocity on Cao Pengfei's face was completely replaced by extreme pain and horror. His eyes threatened to bulge right out of their sockets. He felt like he had been struck head-on by a high-speed train. His feet left the ground instantly as he vomited a spray of blood, carving a wretched red line through the air as he was sent flying. Crash! Cao Pengfei's heavy body slammed into the edge of the ring like a broken sack, shaking the entire platform. He curled up, his body twitching uncontrollably, each spasm bringing up large gulps of blood mixed with visceral debris. A rattling sound emerged from his throat, having lost even the strength to scream. Seeing this, the stands were in an uproar once again. If the first time could be explained away by Cao Pengfei's arrogance and carelessness, what about this time? Both sides had employed brutal techniques with no sign of holding back. Yet the result was that Cao Pengfei had been severely wounded and was beyond fighting. Jai Chen, on the other hand, was completely unscathed throughout. It was not just that his martial cultivation was stronger than Cao Pengfei's. Most importantly, his understanding of martial arts, especially the application of fist and footwork in actual combat, was essentially a dimension-level suppression. Lower-level students could only see the most superficial process and result. But the upper-level students who had been watching this ring all along could truly feel how terrifying Jai Chen was. His combat ability is just too horrifying. A fourth-stage senior remarked, "Even if it were him up there, he might not fare any better under Jai Chen." Just when everyone thought the battle had been decided, a sudden cry came from the stands. Look, Jai Chen does not intend to let Cao Pengfei go. This was an unexpected turn of events. With Cao Pengfei already unable to fight, Jai Chen still had no intention of stopping. He stood on his toes and reached the side of the collapsed Cao Pengfei in a blink. He slowly squatted down. With cold eyes fixed on the blood-spitting Cao Pengfei, a sinister smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Jai Chen grabbed him by the collar with his left hand. Cao Pengfei's eyes widened, reflecting a fist that was rapidly expanding. A punch landed on his face. Instantly, Cao Pengfei's nasal bone fractured, his face collapsed, and the back of his head struck the ring floor hard. Before he could recover his breath, a second punch followed. Then a third. A fourth. Jai Chen rode atop Cao Pengfei, his punches falling like rain without a second's pause. In moments, he was mangled beyond recognition, a bloody mess. I sir. Feeling the fear of death, Cao Pengfei lifted his hand with great effort, trying to signal surrender. Yet every time he tried to speak, Jai Chen's heavy fist cut him off. Student Jai Chen, stop immediately. Cao Pengfei has already lost. An instructor below the ring shouted anxiously. Jai Chen, splattered in Cao Pengfei's blood, took a moment to look at the instructor, showing a row of white teeth as he smiled. Teacher, Cao Pengfei says he wants to keep fighting. But the instructor's words choked in his throat. But you are about to beat him to death. Jai Chen leaned down and whispered to the semi-conscious Cao Pengfei. That night, that is how you treated Meng Yue, was not it? Cao Pengfei made a whimpering sound, wanting to say something, but he could not form a single syllable, only coughing up more blood. At this moment, a rare feeling of grievance arose in his heart. Obviously, he had only hit that girl twice. By now, Cao Pengfei had forgotten all rules and tried to forcibly activate his S-rank strengthening talent, rapid regeneration. Alas, he had no energy left. Plunged into despair, he could only watch helplessly as Jai Chen's fists fell again and again. Crack! Along with the sound of the thick wooden planks breaking underfoot. Cao Pengfei's head was smashed into the hole in the ring by one of Jai Chen's punches. From the stand's perspective, only Cao Pengfei's body remained on the ring. His head had disappeared. It looked like he had been decapitated. These martial arts students had all killed beasts or seen blood before. But this horrific and bloody scene still left them trembling with fear, enough to cause nightmares. Many timid girls had already closed their eyes or turned away, unable to watch. The rest simply stared at Jai Chen in a daze. He, covered in blood, yet wearing that chilling smile the entire time. Such a stark contrast made people's skin crawl. It chilled them to the bone. Too brutal. This did not look like a martial arts duel at all. It looked like one person butchering a beast. Stop. Jai Chen's punch speed was high. This whole sequence occurred in less than half a minute. By the time the instructors realized the situation was out of control, Cao Pengfei's head was already deeply embedded in the wooden flooring of the ring. Jai Chen, I order you to stop. A seventh-stage instructor leapt onto the ring, prepared to drag away the frenzied Jai Chen. The latter, seeing this, yanked Cao Pengfei back onto the surface. He was already at his last breath. Jai Chen looked down at him from above, and their eyes met briefly. Cao Pengfei's soul trembled violently. An unprecedented sense of dread consumed him. He trembled with broken lips, using his final strength to utter 3 slurred words, I surrender. Jai Chen shook his head indifferently, his eyes full of contempt. Your pride is pathetic. Before turning to leave the ring, he looked at Cao Pengfei's mangled face and seemed to recall something. You said that bullying the weak is the prerogative of the strong, so today I will be the one to bully the weak for a change. Do not. Before the instructor's warning could land, Jai Chen stomped down on Cao Pengfei's knee. Crack! That was the sound of the knee joint shattering. Suddenly, Jai Chen frowned. A powerful pressure began to envelop him. Cao Pengfei has already surrendered. Why have not you stopped? That instructor from Dongyu Martial University glared in fury, shouting sternly. Jai Chen strained to keep his spine straight, biting his teeth as he resolutely spit out 5 words. An eye for an eye. What? His voice was resonant and powerful, echoing endlessly throughout the silent arena. An eye for an eye. What does Jai Chen mean by saying that? Could it be that he and Cao Pengfei have a grudge? If there was no grudge, how could he possibly go so hard on a stranger? The students, unaware of the truth, began to voice their opinions and discuss. It really feels that way, a student from Dongyu Martial Arts University analyzed seriously. Cao Pengfei always relies on his talent and his teacher's backing to act recklessly, and he has made quite a few enemies on campus during his freshman year. Honestly, I have long been annoyed by him. I have just been avoiding him because of the gap in our strength. Sooner or later, someone like him was bound to hit a wall. But it is not the wall, he just hit a bit too hard. Everyone looked at Jai Chen, who had already stepped off the ring and returned to Meng Jia's side. They could not help but recall the scene of Cao Pengfei being brutally beaten by him just moments ago. It made their scalps tingle. It was hard to imagine that such a handsome and refined-looking young man could have such a cruel and ruthless side. A girl tried to liven up the atmosphere and joked with her best friend. "Do not you love cute guys with a hidden dark side? Are not you planning to go ask for his contact information?" Her friend glared back at her, her face darkening, and snapped. "Do you want me to die? This kind of contrast. Tusk, I really cannot handle it." At the courtside resting area. After being treated by the healer, Meng Jia was already able to move freely. Seeing Jai Chen walking towards him, he hurriedly stood up and said with gratitude in his eyes, "Thank you, Jai Chen. We are brothers, your sister is my sister. She was bullied, so is not it only right for me as her brother to stand up for her?" Jai Chen pretended to be displeased and said, "Do not mention thanks again, unless you do not really see me as a brother." Meng Jia's eyes reddened, feeling deeply moved. He nodded heavily and grinned. "Good brother." Jai Chen fist bumped him and laughed as well. That is the spirit of loyalty. Meanwhile, Cao Pengfei was also rushed to the temporary medical area for treatment. His status is special, and he is a key student nurtured by Dongyu Martial Arts University, so nothing can go wrong. At the instruction of that teacher, several healers temporarily interrupted their treatment of others to focus on healing Cao Pengfei together. Several different healing powers were infused into Cao Pengfei's body simultaneously. They had a clear division of labor, each performing their own duties. One helped clean the remaining blood from his body and repaired the severely damaged organs. One helped accelerate the healing of his knee joints. The rest went all out to treat his head, which had the most serious injuries. Under Jai Chen's heavy fists, he was almost unrecognizable. For an ordinary person, even if they survived, they would be severely disfigured and become a misshapen monster. Because Meng Yue was nearly disfigured, Jai Chen wanted him to feel the same pain. This is real vengeance, an eye for an eye, blood for blood. It is just a pity that Meng Yue's legs could not be saved, and she will have to spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. And although his kick shattered Cao Pengfei's knees, with the combined efforts of so many high-level healers at Dongyu Martial Arts University, he will recover before long. Thinking of this, Jai Chen could not help but be filled with anger. If Meng Yue had received timely treatment, the outcome certainly would not be like this. The pain he inflicted on Cao Pengfei was only temporary. But the harm Cao Pengfei caused to Meng Yue is a trauma that can never be fully healed. Should this debt just be settled like this? But he cannot kill him. Moreover, with so many teachers from Dongyu Martial Arts University protecting him, he cannot kill Cao Pengfei anyway. Meng Jia noticed what he was thinking. "You have already done enough. I believe my sister will be happy to know that." He was reminding Jai Chen to stop here to avoid bringing disaster upon himself. "Are you really willing to let it go?" Jai Chen saw that Cao Pengfei was slowly regaining consciousness, and his physical injuries were healing rapidly. He must have used his S-rank talent, rapid regeneration. Combined with the other healers, he will probably be able to recover his mobility within 10 minutes. He will be fully recovered by tonight at the latest. That is the advantage of being favored with resources. For any other student who would enjoy the treatment of being healed by multiple high-level experts at the same time, it is like an ordinary person with a terminal illness. Could you invite authoritative experts from all over the world to consult for you, leaving other patients unattended just to save you? Meng Jia bowed his head, smiling bitterly and shaking his head, as if mocking his own powerlessness. Of course I am not willing, but what can I do? The world is inherently unfair. There is more than one person like Cao Pengfei. If I have to blame anyone, I can only blame my sister for her bad luck. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended from the sky, making the tens of thousands of students in the arena tremble in fear. Where is that little bastard called Jai Chen? Come out and face me. The crowd looked up, enduring the immense pressure. They saw a self-righteous middle-aged man descending from above the stadium like a meteor into the arena. Because of his arrival, the ground of the entire arena shook for a moment. Quite a few people lost their footing and fell to the ground. Yet they dared not speak out. Because this middle-aged man in a dark blue martial arts suit exuded a pressure so strong it was appalling. It was a terrifying pressure that made the blood of every martial artist present boil with unease. Meng Jia's expression changed drastically. He stepped aside, blocking Jai Chen behind him, and whispered a warning. "You have to leave, he is here for you." Before Jai Chen could speak, the middle-aged man suddenly turned around, his cold, sharp eyes locking onto Meng Jia and Jai Chen. Clearly, Meng Jia's words did not escape his ears. "Little brat, so you are hiding here, are you?" The middle-aged man walked over with heavy steps. Every step of his felt like a heavy hammer striking Jai Chen's heart. Jai Chen pushed Meng Jia away and said in a low voice, "Your sister still needs someone to take care of her. Do not worry about me." With that, he steeled himself, clutching his heart which was beating wildly like a war drum, and walked toward the man. "Ho!" The middle-aged man was slightly stunned, then sneered. "You have quite the nerve. No wonder you dared to hurt my beloved student." Among the crowd, a student recognized this person's identity. It is Master Gu Lei. Cao Pengfei is his direct disciple. Jai Chen is likely in trouble now. At this moment, Cao Pengfei, who was lying on the stretcher in the distance, laughed wildly. He suddenly stopped laughing, a look of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, and looked up to plead with his teacher, Gu Lei. "Teacher, please stand up for your student and cripple him for me." Gu Lei glanced at him coldly. What a useless waste. He actually had to step in himself to clean up the mess. But regardless, Cao Pengfei was his student after all. Jai Chen brutally beating him in front of thousands of people was undoubtedly a slap in his face as his teacher. This matter could not be left at that. He reached out a large hand and pressed it on top of Jai Chen's head. "Choose for yourself. Do you want me to cripple your arms or your legs?" Hearing his words, everyone could not help but shudder. This is a Grandmaster level expert. If he strikes to cripple Jai Chen, even a healer would not be able to fix it. Who told him to show off and beat the vengeful Cao Pengfei into such a state? He should have expected this outcome. But is not he a soldier? That sounds nice, but he is just a raw recruit. Do you think the military would offend a Grandmaster level expert for a recruit? Jai Chen stared fixedly at Gu Lei, his eyes filled with defiance and unyielding spirit. Gu Lei looked displeased and said, "I have decided. I will just pluck out those annoying eyes of yours." Just as he was about to act, the temperature in the arena suddenly plummeted. Whoosh! An arrow made of condensed frost pierced the air, flying straight toward Gu Lei's temple. The latter sneered, releasing an aura from his body that instantly shattered the seemingly threatening frost arrow. Immediately after, he turned around and looked toward the entrance of the arena. The girl with long silver hair was drawing her bow, murderous intent flashing in her azure eyes. "If you dare hurt him, I will kill you." What? The girl's voice carried a bone-chilling coldness. In an instant, the temperature throughout the entire venue plummeted to freezing. She gripped a pale blue, translucent ice bow tightly in her palm, as if it had been carved from 10,000-year-old ice. Embedded in the center of the bow was a diamond-shaped crystal core emitting a faint blue glow. It contained an energy that made the vast majority of those present feel a sense of trepidation. The girl's slender fingers hooked onto the bowstring made of frost, with faint cyan veins pulsing beneath her skin. With every fraction of a pull, a crystalline ice arrow condensed in the empty air. The arrowhead gleamed with a cold light sharp enough to tear through space itself. So cold. In the spectator stands, Students folded their arms over their chests, huddling together while stomping their feet, their knees trembling uncontrollably. Others crouched down, rubbing their palms rapidly against their arms in a desperate attempt to drive away the chill with body heat, swaying from side to side as if they were about to freeze solid. At this moment, the venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed, as if by unspoken agreement, on the girl with long silver-white hair. Their gazes were filled with astonishment and curiosity. A mere teenager daring to declare that a Grandmaster-level powerhouse should die. What colossal audacity. What a beautiful young lady. Does anyone know who she is? No idea, but judging by her tone, she seems to have come for Jai Chen. Are you guys blind? I saw Jai Chen with her earlier. They were chatting and laughing, acting really close. They must be a couple. No wonder she dared to challenge Grandmaster Goulet, but someone shook their head gently, looking regretful. She is too reckless. The price of stepping in blindly is to end up with the same fate as Jai Chen. Girl sighed dreamily, whispering, "How romantic. If one day a boy could risk his life for me like that, I would definitely marry him without hesitation." Her companion beside her shook their head, speechless. Hopeless romantic, there is no saving you. Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, "It is Yun Muxu, I recognize her. She is the only person in the Donglan Bay City this year to awaken an SS-grade talent." What? It is really her. Many people had their memories stirred. A few months ago, the news of Yun Muxu awakening an SS-grade dual-element talent caused a sensation on the internet. At the time, everyone assumed such a top-tier genius would undoubtedly be admitted to St. Martial University. Who would have thought that rumors would emerge saying she gave up the offer from Sacred Martial University just to secure a second awakening chance for a male classmate? As for where she went, the internet was full of conflicting theories. Some said she was being secretly trained by a top-tier martial arts university. Others claimed she had been taken as a captive by some unknown powerhouse. Of course, those ridiculous rumors were just for entertainment, as most people have basic critical thinking skills. And the most widely spread and most credible theory was she had joined the legendary Tian Shu Martial Arts Academy, a place where freaks gather and which rarely reveals itself to the world. Because Yun Muxu was relatively low-key, never accepting media interviews and rarely appearing in public. Most people had heard her name, but had never seen her true face. So is Jai Chen that male classmate Yun Muxu was willing to give up St. Martial University for? The crowd suddenly felt everything become clear, like the clouds parting. I am so envious of such pure affection. HMPH, what right does Jai Chen have to make such a proud daughter of heaven as Yun Muxu sacrificed so much for him? I think that arena fight earlier already provided the answer to that question, did not it? The boy who had just been jealous of Jai Chen turned red, feeling ashamed of himself. Indeed, being able to beat the dreaded devil Cao Pengfei until he was unrecognizable and forced to surrender begging for mercy. Was Jai Chen not also a martial arts prodigy, rare in this world? Excellent people are always drawn to each other. Envy is human nature. But if that leads to jealousy, or even verbal disparagement, one should first weigh the gap between themselves and Jai Chen. Goulet's gaze lingered for a moment on the crystal ice bow in Yun Muxu's hand, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. I heard Donglan produced an SS-grade Awakener with dual ice and aerosol attributes recently, so it was you, little girl. He let go of Jai Chen's head, smiled, and walked slowly toward her. Not bad you have guts, but unfortunately, you used them in the wrong place. Yun Muxu drew the bow like a full moon, with the arrowhead pointed directly at Goulet's forehead. Even knowing that the person before her was a Grandmaster-level powerhouse, her slightly pale face showed no sign of fear. Goulet shook his head with a smile. I admit, your innate talent is indeed formidable, but you are too weak right now. Even if you gave it your all, you would not be able to scratch me. Yun Muxu gritted her teeth. The Grandmaster's pressure was making it hard for her to breathe. But she still refused to show weakness. You can try. Goulet ignored her threat. Do not let such a great talent go to waste. I can let bygones be bygones regarding today's incident. How about you stay at Dongyu Martial University and follow my training from now on? Yun Muxu stared at him fixedly, the killing intent in her eyes almost solidifying. Suddenly her fingers relaxed. The ice arrow that had been knocked for so long shot out instantly. The distance between them was less than 10 meters. The arrow moved at a speed impossible for the naked eye to track, hitting Gu Lei's forehead in a millisecond. This scene left everyone stunned. Everyone was so shocked by Yun Muxu's bold move that their expressions changed drastically, leaving them gaping and speechless. If the first arrow could be excused as a desperate attempt to save someone, then what about this one? The intensity of the killing intent was so great that even those on the distant stands hundreds of meters away could feel it. If it were not for the vast gap in strength, Yun Muxu's arrow might have actually ended Grandmaster Gu Lei's life. Crack! The ice arrow shattered inch by inch against Gu Lei's forehead, dissipating into wisps of frost mist. He stood frozen for a moment, then expressionlessly reached out to wipe his forehead. On his fingertip, there appeared a bead of bright red blood. Oh! Gu Lei rubbed his two fingers together, a cruel, cold smile appearing on his face. If you cultivated for another 10 years, you might actually have a chance to kill me, but since you are so unappreciative, do not blame me for being ruthless. He did not dare to let Yun Muxu continue to grow. Since she could not be used by him, he had to nip the danger in the bud to prevent future trouble. Otherwise, once she attained the rank of Grandmaster, with her terrifying SS-grade dual-element talent, the Ice Soul Arrow, obliterating him would be as easy as a thought. You chose this death trap yourself. Clang! A dark red spear pierced through the air like a bolt of black lightning, accompanied by the faint sound of a dragon's roar, heading straight for Gu Lei's back. Gu Lei furrowed his brow and said in a deep voice, "The two of you are really alike, both so reckless." As he spoke, a ring of deep gray protective aura rose around him, like an impenetrable barrier. Even with Chen using the primordial power to boost his strength 100-fold, his full-powered spear strike was like an ant tickling an elephant in front of a Grandmaster's barrier. Gu Lei slowly turned around, catching the fine-textured spear in one hand. So it is a spear fused with a drop of Emperor-level demon dragon blood. He looked at Chen and gave a sinister smile. This strike might kill a fourth-tier martial artist, but thinking you can shake a mountain as an ant is just your own stupidity. Gu Lei threw the spear aside, casting it over 100 meters away. It plunged straight into one of the gym walls. Immediately afterward, a surge of killing intent rose up. The talents this boy and girl had just displayed made him feel a trace of panic, or even fear. The feud between them had already been established today. Once they grew up, they would certainly come for revenge. Rather than living in fear, it was better to finish it once and for all, kill them both. Of course, he knew what the consequences of killing them would be. Not only would his honorary professorship at Dongyu Martial University be revoked, but he would also have to face investigation and trial by the Great Xia Martial Arts Association. But he was not worried. It was not easy for Great Xia to produce a Grandmaster-level martial artist. They would not execute him just because he killed 2 kids. At most, they would exile him to the wilderness battlefields to contribute to the front lines. Gu Lei chuckled to himself. By then, he could use that as an excuse to renounce his Great Xia citizenship and flee to the Western Alliance on the other side of the continent for asylum. The Westerners would surely welcome the addition of a Grandmaster-level combatant without any effort. He could make a name for himself just as easily in a new place. Such was Gu Lei's confidence. What do we do now? The students in the venue were already paralyzed with fear, their minds blank, not knowing what to do. A Grandmaster-level expert had killing intent. No one dared to step forward to intervene, fearing they would be reduced to cannon fodder. Are we just going to stand by and watch? They were all students in the prime of their youth, and most of them stood on the side of Chen and Yun Muxu. Even if they were wrong to begin with, surely their crimes did not warrant death. These are the future pillars of the Great Xia. Is not Grandmaster Gu Lei afraid of being held accountable for killing them? Where are Principal Qi and Vice Principal Xia? Where did they go? A senior student from the school said. The 2 principals must have gone to prepare the Trial Secret Realm for tomorrow's Extreme Challenge tournament. They likely are not on campus right now. What about the other teachers? Cannot anyone step in and persuade Grandmaster Gu? I do not know. Someone has already gone to find them. just as everyone was feeling frantic and worried for the safety of Jai Chen and Yun Muxu. Gu Lei moved. His first target was Jai Chen, who had severely wounded his personal student, Cao Pengfei. In your next life, remember to behave yourself and do not be so arrogant. Gu Lei threw a palm strike, casual and effortless. In his mind, he had already pictured Jai Chen being blasted into a mist of blood. However, a sudden burst of mental pressure shook his consciousness, and his hand froze for a split second. A psychokinetic. Who is it? Get out here. The only psychokinetic at Dongyu Martial Arts University who could pose a threat to him was Vice Principal Xia Yufeng. And this power clearly did not belong to him. It came from a stranger he had never encountered. Gu Lei vaguely sensed that this person's cultivation level was not high, likely at the 8th or 9th stage at most. Martial arts cultivation is divided into body tempering, mind tempering, and chi cultivation. Martial artists who specialize in mind tempering are collectively known as psychokinetics. It has nothing to do with awakened martial talents, and anyone can cultivate it. But the mental pressure he was facing now was clearly different. This person must be an awakener with an S grade or higher mental type talent. Mental type talents are divided into two categories: object manipulation and soul absorption. The fact that this person could directly attack his consciousness clearly meant it was the latter, a soul-absorbing mental talent. Psychokinetics are already terrifying, easily able to crush those at the same level. And a psychokinetic with a mental type talent is like a tiger with wings, making it easy to kill those of a higher level. They are the kind of opponents all martial artists dread encountering. Sneaky coward, if you have got the guts, come out and fight me fair and square. Struggling to deal with the pressure, Gu Lei was exhausted, sweat streaming down his forehead, his brain feeling incredibly heavy and muddled. Wait! After all, Gu Lei was a knowledgeable Grandmaster-level expert, and he quickly spotted the problem. Most psychokinetics are not good at close combat and prefer to hide in the shadows or attack from a distance using mental power. If he did not flush this person out, he would remain in a very passive position. There was only one way to force them to show themselves. Gu Lei's gaze locked viciously onto Jai Chen and Yun Muxu, who were standing together in the distance. This psychokinetic was clearly here for these two little brats. If he captured them and used their lives as threats, would the person still dare to hide? Gu Lei forcibly diverted some of his focus, his steps heavy and slow as he charged in the direction of Jai Chen. Yun Muxu held his arm, giving him a gentle, reassuring smile. Jai Chen felt confused. Can your senior sister really handle this alone? In fact, the moment that mental pressure appeared, he had already guessed the person's identity. It was Deng Moli, that senior sister of Yun Muxu's, who loved collecting pretty dresses. When they first met, Deng Moli had briefly applied pressure on him. Back then, Jai Chen never would have imagined that this seemingly frivolous senior sister Deng was actually an 8th stage peak psychokinetic. Sure enough, there is no one from the Tian Shu Academy to be trifled with. To be able to temporarily suppress a Grandmaster-level expert with only 8th stage cultivation. After witnessing the methods of a psychokinetic, Jai Chen could not help but feel tempted. His chi cultivation technique, cosmic creation method, was about to break through to the 4th stage. It was time to cultivate a second technique. Compared to body tempering, he definitely preferred mind tempering to become a powerful psychokinetic. With both transcendent grade techniques under his belt, he would possess both the overwhelming lethality of close combat and the surprising ingenuity of long-range attacks. But for now, the crisis was not over, and Jai Chen did not have time to overthink it. Who said I only have my senior sister to back me up? Yun Muxu smiled playfully, her eyes curving into crescent moons like a lake thawing in early spring, shimmering with gentle, unbreakable warmth. She was a completely different person from the one who had drawn her bow and arrows to shoot at Gu Lei earlier. Jai Chen stared at her, stunned for a second, before snapping out of it and asking, "You have more help. I am the little junior sister of this batch, and everyone spoils me, you know." Yun Muxu tilted her head, saying with a hint of pride. As soon as she finished speaking, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently. Is it an earthquake? The students in the venue fell into a panic. It is not an earthquake, look over there. A sharp-eyed student pointed toward the entrance outside, shouting in horror. They saw the flat concrete floor beginning to crack extensively, showing dense, web-like fissures. Listen, underground, there seems to be something moving. A strong sense of unease gripped everyone's heart. The next moment, the ground seemed to be arched up by some living creature, chunks of concrete and dark brown soil bulging high. An earthworm-like ridge moved from afar toward the venue at high speed, looking just like a vein bulging on a forehead.
Is it a snake?
Where would you find a snake that big? Could it be the legendary Earth Dragon? At that moment, Goulet sensed the energy beneath the earth. He stopped in his tracks, standing where he was with a furrowed brow. Facing a formidable enemy. Let me see who is trying to hurt my junior sister. A gentle and soothing voice echoed all around. It felt as if it were everywhere. No one knew who was speaking, nor where they were. Goulet looked around, his expression full of seriousness and apprehension. The mental pressure Deng Moli had imposed on his consciousness had been lifted. After all, she was only an 8th-rank martial artist. Reaching this level was already her limit, and she could not hold it for long. However, Goulet felt no sense of relief whatsoever. He had tightened every nerve in his body and remained in a state of high alert. Even so, his heart was filled with an inexplicable panic. Who exactly are you, Your Excellency? In his desperation, even the tone and the way Goulet addressed the stranger had changed. This kind of unknown fear is often the most terrifying. Just then, the spine of that earth dragon instantly spread to Goulet's feet. Even as a grandmaster, he did not have time to react before he was launched into the air by a terrifying impact erupting from the ground. Only then did everyone see the true form of the earth dragon. It was neither a dragon nor a giant serpent, but a deep green root nearly 3 meters in diameter. And at the top of the root was a giant purple flower bud. What had terrified everyone for so long was, in fact, just a flower. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, the bud hovering above the arena suddenly expanded and bloomed. The deep purple skin oozed lines of mucus, and the patterns on it bulged like veins, glowing with an eerie light. The petals, tens of meters in diameter, unfurled layer by layer. Goulet stood on the roof of the stadium, staring at the giant purple monster flower beneath him with lingering fear. He had almost been swallowed. That was close. A sharp pain struck him. He looked down at his arm. Goulet's pupils constricted. He had somehow gotten a drop of the mucus on him, which had corroded his clothes and caused the flesh underneath to show signs of ulceration. He hurriedly tried to circulate his energy to heal, only to be shocked to find that the corrosiveness of the mucus was terrifyingly strong and not something that could be cleared away in a short time. Looking down from his vantage point, he could clearly see the terrifying scene inside the flower's stamen. Inside was a scarlet, fleshy cavity covered in barbs, with countless asphalt-like mucus dripping from the edges of the petals into it. The scarlet flesh was opening and closing, constantly churning and writhing. It looked just like the inside of a beast's stomach. Goulet did not dare to be careless. With a slight movement of his fingertips, a bright golden liquid metal quickly adhered to his body. It formed an imposing and powerful S-grade full-body metal armor, protecting his entire body. Yet even then, he still could not shake off that feeling of inexplicable fear. Your Excellency, it is time to show yourself, right? Goulet spoke, biting the bullet. After all, he was still an honorary professor at Dongyu Martial Arts University. If he fled without a fight, not only would he lose face, but he might also provoke the other party to attack. Face-to-face negotiation might be the best solution for now. You want to see me that badly? That gentle voice echoed once more. Then, as you wish. Suddenly, deep within the flower stamen hovering in midair, a dozen snowy white threads the thickness of fingers were spat out. Oh no! Beneath his helmet, Goulet's pupils widened in shock. He activated his armor's power and took off into the air at top speed. However, those threads seemed to be heat-seeking, following him relentlessly. While flying at high speed, Goulet suddenly felt his body jerk. He looked down. A strand of fiber was already tightly wrapped around his ankle. Then the other threads followed immediately. In an instant, they wrapped his armored body into a mummy. A massive pulling force took hold. Goulet, who had fled to a height of 1,000 meters, was dragged back. As a grandmaster, he was reduced to a puppet, hanging in the air above the stadium by the threads. Look, Grandmaster Gu, he is completely helpless. What on earth is this flower? Could it be a man-eating flower? Never mind that, the mucus is highly corrosive. We had better stay away. By this time, several grandmasters from Dongyu Martial Arts University had arrived at the scene. One of the most senior grandmasters stood in the air. Dare I ask, are you young master Hua Suyai from the Tiangsu Institute? Oh, you recognize me. With a gentle laugh, a youth in snow-white robes, bathed in mist-like pollen, revealed his true form in the moonlight. He possessed an androgynous, handsome face, and his aura was ethereal, like an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. Hua Suyai smiled warmly, looking across the air at the most senior grandmaster. I heard years ago that the current top disciple of the Tiangsu Institute, Hua Suyai, had monstrous talent, reaching the grandmaster level at just over 20. Seeing you today, it is indeed well-deserved. The grandmaster was over 60, yet he treated Hua Suyai, who was not yet 30, as an equal. Hua Suyai remained smiling, but his tone carried a chill. When this person was trying to kill my junior sister, why did not I see any of you step in to stop him? The few grandmasters looked at each other, speechless. You know the consequences of harming someone from my Tiangsu Institute. Having said that, Hua Suyai raised his hand and retracted it. The threads wrapped around Goulet pulled back violently, dragging him into the scarlet fleshy cavity deep within the stamen. Immediately after, the petals closed, returning to their initial bud state. Seeing this, the grandmaster's expressions changed, filled with inexplicable terror. The students below might not have noticed, but they could clearly hear Goulet's shrill screams and pleas for mercy coming from inside the bud. Young Master Hua, Goulet did not actually harm your junior sister. Can you spare his life? Hua Suyai curled his lips. If I had not arrived in time, my junior sister would be dead. Would you have just advised me to accept my fate then? The group dared not say another word. A young grandmaster in his 20s was not someone these old men could afford to offend. Just then, two figures descended from the sky, one after the other. They were Qi Kang and Xia Yufeng, the president and vice president of Dongyu Martial Arts University.